hit the center, but not deep enough, and that's the ball game. So the Giants with their ace on the mound tonight, and he pitched well, just did not come up with enough opportunities to get the big hit. Rafi Devers has a tough night. He strikes out 4 times. So the issues with scoring runs continues.
Dwayne Kuiper on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. Kuiper, I gotta, disagree a little bit. No, they did have a scoring opportunity that they did cash in on. It was taken away from them. And we talked about it yesterday, Joe, with Bob Brenly, former manager and current broadcaster with the team of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Fan behavior has just gotten out of control. If I'm Christian Koss, if I'm that entire dugout, Bob Melvin, I'm furious. How could you not award that a home run? You call it a double, and then I come to find out that fan, that same Diamondbacks fan, has done that same exact thing in that stadium. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times?
Once to Joey Bart.
Are you serious?
I remember that game, too. By the way, they pinch hit for him in the 3rd at-bat after hitting a ball. Look it up. I remember distinctively they pinch hit for Joey Bart in that one.
It's ridiculous. It's something that needs to be discussed. It's going to be discussed. I don't want to hear the people. I want to hear the fans. 888-957-9570. The Giants are free-falling right now. They're 45-40. Devers gets the golden sombrero, 4 strikeouts. Ramos with 3 strikeouts. Jung Huli's searching. It's the same old story. And for a team that desperately needs runs, for that one to get taken off the board the way it did, left a sour taste in my mouth yesterday, Joe. And this morning as I say good morning to you.
I'm just at a loss. I don't even know what to say about this team anymore. I don't even know. I feel like that game broke me.
I was about to say you sound broken right now.
Well, I mean, you got your ace on the mound. He gives up a couple of, not very difficultly hard hit balls, and it just feels like you just can't generate any offense. And then Christian Koss does hit a home run. And in that one, I was like, the outfielder had an opportunity to make a play on it. It passed through the outfielder's glove. And then the idiot fan leans over. We don't even know. I couldn't tell whether it was going to go over the fence or not. What'd you think?
I think it was going over the fence because he was going adjacent to his left. He wasn't totally leaning over. Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, his momentum eventually carried him over it, but I do think that ball was going out, and it did clear the outfielder's glove.
So, again, I know this is different because it's a fan, but there are specific rules about letting the infielder get an opportunity to catch the ball, field the ball. So, for example, let's say you're running the bases, okay? If a ball hits you when you're running the bases, all right, 99 out of 100 times, you're out on any ball that is struck off the bat that bounces or is lined and hits you. You're out, except when the infield is in and they have an opportunity. It does not include the pitcher, by the way. Mm-hmm. When the infield is in and they have an opportunity to field the ball cleanly. So let's say in this hypothetical, it's 2nd and 3rd, okay? Your infield is in, ball is struck, infielder has a chance to make a play. He doesn't. Then it hits the runner. The runner is actually safe. Mm. So I would use a similar type of discretion in this one. The fielder, the left fielder, had an opportunity to make a play on the ball, did he not?
He had an opportunity to, yes.
Was he obstructed by the fan?
I don't think he was.
I don't either.
Yeah.
All right? The ball passed through the fielder, and now the fan is leaning to the left and catches the ball.
And the players didn't even know he was there until after the fact. It was actually funny. The fan tried to toss it back, I think, to the center fielder, Alex Thomas.
Well, the guy's an idiot.
And Alex Thomas was like, what the hell are you doing, dude? I want this ball. He threw it back to him. Like, he just ruined the play.
The guy's an idiot.
4 times.
And then I got a video.
4 times.
This guy, Danny Golding, who follows me on Instagram.
Oh,
he was at the game in left field, and he sent me a video. I sent it to the boys. I'm hoping we could pull it. The guy did get kicked out of the game.
Great. Is he going to come back for another time and do this for a 5th time?
And you know how I could tell it's him? You know I'm like a glove aficionado, like baseball
his
gloves.
Face. He's bald.
Yeah, but it's also the glove. Every single time. It's him. It's him. He's a chronic moron.
Well, and he wears the same red Diamondback shirt. He doesn't make it very, Like, in fairness to him, and I'm sure the Diamondbacks haven't, like, banned him because it feels like whenever he's involved in the play,
It helps
the Diamondbacks, right? So when it rains, it pours for the Giants, even in the desert, even in a dome yesterday.
But I don't understand how it was adjudicated. Like, that's my problem.
Yeah, I don't get that either.
It felt like of all the times we've needed the crew to come together and review something and Secaucus to like, get it right.
We needed Pods out there doing the review. That's what we needed. That's what it felt like. Seriously, like, how could you get it that wrong?
I don't know. It really pisses me off, and it's another game that you have your ace pitch well enough to win, and you don't win. And I look up, and I asked this to Dave.
Who the hell is Ryan Nelson? Their opposing
so I'll
pitcher.
tell you who Ryan Nelson is.
Who is it?
I did a deep dive on him. Ryan Nelson was similar to Kyle Harrison. He was kind of the odd man out of the rotation.
Okay.
All right, and he started off in the bullpen this year for the Diamondbacks. And when Corbin Burns got injured, he became essentially their fifth starter. And since then has basically given up a handful of runs over 4 starts. And has been dynamic. He has one of the best fastballs in terms of movement and vert in the game. And somehow, I'm trying to stay calm today because this team kind of broke me. I don't understand how this team can't hit a fastball to save their life. Like, Joe, they are, by every metric, the worst hitting fastball team in baseball. But what's baffling to me is how can you be so bad at hitting fastballs, and yet I also feel like you've got to be equally as bad at hitting breaking balls? Is it just they're just bad hitters?
It must be. But Rafi Devers isn't a bad hitter. That's what's frustrating. He's playing a poor stretch right now.
It was his worst game.
He has a poor stretch right now, and he's not playing well, and we could all see it. When you get a golden sombrero, you're not seeing anything.
Well,
4
Ramos
strikeouts.
too.
Ramos 3.
2 guys in my 3-4 or whatever, or 2-3 in my lineup are 7 strikeouts.
And then when Koss did end up,
win like that.
Koss ended up having that double, just 1 out. You had a runner on second. You had your 2 best hitters up.
I know.
You had Devers and then Ramos. And what happens for both of them? Strikeouts.
I know.
That can't happen.
Well, and like, look, there's a conversation about Willie Adames, and I understand everyone's losing their minds. At least Willie's showing me some life. Like, he is. He's showing me some life.
He had a hit.
Jung Huli, and he also hit a ball hard line drive.
Yeah.
That was out.
Yeah.
Jung Huli is showing me very little right now. And I think we're in huge problem, like situational territory with him, where I think you have to put him on the IL. Like, I'm dead serious.
Phantom IL? What's wrong with him? Hurt feelings?
Mental.
Oh, okay.
Just
Broken
file
heart?
under mental. Joe, you can't keep trotting him out.
I mean, he's got to get some time off here for
Joe,
sure.
This reminds me of Barry Zito in whatever year 2 or year 3, when they had to basically no, we're just shutting you down.
Well, they got the All-Star break coming up. I'm assuming.
I don't think they can afford playing him through the All-Star break. Up until it.
I mean, well, what are the options? Let me ask you.
Your options
what
are.
What are the options?
Okay, your options are right now. You pick up one of these guys from AAA, whether it's Grant McCrary, whether it's maybe you're moving over Yaz to center field. I don't know, Joe. I don't know. I know this. He's not an answer. I think you have to find a way to sit him, trade him, do something.
I just don't think
he can't keep playing.
I just don't think there's an answer on this
you just keep
team
playing
or in the minor leagues. I know you go out and get someone, but who is that someone?
Well, that's why I think they're going to look from within. You have Luciano. Maybe you just put up Luciano in right field or something. I don't know, Joe. I don't have a lot of great answers, but I know this: the solution is not continuing to play Jung Huli. Jung Huli right now. Look, you watched the guy last night, Alec Thomas. Okay, that's what speed looks like. Okay, you saw him. He basically hit a ball into no man's land and turned a single into a double yesterday. And then what happened on that bunt? Well, Bailey throws it, just ever so low on the ground, and Thomas is so blazing fast. He puts so much pressure. You look up, it's 1-0.
I know. When I was watching, I was like, wow, it's like Corbin Carroll-esque. They didn't have Corbin Carroll out there, but he's kind of a shorter guy. He's got the hair flowing and everything. He doesn't have the pop as Carroll, obviously, but 3 hits for him, 2 runs, as you mentioned.
I liked him going back a couple years ago.
Yeah.
A couple years ago, before Corbin Carroll even came up, I liked him as a player. But that's what real speed looks like, Joe. Like, that's what it looks like. And, Jung Huli right now is not hitting for power. He's not hitting gaps. He's not hitting for singles. He's certainly not getting on base. And then when he is on base, he's not giving me this blazing speed. I ask you, what is he hanging his hat on right now as a ball player?
Defense, I guess.
There's 1,000 guys in AAA right now.
I know.
That can give you.
You
that.
asked the question.
I know.
Yeah.
No, I'm not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm just saying, they can't keep doing this. I think he's right now. He's a dark cloud in their lineup, and when he comes up, it's a rollover to first base, a rollover to second base, or a pop-up to shortstop or left center.
Unfortunately, they got like a bug going around that locker room when it comes to just being at the plate and swinging and missing, and it's
contagious.
It's contagious. It's Devers. It's Ramos right now. It's obviously been Adames. It's Lee. It's hell. Tyler Fitzgerald just coming back from AAA, and he was their best hitter yesterday. For God's sakes.
Like you asked me, what are the solutions? It might be. I'm dead serious here. It might be you put Tyler Fitzgerald in center field because he played a little center field,
a little bit,
and you bring up Wade Meckler and put him at second. Christian Koss is hurt now. He got hurt on a play where we thought he had a home run.
What happened?
I have no idea.
I want to hear from Bob Melvin at some point today too, because yesterday was ridiculous.
One earlier in the game. I don't know.
By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing of the year. Sounds like you need some good Warriors news today. That would cheer you up. A big free agent signing, right, Joe?
Everybody's doing stuff but the Warriors.
I know. Al Horford, they're linked to him. 39-year-old. No?
What are we going to be? Are we going to be the Golden State Museums? Are we rebranding?
Hey, the Expendables. You're all in on that, right? You like that Sylvester Stallone.
Everything's from the Stone Age?
Yeah, why not? Come on.
Look, Kevon Looney looks like he's going to sign with the New Orleans Pelicans. And Kevon Looney is going to be a very beloved player for many, many years beyond his playing days. Consummate professional. The ability to kind of do whatever the team needed at any single time. Never said boo-hoo. Great teammate. Ultimate competitor. Heart of gold. There's nothing negative that you can say about him on his way out the door. Nothing but like a standing ovation. Like when you draft somebody late in the first round in the NBA, you hope you get the kind of production out of a player like you did Kevon Looney.
Kevon Looney has agreed to sign a 2-year, $16 million deal with the New Orleans Pelicans. Sources told ESPN's Shams Charania yesterday. So he's reuniting with his old pal, Jordan Poole.
Now, I say all that.
We locked in. Zion there. Why not? Okay.
I say all that, Joe, and two things can be true simultaneously. Tremendous respect for Kevon Looney. The other part of this is if you love the Warriors and you really want them to get better and be able to solve some of their issues, you probably have to say goodbye to someone like Kevon Looney, right? Like right now you got TJD making very, very, very little. You're a team that's really hardly pressed up against that first and second apron, depending on how you look at the projections right now and what ends up happening with Kaminga. And you can ill afford to give someone like Kevon Looney the amount of money that he would need and be able to fill out the rest of the roster without the penal tax system that's in place, and it restricts you. His skill set is a declining one. They have issues with length. They have issue with lateral quickness, with rim protection. Kevon, though, can be a very serviceable player against certain matchups, I don't think brings the versatility to the roster that they really need. He clearly isn't going to be a guy that's going to stretch the floor offensively. And if you're married to Draymond Green, it's really difficult to play stretches with Draymond Green alongside Kevon Looney against certain matchups. So as much as like my heart is like, damn, dude, Kevon was a great Warrior. I love him. I wish him nothing but the best. The reality and the coach in me, the X's and O's guy, says like, it's probably about time, given where their roster is and what they need and how difficult it is to solve those things. Like, I wish him well. It sucks that he's got to go. That's pro sports. They might be able to like be better off without him, given where their roster is. And I hope that doesn't come off as me backhanding him on the way out the door, because I truly do love Kevon Looney.
I think it was a turning of the page in this respect. With any, like, you're a big TV show guy, right? With any TV show that lasts like multiple seasons, The Sopranos, right? Lost, Game of Thrones.
What is it? Walking Dead.
Walking Dead, sure. Characters come and go, man. And there's only like a couple main characters that end up staying throughout the entirety of the entire show, if you will. If we're gonna use this analogy, this metaphor, Stephen Curry's the main guy. He's Game of Thrones. All their main guys end up dying.
Well, no,
he's Jon Snow, right?
I was gonna say he's Tony Soprano.
He's Tony Soprano, right? He's Jon Snow. He's Jack, right, from Lost. If you're gonna do that, Walking Dead, whoever their main guy is. Carl, whatever, I don't even know his name.
Well,
I don't even know.
If you're going to go Sopranos, then I would say that if he's Tony Soprano, as in Steph is, then I think Bobby is Kevon Looney.
That's Everybody
a good one. Loves Bobby.
Everyone loves Bobby, right?
But he's not going to like take anybody out.
But he turned into a trusted agent towards the end, which Kevon was towards that last final run, if we're doing this analogy, right? So he's a made guy. He's a made man. And we're always going to have love for Kevon Looney. And honestly, I gained a lot of respect for Kevon after the whole punch situation because he was pretty vocal about Draymond having to earn the trust back within the team. He was one of those guys. He was one of those quiet leaders that you needed, but he wasn't quiet in that moment. So in that respect, a lot of respect for Kevon Looney. And I'm going to miss the smile, man. The gap and the teeth, all of it. I'm going to miss that guy. He was at, just recently, he was at one of the Valkyries games. He's been in a couple of them, I think. And you're going to see, he's always going to be a Warriors legend. 10 years with the team. That's tough to do. In today's day and age, I don't sleep on that. We're going to be getting
when you're
into,
not a superstar.
When you're not the superstar, we're going to be getting into like an era now, Joe, where 10 years, that might be like retiring jersey stuff for these guys. And again, that's a conversation for another time. We were kind of like tongue-in-cheeking like the jersey, the statue stuff last week. We can get into that another time, but it's going to be few and far between the players that last at the organization's 10 plus years because of the mercenary effect, the LeBrons, the Kevin Durant's, Steph being that kind of last guy to do it, if you will. It just doesn't happen anymore.
I equate Kevon Looney, and maybe this is an analogy some agree with and some don't, but I equate him to kind of like that bullpen that the Giants had way back in the day, and specifically Javi Lopez, Jeremy Affeldt. Very beloved. You don't win any championships without them. Always ready to come into any situation, no matter what the circumstances are, and just going to give you everything that they have. And not someone that you would want to trot out there for 9 full innings of a game, but that doesn't mean that they can't be tremendously valuable in high leverage situations and utilize them when it's really like winning time, in crunch time. And I look at Kevon Looney and what he represented in positional versatility to be able to switch out on the perimeter, specifically where it started in that Houston Rockets series, and doing just such an unbelievable job against Clint Capella. And then his crazy, crazy toughness to come back from that shoulder injury during the Raptor series. He's just a great guy. Look, if the CBA wasn't as restricted as it is, you could stash a guy like Kevon Looney the way that the Heat did with Udonis Haslem for so many years. I don't think you can do that in the modern era. And I think they made it really, really difficult for guys to be a 10-year, 12-year guy as a role player on a team. I think this is more a byproduct, Joe, of the CBA kind of screwing all these teams as you look at all these moves. I mean, some of these guys are going to have 8, 9, good players, 8, 9 different jerseys on in their career. I don't know if Adam Silver wants this much movement.
God, you know who's getting good right now? He's making some good moves. Houston Rockets. They already got Kevin Durant. They got Dorian Finney-Smith. So basically you got rid of your replacement for Jalen Green with an all-time scorer and one of the greatest scorers in the history of the sport with Kevin Durant. And then you move off of Dylan Brooks for Dorian Finney-Smith, who might be better as a three-point shooter. And I know he had a career year last year, Dylan Brooks. And defensively, he's just as big, and I think he's even a little longer than him.
Dylan's a pretty good defender.
He is, but Dorian Finney-Smith, for what they were able to do, 4-year, $53 million.
No doubt.
Like, that's a pretty good. The bang for the buck's very good.
But I would say to you, Joe, I actually thought Dylan Brooks really impressed me in that series.
I did too.
I thought he was really good. But we could talk about how dumb some of the things he says and does are, but I thought his series was overall a very mature series in the Rockets-Warriors.
And obviously they already brought back Fred VanVleet on a cheaper contract, right? And then they brought back an old friend, a guy that Kevon Looney has gone against many a time back in the day. Clint Capella is coming back
I can't
to
believe he's still
H-Town.
in the game.
I didn't know that either.
I still can't believe it.
Was he most recently the Hawks, right? Is that who it was? Yeah, the Hawks, by the way, making some moves.
For a minute.
I know. Well, the Atlanta Hawks, all of a sudden, they got Nickeil Alexander-Walker. They're making moves left and right. Yeah.
Steiny happy?
No, he's out. Schlenk, I think, has been gone there, so he's out. Your boy Luke Kennard's going over there. I know you love some Luke Kennard.
So Steiny's just a mercenary now. He just roots for whoever Travis Schlenk is on.
Yes, and his boy, who's my guy?
So he's just like the guy
Chris
he
Finch,
can't stand.
too. Chris Finch.
He's like KD.
He does have a really nice Minnesota Timberwolves sweater. I love me some Steiny. By the way, speaking of hosts, we're going to have a host joining us today at 8 o'clock, Joe. Do you know who that is?
It's definitely not Steiny because I don't see
brother. That was my impression of the guy. Hey, brother.
Macho Man? I don't know.
Yeah, he's the Macho Man of the station.
Oh, yeah?
Mark Willard, 8 o'clock.
Oh.
Woo, on the River Islands guest line. We got Willard joining us.
It's our turn to get the good guests.
Former host of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. And also current host of Willard and Dibs, that starts around 145, 150, whenever crosstalk starts, crossover.
Dibs couldn't join us. He's getting that hip replacement again.
Another one?
I
think Steiny got one too.
Did he?
Well, a while back.
Needs an attitude replacement.
The amount of hip replacements we have in this building is insane. I think we got a couple from KCBS.
It's funny because we don't.
I was in need of a hip
here either. You know.
Well, are you the main athlete of the station?
No, I'm just saying there aren't any athletes on this station. I'm not including myself.
Can we get some athletes on the Warriors? Can we sign some today if I'm a Warriors fan?
I do have a comment on Kevon Looney that just in terms of organizational shift and what it represents, I do believe this is a positive step of evolution, as sad as I am to see him go. And I'll explain on the other side.
We're going to do that on the other side. Your Kevon Looney memories, we would love to hear them. If you had any personal interactions with the guy, too, by all accounts, he's one of the nicer guys on the team. So I'd like to see and hear from anyone that had some interactions with Loon Dog, 888-957-9570. Plus, we'll get back into just the fan mayhem that is sports. Wait until you hear what a fan tried to do with Patrick Mahomes was this at Lake Tahoe when he was just trying to play some golf? Fan behavior is out of control right now. Just like the morning roast, and this segment's going to be brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
with the ball. Looking for Santos. Catches left side, guarded by Van Vliet. Curry off the screen. Nasty screen by Looney. Three ball good by Curry on the left sideline.
Looney got all of Jalen Green on that screen.
That was a Looney Tunes screen there with a guy go whack. Kind of slides down, you know.
Dub Nation, it's Kevon Looney. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Dog, I just shed a tear. That one hurt right there. He said my name and he's gone. Like that, he's gone. Oh. Say it ain't so, Kevon. 2-year deal with the New Orleans Pelicans. He's going to be eating good down in Orleans, that is for sure. But after 10 years in Golden State, obviously the team that drafted him out of UCLA, 3 championships later, we are saying goodbye to Loon Dog. Kevon Windex Looney. Who's our guy? Schleprock that coined that term here on the Morning Roast? Kevon Windex Looney. We are saying goodbye to today on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570. He's 29 years old. 30th pick out of UCLA in 2015, Joe. And if I were to tell you, a decade ago that you're going to draft this kid out of UCLA, he's not going to really do much his rookie season, but you end up getting 3 championships and he's a contributor on 2 of them. Yeah, you take that 10 times out of 10.
He's a great role player.
Yes.
I mean, he is the definition of whatever you need me to help do tonight to win a game, I will do it. And if that means me not playing, I'll do that. He was a selfless professional. One thing I would say about it, though, Steve Kerr and his insistence on using his guys has been something that's been kind of frustrating, and I get why. These guys are, loyal to guys like Kevon Looney. Like I would be too. You've been in the trenches with them.
When you say his guys, you mean the grizzled vets, right? The guys that have gotten there, been there, and
trusted
done that.
agents.
Okay,
right. And I think it's been really difficult for him to use the young guys or even some of the veterans who come here from elsewhere who aren't the made men. And Kevon Looney was a made man, and rightfully he earned it. But I do believe there were times where you look down at the end of the bench. I just know as a coach, you look down at the end of the bench and you're like, yeah, I trust him and I don't really know about him.
Right.
So I'm always going to go to the trusted guy, right? I get that. But part of the growth for this organization is going to come from doing some uneasy things and trying and experimenting new stuff. And I actually think this could be a huge, huge opportunity for Steve Kerr to evolve.
By the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. We would love your participation today. The number is 888-957-9570. Kevon Looney is gone. Gary Payton II, according to Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, not likely to return to the Golden State Warriors. So this could be a changing of the guard, if you will. But we know the main guys that are going to be sticking around. You got Steph, you got Draymond, you got Jimmy. Will you have Kaminga? I don't know. What's Kaminga's market going to be? Could he come back? Could he not come back? That's going to be the big question mark of the summer. But I do know this, Joe. Looking around NBA free agency, a lot of teams in the West are making moves. Jaren Jackson Jr. getting a fat payday. 5-year, $240 million.
That makes me uneasy.
That's a lot.
It's too much for him. But fine.
They re-signed their forward, your boy Santi Aldama, $52.5 million contract for 3 years. The Denver Nuggets getting Cam Johnson for Michael Porter? Are you kidding me?
Can I stop?
I like that for Denver.
Okay.
Michael Porter's he's hurt all the time.
No, he is.
Guy was wearing a cast on his shoulder, that weird thing during the playoffs.
All you can get is Cam Johnson?
What do you mean all you can get?
I don't think Cam Johnson's that great.
Would
I think
you want
he's
Michael
solid.
Porter on your, I don't know.
No, I don't love Michael Porter, but
I think he stinks.
Given what that contract
That's
is.
extreme.
What?
Sorry, I was replying to the
No, but given
Steiny
what that contract,
comment.
I just think we've overrated Cam Johnson. I'm not saying he's not solid; he is solid, but I think a lot of people they see someone put up big numbers on a bad team, and we think it's transferable to winning. And I like him. I think he's solid. I think he'll fit Jokic because he's a stretch shooter, and I think he's going to be really good offensively. He's solid defensively, but I don't know. We will see. I don't think it's. I don't know, man. I don't love Michael Porter Jr., and I just think we've overrated Cam Johnson. I don't think it's some huge boon. I don't think it's changing the fortunes one way or the other for Denver big picture. It really still comes down to is Jamal Murray going to be actually healthy and good?
Well, I'll say this, because if Cam Johnson is anywhere, if he has a pulse in the playoffs, he'll be better at points than Michael Porter Jr. was last year. There's times where this guy just fades away. He just couldn't do anything. I'm just saying, I get it. He's the big body. He's incredible. He's a physical specimen. but he's also hurt a lot. So if Cam Johnson could just play in all the games, and I want to say Cam Johnson was relatively healthy last year for Brooklyn, you look at and compare their seasons last year, it's damn near identical, other than a couple more rebounds, which, again, Michael Porter's a bigger guy.
Timeout. Michael Porter Jr. is like the third or fourth option on that team, and Cam was like the first or second option or third, depending on the night. So
I'd say he was
an adjustment of roles.
The fourth, Cam Johnson could be a fourth option on the Denver Nuggets. Because it's going to be Jokic, it's going to be Murray, it's going to be Aaron Gordon and Cam Johnson. Right? Am I overthinking this? And they brought back Bruce Brown, which I think was a big veteran piece for them.
And you can get any shot you want. It's different than playing within the fabric of a team.
Okay, so
that's all I'm saying.
You might think it's a lateral move. I think they improved.
No, I just don't think it's some giant swindle move that's going to propel them above, a variety of teams, and all of a sudden now they're the number 2 spot in the entire conference.
Well, how about this? That was a player that a lot of Warriors fans wanted. A lot of people wanted Cam Johnson.
I would say to you, I think a lot of Warrior fans have overrated the player, and he's solid. I'm not saying he's not solid. He's solid. But to me, like when I view Denver, it's everything runs through Jokic. Can you play off of Jokic? Okay, I think he can, right? And then secondarily, how healthy is Jamal Murray? Because if Jamal Murray's not healthy, that team is in big trouble. That's why the owner alluded to dumping Jokic if Jamal Murray's injury history continues what it is. And obviously Aaron Gordon is extremely important to what they do on both ends of the floor.
Of course.
I like them bringing in Bruce Brown for the veteran minimum. I think that's as important as whatever move we're talking about there. I just think Cam Johnson has been dramatically overrated.
Oh, fair enough. And we'll find out this year in the West, because the West is no joke. It's not the Brooklyn Nets. It's not the Eastern Conference. What the hell's going to be going on in the East, by the way? Like that whole conference is wide open. Is someone going to make a big... I'm saying that, Joe. Is someone going to make a huge splash for a huge mega superstar in the East? They're looking at it being wide open right now. It's who? It's the Knicks, because the Celtics, I think, are cooked. Even though I love Jaylen Brown, I don't know if he could take that roster to an NBA Finals. I just don't buy it. Obviously,
he's the guy I'd be trying to trade for.
Absolutely.
I would be all in on.
I don't know if teams can right now with this whole second apron, the first apron. I don't know. Like
they went from a $500 million luxury tax hit, the Boston Celtics.
Yeah.
I was watching Bobby Marks, the GM guy. The 500.
I love Bobby Marks.
$500 million tax hit.
I know.
Now they're down to like $55 million.
Yeah.
Okay, and they're not done.
No.
So they were going to have to do this regardless, but because of the Tatum injury, I think it's pretty clear to me they're going to get rid of one of the two guys. They're either going to get rid of Jaylen Brown or they're going to get rid of Derek White. I don't think they're keeping all three of them, including Tatum, into this mix. But back to the Warriors for just a second, Joe, because
please.
We could talk about the Cam Johnsons of the world and that and all these other teams. Like, are the Warriors better today? And, like, obviously allowing Kevon Looney, there's a loss there. There's a loss of leadership. There's a loss of stability. There's a loss of just a guy that you trust. I actually think it's a good thing to get out of their comfort zone. I do. I think TJD showed you at the end of the year, although he's going to be up and down, he brings a little more to the table in terms of some bounce. He brings a little more shot blocking. And if you're asking from a team building perspective, right, just looking at contracts, who's more valuable to you moving forward? A guy making a couple $1 million in TJD or a guy who's making $8 million when you have the $2 million guy on your roster in TJD? Probably TJD.
Well, if we're going by dollars and cents, of course.
But that's what this is.
Yes.
Like all these moves you're done. Like, why did they get rid of Michael Porter Jr.?
Why? Dollars and cents, but also because he was hurt a lot.
Health,
yes.
But money. He signed a crazy deal.
It's both. It's both. They couldn't trust the guy when push came to shove in big moments that his body was going to handle the 82-game season. And then the grind of the West.
Yes. All the moves you're seeing throughout the league is money motivated, right? And in some way or another, either getting somebody that they think is worth more money or getting rid of something because they want to lower their tax bill. Like right now, I think it's a smart move for the team to... I love Kevon Looney, but I think it's a good move to move off him, and I think it puts Steve Kerr in a position to where he's actually going to have to adjust and play some of the younger guys and get out of his comfort zone, which is, I think, a good thing. I really do. I think when you look down the bench, and if Quentin Post makes a mistake, what's the instant reaction when he makes a mistake? Get the young guy out. Let's go to the old guy. Let's go to the guy I trust, which I get it. But when you don't have that option down on the end of the bench, I think you're forced to play someone like, I'm just hypothetically, TJD or Quentin Post through a few of these mistakes.
And in fairness to Steve Kerr, I will say that the mistakes kept coming and they don't stop coming when it came to the young guys.
That's going to happen.
But but I'm saying like they were in a position where they felt like, damn, in the West, if Steph stayed healthy, Hell, maybe they do get to the Western Conference Finals, but those guys, they shrunk. But in fairness to them, the TJDs, the Quentin Post, the Brandon Pajemskis, hell, Moody, like extended and first time legit playoff minutes, that's to be expected somewhat. Now, heading into next season, when you do, and hopefully you do make the playoffs, like I am expecting more for some of these young guys to step up, and I would hope that Steve Kerr's leaning on some of these younger guys going forward. But that being said, when I hear names like Al Horford, that's what the Warriors are like all in on, according to some reports. Al Horford, who's going to be 40 years old.
Well, is he coming in on a vet min?
Like, that's what I'm saying. And he was, how many minutes was he averaging last year? About 27, 28 minutes for the Boston Celtics.
That's too much.
But what is his role going to be here? He's old, is what I'm saying.
But Joe, the whole team's old.
Okay, so we're just going to double down. I'm just making sure. We're going to double down on the age.
No. This is why you had to say goodbye to Kevon Looney so that you could play some of the younger guys. What did we find out in the Minnesota series? TJD's not bad. He's athletic. He brings a little to the table. Now, I'm not saying he's the answer or the end-all, be-all, but he brings a little something. I love Kevon. But if you play Kevon and Draymond Green, you are not stopping any of the modern-day bigs, and you're not threatening them on offense.
Well, no,
so
offensively, it was just, it's atrocious.
That's, why does Al Horford, let's go on the other side. Let's
talk about it on the other side, because you said something right there. It's like, did the Warriors get worse yesterday? Well, I'll tell you something. I think the West just got better, and by definition, yeah, I do think the Warriors might have gotten a little worse because of that. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
at 5. Clay for the lead. Long. Looney tip. No. Looney, yes! Looney, yes! The Warriors win it! And your joy is full.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
God. Bobby Fitz on the call. NBC Sports Bay Area, January 2nd, 2023, Joe. Double overtime, 143-140 win over the Atlanta Hawks. Kevon Looney with the putback. His time expired. As Kevon Looney has signed a 2-year deal with the New Orleans Pelicans, he gone. All he knew was being a Golden State Warrior. Now he's going to be a Pelican, down with his old buddy and teammate Jordan Poole, who also got traded just a few weeks ago as well. So Poole, Looney, we'll see what happens with Gary Payton II. Zion's obviously there. So we're remembering Kevon Looney, but we're also talking about, the Western Conference making a lot of moves yesterday. I think the Nuggets got better. You say it was a lateral move for them. Michael Porter, obviously, the names withstanding. I think they got better. They brought back Bruce Brown. The Rockets making moves, obviously, in the West with Kevin Durant. Now Dorian Finney-Smith. They brought back Clint Capella. They're making moves. They brought back Fred VanVleet, who was on fire for a few games in that first-round series against the Warriors. You know the Rockets are going to be tough. So you move off of Looney. You haven't added anyone. Did the Warriors take a step back yesterday? 888-957-9570. When you compare them to what the rest of the Western Conference is doing, Joseph?
Well, how much winning did Looney affect in the final month and playoffs of the season?
I wouldn't say much.
Yeah, I would agree, right? And so, it does come down to the main guys, right? Steph and Jimmy, and, Jimmy before the injury when he fell on his butt, and Jimmy after the injury felt like two different guys. Clearly, with no Steph, you're done. I mean, that's why I talk about Jamal Murray. I mean, he's not even on Steph's level, but it's about the dudes, and the maximum dudes making big money are the ones that need to show up. Now, you need those guys to help out. Right now, I like Kevon a lot, and vibes are sky high when he's on the team. But I ask you, who was he guarding? Who was he guarding in that Houston Rockets series?
Not Şengün, but not well. Not ish.
At all. Yeah. Who was he guarding in the Minnesota series?
I mean, it was either Nasri, Julius Randle, it was such a big mismatch.
Right. And we watched him earlier in the Nuggets game where Aaron Gordon went absolutely crazy. He didn't really guard anybody in that game.
Gobert, I was going to say Gobert, but even Gobert, it was just not even.
No. I'm not trying to pick him apart. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just saying what is their problem right now when it comes to the bigs? It's defending. And
athleticism.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the word I would use. It's just not his forte, athleticism. I don't look at, and again, they're all athletes, so I understand the broad definition of it. But when we're talking about athleticism, when it comes to basketball, lateral quickness, size, explosiveness, and listen, the guy I know he's 29. The guy's been through so much playoff minutes.
No doubt.
And pressure.
His body is significantly older than whatever it's listed
so
at.
much, this guy's had a hell of a career. If Kevon Looney had decided to call it a career, I think everyone would be like, yeah, you know what? It's a hell of a career for Kevon Looney. But he's not done yet, and he's going to make $60 more million, and God love the guy. Get paid. Go do you, Kevon. I'm happy for the guy that he got this part of his career, because this might be his last big contract opportunity, and the Warriors clearly weren't going to do that. No. So 888-957-9570. Did the Warriors take a step back yesterday?
You referenced the Clippers, right? Beforehand when we were rattling off all these teams.
Yeah, James Harden's coming back.
They're not necessarily a team that comes to the forefront of your mind in terms of wow, look out for the threats. But remember what that game was. Remember that final play-in game. Basically, to get into the playoffs and be one of the top 6 teams, who destroyed them?
James Harden.
And?
Kawhi Leonard.
And
Zubac.
Yeah, I think he had 17 or 18 rebounds in that game.
And Zubac just is a Draymond and Warrior killer. He just is.
Now, Quentin Post was pretty much unplayable in that game. They tried him out for a couple of minutes, and it didn't work.
We heard that a few times during the playoffs, too.
But look, Joe, you're going to have some moments where the young guys cost you. But I would also argue that the veterans cost you, too, at times last year. And we act like veterans don't make mistakes. They do. A lot of veterans do. And you have to take some of the good with some of the bad. And then what you're hoping with any of these young guys, whether we're talking about JK, whether we're talking about Quentin Post, TJD, whomever you have, Pajemski, growth, right? You might show some weaknesses early on, but are you a better player come year's end? Like, I truly believe Brandon Pajemski has been the benefactor of playing so much the last couple of years through a lot of his mistakes. And I think you're hoping that that he buds into something more than he was last year because of all the trials and tribulations, the baptism by fire. Like, you're going to have to stay committed because of the salary cap to play some of these young guys. And I actually think it's going to be a good thing to get out of their comfort zone. I do. I think these other young players can bring. Quinn Post brings a skill set to the table they have lacked forever. Shooting beyond the arc for a big man. A legitimate 7-footer. Now, does he have things to work on? Of course. Of course. But I want to see him develop.
All right, so some of the other action around the West, as we're talking about, you mentioned the Clippers. Batum back. They brought in Brook Lopez, a guy that maybe some Warriors fans were talking about, just a size guy. He's a little more long in the tooth. He's kind of a stiff out there, quite frankly.
I didn't want him. Did you want him on the Warriors?
No, and quite frankly, like, the guy that I would want right now, if we're just talking about bigs, that I know he's not universally loved and he's had some issues, but DeAndre Ayton.
I would take Ayton. I would take Ayton.
The age coupled in with a prove-it deal. He's size, exactly.
And he's nasty.
Yes.
And he knows what he is. Like,
yes.
He's a catch and dunk guy. I think he'd be perfect in the lobber spot. You can't. I love Kevon, but he's not even like a 6'11" guy.
No, he's not. He's like 6'9", I think.
Yeah.
He's listed as. He's got the wingspan, but he's not, again, he's
Ayton's wingspan is through the roof. I would take him in a heartbeat.
The West is just redwood trees everywhere.
Yeah.
It's just, they're huge.
Here's the key on DeAndre Ayton. He's making league minimum because he got bought out. Right?
Well,
so
he's
the
also,
price is right.
But he's also trying to recoup some of that money because they didn't buy out his entirety of the contract. So he's trying to get a little bit.
Okay.
So, but again, we're talking about maybe like an extra $5-6 million.
I'll take it.
We'll see, right? We got Steve in the Bay Area wants to join in the conversation. By the way, we got Mark Willard of Willard and Dibs joining us at 8 o'clock, courtesy of River Islands. 888-957-9570 as we're reacting to some of the moves made around the association yesterday as free agency has officially begun in the NBA. Kevon Looney, well, he's going to New Orleans. What's going to be made with Gary Payton? What's going to be made with Jonathan Kaminga? Mark Spears had some interesting thoughts yesterday on ESPN. We'll react to that. But first, Steve is in the Bay Area, wants to join in the conversation.
Hi, Steve.
Steve, good morning.
How's everybody doing?
Great.
I like Looney. He was okay, a utility guy, but as much money as the Warriors have, they do not develop their players, including the exclusive person that they're trying to trade, Kaminga. He needs a whole lot of seasoning. I think he could be a McGrady-type player if he goes to McGrady and asks him to train me, to be like him. Not a prototype, but somewhat of a player like him.
Sure. Thanks, Steve, in the Bay Area. I mean, I the comps for JK. What have I gotten so far? I've gotten Ron Artest, I've gotten Kawhi Leonard, and I've gotten now Tracy McGrady. Great. All right. What am I supposed to do with that? You could be Tracy McGrady somewhere else. He's not going to be on the Warriors. And again, this is where we're at with Jonathan Kaminga, and I get it. It drives us all insane, at least the hosts here sometimes, when we talk about JK and the conversation surrounding him. No one knows what he is. And I guess that's the problem. No one knows what Jonathan Kaminga is.
So let me ask
Jonathan Kaminga thinks he knows who he is. He thinks he's an all-star level player if he's given an opportunity.
He would look like on a let's just say, in your head, do you wonder what he would look like on a crummy team?
No, I don't, honestly.
No?
I think he'd look more like what Jordan Poole has looked like on a crummy team. When you play for a crummy team, you're going to be crummy.
No, I
that's
agree
just
on
how
that.
it is.
Well, I think he would throw up similar points to like a Cam Johnson on a crummy team,
sure.
Right? But does that affect winning?
No.
Right? So those are two different conversations, right? We look at game logs, we look at, people's basketball reference page. Like, no one is going to point to Kevon Looney's, basketball reference page to understand and quantify how much he helped winning. Would you agree with me?
Although I will say in defense of Loon, he had big playoff moments at times. He did have like a 20-point or a 20-rebound performance against the Kings and against Sabonis just a couple of years ago in the first round.
No, the game against Memphis sticks out. Game 6 against Memphis really sticks out.
Yeah, I was to go more recent. That was probably his last big one.
No, but I'm saying you're not going to box score watch a Kevon Looney.
No, you're not.
It's similar to Draymond.
It's literally you're only looking at the offensive rebounds because that's the box score watching for
exactly,
Kevon.
right? Exactly.
If you're a betting man.
But there are a lot of guys in the league, and I think JK kind of falls into this bucket where like the only way to quantify them is through the counting stats. And I'm like, I struggle with that. I want to see what you look like in a winning environment. I want to see what you look like when you're not, asked to be the number 1 or number 2 option on offense. Like, what can you play within the fabric of the team, right? Like that. Aaron Gordon is a great example. He was in Orlando, okay, and I think he wanted to be the number 1 option. Would you agree?
Yes.
And
he was drafted, I think, to be that guy. They wanted him to be
4th overall.
Yeah, they wanted him to be that, and he was a baller at Arizona. We all saw him.
But what's the best version of him?
Him is like a 3 or 4 guy,
which he's fully embraced with Denver, and he's awesome at it, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. And they really missed once he got hurt. We all agreed it was over. Once Aaron Gordon was dominating that series against the Thunder, once his hamstring got torn, it was done. The fact that he even tried to play through it is incredible. But yeah, it was over.
No doubt. And so I think it's really difficult. It took him a long time in a different location. And then when he got there, I think there was some growing pains for Aaron Gordon when he initially got to Denver. He didn't all of a sudden just embrace the role.
No.
I think it's so much easier said than done for all these young players to acclimate to a veteran-laden team and the winning environment. I just think it's really difficult. And I throw Kaminga in that same bucket. Would he be Tracy McGrady somewhere else? Tracy McGrady was awesome. He was awesome. Now, he didn't win any playoff series, but he was an awesome player. I don't think Kaminga can be Tracy McGrady. Maybe one day. I'm not going to say someone can and can't be something. I don't know what he is, Joe. And that comes back to the Warriors and their roster and the development and why some guys get to play through mistakes and other guys don't. And I do believe a large part of this conversation of Kaminga is that if we could go back in time and they don't play Anthony Lamb and they play JK, they'd be better off for it, but they didn't. And we're here.
I like Jonathan Kaminga, the skill sets that he can provide. I think that can be helpful and useful for any NBA team. With this current roster, I don't know how it fits, how it blends with the current coaching staff. Maybe there just needs to be a change of scenery, but the notion that he's going to turn into how many? 1, 2, a 7-time All-NBA player?
No.
Come on, man.
I mean, well, the guy
we got to be realistic here.
That's not real. Well, but you know what?
That was what Tracy McGrady is what I'm saying. And he was also a 7-time.
Well, that's obviously he's
one of the great players of the last era.
Well, look, there are guys who you
also awesome shoes. I love the T-Max.
They were kind of hurt. I think they're
because I was like in 3rd grade. I thought they looked really cool with the stars. The Orlando Magic. Carter's agreeing.
They looked very heavy.
Well, they did, but it was like the big shoes were in back. You got to remember, Joe. As I go, Joe Shasky, you got to understand, Joe. The big shoes back then were really fun. The DCs, the Etnies. If you're a skater guy, the T-Max. I like the answers too. The answer 4s.
The answers were fine. The T-Max were so hurt. Now I'm sidetracked.
Sorry, I threw you off of the T-Max.
No, are there guys like Pascal Siakam who develop and over a 3 or 4 year period take these quantum leaps forward? There's going to be Jermaine O'Neal types. There are throughout the league. But to say that that's what JK could be, that might be a few exit ramps, too far for me in terms of the destination. Let's just ask ourselves, JK comes back on this team. What's his role?
I just needed the sounds for the effect there. I know.
No, what do you think?
I don't know. That was my answer.
What would you want him to do?
I would like him to start
at what position?
At a position.
No. At what position?
The 3. Yeah, why not?
Okay, so Jimmy's your 2?
Yes.
Okay,
we'll see. And again,
so now you have a combination of. No, I'm just playing this out. This is why I'm asking. Like I'm trying to think.
I think that's what he thinks he could be on a team. And honestly, starting off here, and again, it's positionless basketball as far as I'm concerned going forward here in the NBA because everyone switches constantly and roles constantly change, and especially in this offense. I think they need to evolve in this offense somehow. And
they're not evolving with Draymond Green as the trigger man on offense.
I know. But they need to do something to evolve those. What I'm saying.
But one of these two things is not budgeting.
They're too Steph reliant, is what I'm saying. So can you ease some of that burden off and make it more? I don't know. Jimmy and JK centric at times? Can I feed that duo who Jimmy even said, and we all watched it, I could thrive with JK. I could thrive doing that. Can I feed into that somewhat?
But if
can't I? Does that sound insane?
Yes, because I'll tell you why. When you have Steph, that's one shooter. If you have Jimmy's not a shooter, right? We all agree.
A mid-range shooter, but not a three-point shooter.
No, he doesn't stretch the floor. JK doesn't stretch the floor.
Draymond. He thinks he can. Oh.
Yes, this got a bit of a shams bomb for us, guys. NBA MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has agreed to a 4-year, $285 million Supermax contract extension with the Oklahoma City Thunder through the 2030-31 season. Sources tell ESPN this is now the richest annual salary for a player in league history. Again, this according to Shams.
$70 million a year?
I think we'd all agree that's a lot of money.
$70 million a year.
Worth every penny.
Again, 4 years, $285 million super max extension. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Oklahoma City
Is this
Thunder.
the greatest season a player has ever had in the history of sports?
I mean, Steph's was pretty.
Did Steph get $70 million a year rewarded at the end of
if he had that
MVP?
season, if he had the season back then that he had this year, probably, but Shai had it now, Steph had it then.
Exactly.
But also, Shai doesn't have the shoe deal off the field, off the court, the way Steph did. Like, the Under Armour thing really did take off for Steph financially.
That's true. What is Shai shoe deal?
I don't know.
Skechers or something.
No, Converse, actually. This was unveiled in February and scheduled for a fall 2025 release. You want some Shai Converse?
No, I'm cool.
You want the T-Max instead?
When you say Converse, there's only one. There's only one.
What is it?
Chuck Taylor's.
There you go. I was just letting you answer because there's only one as you're going Highlander on me. So Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets the regular season MVP, gets the finals MVP, wins the championship, first ever in the history of the Oklahoma City Thunder, and then gets $70 million a year for the next 4 years.
All right.
That must be awesome.
Back to Jonathan Kaminga.
As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the Free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Joe.
So you want Steph as the 1.
Yep.
You want Jimmy as the 2.
Yep.
You want Kaminga as the 3. This is a hypothetical here.
Hypothetical.
Draymond would be your 4. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Dre's your 4. Who's your 5?
Who are we going to go get? We
So
going to
you're
get
not going to
someone?
play one of the young guys? I'm
We
asking.
We can. Do you want to put Post in there? You want to just go stretch the floor even more?
Let's play the hypothetical that they go get DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah.
Okay? Let's just play that one. So now you have Jimmy, a non-shooter, Kaminga, a non-shooter, Draymond, a non-shooter.
I think Kaminga thinks he can be a shooter, though, is what I'm telling you.
Okay. He might think that.
Yep.
Teams might not defend him that way.
They won't.
And so what I'm saying to you is, like, spacing issue-wise, like, you could see how that presents problems.
It does.
Right? And then there's not even, to bring that up, like, they like ball handling and passing, so Pajemski continues to get put into that 2-guard spot, which is why Jimmy slides to the 3.
So are we just going to be in agreement then that the Draymond, JK, Jimmy, Steph on the court is just not, it's just a non-starter? Like,
I don't think it's a non-starter. I just think whoever plays that 5th spot has to be either an elite ball handler and shooter or a stretch 5.
it's hard to find those.
No, this is why they've had roster complications for the last couple of years. Now, look, Anthony Melton, the theory of Anthony Melton was great because he could defend, he could ball handle, he could knock down threes, right? So him at the 2, and then Jimmy slides to the 3. You know, that's a lot more workable. But even in that scenario, Kaminga's probably coming off the bench. This is why no one wants to hear it. I'm telling you, to me, the solution, if you want to start Jonathan Kaminga and play him alongside Jimmy, the solution is quite simple to me. It's Draymond Green who comes off the bench. And so I would go Steph, Pods, because I know the coach loves Pods, Jimmy at the 3, Kaminga at the 4, and then I can roll with either DeAndre Ayton or Quentin Post or maybe even Al Horford at the 5. And Draymond would come off the bench and be my Iguodala-like role. Mm-hmm. And then he closes games at the small ball 5.
And then at that point, though, we're talking about,
but
can JK make that leap, obviously, offensively and play within the offense? And then defensively, what's he going to be? I know he was up to the task at times in that Minnesota series. You know what you're getting defensively right now with Brandon Pajemski. Not a whole hell of a lot. He'll get the charges, but that's about it. Look, he'll be opportunistic at times. Steph Curry, we know what we're going to get defensively. He'll be opportunistic at times, but he's not going to give you a whole hell of a lot. Jimmy Butler, he's getting older. He's still a dog defensively, but again, how long is that wear and tear going to last? And then, as you mentioned, Quentin Post, Al Horford, all of a sudden defensively, it's going to be a tough spot. So they're in a tricky spot right now. They're in a very tricky spot. What are the answers this offseason to help this Warriors team? 888-957-9570. I want to get to Tim and Raleigh.
Yeah, I know I want to go to Tim. Look, I would like to keep Kaminga because I believe that Kaminga gives them one of the few defensive perimeter guys that can actually guard multiple. Because if you're going to play Steph, like Steph is always going to be at a disadvantage, and whoever is on the perimeter guarding is extremely important.
Yes.
That's why I don't love Jimmy on this team right now alongside Steph. He isn't the greatest, like at this stage, he's not the greatest night in, night out perimeter defender, and nor do you want a 36-year-old doing that.
No.
Kaminga at 22 makes a lot of sense. But again, complicated on the offensive end with Draymond Green as your trigger man offensively. Like the shooting and the non-shooting is really a factor here. Like every lineup combination, we have to say, what are they bringing to the table? What are they not bringing to the table? Dre brings a lot of things to the table, but the parts that he doesn't bring to the table, everyone overlooks. And I think what the problem is for me is that when we play the lineup combinations, Dre actually restricts you in terms of lineup combinations more than JK. But that's a conversation people don't want to have because of how valuable Draymond Green is on the defensive end, which is there to close games. I'm talking about to start games.
And how valuable he is to the head coach, right? I mean, that's ultimately the relationship there matters a lot. We'll talk about in any walk of life, whether it's football, whether it's baseball, whether it's basketball, but specifically in basketball, that relationship that he has with Steve Kerr. And Steve Kerr has even said it, like Draymond makes him a better coach, too, at times. He's like another coach out there. Now, there's give and take with that. We've seen, obviously, when it comes to some of the antics, some of the, leadership, if you will, at times within the organization. But I would be very surprised next year to see Draymond at any point coming off the bench. Now, that might be a good thing if it means
I think it's
success.
about preservation.
I understand.
And having him is most optimal.
It's how you pitch it to him, right? Which matters because all these guys have egos.
It's not about pitching it. It's just he's just a buy-in. You're not selling Draymond on anything. He's got a buy-in. It's simple.
You might have to. Tim is in Raleigh, North Carolina, wants to join the conversation. Tim, good morning. Warriors not really doing a whole hell of a lot, Timmy.
Not much, man. Look, the Rockets are in another stratosphere with what they're pulling off. I don't think people are really looking at it. They are positioned to play the Thunder like, head up. If you look at some of the starting lineups they can throw out there, you're talking about Van Fleet, Thompson, Durant, Jabari Smith, Sengun. They can throw like 4 7-footers and then the point guard. it's nuts. And then they got all kind of talent coming off the bench. So I think what they're pulling off is next level. Also, the Nuggets, getting Bruce Brown back to go along with Cam Johnson. I think Cam Johnson and Porter Jr. are just a wash. But to get Bruce Brown back is kind of where they made strides.
I'm with you on Bruce Brown. I like him.
Yeah, and I think what y'all are saying about the JK, just real quick, I think JK's biggest mistake is he doesn't have an agent with any clout. Aaron Turner's biggest client is Terry Rozier. If JK had Rich Paul in his pocket and clutch, Mark Spears would have never even made those comments yesterday, talking about what has he proven to get $25 million. Jabari Smith just got $24 million, guys, and Jonathan Kaminga destroys Jabari Smith every time they play the Rockets. Jonathan Kaminga has played more winning, done more towards winning than Jabari Smith ever has, but he doesn't have an agent. Can you imagine if he was being represented by Clutch? Clutch has all of these guys in their pockets. All of them would be speaking positively about him. So I think that's one of his biggest mistakes is his representation just doesn't have much clout. But other than that, man, I don't see them doing much. If they go get Horford, one thing, Joe, if they do get Horford, the lineup Spadoni just said about Jimmy at the 2, JK at the 3, Dre at the 4 does work if Horford is the stretch 5 and Curry is a shooter. But, look, man, these guys are about to be old as dust.
It's a great point, Tim. Hey, Tim, I appreciate it. We're up against it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Did the Warriors take a step back yesterday? And where are they falling within the rest of the Western Conference, which is just getting better and better?
The offseason's not over.
It's not over. It's just a day into the training camp. But, hey, training camp.
The biggest domino is JK.
That is the domino as we go in Domino's Pizza here. By the way, what's coming out of the game is brought to you by Valvoline. Planning a road trip, Tahoe, Napa, or down the coast? Make your first stop Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, and be done in about 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons.
Basically, we were saying, you Draymond. That's what we were saying.
Man, we like
But it was fun, though. It was just, a fun moment for us.
a moment. Draymond been yelling this all year too. So
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's an inside joke, too.
Dub Nation, it's Kevon Looney. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Already miss you, Kevon. Already miss you. The laugh, the smile, all of it. The loon chants. They'll be loud when the New Orleans Pelicans visit the Chase Center next season. Kevon Looney signing a 2-year, $16 million contract with them. And we want, all the callers and the texters, all your thoughts on Kevon Looney. And if you had any interactions with him, memories, we would love to hear about it. 888-957-9570. It's Spadoni and Chasky. We're rolling, baby. We are a day into free agency in the NBA, and we've been reacting to everything. The West, as you all know, is very difficult to navigate in. The Warriors haven't made any significant moves as of yet. Could Jonathan Kaminga be a part of them? We shall see. We've got Mr. D. We've got Antoine. We'll get to them in just a second. We got Mark Willard coming up in the next 40 minutes at the top of the hour of Willard and Dibs. Get his thoughts on the Gigantes, their struggles, on any Kevon Looney memories he has about the team in general. I know he has thoughts on Jonathan Kaminga and his future here in Golden State. So we'll do that with Mark. Plus, in the 9 o'clock hour, we have This or That. It's just the best segment in the history of Sports Talk Radio. And that's coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. So can't wait for all of that. What do the Warriors do today, Joey? Can they do anything? Al Horford? DeAndre Ayton? Who do you want? What do you want?
Well, I mean, I want something younger than what they've got going, because it's just, if you bring in Horford, which I actually like Horford and I like his skill set, dude, it's just, you're so old. And, it's funny because I've been talking to so many different Warrior fans, like, well, if Steph didn't get hurt, well, okay. Like, no, that you're right, but like, older players get hurt. Okay, well, but if Jimmy didn't get hurt, well, older players get hurt. Well, if Dre didn't wear down, well, older players wear down. And so, like, you're going to bring in another old guy and then rely on him for, let's just say, 20 to 25 minutes a night, 65 games a year. What's he going to look like come mid-April when you get into the playoffs?
Well, that's a great point. And Jonathan Kaminga, tied into all this, is a young player. That's a young asset that you would hope you could lean on going forward. That's why I think a lot of Warriors fans, you included, were like, wow, we traded away Jordan Poole. And I get it, the player, the situation,
Jordan
all
was
that.
even way more healthy than Kaminga.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Kaminga's actually gotten kind of dinged up.
He has, and Jordan Poole, he hung his hat on kind of like Buddy Hield does, his availability.
Exactly.
And he's there all the time. Now, was he a great player in that final season? No, because there was a lot that was baked into it, the punch, all of it, the dark cloud over the organization. But you got rid of him for who? Chris Paul? That guy who's notoriously hurt all the time? I know, he's still in the league. He's going to be playing until he's 50, for God's sakes. But yeah, a guy like Ayton in that respect, who was only 26, yeah, that would be a lot nicer. Now, can they finagle the cap, the apron? I don't know. I guess the latest is that he's his Instagram. He posted an LA hat. He's in LA right now. Maybe the Lakers get him. I don't know. Another team in the West, right? That's trying to get better.
Who's in LA?
DeAndre Ayton. That was the latest from the Instagram posts, right? Everyone's doing the Instagram post. They're trying to, oh, this person's here. Oh, so-and-so was spotted wearing a Golden State Warriors or a San Francisco Giants hat.
Colin Kaepernick is wearing a Dolphins hat.
Right? Oh, remember that?
I do.
Oh, my God. That was actually just weird in general.
No, it was dumb.
It was like, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Mr. D is in San Francisco, wants to join in the conversation. Hey, Mr. D, before we get into the free agency talk and all the summer drama and all of that, how much are you going to miss Kevon Looney being a Golden State Warrior?
Listen, I love Kevon Looney. Kevon Looney he maximized his skills the whole time he was with the Warriors. And unfortunately, he becomes a scapegoat. But, I mean, I'm just like the lead-in. He's too old. And the longer they let him play, the older he begins to look. So, I just hope he thrives, but he was getting too slow.
Fair enough. What do you got on Kaminga in this offseason and Brandon Pajemski?
Yeah, so here's the thing, guys. I'm tired of the waffling. We say that Jonathan Kaminga is the problem, and Kaminga does things that Jonathan Kaminga can't do. But if I see Pajemski dribble around until there's 4 seconds left on the clock again, I'm going to lose my mind. We say that the ball sticks in Jonathan Kaminga's hands, but it sticks in Pajemski's hands too because he can't get a shot off. So if 4 seconds left, then he throws out a pass and they get a horrible shot. So I just think that's a little bit disingenuous. And we can't say things like, well, we know the coach likes Pajemski. Because then that throws a whole different shadow on it too. So is it that he likes Pajemski or is it Kaminga can't fit in? That's what I want to know. And that question never answered.
Thanks, Mr. D. It's such a nuanced kind of a question and take and conversation when you're talking about the relationships between the coach and the young players. And I don't know specifically what Steve Kerr's relationship is with these guys off the court or anything. By all accounts, it's fine. Now it's about the minutes and it's about the play and it's about the allocation of the minutes and all of that. And I understand that some people feel some type of way that Brandon Pajemski was given more rope, they feel like, than Jonathan Kaminga at times, and that's what we've been talking about ad nauseum for the last couple of years.
I would say more rope than Moody and Kaminga combined.
Sure, and I think him being a part of the NBA select team, right? I mean, him being called, a future All-Star by the owner. There was a lot of pressure, but let's also keep it a buck. Like,
it's so hard to be an All-Star.
It is, but the owner also loves Jonathan Kaminga a lot too. We all know that.
I don't think he would still be here if the owner didn't love him.
Really?
Yeah, I think Jonathan might have been moved off, a while ago.
How do you think Mike Dunleavy feels about?
I don't know.
Okay. See, that's another, again, we don't know.
I don't know.
We don't know. So that's a conversation we are having right now in regards to the future of a guy that we don't know how the organization might totally feel about him. Now, we've heard Steve Kerr talk about it on our airwaves, and we like to parse words and cut it up, and that's what we do in sports talk is do you hear what he said this? And we're actually talking about it before the show, Joe. Remember Steve Kerr clapping back? I think it was Drew Schiller at the time when he's like, no, I didn't say that. When it came to Kevin Durant's final season and then the season after, it's like, oh, I love the season. And then, he's like, don't parse my words and don't put words in my mouth sort of a thing.
Wait a minute. That guy's on into 30 minutes.
He is. Shout out Mark Willard. But again, I want to be careful here and Mr. D was kind of touching on this when it comes to a coach liking a player more than another player. And because of minute allocation, it says that. I just think that Brandon Pajemski, he was a great three-point shooter for a stretch. He's a better ball handler, I think, than Jonathan Kaminga. And he fit into the flow of the offense at times than JK did because JK was hurt during the transition period of moving off Wiggins, of the introduction to Jimmy Butler and all of it. I think it was just an unfortunate set of circumstances surrounding Jonathan Kaminga when the Jimmy Butler trade went down. And we've all come to a head now.
I don't think it's just Kerr doesn't like Jonathan Kaminga as a person, but I think it's pretty obvious. You could tell with playing time if there are two comparable players who the coach trusts more. And in this version, that's what we call right? They like the player a little more. And I'm putting those in air quotes. I think it's pretty obvious. Great example. GP2. Coach likes GP2. Does he not?
He does.
Right? I don't know if every coach likes GP2. I think if you go to other circumstances and other places, they don't view him a certain way. Kyle Shanahan really liked Tevin Coleman. It was pretty obvious. He really liked Tevin.
Jet McKinnon, your boy.
Well, Andy Reid liked him too. But you know what I mean? There are certain guys that coaches like that. Coaches play favoritism. That's a real thing. Nelly had guys he liked and he would play, and he had other guys he didn't like and he wouldn't play. And that's not exclusive to Nelly or to Steve Kerr. Every coach has this. And so I think that they see certain things that maybe we don't see or agree with. Now, Pajemski is a very interesting person to me. And he's not a point guard, but he's also not a shooting guard.
A tweener.
What?
A tweener in between those two positions.
To me, he's a backup point guard. That's the way I view him. But you also have Draymond as your de facto point guard, right? So he's kind of not that either. He doesn't hit down shots enough for me to be a stretch shooter. He doesn't really defend anyone on the perimeter well. But he is a willing rebounder.
Well, he did have a stretch where he was one of the best three-point shooters in the league. I do think he has that
3-week stretch.
No, but he has that ability to be a good three-point shooter. I do believe he has that in his game. Now, again, Joe, I think we are being a little bit, and I get it. it's hard not to be a prisoner of the moment of what we just saw in the playoffs because it wasn't great. And I get that. But it was also his first, legit playoff minutes of his career.
I'm not talking about this. I think
a lot of people are, though, is why I bring it up.
That you're right. It's just like with, we did that with Klay Thompson, too. But Klay Thompson's resume is significantly more proficient than Podziemski's. No, Podziemski shot really well for 3 weeks. But his season overall, when you zoom out, wasn't good. And he got injured a couple times this year. He was, basically relegated to the bench when Dennis Schroeder came over. And he was kind of lost at big stretches of this season. And he got to play through some of those big stretches of being lost. But his season wasn't great. It wasn't. I think he had a great 3-week stretch of shooting, a great one. And it coincided with Jimmy Butler getting here and him coming back fully healthy. So if you're looking for a silver lining and hey, could he duplicate portions of that stretch of shooting for next year? Could he do that? Could he build on that for next year? I'm optimistic. I think he can. Now, is he ever going to be a lockdown defender? No. But what he does do is he does help you in the margins. He's a really willing rebounder.
I mean, I'm going to be honest here. I disagree. I think he had an incredible stretch in the regular season when we were talking about that gauntlet in the Western Conference.
Yeah, it was 3 weeks.
No, but those were like the biggest 3 weeks of the season. No. We had the Lakers, the Nuggets, the Rockets, and then you had the Phoenix Suns in that stretch, too. I know the Suns were dog doo-doo, but you had to win that game. But 28 points, 26 points, 19 points, 22 points. He was incredible when you needed him to be incredible in that stretch. And down at Crypto.com Arena, which has been a house of horrors for the Warriors, he was their best player. He had that half-court shot.
He was not their best player.
No, he was one of their best players. In that game, he was the difference between a win and a loss.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but that doesn't mean he was your best player down there.
At times, he was their best shooter. At times, he was.
Again, he had a great 3-week stretch. No one's arguing with you on that.
But it was a massive 3-week stretch that they dug themselves out of a play-in hole. Yes, they ended up staying a play-in team, but at one point, they were flirting with home court advantage in the playoffs in the first round. He was a big part of that. Was he not?
What part of me saying he had a great 3-week stretch?
You said he didn't have a good year, and I just disagree. I disagree.
He didn't.
I think he had a good year.
Okay, so he was good in November,
he was hurt.
December,
he was
January.
Hurt. He was hurt.
He was hurt?
He was hurt.
No, he wasn't hurt until January, February. No,
he got hurt in that first half. He was dealing with stuff.
The
guy had broken nose at times. He was dealing with a lot of stuff.
He came out to start the year with vertigo and couldn't hit the right side of a barn. He was shooting in the 20s for months on end.
If you have vertigo, that's literally being hurt. That's your equilibrium's off. You can't even stand straight. Yes, that is the definition of being hurt. I think we're a little tough on Pods, personally.
I don't think we are.
I think we're a little tough on Pods.
He's
sometimes.
a backup point guard. We like him.
That's fine. Again.
But he starts on this team, and I think that's the frustration.
There was a moment and stretch, and you can say it was the schedule, but it was Moody, Podziemski, and then the big three, and then they were damn near unstoppable at the time. They were really good. They were. Those are facts. And then they turned into pumpkins, the two young guys, because they had their first cup of coffee, legit cup of coffee. I know Moody's had some, playoff minutes in previous years, but Moody and Podziemski, got a little bit exposed in the playoffs. They did.
Joe, I think you're taking this, again, a 3-week stretch. He had a 3-week stretch. I circled all the shooting for months on end. Like, just go back and look at the game logs. I'm telling you, he had a great 3-week stretch. He had a down year. I thought he was going to build on it. He had an awesome rookie year. I thought it was really spotty his second year. And it was salvaged by that 3-week stretch after the abdomen injury. It really was. But, the reality is I think that he expected more. We expected more. He didn't sustain it. That's why they made the move for Schroeder. They made the move in season for Schroeder because of how poor he was playing. That has to be accounted for. And when you look at the body of work and you zoom out, it was a great 3-week stretch. No one is denying that. He brought things to the table. But I don't think it was a great year by what I expected for him, based off how he finished his rookie year and how much he played. He basically took Klay Thompson's job.
I mean, Dennis Schroeder, as you mentioned, that guy being god-awful on this team and then going to the Detroit Pistons. And by the way, Schroeder, who do you go to? Is he a King now? Is Dennis Schroeder a Sacramento King? No, I think he is. I think he's up there. Yeah, he is. Thumbs up. Dennis Schroeder signed with the Kings yesterday. So there you go. Dennis Schroeder, we'll see him in a Kings uniform next season. Antoine is in Nashville. By the way, Antoine, we're doing a little twofer today, so you'll have your take. But before we get to your take about the expectations of the Warriors, just share any Kevon Looney thoughts that you might have, Antoine, as he is now a New Orleans Pelican.
Well, for Kevon, man, in all honesty, I think he lived up to his role. I remember back in the earlier days, I was wondering, who is this guy? He was coming in as kind of like a backup center. And I didn't really value his game. But seeing his game, it's kind of aged like wine over the years. Even down to the 2019 finals when we lost, he was a pivotal point in keeping us in that fight. And I think DeMarcus Cousins mentioned that he had like a broken collarbone or something like that. And it just kind of attested to the type of player he is. He's a true soldier who rides for the team. And even for the 2022 championship, his rebound game is what kept our offense alive in a lot of the games, man. So he was a great player. Hate to see him go. I think just the roster kind of played him out to where he wasn't really, position wasn't really as valued as much due to other situations or different other players on the roster. But one heck of a player and a true warrior when it comes down to the definition, for sure.
Well said.
Thank you. Well said, Antoine. What you got? It's all right. I wanted to get the part 2 of his thoughts on the offseason. That's all right. You can call back, Antoine, if you want. 888-957-9570. We're talking free agency right now, but we're also talking about Kevon Looney and what he meant to this organization, it's meant to this team, as he is now a New Orleans Pelican. It does feel like the final chapter of the Golden State Warriors is officially upon us as we're going TV shows or final chapters, whatever analogy or metaphor you want to use. The final season, as Squid Games, a lot of people are into that. Netflix, that's in its final season.
I don't know about final chapter. It's still, when you have Dre and Steph, like that.
This is the final chapter. It could be 2 seasons, but it's the final chapter. Is these final 2 years, I think.
Well, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I'm shocked that Steph's still playing, quite frankly. So who knows? I'm not going to put a ceiling on it.
Sure, you won't. I will. I think it's the final chapter of the Golden State Warriors, and I think they're going to be very prudent in some of these moves coming up here, trying to tie it all together with Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph, and how to maximize those 3 players the best. And if JK can help do that, then they'll keep him around. And if he can't, then kick rocks, see you later, enjoy your time elsewhere. I think it's ultimately that's what it comes down to me, Joe. Can you maximize those 3 players in this final stretch here? Jimmy, Draymond, and Stephen Curry. Specifically Steph, of course, but those big 3, because that's who you're tied to the next couple of years.
Yeah, it's Steph for sure. I don't know about maximizing Draymond. I think you need to navigate Draymond throughout the regular season so that he's his most optimal come the most important time of the year. I thought he wore down.
Do you think if Draymond Green is the team's 3rd best player next year, is that a problem?
Situationally, no. If he's your closer, again, I think he's in the Iggy role. He's perfect. If he's your closer finisher guy who can help facilitate on offense with 4 or 5 minutes to go and be your small ball 5 at the end of games, no. But again, I don't think I ever viewed Iguodala as the 3rd best player on the team. You got to have some young hogs who can run. You just do. And so they need somebody who's in their prime. They just do.
I asked that because when I'm doing comparisons to the Western Conference, that's what we're doing right now. Is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is just signed
their whole team's
for $1 gazillion. They're all signed up. They're all locked up. They're all young.
They're either entering their prime or in their prime.
Exactly. The Thunder,
the whole team.
We've all agreed. The Thunder are on a tier above everyone else right now. They just are.
I mean, they're the champs.
And in the West, it's the Rockets, it's the Nuggets, it's the Clippers, T-Wolves, Warriors, Lakers.
It's a bunch of really good teams.
Really good teams.
Yeah.
But that are trying to be really great. And that's what they're trying to navigate right now. So when I look at the big 3s all around, the Thunder got Jalen Williams, Shea, and then Chet. Or it could be someone else, a given player. Hell, at times it was Alex Caruso. You never know with that team. It's because they're just so damn loaded. I know, you're laughing, but it's true.
He was an unbelievable defender in that Western Conference.
He was. And then you look at the Rockets now. It's Şengün.
Yeah.
It's Kevin Durant. And it's who? Amen Thompson?
Yeah, I would put Amen above Şengün, but yes.
Okay, but those are in any shape or form. I'm not doing the order.
Yeah.
For the Lakers, it's probably who? Right now, I guess LeBron. I don't think they're going to trade him. We'll see. But LeBron, Luka.
I don't know what to make of the Lakers.
Exactly, I don't either. But
I don't know.
We'll just throw Reeves in there. It's probably that's their quote unquote big 3.
Yeah.
The Nuggets, same as last year. Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic, and Aaron Gordon. And now they got Cam Johnson, and obviously Christian Brown's there as well. That's probably their starting 5, I would assume.
Yes.
Timberwolves. It's going to be Julius Randle, and now that it's Anthony Edwards and Naz Reid, who signed how much? $150 million, something like that. Incredible. So they're locked up, and Julius Randle re-signed there.
I wonder what they do with Gobert. Gobert killed us too. Let's not forget about that. Gobert killed us in that series. Final couple games.
They feel like they need to and they lost Nickeil Alexander-Walker to the Hawks, and that's going to be a big loss for them. I think.
Yeah, defensively, I'd be very interested to see what
exactly
what that presents for them. But they're a really good team. They handled us.
Right.
I know people could say that, if Steph was there, it's different. Well, yeah. And if my aunt was my uncle, she'd be my uncle.
There you go. I don't know if we can say that anymore, but you just did.
Why were we not allowed to say that?
I don't know. There's people who just get so sensitive.
About
these days.
what?
I don't know. Aunts, uncles, ifs, buts, candy and nuts. We'd all have a Merry Christmas. Shout out Lo Neal. LA Clippers big three. Zubac, James Harden, Kawhi Leonard. At times it was Norman Powell last year. But I think those are the big
Powell's
three.
awesome
He was really good last year. So this is what I'm saying. Like, it's going to be tough. Right.
So okay, you bring up all that. And like, let's just go through the Warrior roster there. Move JK to the side.
Okay.
All those guys. Who's your best perimeter defender, not including JK, on the Warriors right now? Who's guarding Kawhi or Harden or Jamal Murray or Luka? Who's guarding Shea? Who's guarding Jalen Williams?
Well, who would I like to guard those guys?
Who's
or
guarding KD?
Or who is guarding
I'm
those
asking
guys?
you who is.
Well, at times it's like, for example, you said Anthony Edwards. It was Brandon Pajemski at times, and that wasn't good enough. That was tough. It was tough.
Again, this is why we like. If we're going to have roster conversations surrounding Jonathan Kaminga, it's got to be deeper than that because I think it's the team as a whole. It's not, is JK a good player? It's, what do you have on your team to offset the loss of what he does bring to the table, right? Like, for example, if you got rid of Pods, right? You'd be missing a lot of ball handling and passing and energy and hustle and just chaotic rebounding. Right? As much as I do like to pick apart his game at times, I totally recognize all the other little things he brings to the table, right? So if you got off him and you moved him somewhere, who's going to be your primary ball handler? Who is going to get you a lot of those scramble hustle plays? Who is going to be another guy who plays that frenetic pacing that we know is mandatory to play alongside Steph Curry? You know, like, where are you going to get that from? That's really hard. As we found out with Dennis Schroeder, not a lot of guys can bring that to the table.
No.
I think JP at times filled that void, but he didn't do a lot of the hustle stuff that you see from Brzezinski that this team needs. You can't get Draymond to do the diving on the floor and the hustling and the taking charges at 36 years old. You need the 22-year-olds to do that. So like as we kind of like bounce, like, okay, why was Moses Moody a valuable piece when they did go on a little stretch? Well, he's a good catch and shoot guy. Yeah. All right. At times, depending on who you're facing, you might be able to get away with throwing him on the perimeter, on a Kawhi or on a Luka. He's
a willing defender, but against the big boys, as you mentioned, it's tough.
His lateral quickness isn't there, but I guess against the slower guys like Luka, you can use him at times.
He can make it a little bit more difficult.
Exactly.
At times.
I don't love him in those roles, but that's what he brings to the table. I thought he did a better job moving without the ball and getting layups. So all these guys bring up. Why does Buddy play so much? A guy we never talk about. Why does Buddy? Well, he shoots.
He shoots. And he's available, quite frankly.
And he hustles.
And
he actually hustles.
Great locker room presence. They love Buddy.
No doubt, right?
That matters.
And I think when we talk all these lineup combinations, the name we never bring up, and then we did this with GP2 for like 4 years.
Yeah.
Buddy Hield's going to play a lot more than anyone wants to admit.
He became a starter in the playoffs. He did. That's a guy we should be talking about.
And if he's hitting shots, it's extremely valuable.
Oh, it's huge. He was the difference between winning and losing Game 7, Joe.
Right? And when he's not hitting,
Buddy Hield was.
He actually defended better than I ever gave him credit for last year, I thought. And I thought he hustled better than I ever gave him credit for. But here's the other part. Like, when Buddy's missing shots, he's bringing very little offensively to the table.
And then he got cooked defensively at times. And then his dribble was all over the place. And then it was just exacerbated everything. And it wasn't good. A team I didn't even mention in the West, as we're talking about, the Western Conference and it being stacked, free agency. It's just an arms race in the West right now because the East is wide open. The West is just going to be an absolute gauntlet. Stop me if you've heard that before. I feel like it's been like that for the last 20 plus years, Joe. The West just being so damn deep and stacked. And I did think last year, I thought the East was like coming up a little bit. It's like, oh man, maybe the East could be a little bit. No, they're not. Just when I look at like the bodies and the star power, and I didn't even mention the Dallas Mavericks, who's getting Cooper Flagg, one of the best young prospects we've seen in quite some time. They got Anthony Davis. We'll see when Kyrie comes back next year, if at all. I did like the little low-key signing they had with D'Angelo Russell for like 2 years, $16 million. That's a perfect little stopgap for them.
Yeah.
He's not Kyrie, but like he could win you some games here and there with his handles, his shot.
As I break down the whole Warrior roster and I look around the league and all the moves that are made, there is one thing that I have to come to grips with. And the thing that I've come to grips with is Jimmy Butler and this aspect. I think he's a really, really, really good player. The days of him, throw him on the best guy on the perimeter and just get out of the way, those are over. Those are over. And I'm not trying to rip him. I'm not trying to crush him. I don't want him wearing and tearing himself down throughout the regular season. So that's why, like, again, as we talk about all these things, the one area where I want JK to take the step forward, and I just don't know if he's ready to, is they need a hound on the perimeter to guard those guys. And I thought he could before we traded for him, but I don't think currently that Jimmy Butler can fulfill that role.
I think a lot of Warriors fans came out of that series against the Rockets having major Amen Thompson envy. It's like, wow, that guy's incredible. The job he just did on Stephen Curry. I haven't seen Steph look like that at times in that Rockets series, maybe ever. That was like one of the great, given his age and his standing in the league, for him to do that on that stage was incredible. I have so much respect for that team right now in the West. Right now, if we're stacking the Western Conference, it's the Thunder at the top tier, but right there, it might be the Houston Rockets. Just given which sounds insane because the Nuggets gave the Thunder all they could handle. You know what the Minnesota Timberwolves are all about. They got Kevin Durant. I like what they got with Dorian Finney-Smith, Fred VanVleet, who was awful for so damn long, and then he's all of a sudden came alive, which of course he did against the Warriors, right? 2019 on line 1 over here. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the Warriors can do right now, Joe, that really vaults them into this conversation for me if I'm a Warriors fan this morning. Al Horford,
I don't know.
DeAndre Ayton, a big guy like that would bring back JK. And again, I'll say this. There's the option of the trade deadline next year. And Anthony Slater on 95.7. I know you're laughing about that. I know
they made a trade deadline deal for Jimmy.
Well,
I didn't see that coming.
Exactly. So that's why I do want to bring that in. I know it's not the sexy topics. Don't tell me about what could happen next year. Tell me about what could happen now. Well, last year you ended up with who? Slow-Mo, Buddy Hield, and DeAnthony Melton. And it felt like, okay, we'll see. You got some depth there.
Well, you also said goodbye to Klay Thompson.
You said goodbye to Klay. That was the major one, but I'm saying your acquisitions. Yes, you said goodbye to Klay Thompson.
Saying goodbye to Klay Thompson. I know he's not the player that he once was, but I think spiritually that was a big move.
It was a big turning point.
It was.
Yes, it was. As we're saying goodbye, and this is not to the same degree, but this is a turning point for the Warriors, saying goodbye to Kevon Looney and potentially Gary Payton II. That is in its own right a turning of the page there. Not to the same degree. I'm not saying those guys are the same as Klay Thompson.
I think evolution-wise, moving off of Kevon and GP2, as much as I like both players and I love what they bring to the table, for them to evolve, I think they have to be able to say goodbye to those kinds of guys. They just do.
So are we seeing more of the Guy Santoses next year, of the Quentin Post?
If Guy isn't one of your top 8 guys, I don't think you're good enough.
Okay.
Guy has got to be in that 10-11 spot on a roster.
Quentin Post.
For me.
Where are you at with Quentin Post? That's an interesting name that we don't bring up a lot because I feel like there was moments, and you were high on him last year.
I like him. He could play for you 12 minutes to 20 minutes a night.
I came away from the playoffs, I was saying, oh, God.
Well, yeah, he's 24 years old.
It was tough. Yeah.
First ever playoff series.
I know. No, I'm saying that for a lot of the young guys. I think a lot of Warriors fans were saying, oh, God. It was trial by fire for Quentin Post in a very difficult Western Conference.
Ugly.
Against the bigs of the Rockets and against the bigs of the Timberwolves. It probably could not have been 2 worse matchups for the young guy. Right?
Yeah, and him alongside Draymond and alongside Kevon Looney, they all struggled against those guys. And really the only guy who showed any life was TJD.
Yeah.
He's the only one.
And Kaminga when he was called upon in the second round.
The bigs.
Okay, for sure.
The bigs, right? So, they all struggled. So I don't think that's exclusive to just Quinn Post. I'm not going to defend his performance. It was not good.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. In about 15 minutes, we got Mark Willard joining us of Willard and Dibs, and formerly of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. We'll get his thoughts on the Gigantes and their struggles as they lost yesterday to the Arizona Diamondbacks, starting a 4-game series there with your ace and getting a loss there. Yeah, straight up not having a good time. And we'll ask him also about the Warriors and some of their offseason moves potentially there. Again, Mark Willard joining us in about 14 minutes. In the meantime, let's go out to the phones. Antoine is back. He is in Nashville and wants to finish his thoughts on the Golden State Warriors in this offseason. Good morning, Antoine. What you got, man?
Good morning, guys. So, yeah, if I'm being completely honest, this season, we have to kind of face the truth of what it is. The Warriors were old. We don't have a lot of money. And if you look around, a lot of the big players that make big moves of, changes have already kind of left. They've already kind of moved to other teams. And you think about it, we have $60 million tied up in guys who are 38 years old or whatnot. And if our biggest component is a guy who's
literally super, super young who is not fully developed, then, I mean, we kind of got to face the music. We've had our time. And I hate to say it because I'm a huge Warriors fan, and I think that, I would love for us to be in these championship talks, but if we're not going to go over the cap or go over these aprons, then we're not going to be in those type of conversations. And looking at our spacing, we don't have a lot of shooters besides Buddy Hield and Steph.
No.
There's really not much on there.
No.
So, and just knowing that and looking at, okay, you're going to have to spend some money genuinely to be able to kind of compete and get these type of players. If we're not going to be willing to do that so far at the front office, then we're not going to be able to actually compete in these situations, because we saw what the offense was like when Steph left in that Minnesota series. When he was gone, the offense was very stagnant. And if I'm being honest, Jimmy, what did Anthony Slater said, they made their big move, and it was Jimmy Butler. Mm-hmm. And Jimmy Butler's not a three-point shooter. He's a grimy inside the paint type of shooter. So we might have to just face the music and realize that this Warriors team is coming to its stretch of ends. And in these next 2 seasons, they're probably going to be just middle of the tier unless they make some crazy move, which if it's like, Miles Turner, not realistic, or it's a very rare, highly unlikely chance of getting him. Giannis, highly unlikely getting him. Cam Johnson was one of my guys, but he moved to Denver. So Aiden, and maybe if Aiden wants to come here, that'd be a thing because he's a free agent.
Antoine.
So we have to look and just really be honest.
Antoine, I don't care if there's dirt being poured on me in the casket as they're lowering it down into the ground. I'm never giving up on this team with Steph Curry on it, and that's just how we're gonna operate. Like I get what you're saying. Trust me. You be realistic. When you got Superman on your squad, like as the dirt is being shoveled onto your face in the casket, getting lowered into the ground, you're still going to say, we can get out of this. Like that's just how I operate. Like we've got a once-in-a-lifetime type of player. Not even a once-in-a-generation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime player.
And that's why we're talking about it. Like it'd be one thing if Steph's not on this team.
He's not wrong.
But again, like I understand what he's saying, but all it takes is one series. As we've known, like the East opened up after what happened in the playoffs last year. Jason Tatum went down. I can't quantify what could happen. Like that easily could have happened to the Thunder, right? And I'm not saying I wish it had happened. Absolutely not. But
stuff happens.
But stuff happens. Let's say the Thunder, Shea goes down, the Timberwolves win that series, and maybe it's Anthony Edwards hoisting the NBA Finals trophy.
It doesn't even have to be an injury. What if it's just,
But that stuff happens.
No,
yeah.
I know, but what if it could just be like, hey, Jalen wants to run his own team.
Yeah.
I'm just like, hypothetically, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't even have to be.
Or it's a major upset, the Thunder get taken out in the second round, which, again, could have happened to the Denver Nuggets. It's all about matchups.
No doubt.
Weird things happen, right? A few years back, hell, I could have made the argument the Lakers were probably like the bad matchup for the Warriors. Anyone else, maybe they're in the Western Conference Finals again. And they weren't. And even then, they went to 6 games.
It could be
after that dumpster fire of a season.
It could be as simple as Victor Wembanyama takes this giant quantum leap forward, and the next thing you know, it's actually the Spurs league for the next 10 years. You never know.
Cooper Flagg could have a Magic Johnson season in his rookie season. And then what? And then it's just, oh my God.
Kyrie comes back and he's great. I mean, who knows?
Exactly. Anthony Davis has won a title, people. He's still really good.
After the Warriors lost to the Clippers in the 7-game series and they fired Mark Jackson, if I would have told myself at that point in time, oh, you're going to hire Steve Kerr and you're going to win championships, I'd be like, shut up.
Yeah, shut up. You're going to go on one of the greatest runs in the history of the sport, and you're going to have one of the greatest teams we've ever seen.
Oh, by the way, you're going to beat LeBron.
Yeah.
Like almost every time.
Multiple times.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
He'll have one comeback. You guys will blow one lead, but don't worry. You'll get Kevin Durant.
And by the way, KD shows up.
There you go.
And then it all gets blown up because Dre punches a teammate.
I guess this is where I'm at right now.
That part I might have believed.
Right? Yeah, exactly. That part's like, actually, that's the most believable thing you've said in this entire scenario.
At that time, David Lee was the player, and Draymond was coming off the bench. But keep going.
I guess this is where I'm at. Is there a gamble out there worth taking more than Jonathan Kaminga right now at Golden State? Like, is there another gamble that you'd like to take?
Here's what I don't have the answer to. If the players in that locker room are just done with him, then I think you have to move on. If they're not done with him and they can, accept him with open arms and the coach and everybody's on the same page, then you have to be open to it.
But that's just bad business if I can get something from him at the trade deadline next year. Wouldn't I rather just do that and match whatever someone else is going to give them?
Joe, didn't we not learn from this team? Vibes in that locker room are extremely important. You had the year after the championship. We know about the vibes. We had Klay Thompson the year prior. I'm not trying to blame it all on. trying to blame it all on him, but vibes on a 12-man traveling circus can change everything. One rotten attitude, frustration, bitterness can make things very difficult.
I understand. We saw it at the 49ers. We've seen that with the Giants. Shout out Pasoy problems in the clubhouse. We've seen it ad nauseum here in the Bay Area.
Unless you're at the top of your game and you're Bonds and Kent or Kobe and Shaq.
Or Reggie Jackson.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
Very few locker rooms can overcome because of their talent. But two guys despising each other, or multiple people despise. I don't know, but like again, I'm making up a scenario that I have zero, feel on.
We got the injury report coming up here in a couple minutes.
I do think that Kaminga's price point and landing zone is not as fruitful as he anticipated. Something we were talking about, and I kept bringing up and go, where's the money going to come from the outside team? There aren't a lot of people with a lot of expendable money. There's always a dumb team. And I'm like, okay, but like, what's the number?
The latest was from Anthony Slater, our guy, Anthony Slater, Miami Heat.
How much?
We don't know the number yet, but like they have interest. They continue to have interest in him. And that's the only team that I've seen is like a legit organization. That's not an absolute dumpster fire situation. Because we've seen like the Pelicans or the Wizards or the Hornets. Like, no, the Miami Heat one is like, okay, like JK is like, oh yeah, I would like to play there probably. South Beach, it's Eastern Conference, it's the completely opposite coast of the team I was just with. Eric Spoelstra, Pat Riley, the brain trust that is over there. I would like to play there if I was a young player.
Spoelstra and Kaminga does not feel like a match made in heaven.
No? You don't think that you can maximize him?
Fundamentally sound, X's and O's guy who is very little tolerance for mistakes. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, that's where he's going to get polished out there, Joe. Maybe he gets polished out there. Jonathan's in San Francisco before we hit the injury report. Jonathan, give me your favorite Kevon Looney memory and what the Warriors could do this summer to make you feel confident heading into next season.
Memory? Isn't he the guy where they ran into trouble during the 2022 playoff run, and they were like, we got to do something. And they had like a little powwow, and everybody came up with that. We got to start Kevon. And right after that, man, it was like Kevon in this series, Kevon in the Minnesota series, the Rocket series, and also in the finals. Man, he is one of three most important Warriors. When you think about that 22 run, it was Steph, it was Wiggins, and it was Kevon. If Kevon didn't have that run, that grabbing all the rebounds and stuff, we didn't get the number 4 parade. That's how important Kevon Looney is to the Warriors' history. And speaking of the Warriors, this topic has been dragging for so long, and it's kind of mind-boggling in my book, because with all the high basketball IQ you have on this team, why can't they find that happy medium to use this guy, right? Because I get it. He's not a willing rebounder. He's not a connector. But, dude, you got all these connectors like Moody and GP2 and Looney, but they're offensively challenged. Jonathan Kaminga has proven to us, even in the playoffs, if he hasn't played in a while, he's a walking 22, 15, 25-point scorer. So, I mean, guys, I don't know about you, but this is mysterious, man. They can't find a way to use this guy, and obviously nobody wants him because he's still here with us, and they don't know what to do with him.
That's a great point, Jonathan. We're up against it. We got the injury report. Mysterious is a great word for whatever is going on with Jonathan Kaminga and the Golden State Warriors.
Cue the Scooby-Doo music.
There you go. You called Steph Superman. He's Batman.
What?
Scooby-Doo, I think, is a superhero in his own right, and you said Stephen Curry's Superman. It's Batman. When we made the Batman reference,
Scooby-Doo is a Superman?
No, I said he's a superhero to me, in a way. Scooby-Doo.
He's like
he solves
crime solver.
He's honestly better than whatever dog Superman has. I'll say that right now. By the way, the injury report. It's right now. That was
Scooby Six?
No, that sounded more like who's my guy? Tim Allen in Tool Time. On the
that's Tim Allen's. What's up, Wilson?
On the same day that Casey Schmidt was added to the injured list, the Giants may have lost Christian Costu. Oh my God. Schmidt was placed on the IL with a bone bruise in his left hand after he was unable to swing a bat without any pain. The move was retroactive to June 27th. And then, during last night's game, Christian Koss left the game with an apparent hamstring strain. He is not expected to play tonight, and an IL trip could very much be in the cards for him as well.
Our pets' heads are falling off.
Oh, my God. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's Coming with the Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. You know him, you love him, or you hate him. It's Mark Willard, and it's going to be brought to you by River Islands coming up next.
I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do now.
I lather my body up. Why do you do that to me? What's wrong with you guys? I'm talking about soap, people. I prepare my body in various ways, Carter. Okay? God. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We have Mark Bleepin Willard joining us momentarily as I say good morning to Joe Shasky, Carter, Sam Lubman, Matt Nahigian, all you lovely people just getting off work. Hell, is anyone working right now? The city's like everyone's traveling. It's 4th of July week. We've already established yesterday Joe Shasky's favorite holiday is going to be on Friday. It is the 4th of July, Independence Day. So there you go. You're so excited. Dude, you're antsy. You want to get the hell out of here as soon as possible. Go up to the cabin, play with baby LJ, hit some golf balls.
Yeah.
Grill some wieners.
No, I want to keep talking ad nauseum for the next 6 months about JK's fit on the Warriors.
You don't like that? It's been fun talking some Dubs basketball. We've been so knee-deep in the Giants, rightfully so. It's nice to throw a little change-up, if you will, to use a baseball pun, and talk some Warriors. And we're going to do that with Mark Willard here shortly, Joe.
I'm getting all these ESPN Shams reports all
What's
day
going
on my phone.
What is it?
Just nothing with the Warriors. Don't worry.
How does that make you feel as a Warriors fan?
How does that make you feel?
I'm asking the question.
Are you my therapist?
Yeah, well, therapy's good. I got therapy tomorrow.
No, I'm sitting here. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for something to happen. I'm waiting for the shoe to drop.
What shoe is going to drop for you that'll make you excited? Giannis?
Definitely not the old T-Max that you referenced earlier.
I think Mark Willard was probably in on the T-Max back in the early 2000s. You think he owned any of the answers, the T-Max, the ones from Shaquille O'Neal?
Knowing Mark, he was probably an Adidas Samba guy.
Well, we'll ask him. By the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Mark Willard, host of Willard and Dibs, from about, 145, 150, right? 2 to 6.
Yeah, however long they try to milk Steiny and Guru for that first 30
hold on, real
40
quick.
minutes.
Real quick. Mark Willard,
hey, guys.
Joining us on the River Islands guest line. All right, got to get that out of the way. Very important. So, Mark, you stole our guy Joe Shasky. What was that, last week? So we're stealing you from your own show. How about that? Good morning.
How about, first of all, good morning. I'm bothered that you said I was an Adidas Samba guy. Why has it got to be past tense? I can't still be an Adidas Samba guy today?
Well, I mean, given your age and plantar fasciitis being so prevalent in older folks like myself, probably not the greatest footwear for sore feet. I don't know. It's just a thought. It's more of a kid thing.
Yeah, but I'm not worried about that. All I'm worried about is the San Francisco Giants right now. And I'm also worried about, look, if AI is going to take over the world, can they just send the umpires with them?
Oh,
please?
my God.
Please.
Are you cutting out or are you still there?
No, he's there. Go, Joe.
No, I'm right here. Here.
All right. So
he sounds broken like you do right now, Joe, when it comes to watching this team.
I do want to talk about the home run last night. All right, so just my thought. The ball passed through the fielder, the left fielder jumping in the air. He had an opportunity to catch it clean. He missed it completely. It went to the side. The fan was leaning to the left, caught it. I couldn't tell if it was over the fence or not, but I would have said it was a home run. It's just absolutely absurd. I don't understand the whole thing. A, the fan didn't obstruct it, and B, because it's such a gray area, I would have just gave him the home run. I think it's ridiculous. And the fact that the same fan did it 4 times.
I mean, there's so much wrong with this, and I'm with you. Like, I'm not there. I can't get into the geometric angles of all of this, but I thought that's what replay was not going to do. They're not going to go over there and stick their head into a little booth and then come out and tell us that something's definitive that clearly is not definitive. If the ball goes over the outfielder's head and it goes over a fence and it goes into a fan's glove that's on the other side, that's a home run.
Thank you.
But there's so many other things wrong with this. Why do we still have stadiums where fans can even do this? They're like, this is 2025. There's netting around the entire stadium. Why do we still have stadiums where a fan can sit here and reach onto the field and obstruct and catch the ball? And then the biggest one of all for me
is I don't know what it is about baseball umpires. This is not true of NBA refs. It's not true of NFL officials. But this parental, snooty attitude of you're not allowed to talk to me, and if you do, you're gone. I can't stand it because they're wrong more than anyone. They're wrong more often than anyone. And this culture of you're not allowed to talk to me or show me up or whatever, I don't know, guys. Dude, it drives me nuts, especially in games like last night.
Talking with Mark Willard here on the Morning Roast, host of Willard and Dibs. That same Mark Willard, not a different one, Joey.
And then Jung Huli. Look, Devers hasn't been great, but he's shown some life. Adames has shown. I think Adames is better than the numbers right now. It's a tough argument to make. I know people are frustrated. They're not wrong on that. I'm most frustrated with Jung Huli right now. This is a guy lunging at everything. He refuses to put the ball on the ground the other way. And when you go to the game and you see the positioning of the defense, they are putting the third baseman in the shortstop slot, and they're basically saying, we dare you to bump the ball or slap it the other way. We think you're going to roll over to second base or pop up to the second baseman every single time. And he does. He brings very little speed. Defensively, he's solid. He is. He's very solid. But, the speed on the base pass is non-existent. He doesn't walk a lot. He's not driving the ball. I'm officially on the we've got to do something about Jung Huli train here.
So you're not part of the Jung Hoo crew.
No,
is what you're saying.
No,
I'm pulling for him. Where my brain goes. Well, I mean, no doubt. And the guy at the beginning of the year was a ton of fun, right? And everyone was like, "Ooh, it looks like now that we're getting a sustained look at him, this feels pretty good. This looks pretty good." But if what you're saying is kind of like the sustainable norm now, if they've got a book on him and they figured him out, well, the Giants' entire marketing strategy has fallen apart. I mean, they've built the entire stadium seemingly around this guy over the last 12 to 15 months. And so there's no doubting it, dude. It is a problem right now on so many levels with this offense. It's incredibly frustrating. What I'm glad, though, about what you just did, Joe, is you brought up players' names. I don't know where you guys are at on this. I think there are conversations to be had about Bob Melvin and Pat Burrell, but everybody's pointing at these two, and it just kind of feels lazy to me where it's like they're not hitting, so fire the hitting coach. To me, and I listened to you guys talking to Brentley yesterday, this is a player issue.
Thank you.
And these guys are being worked with. Observations are being made. They are big leaguers with big dollars, and it is on them to figure it out.
Well, it's a great point, Mark. And the moment Matt Chapman went down, I wasn't thinking wow, this is really going to devastate the offense. But he's not a good enough offensive player for everyone else around him to just crater the way they have. Devers. And I get it.
But he was your best offensive player last year, by far.
But again, within the NL West alone, Matt Chapman as an offensive player.
No, I know, but on this team, he's extremely important.
I understand that, but I asked that to Mark. He's not a good enough player offensively for everyone else to crater around him, is what I'm saying. Rafi Devers, in his own right, should be your best offensive player. Is just going through the history. Now it's his first time being a Giant. I get that. There's a lot of, you guys got to find a new place to live. He's got a family, all of that. So I'm a little more lenient on him. It's the Willie Adames one right now, Mark. It's tough, man. We had this conversation on Bobby Bonilla Day, right, Mark, where he's getting his $1.2 million deferral. I asked the question, if you could defer one contract right now and not have to pay all of it in its totality every year, right, in these 7-8 years, whatever Willie Adames' contract is, I kind of want to defer Willie Adames's until 2050 if we could. Does that sound harsh?
A little bit. I mean, honestly, I kind of share what Shasky, you were saying, where right now, I think the more frustrating and concerning one at such a young age is Jung Huli, because we still don't have a full season of Major League Baseball under his belt. I think Adames and Devers and the transition to new teams and pressure and new fans and new stadium and all of these things, I don't want to use that as an excuse, but these guys have a long resume and track record in Major League Baseball, and I think that over the long haul, that's going to play out well. You see it a lot with big contracts. Sometimes it's all the way into year 2, where it starts to really kind of pay dividends. But we'll see. I feel more comfortable that I know that those guys are who they are. And quite frankly, I'm glad Devers is here because Willie Adames being like the big, bad, best hitter on your team is not really who he is.
No.
Like, I think that contract made us think that he was a greater hitter than he is. If he can just kind of be your second or third best hitter, I think our perception about him will kind of change over time.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Well, where are you at with the other guy? I mean, this guy's cratering right now, and to think that he would be able to replicate what he did for the first couple months all year, wow, I don't know, man. Wilmer Flores, and I love Wilmer, but when you acquire Devers, you can't put Wilmer at first base defensively. You just can't. And I don't know if Devers is ever going to be able to play first base this year, at least for this year. So what do you do with Wilmer Flores right now? He has just not looked good.
Well, Melvin told us last week that he thought Devers might get to first base on this trip. I don't know where it stands right now. But, I mean, what we're seeing in Wilmer is exactly what they told us we should be worried about, which is if you put him in the field and you start putting more pressure on his legs, you're going to have some fall off. And quite frankly, like, really, what was going on there that first 2 months, that's a little bit too magical. I mean, Wilmer, bless him, he's been a great Giant, and he's still going to drive in some runs for you the rest of the way, but he's kind of done. Like, I mean, don't you feel like next year Devers back to DH, hopefully Bryce Eldridge is your first baseman, and Wilmer is probably, I don't know, is he retired? He might be retired by next year.
I would, Mark, if there was a deal on the table to be able to get yourself another arm or bring in an outfielder, I think I would consider trading Wilmer Flores. And I know that sounds ridiculous because he is one of your better hitters, but you have to make those calculations about where he's going to be on this team beyond this year.
I hear you, and I think all things are on the table, especially as we're now in July and you're in information gathering. And my God, over the last week and a half, it's been almost all bad information. So I don't think you take anything off of the table. But I would still, if they are going to put Devers at first base soon, and Matt Chapman is supposed to be back, next week is what it sounds like. I would love to see this lineup get a chance to have those 6 guys in it that have at least at one time or another this year shown their flashes. So obviously we're talking about Flores and Jung Huli and Adames and Devers, and then get Chapman in there along with Ramos. And let's see it. It's baseball. It'll cycle. It's not going to look like this all the way, but I'm not dismissing what you're saying, man, at all.
Talking with Mark Willard here on the River Islands Guest Line this morning, roast with Spinoni and Shasky. Mark, your thoughts on the departure of fan favorite and Warriors legend Kevon Looney as he signs a 2-year, $16 million deal with the New Orleans Pelicans. And your old pal, Jordan Poole, gets to be teammates with them again.
I mean, exciting, right? I mean, Jordan sounded excited about it, but dude, I don't know how this hit you guys. This obviously broke during our show yesterday, and it was a different kind of sort of like experience or emotion. Like, you saw it, and I just wasn't really braced for it or expecting it. That wasn't the first piece of Warriors news I thought we were going to get. I wasn't not expecting it. I wasn't thinking all year, Loon's definitely back next year. But it was one of those things where we saw it, and you're like, okay, I get it, and good for him. Like, that's a good contract for him. I don't know if it's a great one for the Pelicans, but whatever. It's a good contract for him, so I'm happy for him. But the longer I kind of let it sit, you sort of realize that, the presence and the imprint and the impact that this guy has had as far as being with the Warriors through most, not all, but most of everything that's happened over the last 15 years. And he's such a favorite, and there's just not a negative thing about it. We were trying to comp, like, non-stars in the last 15 years.
Afel Lopez.
I hear that. We had people texting in all kinds of things. The one I loved the best was Brandon Crawford, actually, where it was like,
Crawford was an all-star.
Yeah, I get that, but like once or twice. How many times did he make it?
I
get
think
it.
it was
But he was
3
never.
total. He played for the World Cup.
No, I know, but did you ever consider him a star, though? I know he made an All-Star team.
He was a three-time All-Star.
Right, but you never looked at him and went like, that's the middle of the order, like core piece.
I mean, he's the greatest defensive shortstop in San Francisco Giants history going back to 1958. We just disagree on it. That's fine.
And that's fine, and Looney's a great defensive player, too. I'm just talking about they're not offensive stars, but they're guys who have showed up a year after a dynasty started and then were a very, very important and fan-connected piece to what they're doing. I think Looney is a big deal, man. I thought yesterday kind of hurt a little bit more than I thought it would.
Speaking of, your Golden State Warriors here, one day into it, Mark, is the sky falling on the Warriors organization right now? Miles Turner,
the Bucks?
I don't know if you saw this, the latest, from Shams. Miles Turner, 4-year deal with the Bucks now. So the bigs are going away. Brooke Lopez, he's obviously gone. DeAndre Ayton's out there.
What?
Al Horford.
They just waived Damian Lillard? Carter?
Oh, wow.
Yes, they just waived Damian Lillard.
Dame's gone.
Wall injured?
Just in. The Milwaukee Bucks are waiving Damian Lillard and stretching the remaining $113 million on his contract in order to acquire Miles Turner.
Wow. So there you go, Mark. Your thoughts?
Wow. That's a Shams bombs is what that is. But, the Lillard thing, I get it, the Achilles, and he's going to be in his mid-30s. So I get it. The Miles Turner thing's kind of a surprise. But, yeah, look, it's no, the sky's not falling, but it's not comfortable, is it? Like,
no.
You're sitting here, you're waiting to find out what the Warriors are going to do with the Kaminga situation, and it does not feel like they've got another 2 or 3 days to wait. And so, I don't know. Yeah, the prediction right now is I'm not saying that the Warriors won't be good next year, but I do think that the offseason with all this movement is going to feel disappointing because the Warriors can't get involved.
That I agree with. And just so Shams is tweeting right now, and Mark, thanks for joining us. The Bucks are waiving Dame Lillard, stretching the remaining $113 million on his contract in order to acquire Miles Turner. Wow.
Hey, Mark, great stuff. We greatly appreciate it. I'm going to leave open at least 30 tabs for you this morning on my computer. Hopefully Evan doesn't delete all of them. So I'll keep doing that for you.
What are you up to over there, man? Seriously.
It's called information overload, baby. You can never have too much. Okay?
Mark,
and I got to do my homework.
Before Google, you know what we called that? It's called in the dome, off the dome. These young kids don't know nothing about being off the dome and not having their little Google search engine at the palm of their hands.
I got 2 kids and a bunch of problems, and AI's helping me these days, okay?
You might need to meditate or something, man. There's a lot going on in there, but anyway, good job, boys. Thanks for having me, and get back to shop.
There he goes. That is Mark Willard, host of Willard and Dibs, and also former host of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. As we're reacting to his Shams bomb, Dame's just out there chilling, making $100 million.
It's not chilling. No, he can't be happy.
No, he's chilling now. What is he gonna? He has no choice. He has no choice.
But hear me out on that. It's not like a funny thing to me. When you get waived while you're injured, you can't rehab at a team facility with team trainers and team that sucks. This sucks.
He has his own team, I'm sure, and he has there's what is he, Nike athlete? I'm sure they have their own performance facilities that he can go to.
It's different from the facilities.
Sure, but he has his own guy that helps him out with that in recovery. Like Steph has it, LeBron has it. All these guys have their own trainers.
This is a pretty cold-hearted type of a move.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying
it's the wrong business move, real quick, but it can be cold-hearted.
What did Damian Lillard mean to Milwaukee?
No, I'm just saying in general. You give the guy a max contract, you trade away Drew Holiday. This was a big swing, and I'm not even saying they're wrong. If this was my team, this would probably be the best course of action. But I can also step back and say, on a personal level, damn, that the business is cold.
I mean, he's an Oakland guy. You think about, hey, you want to bring him over here to Golden State? You can rehab with us, Dame? Huh? Get another shooter in the building?
I don't know.
No?
I don't.
Do you think about it?
I'm just blown away by the damn, man.
You got to pivot, not panic here, Joe. I'm pivoting right now. Golden State, Oakland. I mean, come on.
Joe, has the surgery even been done?
Oh, that's a great question.
We'll
get Dr. Narav Pandya on that immediately. I know Dr. Rick Celebrini would love to rehab with one Damian Lillard if given the opportunity.
All these things can be true at once. Like, it's the right business move for the team moving forward, but I can also be stunned by, like, that's a football kind of a move. You know what I mean? To waive a guy? How many guys have been waived with max contracts in the NBA? I can't even, like, stretch the contract. I didn't even know you could do that.
Ooh, I'm trying to think of really bad ones.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm thinking like all-time bad, like Timothy Mozgov. Remember that one?
Yeah.
And like L.A. kind of a thing. Luol Deng. Like, those are the like bad contracts.
This is surprising.
It is. It is.
I mean, he's an all-time player. Like, wow.
No, he's a top 75 player in the history of the sport. According to, I know everyone wants to go arguments. Clay should have been there, all that. But, and I agree, Clay should have been in the top 75 list, absolutely. But Dame is, in his own right, a top 75 player, and for him to get waived by Milwaukee right there. And again, we were talking about Giannis maybe being the prize of this offseason.
Well, they did this because of Giannis, you would have
Giannis
right?
is staying.
Right? Like, yeah,
Giannis is staying. And him and Miles Turner together. Talk about those trees out there as we're doing the redwood analogy. Whew,
I've been really
big-ass team.
Really hard on Dame over the years, just in general, and recognizing how great he is. I really do feel for the guy. Like this.
On a personal level.
Professional, personal, everything. He has worked his you-know-what off to get to where he is. That waived. Yeah. I mean, that's just, whew. We talk about the game as a sport, it's a business, and all this. It's just wild.
So he's going to come back probably like,
wild.
I would assume maybe not next year. I mean, it's an Achilles injury. You never know with these things. So he's probably going to turn 35 in about 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks from today, he's going to be 35, July 15th. 1990 was his birthday. He's going to be 35 in 2 weeks.
Man, who's signing you sight unseen? That's a lot, man.
I know, but I'll say this. He's an elite shooter. That touch is not going to go away. Now, is he going to be that ball handler that he once was? Probably not. Is he undersized? Yes, he's listed at 6'2". But as a shooter, like a team could use him next year, or if he rehabs and somehow gets back into shape enough and is ready in the regular season, yeah, absolutely a contender could use him. So, yeah, Golden State, I'd think about it. Why not? Dub Nation, I'm asking, 888-957-9570. Taking a flyer on Dame Lillard? I mean, you're not going to pay all that. The Milwaukee Bucks are. Why not? That's all I'm asking. Chris is in San Jose. I want to get his thoughts on everything. Chrissy, good morning. First, before you get to your offseason thoughts, we're talking about Kevon Looney, given his just due today. Do you have any Looney thoughts as he departs from Golden State after 3 championships in 10 seasons?
Yeah, big piece we're losing. Great player. We're going to miss him. He's been such a huge contributor to this Dubs Nation. And, whenever he comes back, hopefully we get his jersey up in the stands.
I agree. What do you got on Dame Lillard and the Warriors?
I'm coming home. Bring him home. Dame Dollar Sign. Bring him home. Bring our guy home. Talking about one of the best shooters. I don't care if he's 5'6". I don't even talking about he's only 6'2". I don't care if he's 5'10". He could be 5'4". He's looking at one of the best shooters in the league. Teaming up with Steph, give him 1 year to rehab. He's talking about we weren't sure where we were going. We figured out where we're going now. We have Steph's next 2 to 3 years. You bring Dame, let him heal. Oh, my gosh. 1, 2 championships for sure. I'm out, guys.
1 or 2 championships, Chris and San Jose. Hold on. We're talking about a guy that's coming off a torn Achilles. He's going to be 35 in 2 weeks. Probably not even going to play until he's 36. 1 or 2 championships because you bring him in. Oh, my goodness.
No, it's oh, my God, like Chris said.
Oh, my God. Oh, this is crazy, actually. Like, legitimately, like waving him with that contract.
That's all I was saying. Like, it is wild.
I'm trying to process
it. I'm stunned by it.
I am processing it, too.
I can feel multiple things simultaneously. I feel awful for Dame. It's the only way to keep Giannis in Milwaukee.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, you have to do it. It's just, wow.
So how's their team shaping up in Milwaukee right now?
Like,
So Giannis... Obviously, they've already gotten rid of what's their guy from last year that they moved to the Washington Wizards. They picked up Middleton. Yeah. Moved off Chris Middleton. You got Miles Turner now. Brook Lopez is obviously gone. He's a Clipper.
Bobby Portis.
Got Bobby Portis back there. It's a good call. They still have Connaughton of all people. Yeah,
I like Pat Connaughton. You know I love the try-hard white
Kuzma
guys.
still there? Okay, Kyle Kuzma's still there. Okay.
Kuz.
I don't know. Still Milwaukee. I guess. Yeah.
On the other side, I do want to talk about like the rehab thing because I saw something in one of these sports docs about the Red Sox, and it just makes you look at the whole rehab from injury thing very differently because a lot of fans don't even think about this stuff.
Let's pick that up on the other side. 888-957-9570. Hey, Warriors. Damian Lillard's out there. Proud of Oakland, California. Want to sign him? You can get him. That's coming up. Brought to you by Safeway. NBA because of stuff like this. If you're just joining us, the latest Shams bomb is Shams Charania at ESPN. Bucks waive Damian Lillard. Yes, you heard that correctly. They are waiving Damian Lillard.
Oh, my gosh.
And they reached a deal with Miles Turner. Now, was this all in the span of like 5 minutes we got this? Crazy. So, Bucks are waiving Oakland's own Damian Lillard and stretching the remaining $113 million on his contract in order to acquire Miles Turner, sources told ESPN today. And Turner agreed to a 4-year, $107 million deal with the Bucks, plus a player option for year 4 in 2028, 2029, and a full 15% trade kicker. So Lillard gets waived, and obviously he's rehabilitating his torn Achilles, which he suffered. And prior to that, did he have deep vein thrombosis, like in his calf? God, man, this has been a brutal couple months for Dame Lillard, man.
Miles Turner, does he even sign with the Bucks if Halliburton doesn't tear his Achilles?
It's a great
I
question.
don't know.
That's a great question.
Know. Like, does Indiana offer him more money or less money based on the availability of Halliburton?
I don't know. It's a great question.
I don't know the answer.
Well, I thought they were going to keep him because of that. Or is this to you saying that they're just punting on this season?
No, not punting, but you're just kind of getting your books in order because there's no point in even getting near the apron.
Because you're not going to win a title.
Exactly.
Got it.
I mean, the CBA, I'll say one thing. Adam Silver, look what you created. You and however many players that were part of that board, CJ McCollum, and some of the owners complaining, I think this made it really difficult for really good players to stay on their teams. The player movement is unreal. And now I get to Dame and the injury thing. One thing that I don't think that I had a good feel for it. I still don't. I don't pretend like I'm, played or been a part of an organization. But when I watched the Red Sox doc, Lucas Giolito had signed as a free agent with the Red Sox. He's a pitcher.
Yeah, he is.
And
it was good for the White Sox for a second. Then he kind of fell off. Yeah.
And so he signed as a free agent with the Red Sox, and he hurt his UCL early on. And he was talking about in the training room, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he was like, hey, it's a good thing I signed with the Red Sox. Otherwise, I'd be doing all of this training on my own, and I'd have to hire individual training staffs, and I'd have to work at specific facilities, and I wouldn't have the technology or the facilities that are built to help me train at this particular sport and get better and then be around my teammates. It's a lonely existence when you're injured. You're alone and you're with that trainer every day. And so any little bit that you get around other guys and to feel normal and to feel a part of the group and the camaraderie, that these guys are like dying for it. So I look at the Dame Lillard thing and look, on a business level for the Bucks, like the only way you're going to keep me honest is to get someone like Miles Turner and to waive Dame because of how bad that injury is.
So now I guess the next question is, does a team take a chance on maybe just having like a full rehab season of Dame Lillard? Do you do that? Is that good business? Is that bad business?
I don't know how it works. Now that he's waived, I don't know if he can only stay on a 1-year vet minimum, like because there are CBA rules. I don't know.
Or like a 1-and-1 kind of like a player option. Shout out Farhan Zaidi.
Joe, you might not even be able to do that.
Right.
I don't know. Like, I legitimately do not know because of the rules. Like, for example, when DeMarcus Cousins signed the mid-level exception, remember, he could only sign another mid-level exception with the Warriors plus 25% or whatever it was. And then after that, he'd be eligible for a multi-year deal. So there are very specific languages and rules within the CBA. I don't know. I don't know what the rule is. But for Dame's psychology, as well as his actual like returning to health, man, it'd be really, someone needs to take a chance and bring him in so that he can rehab at a basketball facility around basketball people.
Why not the Warriors is what I ask.
I'd be open to it. Absolutely.
888-957-9570.
Even if he doesn't play a game for you.
Let's bring him home. Let's bring Dame home. Come on. That would be awesome.
But here's the problem though. Like, it's easy to say. How much does it cost you? And because of the second apron, and they only have like $25 million to the first apron.
But that's the thing. He'd be double dipping. So anything else he's getting on top in Golden State,
Joe,
you would think would be gravy, right? Because he's making $113 million.
Can they afford to have a spot filled with a guy who won't help you this year?
It's a great question.
I mean, I would do it. It's just...
Well, no, do we know he's not going to be there, though? Like, is there a possibility we get Dame? Because as technology we've seen, you could go back from an Achilles and maybe be towards the tail end of next regular season.
Clay tore it in October.
Yeah, but he's back-to-back major ones, right? So... Like, that's what I'm saying. Clay's was a little different, but
Clay toured in October.
I know, but he was coming off an ACL.
And when did he come back? February of the following year?
Yeah.
Dame tore his in May.
Yeah.
So even if you're optimistic, like, I don't know.
I know.
Well,
and I mentioned he was dealing with the deep vein thrombosis prior to that, which kept him out.
And he's 35, not 31.
I know. Like, again, he wouldn't be that ball handler, like the Dame that
He's
we
a
know.
catch and shoot guy.
He would be a catch and shoot guy at that point. Now, is that good enough? He's 6'2", he's slightly undersized. I know we had our caller, who's our Chris in San Jose, saying, I don't care if he's 5'7". I was like, well, height matters in the catch and shoot game for sure, especially. And what is he going to give me defensively? I'm not going to, obviously, if he's a catch and shoot guy, I don't really care what he's giving me defensively, and he was already kind of a turnstile there as is. But, I also think from the Warriors fans' perspective, if you had the pipe dream that was Giannis Antetokounmpo, I think that's gone now.
No, it is done.
It's over.
Yeah.
Giannis ain't coming. He's not leaving. He is staying in Milwaukee. Him, Miles Turner, that's the future there. And Miles Turner, quite frankly, some Warriors fan had the pipe dream maybe, hey, can we get Miles Turner? So that's another guy you can cross off your list as he signs a 4-year deal now in Milwaukee. So the names are shrinking, Joe, when it comes to people that can help the Golden State Warriors this offseason.
I feel bad for Dame. And I can't get over this.
Maybe we keep circling back, yeah.
What?
Continue.
No,
yeah.
I've just never seen. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, I don't think. When's the last time a player at this level has been waived like that?
This is a football move.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this is a football move. That's why I'm so stunned.
You could just eat it for a year.
Exactly.
They're going to be eating it for years.
It's crazy.
Like maybe Russell Wilson for the Broncos, right?
Yeah.
So they just had to eat it.
It was like $80 million or whatever in dead cap. This is just insane.
It is.
And it was really their only way of improving the team.
If any news and notes comes out, boys in the back, when it comes to the specifications on the next team that signs him, please feel free to hop on, because my contract knowledge when it comes to this stuff, the X's and O's, it's not on Bobby Marks level. So if we see anything there, feel free to hop in.
It's just cruel.
Is it? Is it cruel?
Again, he just tore his Achilles for you in the playoffs. I mean, yeah. And then you sign as a version of a replacement by waiving him. Yeah,
it's a business, unfortunately, and he'll say the same thing.
I know.
It sucks.
He's been a benefactor of taking a lot of money in the league, but that doesn't mean that you can't have empathy for the person.
And maybe I'm being a little cynical because he's been a buck for a cup of coffee, barely been there for a year.
Yeah, but he's a person.
He is a person. I understand that. It sucks more for the person in this case. Had it been that's how it ended in Portland, then I'd be like, oh, that's kind of slimy. The one of the greatest, if not the greatest player in the history of the organization, you're gonna do him like that. But the fact that it was the Bucks, they're trying to appease their superstar. I get it. Now, does Dame feel some type of way about Giannis Antetokounmpo maybe in all this? I don't know. Those are just questions we're asking right now. It's the big story. If you're just joining us, the Bucks have waived Damian Lillard.
It's just wild.
And they're stretching his remaining $113 million on his contract in order to bring in Miles Turner, who signed a fat contract there now. Oh, we got another one?
The NFL's getting in.
Oh, what's going on?
My favorite R&B singer.
Bobby Brown?
Darren Waller coming out of retirement, and he's going to play for the Dolphins?
Oh, my God. No.
Yes.
D-Wall? I thought he was done. He's been rapping.
They still have to trade for him to the Giants, who own his rights.
Hey, Dolphins,
the Giants,
top
that's right.
5 pick, book it.
Oh, yeah, they're bad. They're Mike McDaniel's searching right now. Mike McDaniel's searching.
Right now, trades, signings. The NFL cannot let the NBA win a minute.
How old is Darren Waller?
It's unreal.
Well, yeah, that was the
Darren, drop the Kelsey Plum album right now and come out of retirement. We're trading you to the Dolphins.
It says it right. Wikipedia is so damn quick.
What does it say?
It's already Miami Dolphins 2025.
It does not.
It's in teal and everything. Right here, look.
My goodness.
It's right there. He's 32, so he's not.
Darren Waller.
Hey, I'm actually kind of excited to see him in the Shanahan system a little bit. It's going to be pretty fun, right? The tight end, he's not going to block a lick. So he's just real quick. He's not going to do that. He'll catch the balls,
I watched a podcast with him within the last week where he was like, I blocked 12 times in a row for Brian Daboll on this little sweep play, and I realized I don't want to play football anymore. And it was week 7, and he was like, yeah, I knew I was done.
Gruden never told me to block, so I'm not blocking here. Oh, man. Well, that comes off the heels of yesterday, the Mika Fitzpatrick, Jonnu Smith, and Jalen Ramsey trade between the Steelers and the Dolphins. So the Dolphins wheeling and dealing. And yeah, so the NFL's happening, basketball's happening.
Everybody's getting moved except Jonathan Kaminga.
Except JK. Hey, Mark Spears, ESPN. Could JK end up staying in Golden State?
There seems to be optimism in the Warriors camp that he will re-sign. He will be a restricted free agent. This market's not great for him. As one NBA GM told me, is like, what has he proven to be worth what his agent wants, which is $25+ million? Who has that money for him? Why does he deserve that? But then on the flip side, if he returns to the Warriors, like, what's his role?
And can he reach his full potential there?
Yeah, and so if I'm Jonathan, I'm in a really weird spot right now. The money's not here this summer. Maybe it's next summer. But either way, there's a lot of question marks.
I'm telling you, Joe, this has the feelings of he's coming back.
For 1 year?
For 1 year at least, or he's like a trade deadline piece, maybe. I don't know how that works. Again, can you move him to the trade deadline? However that works. I know the Larry Markkinen thing last year. We were all over that. But yeah, this has the feel of JK returning right now. Does it not? Like Jonathan Kaminga, it feels like at this point, if I was a betting man, he's going to be in a Golden State Warriors uniform game 1 regular season. And how would that make you feel?
I mean, it's just,
you have to laugh at the absurdity of the situation, right?
Honestly, it would make me feel like this is the Jimmy G saga all over again.
Oh, that's
where I said goodbye to Jimmy like 18 times.
Oh, no.
And then he stepped out of bounds.
I mean, a little different because...
And threw a pick 8.
Because you did the big trade. Well, actually, no, because I guess in this scenario, Trey Lance would be the Jimmy Butler, but they're not the same player.
JK playing on the baby court.
Oh,
JK, hey, everyone else is practicing over here. Put JK on the baby court.
So in the Western Conference Finals next year in this scenario, something horrible happens and he's smiling on the bench in his hoodie.
What's the JK version of the pick 8?
Oh my God!
It was when him and Wiggins, when him and Wiggins were defending whoever it was, the game-winning play, and JK's back was to the play, and he was out of bounds, guarding no one. That's what that was.
It's actually a really good one.
That's a good cop off the fly. I'm going to give you credit for that one. What
were
you
you
asking
at
me?
training camp with us for
No, Joe, I couldn't be. I was here. Someone had to run the show.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
I had to run the show.
Carter was there?
Carter
All
was
right.
there.
Sam, you were there. I know
I was
Bonte
there.
was in Europe.
Everyone was there except for
Bonte was in Europe.
Spadoni.
I remember we show up, and if you have 49er training camp, there's two big fields, and then there's a couple of these baby fields behind the stands. And all of a sudden I look over, and there's beautiful Jimmy G in shorts, smiling. You could see the smile.
He is beautiful.
Like 3 fields
beautiful,
over,
man.
and he's throwing ducks to a bunch of like trainer guys who look smaller than me in sweatpants and stuff. And I'm like, oh, Jimmy's throwing on the baby field. And then a bunch of reporters went running over to catch video of Jimmy's wobbly passes on the baby field because his shoulder wouldn't clear whatever protocol. Am I wrong? Carter, come on, you were there.
So we're going to have the Kaminga
It was the
version
baby field.
The Kaminga version of this is he's going to be at Cleveland, the training.
Yeah.
He's going to be shooting free throws.
At the baby court. Him and LJ. The little Fisher-Price
the
hoop.
Fisher-Price hoop. He's going to be balling out there.
The equivalent of it would be like if you go to Oracle Park and there's that little toddler field.
The Junior
left
Giants
field.
one.
Like,
William Thomas on the Little League field?
William Thomas is hitting on the little field. That's what it would be like.
Be Jung Huli. Would he be whiffing still the wiffle balls in this case?
So we're going to have training camp. There's one training camp with everybody, and then there's JK on the baby court.
Oh, God.
That's what this would be like.
Jesus.
It would be hilarious.
Oh, there's a lot happening.
Who would
right
be
now.
Trey Lance in this situation?
I think it would be because it can't be Jimmy Butler because he's already been way better for the Warriors than Trey Lance ever was for the 49ers.
Pods.
Yeah,
probably
maybe.
Pods.
Yeah, Pods.
Pods is more accomplished than Trey Lance.
He is. That's,
way more accomplished. Way more accomplished.
There's no one on the level of what Trey Lance was.
It would be like
James Wiseman. No. It'd be James Wiseman returning.
If James Wiseman was
if
back,
he was still here, yeah.
Nah, I think it would be like Jacob Evans.
Oh, no.
It would have to be someone who's so random.
What's Ryan Rollins up to these days?
I don't know.
This is Ryan Rollins. There you go.
All right, it's today the day. Like, movement is everywhere. There's no money. Like, everything's drying up. You know, Mojave thinks that the NBA free agency money for Jonathan Kaminga is dried up. So you guys tell me, where's he landing?
Jonathan Kaminga?
Where's he going?
He's staying at Golden State. And if anyone else says otherwise, 888-957-9570, is there a move out there right now that the Warriors could make that'll make you feel good into next season? No, seriously. At this point, Joe, is there a move out there that the Warriors could do to make you feel confident heading into next season? Or you like me, that bringing back JK, running it back, quote unquote, with Jimmy, Draymond, Steph. You have Pods, obviously, JK, keep Moody. Like, you have to have some other players around there, the fringes, if you will. But that basic core right there, would you be okay running back with that? 888-957-9570 is the number. And again, you can call or text that number. We got this or that coming up in about 30 minutes or so. Fastest growing segment in the history of Sports Talk Radio. We love it. Yesterday was Batman and Superman.
Uh-oh.
Oh, is there a
Chris
latest one?
Haynes. Uh-oh. Wow.
Oh.
Breaking. Chris Haynes.
What? What's going on?
Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo is not pleased with the team's decision to waive Damian Lillard. League sources tell me.
Oh.
Tell me that's the real. It is the real Chris Haynes. Uh-oh. Oh.
Okay, hold on. Is this saving
Get the Spider-Man. Bring him home.
Is this?
Bring him home.
Wait. Bring who home?
Bring Giannis here.
Okay, the home is Milwaukee for him right now.
No, it's not.
Real quick.
Whoa. Chris Haynes. I'll just say it again. Breaking news. Chris B. Haynes. You see, he's got 500,000 followers.
Yeah, no, it's him. I see it on his Twitter right now.
Okay,
Yeah,
I just want to make sure. I don't want to get ball sacked over here.
No,
All
it's not ball sack sports. It's
Milwaukee
not
Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo is not pleased with the team's decision to waive Dame Lillard. Here we go. Bring him. I want him.
Wait, real quick. That doesn't mean that Giannis is leaving. That means it's him saving face saying, Dame, I really didn't want this the whole time, but I'm so much happier that Miles Turner is here instead of you.
No, this is the first big domino.
Is pulling a LeBron.
You're so full of you know what right now. You're so full of it. You're so full of it.
JK, Pods, Draymond for Giannis?
Sure.
This is your LeBron thing
With
from
Moody?
last year.
With Moody?
This is the exact same thing you're doing with
I
LeBron
told you I'm
last
not giving
year.
him up.
Giving who up?
Giannis.
Oh, God. I thought, okay, so hold on. You're not giving up KD and you're not giving up Giannis forever.
No, because it's like Creedence Clearwater. This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. I have one little candle, just one little candle lit for Giannis to come home.
You have your lighter out and you're swaying it back and forth.
No. That's how you lose.
Please join us.
I got the wax going. We got the candle. We're ready to go.
You got the incense burning? Is that what you're doing? Sage in the locker room? A la Kyrie Irving to get Giannis here? Again, I almost called him Bob Myers. Our guy Mike Dunleavy already told us, Joe, $50 million players, they're not in the market for them. How much is Giannis making? How much is he making? Pull it up.
$53 million.
There you go. Can we be more realistic here when it comes to our expectations? Or is that where we are with the gambling?
No, we're always going to dream big.
Is this Mar in San Francisco? Is that the name, or is this Mark? Is it what is it, Sam? Mar in San Francisco wants to join in the conversation. Mar, what should the Warriors be doing right now? Good morning.
Good morning, man. I think trading Jonathan Kaminga would be a big mistake. I don't think we're going to get anything in return as good as Jonathan Kaminga. I mean, those last classes he had in the games that he played in the playoffs should tell you everything, man. He can fit in right in this team. He can be the future of our franchise. I think what we have to focus on is centers. We're talking about everybody else except centers. We just traded Kevon Looney. We need to find a center and add a center. That's the most important part right now. But trading Jonathan Kaminga would not help us. It would make us weaker. I think Kaminga, Draymond, and Steph are the future for us. I mean, of whatever Steph has left.
Who's the future?
Draymond. I think Kaminga is the future, but right now for the future is Steph and Draymond for whatever they have left, and Kaminga would be our future, of course.
Okay, you're saying in the immediate future, which is next season, season after that. That's what he's saying.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay. I was so confused.
Not the next 5, 6, 7 years is what he's saying.
I kind of got trapped. Like I felt like I was in the DeLorean. I didn't know which. I'm just space-time continuum.
Going to be completely honest. There's just so many memes happening right now that I'm all here for. So the Giannis Antetokounmpo is not happy with the Bucks after waiving Damian Lillard.
Okay, what does that mean?
Someone quote tweeted Drake being upset in the finals after KD got hurt. Oh no! Oh, I'm so sorry they did this to you, Dame.
That's so weak.
That's so not cool. It clearly wasn't me that told him to do it. Oh, that's awful. They brought in Miles Turner, who's so much better than you right now. Oh, that's kind of how it feels.
Miles Turner was invisible in the finals.
I mean,
he played terrible.
After Halliburton got hurt, which was awful.
Time out. No, after Halliburton got hurt, he was terrible before Halliburton got hurt.
Well, it was a bad matchup for him. We could have said that for a lot of Warriors players. It's a bad matchup for some of these. OKC does that to people. You know what? I think it was a good move. Miles Turner is 29. He's a big. He's 6'11", dude. Him and Giannis on the floor together? You kidding me?
Miles Turner's fine. He's a role player.
He's starting for them.
Okay, Giannis and Miles Turner is not scaring anyone.
Okay.
You still need other players around them.
In the East, it might scare some people. I don't know who else is out there.
Who's ball handling?
Pat Connaughton. I had to say it. Sorry. Kyle Kuzma.
So basically, it's Bobby Portis. It's Miles Turner, and it's Giannis. And what?
Kyle Kuzma, NBA champion. Greg's in Concord.
I mean, come on, dude. You couldn't even finish the sentence.
Greg in Concord has a wish list for the Warriors. One of these guys he lists, I think, has already been taken.
I like Miles Turner. I want to make this clear. I like him.
I know you
like
do.
He also turned it straight up into, a Ghostbuster. I mean, the dude was gonzo. Casper.
Sometimes that happens, man. Sometimes that happens. Greg, Concord, what should the Warriors be doing, Greg? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, huge fan of the show. First time I called in. That's cool I got through. But, of course, guys. So, big time fan. But, hey, two guys out there I think could really help the team. One, DeAndre Ayton. I think he got waived by the Suns a few days ago. We need a center, someone to match up against the other centers in the West. Zubac, Jokic, Şengün be a great upgrade. Best center we probably have since Bogut. And then also, too, Jordan Clarkson, I believe, got waived by Utah. He would be great off the bench.
Greg, real quick, Jordan Clarkson's a Knick now.
Yeah,
he already got signed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I still think DeAndre Ayton would be a great option for us at center right now.
I'm open to it.
That would be a one where it would feel like a win at this point. But if you got DeAndre Ayton.
But he's a guy I don't think he'd close with him, especially every night.
And I don't want to sound like cruel or mean or anything like that because it's not how I'm trying to sound. But maybe we all did, if you're a Warriors fan, set yourselves up for like a big splash. But I think, the Anthony Slayers of the world told us a while ago, like your big splash already happened this year, and it was Jimmy Butler. Like that is the guy that was the big splash.
Unless Giannis.
Not happening. I'm not allowing you to hurt and toy with Warriors fans' dreams, Joe.
No,
I'm not allowing you to do it.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine.
Can always trade Jimmy.
You can always. They're not though.
Or Moody, Kaminga, Draymond. Like there's combinations.
Okay, if you're just joining us, why are we talking about this? Okay, so this is what happened. The Bucks waived Damian Lillard, who again tore his Achilles just a couple months ago. They're waiving him, stretching the remaining $113 million on his contract in order to acquire free agent center Miles Turner. They're going to pay him a fat contract. So bye-bye Dame. Here comes Miles. And then we get Chris Haynes, formerly of Bleacher Report. Right now, I think he's a free agent. I see him on NBA TV right behind you. Chris Haynes reporting, Giannis Antetokounmpo is not happy with the Bucks after waiving Damian Lillard. So Chasky thinks that's saying, you know what? I'm disgruntled. I want to leave Milwaukee. That's what you're saying.
Well, no, I'm just saying he's not happy.
Okay.
So you got to make a call.
He's not happy. Okay. All right. Sure. Why not? You don't think Mike Dunleavy's made that call already?
Oh, yeah, but you got to keep making the
You got to keep making the call. Okay.
Yeah. You up?
Are you not satisfied?
You all know exactly what that text is.
Are you not satisfied currently with the trio that is Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond?
No, I'm always looking to upgrade.
Real quick, though. Having said that, do you truly believe if you gutted this roster and just had Stephen Curry and Giannis Antetokounmpo and a bunch of other guys, that's good enough in the West? As we're talking about this West being absolutely loaded.
No one thinks that. You still have to shape the team around them.
I'm asking you because I do believe that still Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond gives you something in the West to contend going forward next year.
Giannis is the rim defender that they have been searching high and low for, and all these names that you're bringing up, not only is he that rim defender, he closes games for you and then puts pressure on said rim and is the athlete that you've dying to have. I think he's a better passer than we give him credit for. I don't want him shooting from beyond the arc, but he's a better passer. Okay. Just in general, he gets to the free throw line. Like come on, dude. We're talking about one of the greatest players of all time.
Yeah, I understand that too. But we're also talking about a sport and
he's 5 years younger
and
than
the NBA and the depth of the West right now. And I use that word in particular, depth right now. That's why I think it might be the most prudent move bringing back JK right now. And listen, adding some players that are on the fringes that might not be the sexiest names, kind of like what you did last season, which albeit you ended up making a big trade with Jimmy Butler. But, Buddy Hield ended up being a pretty good piece for you in the playoffs. Like that is a guy that I could come away from the playoffs saying, okay, that's a plus that I have in my back pocket right now. Obviously, Anthony Melton got hurt, which sucked. and then he moved off
valuable to the
slow-mo.
Warriors. One second. Stop on, buddy. Valuable to the Warriors. He's making $8 million a year. I'm not here to say that he's the end-all, be-all, but anyone in the league could have had Buddy Hield.
Sure, it feels like a bargain for this team right now.
No doubt. No doubt. So, I trust Dunleavy to figure out the team around them. And he did a pretty good job on the fly last year.
Let me ask you this, Joe. Would you be disappointed if they didn't land any of these guys, an Ayton or a Horford?
If they just roll back the exact same team
kind
right
of what
now,
I'm asking,
minus Kevon Looney and GP2, I got to see what these young guys that they drafted in the second round, those guys that they think can help them this year.
Alex Tui and Will Richard, and shout out Guru and Evan doing a hell of a job with those interviews. Yeah.
You're not as good. Now, that's at the beginning of the year. My opinion can change after 2 months.
Well, yeah, the Warriors were a play-in team at the deadline last year, and then they ended up still being a play-in team, albeit a much more improved. And at one point, they were flirting with home court advantage in the playoffs in the first round.
The number one problem with this team was that they never got health and the lineup combinations right all year, right? And so maybe having training camp with less people to worry about throwing in there, as in no Kevon, no GP2, though you like those players, maybe there's something to be said for, well, now everyone has crystallized clear specific roles, and we don't have 11 guys that could play for the 8 spots, 9 spots. Maybe we have 9 guys to play for the 9 spots. I'm trying to talk myself into it, is what I'm getting at.
No, I feel you. And again, we're talking about NBA free agency right now because it is upon us, and a lot of moves are happening. Bucks waiving Damian Lillard. They agreed to a contract with Miles Turner, of all people. So Miles Turner goes from Indiana till Milwaukee. And then obviously DeAndre Ayton's still out there. He's a big. A lot of Warriors fans want some bigs. Brook Lopez, he's got another name out there, but he signed with the Clippers. Al Horford, 39 years old, as the the Celtics continue to gut their
How old
roles.
is Al Horford?
39. Yeah. But again, he's still serviceable.
These guys, there are 4 guys that are going to be eligible for my 40 and up softball team pretty soon.
They're the Golden State AARPs. What you're saying?
Jeez Louise.
I know.
And I like Horford.
I know.
I actually really like.
They all
Horford.
have to get their.
He's so old.
They all have to get their colonoscopies coming up here pretty soon.
He's so old.
He is. He's old. That happens though, man. We're kind of going in this weird direction and spot with the Warriors, where it's this age versus youth argument. They are, but you still got hope because of what? Because of who?
Yeah, because Steph.
Steph. But even that guy showed his mortality last year, right? Here's one. I guess. Thank you for this, Sam.
I don't think this is worth a breaking news sounder.
No, it's not.
Give it to me.
Kings trading Jonas Valanciunas to the Nuggets for Dario Saric. So we got the the Baltic states trading each other. There you go. All right.
Wasn't Valanciunas a trade deadline acquisition for the Kings?
I think he was. They've just had so many of those Serbian dudes or Czech Republic guys. Valanciunas is the Alex Lenz of the world. The Domantas Sabonis, shout out Lithuania. Sabonis, what's Sabonis?
The Eastern Bloc, man.
Well, that's
Vladi is what I think of when you go Eastern Bloc Kings.
Of course, right? Or you go
Peja
Stojakovic, right? His son, isn't he? Is he in the league right now? Page's son? I don't know. 888-957-9570. Is there a move out there, Warrior fans, that you'd feel would put this team and put you in a good state of mind heading into next season? Is there one out there? Or is there nothing? You feeling like the sense of dread right now? Because we were just talking to Mark Willard, and if you missed any of it, Mark Willard of Willard Dibs, yes, that Mark Willard joined us at 8 o'clock. You find the interview on the Odyssey app or on YouTube. He was feeling some type of way. I could hear it in his voice, whereas he's not feeling confident about this Warriors team right now, heading into next season, as currently constructed. There's still time. Not everything's come to fruition. There can be trades to be made. Stuff can happen.
And don't forget, Summer League. All it takes is one performance, and we got the next Marco Bellinelli.
Also, Will Richard having a triple-double this weekend against the Miami Heat of the world.
Joe, yeah. I'm old enough to remember Marco Bellinelli having that one Summer League, and we all thought we had the next Manu.
Yeah, he turned into that for who?
The Spurs.
The Spurs, exactly. Yeah, there you go. 888-957-9570.
He did, though. I have to tell you, dude, like, Summer League used to be like, Anthony Randolph, look at him.
Dude, that's the name.
He's the next Lamar Odom.
I will always root for the Italian guys, no matter what.
Bellinelli.
I still think Andrea Bargnani in the right situation could have been a dude, okay?
Number one. We talk about all-time heartbreaking trades. Like on draft day, watching Jason Richardson get traded for Marco Bellinelli right after We Believe. That was just so crushing for me as a Warriors fan.
Jay Rich was for the 5th pick. I thought it was for The right,
oh no, that's right. Yeah, he was Brandon.
Wright.
Still, either way, we Jay Rich gone, Bellinelli in.
Brandon Wright, who hurt his shoulder, literally raising his arm up after being selected. Oh, dude, he's like, yeah, I sort of got he tore his shoulder like 7 times.
Talking ourselves into Brandon Wright. Oh, how far we've come.
So skinny, so little. He wasn't even 6'9".
He also didn't sign an autograph for me once. I'm like, Steiny.
What a loser!
Wow.
Well, he couldn't because of the shoulder.
He couldn't.
Real quick on that.
Because of the shoulder.
Real quick on that. We're gonna get into signatures and signings. We're gonna get into that.
So little Carter, who was taller than Brandon Wright back then. Okay, how old were you?
Yeah, I was in 7th grade, maybe.
And you went to so you were sitting courtside because you got big money.
Courtside at the summer league game.
Oh, at the summer
courtside,
league
Carter.
Yeah, and he was walking off the court, like done with the game, not playing, injured, mind you.
Okay,
and
he's a sophomore. I mean, second year player.
And he was like, he just turned and was like, no.
He just told you no.
Just said no.
Kind of like what Patrick Mahomes
did. You cry?
No, but I immediately hated him.
How old were you?
I was in the 7th grade. So I was
7th grade. Okay, too old to get it. And you didn't say like screw you or anything.
I thought it. That's for sure.
And who were you with?
My dad.
And what'd he say?
My dad was just a very quiet guy. He just didn't care.
That's hilarious.
The nicest person that ever signed the ball and was always very gracious, Mark Hanna of the A's, once upon a time. Very nice guy.
So
great vibes guy.
I'll tell you a great story.
Vibes guy.
I had never sat really close to the bench, and my buddy Brian Carter, rest in peace, his father
Carter.
Cotter.
C-O-T-T-E-R. I want to make sure. Sorry,
Sunset guy.
Okay.
His dad was from Ireland, and his dad was a contractor, and he used to get great seats to like the Giants games and great seats to like Warrior games. So we went to I believe at the time he was either a Timberwolf. I think he was a Timberwolf. Christian Laettner and Cherokee Parks were playing. Yeah, I know these are names. All right?
Cherokee Parks is an all-time name.
And we were right behind. I want to say he was a Timberwolf. We were behind the Timberwolf bench. And Christian Laettner had the long hair with the little thin headband at the time, which was no one in the league had that. This was way before Sasa Vucevic, whatever his name was,
right.
ended up having that look. And everybody hated him because he was a bad boy. And we were sitting behind the bench, and he ended up signing some stuff for me and Brian. We were probably, I don't know, 10, 11, 12 years old, 13 years old.
Wait, Laettner was signing him?
Yeah, he was great.
That's actually pretty cool.
Super nice. And everyone was like, he's a jerk. He's this. He was super nice to us.
Again.
Super nice. He was huge.
Again, something that you'll remember for the rest of your life is like, actually, he was nice to me. So there you go. Don't judge people on their worst days. I try not to do
exactly.
that.
But you don't got to remember, like, and I've told you guys this, like Fab Five were larger than life.
Yes.
Right? Back then. Christian Laettner was larger than life. You played on the Dream Team. You went to Duke. Like, he was that guy. And the way we view the white boys that come out of Duke, like, he was one of the first hated Dukians.
Right. And then him and then Grant Hill, obviously. There was
Grant Hill was loved.
He was, but people felt some type of way about him going back to that Fab Five doc.
Yes.
There was a lot of, and again, I'm not black, you're not black, but there was a lot of his upbringing their upbringing and all of that. And it just created more of a rivalry. And the Fab Five, obviously, during your time, I don't think I was alive or I was just born. The baggy shorts, that was the big deal, right?
And the black socks.
Which is funny now that we're going back to like kind of the higher shorts. They've been it's been adjusting left and right. You're always a baggy shorts guy. That's okay. It's all right.
Not baggy. No, it's got to be slightly above the kneecap.
Slightly above the kneecap?
Yeah.
Okay.
But like, I don't want to see like my full quad.
You don't? What?
No.
Come on, you lifting?
I don't need
Show
to
off the quads.
Don't need to split my shorts.
What are those
it's hard
shorts
to
called?
find good shorts.
The chubbies? Those are the shorts called? Those are the short ones?
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, so we've touched on a lot today. We started the show off, Joe, talking about fan interference. And Christian Koss, what should have been a home run taken away, turned into a double, didn't get a run, and the Giants lose yet another heartbreaker. Stop me if you've heard that before. We've have NBA free agency. Kevon Looney, no longer a Warrior. He is a New Orleans Pelican. 2 years, $16 million. Bye-bye, Kevon. All of a sudden, Dame Lillard's going to be a free agent. He's going to be out there. He's rehabbing from an Achilles injury. Do you take a flyer on him? Because Miles Turner is now a Milwaukee Buck. Does that mean Giannis is staying? We'll find out. But that's another name you can cross off if you had, hopes and aspirations of Miles Turner being in a Golden State Warriors uniform. That's not happening. Could it be DeAndre Ayton? We'll see. He hasn't signed yet. So there's a lot of happening around there. But I do want to touch on something that Carter just referenced and what we referenced at the start of the show. Fan behavior. And it's gotten to the point where we have players on the field getting emotional and crying. Ketel Marte doing that. And then what the White Sox fan said about his mother who passed away, and getting that deep. And we talked to Bob Brenly yesterday, former manager of the Diamondbacks and current broadcaster for the team, and kind of touching on that and talking about it. Now, there's different levels of this conversation, obviously. What that fan said in Chicago to Ketel Marte is not on the same level of what the fan did yesterday, reaching over. There's different levels to it. There's different types of knuckleheadery, if you will. But check this out on what happened. And this was at Lake Tahoe, correct, Joe? Because you sent the sound.
I think it's the ACC, whatever they call it, the championship, the celebrity championship circuit, whatever it's called.
And this was at Tahoe. And this was a back and forth between a dad and Mahomes after Patrick Mahomes, who was playing golf.
Yeah,
he's in the middle of a round, did not want to sign something for this guy's son. Take a listen.
Will you send my jersey when you got here?
I can't make everybody real quiet. No, you can't. You can just make one kid happy out of 100. I'll make 99 sad. That's all right. 1 out of 99. That's at least it ain't 0%.
So again, the audio's right there. It's a little iffy there, but again,
he's about to hit a shot, and there's like rope that separates him from the fans. If you've ever seen a golf event, you're right up on top of them as they're about to hit, and the dad is the one basically pestering, Mahomes to sign his kid's autograph. I think the dad's coming on way too strong.
Well, I love what he said there. He's like, he's like, oh, you can make one kid happy. He's like, well, I'll make 99 sad. Like, he is cognizant of how he's going to be viewed in the whole thing. Patrick Mahomes, who's one of the biggest superstars in sports, in American sports today. He is. It's, as far as I'm concerned, he's the Steph Curry of football right now. He's like that popular. And so for that guy to have like a pissy attitude about it, like, I would feel some type of way about the son. Like, if I was the son, I'd feel embarrassed. Like, and I'd feel like awkward that my dad's like having that. Yeah, he's like going at Patrick Mahomes. Like, Dad, just stop. Like, you're making all of us look bad right now.
And if I'm Mahomes, I'm thinking, are you the autograph hunter that's going to take this autograph and then resell it?
Right.
To me, it's one thing if it's an organic interaction with one child or whatever. Totally different when the dad's doing what he's doing. Like, dude, you're out of line.
And when stuff like that happens, I go back to guys that like refuse to sign a lot. Barry Bonds being one of them, albeit there was a lot with Barry, but I understand it. Leave me the hell alone. Ricky Henderson, famously, rest in peace.
Let me give you
leave me alone.
I'll give you one of my favorite Bond stories of all time. Brian Cotter, same guy I just referenced. We got these great seats going to a Giants game, and it was Bonds and Matt Williams, on deck in between innings, with Robbie Thompson standing in the kind of like the clubhouse, whatever you call it, the dugout steps, waiting to come out. And the pitcher's warming up, and this is in between innings, and a ball goes past the pitcher, past the catcher, and it rattles around. Bonds picks it up. He points at me, I thought, and goes, hey, and rifles one. Brian Cotter has his glove and leans over and steals this ball from me, from Barry Bonds.
Wow.
Swear to God. And I'm like, oh, my God, like dejected, Robbie Thompson sees this from the first step. He goes, hey, come over here. And I come like walking over all sad, grabs a ball and flips it to me.
Oh, that's awesome.
Didn't need an autograph, didn't need everything. I'm a Robbie Thompson fan the rest of my life. Well, how could I ever have anything negative to say about Robbie Thompson?
There's a memory right there.
Of all time. Bonds throwing us the ball, number one. Number two, Robbie seeing this and just doing the right thing to a kid. Our dads were there. They didn't say anything. They said, they were like, oh my God, Brian got a Bonds ball, you know what I mean, or whatever it was. Like, it's got to be organic and it's got to be individual. I never really understood that. Like, as I get older, the autograph thing is bizarre.
It's very odd to me.
It's very bizarre.
I understand like the card collecting aspect and like you get like the signature, you pull the pack, like the Paul Skeens card selling for God knows how much.
Yeah,
right?
But you got to bring the card and not mess it up and then go to the game. And like, so to me, I think it's weird.
I know.
The older I get, I don't understand autograph culture.
Do you know what's not weird? It's this or that. And apparently, as I see on the line right now, Sam, do I do this now or do I tease it? Do it now.
We can set up the question now, yeah.
Okay, so what is the question? What is it?
The question today is simple, guys. As the Warriors do very little in NBA free agency, if the Warriors stood pat on free agency and just bring this team back as is with Jonathan Kaminga, are the Warriors a playoff team? Yes or no?
888-957-9570. Warriors run it back as is. Are they a playoff team? 888-957-9570. 9570. That's this or that. We're going to play that on the other side. And it's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
This is a certified hood classic.
You better believe it. Big Pun, baby. Let's go.
It's like a nursery rhyme beat.
And Baby LJ will like it. Go night. Does Baby LJ have his naps timed out yet?
Dude, right now, LJ, what is the sound of the dinosaur mix? Roar.
Awesome. He's locked in.
Hilarious, dude.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
What sound does a duck make? Quack.
Dude, he's smart. Smarter than most people I know in my personal life.
We're working on Ribbit.
What's that?
It's a frog.
Oh, there you go. Oh, I didn't know.
Someone skipped one of the things on the speak and say.
Listen, I'm a seasoned veteran of a father over here. I actually would like Sam Lubman. Actually, low-key was babysitting Benny for a second at a mutual friend's party we were at.
Oh my God, that's scary.
Oh no, they were talking Star Wars.
Dude, we had some hardcore Star Wars conversations.
I think Sam was impressed by young Benjamin's knowledge of the Force.
Really? Hey, I'm Lubman. I'm going to be at Freeman's Appliances this Saturday with Mark Grandy.
Honestly, Benny's impersonation of me was much better than Filmo Mike's. But no, Benny, he knows his Star Wars stuff.
It's me and Dan DeVoe. Hello there.
Yeah. No, I was starting to feel like I didn't know my Star Wars stuff talking to Benny. You taught him well, Spadoni. And he knows what a frog sounds like, too.
He does. Young Benjamin, love that kid. He's good. He's going places these days. Although, he's out of summer. He was sick the last week, so that's always fun. So, like, getting sick during summertime.
Does he match the timeline, though?
The timeline's up there. Is Jonathan Kaminga matching the timeline, Joe? I don't know. What is Benny's time? Like, what are you talking? Wait, what?
I don't even know.
What was that? What do you mean?
He's one of the youngsters. Does he fit your lifestyle?
He's going to start doing the T-ball, I think, this fall. He's going to start doing the T-ball. It's usually like 5 or 6 they start. Yeah, so.
Stand there and watch 8 kids run after one ball.
Quite frankly, he's already on
Can't do it.
pitch. He can hit my ball pretty good. If I throw some up there, he's good. He's good there. The athleticism, we'll see. Okay. He's going to be a slap hitter, maybe, but that's okay.
Well, I'm surprised. I mean, his dad dunked in high school, apparently.
I never said dunked. Touched the rim. All right? Just the tip.
When it was lying over on the ground.
I guess the genes skip a generation, huh?
No. Hey, he's a beautiful. I'll tell you what.
I'm like imagining this guy
Benjamin,
in flip-flops doing like the Brent Berry from the free throw line.
Stock is up on
Get
young Benjamin.
here.
I'm just telling you. Guy's a model if he wanted to be.
Oh, no, he's
incredible. He's incredible. He's got the hair. He's got the eyes.
He's got great hair.
He's got elite
As someone
hair.
who knows what great hair is.
He's got that nice skin. He's beautiful. He's crushing it.
I love you, Loveman. I don't know about elite hair. You got hair. Not sure if it's elite.
Shasky, you do not want to have a hair conversation. You do not bring enough to the table to have a hair conversation.
Oh, I'm well aware. But in this situation, you're kind of like Jeff Samardzija. You'll eat some innings. I don't know if they're good innings. You got some hair.
I think I put a little bit more in than Jeff Samardzija.
Is that the this or that today, Carter? Is it whose hair's better, Joe Shasky's or Sam Lubman's?
Shasky has other hair.
You got to have hair to be a part of that conversation.
Got better chest hair?
Oh, I have that too. It's a whole nother this or that.
Jesus Christ, just hit the open, please.
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
All right. The this or that question is this. If the Warriors run it back as is, are they a playoff team?
Well, is it – time out. When we say run it back, because Looney's not coming back, that doesn't mean run it back.
Well, run it back meaning Jonathan Kaminga stays.
Okay.
The same players you had playing in the playoffs with standing. So, like, obviously Kevon's gone, and if GP2 leaves, all those other players, they'll stay. Jimmy Buddy.
Their roster as of today.
There you go. If the Warriors keep the roster as of today, run it back.
JK.
Are they a playoff team?
Man, I don't know.
This or that.
I think they're a play-in team.
Ooh, I don't think that's good enough. Well, let's start.
If you make me go this or that, I'm going to say, like, you're talking about top 6, right?
That is a playoff team. Yes.
Okay, not the 7 and 8 spot.
Nope, I am talking playoff.
I think they just
only.
I think they just missed it. I don't think they are.
Wow. 888-957-9570. So if the Warriors, as currently constructed right now, go into next season just like this, are they a playoff team? Top 6 seed in the West. 888-957-9570. It's this or that. And speaking of immaculate hair, I got a feeling Brian in Palo Alto has elite lettuce on top. Brian, good morning. This or that. Are the Warriors running it back? Are they a playoff team as currently constructed? Good morning.
No, they're not a playoff team. I mean, Quentin Post is I guess would be your 36 minute a night center, and I don't think that works out. I don't, I get criticized for being tough on Kaminga, but I just don't view Kaminga as a guy that impacts winning. He's not proven to be that in his career, and so no, I don't view bringing back Kaminga as any type of sort of asset in the pursuit of winning. Their best basketball they played the last 3 seasons happened when he was out. So, and if they can't get a serviceable sign and trade for him, it'll be an all-time asset disaster mismanagement from and Dunleavy, but all time.
Hey, hey, Brian, what is your favorite memory of one Kevon Looney as we say goodbye to Kevon after 10 years?
It's one of these games where he got 20-plus rebounds, right, and just found a level that nobody thought he had in him, which usually was in the playoffs. But, yeah, loved Looney, and good for him. Getting $8 million a year right now, he's got to take that and run, and I don't think the Warriors were going to give it to him. So,
no, it's a great point. Hey, Brian,
yes.
have you ever rocked a mullet in your life?
I go back and look at some of the old pictures. Probably
that means you're an older soul. That means you lived in the 80s, early 90s.
We're slowly peeling back the onion.
I did.
That's okay.
I did live in the 80s. I did live. Didn't you live in the 80s, Chasky? Or are you that young?
Yeah, I've had the same crew cut though since I was 4 years old. So I don't know if I necessarily count. But my mom's hairstyle has changed dramatically when I look at family portraits.
Well, I mean, I lived in the era. There was the era of heavy metal and dudes purposely rocking long hair.
Yeah, that's my dad. My dad had the long hair on his wedding day. His hair was longer than
Brian.
my mom's.
That's good. Yeah, we had the buzz cut growing up because I had so many brothers. So my mom would literally just buy invest in clippers. I'm not taking you guys to get haircuts.
I already got an argument with Michelle about
shaving
this.
your heads.
No, I got an argument with Michelle about this. So when we were in summer, we would have buzz cuts.
Yeah,
because it was low maintenance.
Well, and the school was about to start, so it'd be easy. You just there you go.
Yeah, and then you'd grow it out, in September or whatever. And she's like, "We're never going to do that with the little guy." I'm like, "Why not? His hair grows like a freaking weed,
right? He's a beautiful kid. You can get away with it too."
Today, actually, the two of us set me back financially.
Where are you getting your haircut? Yo, that was cryptic. Jeez.
I was pulling a Steiny.
Oh my God.
I was pulling a Steiny.
It's just, yeah. Well, Steiny loves talking about his hair. He would tell you.
$500
He went to Brogan and Son.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's like, I saw Gabe Kapler right there, and we were just, shooting the breeze. It's like, really, Steiny? Wow,
Were you
Gabe
getting
Kapler.
the same dyed beard?
Yeah. Well, no, Steiny's leaning into the salt and pepper, which I appreciate about him. I got that too, so I'm leaning into more of it. So, sneakily has the salt and pepper here at the station? Mark Grandy. It's 25.
Why are you throwing him under the bus?
No, it's a good look for Mark. I'm just saying.
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now?
I'm not. I'm saying.
What are you doing?
The salt and pepper, Mark Grandy.
You're just running him over?
No. I'm saying it's a good look for Mark. I love him, and he's listening right now. I love you, Mark Grandy.
Take
a paisan. Spencer's in Oakland.
Spencer,
this or that. As currently constructed,
Pat Spencer.
Are the Warriors a playoff team with this roster heading into next season?
I feel like this is a rhetorical question. I mean, of course, they're a playoff team going into next year. Do we remember the post-Jimmy acquisition record? I mean, how much of a contributor was GP2? I mean, he had a great game or two here or there, but how much of a great contributor was GP2? Was Kevon? I mean, I love Kevon. Rest in peace, playoff Loon for the Warriors. Never be forgotten. But, I mean, that record post-acquisition was incredible, and I feel like, will they maintain that clip all year this year? No, but they don't really need to be in that top six. The other thing, I mean, when you look at yourselves as human beings, do you get better year over year? I mean, as you progress in your careers, I would argue that most people would say, yeah, I learn, I get better, I progress. And I would argue that we got a lot of guys on this roster, namely Quentin Post, you've got Moody, you've got Pods, all youngsters who got some playoff experience. Some of it wasn't as good, but, guys go through those struggles, and I believe they're going to get better in their roles. I also think every year we're surprised by somebody, at least one guy. I mean, last year it was Quentin Post. I think Buddy Hield, if we can get some another year the way he shot this year. I know he went through ups and downs, but I firmly believe that this question is rhetorical, and that they are absolutely a playoff team. That's where I stand for sure.
Hey, Spencer, real quick, stay on the line. Don't toss them off yet. All right, we're going to play a little exercise here, and I'm going to name these teams in the West, and you're going to tell me if they're playoff teams, okay?
Okay.
Oklahoma City.
Well, for sure.
Houston Rockets.
Yes.
Denver Nuggets.
Yes.
Minnesota Timberwolves.
Depends.
Really? They were in the Western Conference Finals, Spencer, but that's fine. LA Clippers. LA Clippers.
I know. They're the Clippers playing.
I mean, they were, you laugh, they beat the Warriors on the last day of the year to be a playoff team.
I understand. That matchup between the Warriors has favored the Clippers, but overall, I think they're probably a play-in team. I mean, they're the Clippers. I mean, historically speaking, I'm just gonna ride that. They are the Clippers.
Fair enough. The Los Angeles Lakers.
Also, probably a play-in team. I mean, is LeBron still there? We saw all the wording from his agent yesterday. Is what's his name there that declined his option? The shooter.
Reeves?
I forget his name. But yeah, I think so. Austin Reeves. Is he still there after declining his option, or is he going to go get paid big bucks, which, I mean, he's clearly worth? That's a big question, too. So right now it's a big question mark. I would say play in. Luka is that good. It seems like he has lost a bunch of weight. He'll probably come back in better condition this year. So I do think, possibility that he can carry them by himself without those other two, potentially, to a play-in.
Hey, Spencer, I appreciate you playing the game with me. I'm trying to just tell him how difficult the West is right now. And for him to just shoehorn them in as a playoff team when they were a play-in team last year with Jimmy Butler. And I just don't think we're in a position to poo-poo the Los Angeles Clippers or the Lakers or the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Minnesota Timberwolves were just as hot, if not hotter, than the Warriors at the end of the or post All-Star break last year. And then we got to talk about teams that were play-in / not even in the playoffs last year that's going to make the jump. I think the Dallas Mavericks are going to be good next year. A hot take. I'm a big Cooper Flag guy and believer. It's going to be incumbent on who, though? It always is. Can Anthony Davis stay healthy?
Who's their point guard?
Right now, it might be D'Angelo Russell. Which, again, I know. But
I just don't trust him at all.
Okay, but again, the nucleus that is Cooper Flag, Anthony Davis.
Again, you have to have a ball handler to get the ball out. There needs to be
D'Angelo Russell could be a ball handler, though. He has been on a playoff level teams. He has done that.
It's more likely D'Angelo wears his welcome out before the trade deadline and is moved than he is actually some, what a great
give me some rope.
Kyrie.
Would it be crazy if I told you the Dallas Mavericks were a top 6 team?
No, I like Dallas, but
that's all I'm saying.
Also,
that's all I'm saying. Yeah, is that they could be legitimately be a top 6 team next year.
Well, yeah, and I could legitimately, win the lottery.
That's not stop. That's not like Cooper Flag has been one of the greatest prospects we've ever seen.
Who are their guards?
Klay Thompson. Is PJ Washington still there too? Thumbs up. PJ Washington. Max Christie I actually like. They used that other piece from that Luka deal. Okay. I do like me some Max Christie.
Okay, but you would agree that not having a primary ball handler to be able to facilitate and set up the offense is going to be one of their primary needs now and until through the season. I
think D'Angelo Russell is underrated as a ball handler. It's where his shot selection is awful sometimes for him. As a ball handler, he can get the assists up. I hear you laughing.
I
That's
bought
fine.
in on D'Angelo, and I immediately pivoted. I think he's just got horrific IQ.
That's fine. Again, it's going to be a drop off from Kyrie Irving.
I do like that. I'm with you. I would much more listen to you. Oh wow, give me a healthy Wemby, and the Spurs are.
Well, that's the one too.
But Castle, I believe that much in.
I don't know the deep vein thrombosis thing. That diagnosis kind of scared me. like with him and that injury and that whole thing. Like that's
Castle's sick.
I know.
Castle
but
is
if Wemby's not going to be like available, they have no shot. They just don't.
Unless they're playing the Warriors and Harrison Barnes is taking the last shot.
Is Chris Paul still there too, by the way?
No, he just signed with Detroit.
Oh, Detroit?
Yeah, got to squeeze more money out, because Chris Paul hasn't made enough.
Hey, I like Detroit. They got a puncher's chance in the East next year. Why not? Cade Cunningham takes another step.
Yeah, you can roll the dice with them and Malik Beasley.
That's a 4. Not mad at it. That's not bad. I'll take that. This or that, by the way.
I like Detroit's chances at the craps table.
888-957-957.
The safest bet out there.
The safest bet.
Shohei's already putting big money on the
Shout out to
Pistons.
Little Caesars Arena, baby. Let's go.
No, but OKC, Houston, Denver, Minnesota, to me are pretty much mortal locks for the playoffs.
We're talking this or that right now. So
obviously,
why we're talking
injuries
about it.
and all that stuff. But I think I would throw the Clippers in there.
Okay, yeah, I would too.
I would.
too.
So that's 5.
Although they just got like the healthiest Kawhi season they're probably going to have, and it still wasn't enough to get out of the first round. It's pretty incredible.
Harden is, look, every year I try to bury Harden, and every year he has a monster year, and he's just still good.
He was incredible in that overtime.
Yeah,
he couldn't miss.
And Zubac,
all of it.
Yeah, like they got something going on. So let's just say 4 spots locked in. We're really talking about 2 spots, and then it's Clippers, Lakers, Spurs, Dallas, Warriors. Who else?
I think that's
I don't know what to make of the Grizzlies.
I don't know what to make of the Grizzlies either, because they got rid of Desmond Bane, but they brought in like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who's that, Cole Anthony. Obviously, they re-signed Jaren Jackson Jr. for a fat contract. Jaw's still there.
Trade Ja?
Who's touching that contract right now? Like, that's also like part
Just
of this.
asking.
No. But like, let's play that hypothetical. Would you want to trade for John Morant right now?
If I was I'm just going to throw out names. Portland Trailblazers, absolutely. You become infinitely more watchable. You're a no one.
Well, you got Scoot Henderson and them boys, Drew Holiday. Win one for Chauncey, baby. And they lock Chauncey up. He's there.
Jesus.
You just like the name. I just like the name Scoot Henderson.
Washington. If you're the Washington Wizards and you're like in no man's land, right? I mean,
is there a more relevant?
I'm talking myself.
Is there a more relevant franchise in sports than the Washington Wizards right now? The Colorado Rockies.
I mean, the Oakland A's.
Well, they don't even have a home. At least their thing. Hey, they got Jacob Wilson. At least he's good. He's going to be a shortstop rookie All-Star game guy. So there you go.
The Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, that's a good one. Well, they just got Sexton.
Oh,
let's go.
That'll do it.
Sexton, baby.
Yeah.
A lot of Sexton happening out there. Let's go.
Malik Beasley all over the Hornets now.
I can't wait till the final couple possessions of the game when you got Lonzo taking 1-footers.
LaMelo.
Sexton saying clear out.
LaMelo, excuse me.
What'd I say, Lonzo?
Lonzo.
My bad.
Show some respect. LaMelo Ball.
One of the balls.
All-star. Make sure
balling out.
Make sure you're locked in, by the way, to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman, Steven Risotto, covering for Joe Shasky, bring you the best Giants talk in the Bay. But since Risotto is out of town and the Giants are playing the A's.
Where's he out of town to?
Who knows? This week's episode is going to feature 95.7 The Game alum Kyle Madsen, your boy.
What?
Sam and Kyle will preview part 2 of whatever it is we call the Giants-A's rivalry. Subscribe today so you do not miss out.
Was Carter not available for this episode, or what's going on here?
No, Carter turned me down. I guess I don't meet his price point.
Wow.
I'm no Madsen.
Oh, Kyle Madsen. Okay. Yeah. So there you go. Carter? You second Carter like him?
Yeah.
He's going to join. Carter, you do podcasts?
You
dabble?
I like talking.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm not mad at it. Real quick, this is a tease for the next 10 minutes. Carter has as we were talking about,
maybe one of the greatest.
It's one of the great
autograph
stories as Patrick Mahomes, I guess, stiffs his dad and his son, and the dad felt some type of way about it. Carter has one of the greatest stories I've ever heard in my life. That's a tease, baby. Coming up in 10 minutes. In the meantime, it's this or that. 888-957-9570. If the Warriors run it back as currently constructed today and don't make any other big moves heading into next season, are they a playoff team? Are they a top 6 seed in the Western Conference? Yes or no? 888-957-9570. Do we have a poll out on that, Sammy?
We do have a poll on that right now, Spadoni, and that poll, which was set up by Carter, are the Warriors a playoff team, as is if they run it back, not the play-in? No is taking a commanding 64-36 lead as of right now. Here's what some of those YouTubers are saying. Mike J says the Warriors will miss the playoffs with this current team, whereas Fakey Slacks says the youngsters are going to improve so he expects the Warriors to make the playoffs.
Hey, the guy's name was Flaky Sacks?
Fakey Slacks. I might be saying it wrong. I don't know. The Luminous Monk is calling them a play-in team, not to be confused with the Laughing Monk. Shout out to Sam Kadiri and all those guys at Laughing Monk. Still the best. They're a 6th seed at best, so I guess they aren't the best.
Is that DJ Khaled?
It might be. They do better than that. It would be highly surprising. This might be the best one. Chris Cash is feeling the Warriors big time. He has predicted the top 4 in the West next year. OKC, the Nuggets, the Rockets, and the Warriors.
Wow.
That is your top 4. Saber says the Warriors are definitely a playoff team. Now with Jimmy starting the season with us and training camp, we will win enough games to secure a playoff spot.
What's more likely, Joe? They're a top 4 seed and have home court in the first round, or they're a play-in team next year?
Play-in.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's what's more likely, top 4 seed or just miss the top 10 completely.
No, I'd go play-in, though. There's no chance they miss the top 10 completely. There's no chance.
Joe, they've hovered around.
The Kings were a play-in team last year. They stink.
I mean, okay. Well, you're asking. I'm answering. I'm telling you, this team has been hovering around the play-in for 3 straight years. And although I loved what I saw in the final couple months of the season, really, if you peel it back, the only fully healthy team that they beat at any point down the stretch was the Lakers.
Well,
and we kind of found out
the Nuggets too.
The Nuggets didn't have Jamal Murray, and what's his face didn't play in that game. Michael Porter Jr.
Okay, sorry, you're right.
Okay,
but they beat a Nuggets team that had beaten them like 50 straight times.
I know, but we also have to understand that was not the same version of the Nuggets that rolled out there in the first round, right? Like when they beat the Knicks, that was a great win, but Cat didn't play in that game.
Did they not beat a fully healthy Memphis Grizzlies team?
That Memphis, I don't even consider them. They're not even on the radar.
No, but at the time, they were a playoff team.
And
that was a big win. You're scoffing at it. It was.
All right, whatever.
It was.
All right, so okay, they beat the Memphis Grizzlies. Hey, hang your hat on it.
Okay,
no, I know, but I'm
will.
saying like you also have to play the record. You're going to play tougher opponents, next year. And so I as much as that record was intoxicating, I also have to be realistic with myself and say a lot of the teams that they beat were either out of it or weren't at full strength. Look, you get credit for accomplishing those things, but you also have to extrapolate it out throughout an 82-game season. You might not get that lucky.
By the way, for just joining us, it's NBA free agency frenzy right now. It is upon us. The latest big story. It all kind of happened within 5 minutes. Damian Lillard waived as he's recovering from an Achilles injury. So he gonna bring in Miles Turner. So you're paying Miles Turner while also paying Damian Lillard as they're stretching the remaining $113 million on Dame's contract the next 5 years, but you're also signing up Miles Turner for a 4-year extension. So you got Dame leaving. He's going to be a free agent. You take a flyer on that as he's rehabbing from that? Who knows? I would if I'm the Golden State Warriors. Would you Warriors fans? 888-957-9570. So that's happening there. Also in the NFL, Darren Waller's coming out of retirement, and you're just going to the Miami Dolphins as they trade for Darren Waller because the Giants had his rights as he retired a Giant. He's coming out of retirement. I think it's a conditional 6th-round pick.
I wonder
for a 7th conditional pick. That's the compensation there for the Giants and the Dolphins.
I wonder how much money he needs, Darren Waller, to come out of retirement. I bet he went through it already.
No, he's making so much money as a rapper. Are you kidding me? Guys,
people don't
platinum.
make the music industry. You don't make a lot of money like it used to be. You're not getting these big fat signing contracts like before. It's a lot of like streaming, and you got to stay grinding. You got to have hit after hit after hit. It's not like it was.
Let's look at career earnings for one Darren Waller. Sneakily, way more than I thought. $42 million in his career. So he's made a lot.
Okay, cut that in half, right?
All right,
and then you got 20-something million. Then your agent takes a 10%, and so look.
But that doesn't include endorsements and all of that. He's making a lot.
I mean,
there.
I don't know who's endorsing him, but you get where I'm going.
Okay, let's not real quick. Darren Waller was like a fantasy god for 2 years. Come on, he was really good.
So what's he getting? Like a couple $100,000 from Nike?
He might.
All right.
A couple $100,000 is a little strong.
Well,
maybe.
that's what I'm saying. Like we do these endorsements off the field. Like not a lot of they're not making. It's the same when I hear about NIL. Like no one's offensive linemen aren't making $7 million a year in NIL.
Yeah, but again, like Darren Waller was a guy. He might have been doing some like sports drinks or whatever. Like they're always doing stuff on the side too that no one ever hears about.
No, that I agree with.
So again,
but you got to be smart with your money.
Sure, and maybe he just found the love of the game again, Joe. Maybe that. Would you have liked the Niners to sniff around Darren Waller?
No, I want nothing to do with him. We've got enough. We've got enough musicians that want to be football players and back forth. Yeah, I'm good off that.
Too much drama for you, mama?
Well, when Kendrick Bourne had the album, I was kind of done with rappers who want to play football.
He had an album?
You don't remember that?
The Bourne Supremacy? No. The Bourne Identity?
You could say he was born to rap.
Oh, let's go.
2019 leading receiver in the playoffs.
Born to live, baby. Kendrick Bourne.
He did. He had a rap song. Me and Bonte played it one day. It was a rap song of him. I don't know. Was he in a Maserati? He was in some sort of car. I was like, hey, bro, I hope you borrowed that Maserati.
Hold on. Are the rappers in anything else but like the Lambos? They're like, are they ever in a Prius?
Yeah. Do you ever seen a new JT the Bigga album or anything like that?
What is he in?
Oh, he's in
Toyota Corolla.
Oh no, dude! Like even worse. Like he would like drive around in like Honda Civics.
Respect.
Yeah, dude. He was always like, I'm in my Thunder Bucket.
It's a sensible ride.
I have a little update for you, too. A player that you've been talking about today. The Milwaukee Bucks are trading Pat Connaughton and 2 of their own second-round picks to the Charlotte Hornets.
No way.
Sexton?
For Vasilije Micic.
And y'all said the Hornets aren't relevant.
That's not a... Hold on. Say that last name for me again.
Poor
Vasilije Micic.
Micic? Who?
Mitrovic.
Hold on, let me pull this up right now. That's
Nikolai Shlidavili. Remember when we had him? You guys don't. 7'1", 2K player. Oh, he's great.
I'm in on all the itches.
Yeah,
that's pretty good. That was my joke. Hold on, that was my joke from yesterday. But
there's powder for that.
All right.
The scrubber.
Vasilije Micic. There you go. All right. Yeah. 31-year-old from Serbia. The fighting Serbs, baby. As Novak Djokovic is trying to win another one at Wimbledon, as Wimbledon is upon us, Joe. I always do like that because I see it in the background right now. There's a lot happening in the sports landscape. People say this is a dead time in sports, Joe. It's not. It's exciting. I'm excited. I'd be more excited if the Warriors did something. I think we keep looking at our phones. Are the Warriors going to do anything?
These Shams updates just keep flying.
The latest from Mark Spears, ESPN, on Jonathan Kaminga.
There seems to be optimism in the Warriors camp that he will resign. He will be a restricted free agent. This market's not great for him. As one NBA GM told me, is like, what has he proven to be worth what his agent wants, which is $25+ million? Who has that money for him? Why does he deserve that? But then on the flip side, if he returns to the Warriors, like, what's his role?
And can he reach his full potential there?
Yeah, and so if I'm Jonathan, I'm in a really weird spot right now. The money's not here this summer. Maybe it's next summer. But either way, there's a lot of question marks.
This just in from Shams Charania. Free agent guard. Dennis Schroeder has agreed to a 3-year, $45 million deal with the Kings.
Okay, there it is. Okay, we thought it was the Kings. It is the Kings. Schroeder gets 3 years, $45 million?
I mean,
no, hold on.
They had at one time De'Aaron Fox, Halliburton, and Davion Mitchell, and now they're oh boy.
No, hold on.
Schroeder.
That escalated quickly.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, he has played for 10 different NBA franchises. Give me the music
like the last
right
year.
now.
I'll give it to you.
Hold on.
Give it to you all.
Wait for the music. Dennis Schroeder, who he played for,
ready?
NBA
I'm gonna write it
edition.
down. Hands in the air. Ready?
Okay, hold on.
Oklahoma City Thunder.
That is one correct.
Atlanta Hawks twice.
You don't have to give me just.
Okay.
It could have been any stop. So yeah, that's 2.
Hawks. Okay. Nets.
Yes, that is 3. Hawks,
OKC.
Thunder. No, you've already given me Thunder,
Warriors,
Hawks, Nets.
I'm writing them down.
That is 4.
Warriors.
Yes.
Lakers.
Yes, that is 5.
Okay. He just signed with the Kings.
6.
Okay. Oh, God, he's been everywhere. Detroit Pistons.
Yep. 7.
Okay.
3 more to go. This is Dennis
I'm almost
Schroeder.
there. I'm almost there.
Hold on, I'm telling the audience.
Bear with me.
Dennis Schroeder, NBA teams he has played for.
Can't forget when he was in the green and white.
There you go.
The Boston Celtics.
That's right. That's 8. Got 2 more.
Dennis Schroeder dribbling into no man's land, taking a bad shot. In my head, I know where he is. Dennis Schroeder, not a Pacer. No, he was never a Pacer. Never a Buck.
You want a hint?
Give me a hint.
Both these teams were red.
76ers?
No.
Wow. I get 2 more negatives.
Dennis Schroeder NBA teams is what we are playing. He has played for 10 different NBA franchises after signing with the Kings now.
Not the Clippers.
Chasky's gotten 8 of them.
Not the Clippers.
Not the Clippers. You're right there. Not the Clippers.
Not
correct.
the Clippers. Not the Clippers. Toronto Raptors.
That is one.
Yes,
that is
the
number
Raptors.
9.
Okay.
We are one away.
I know. Toronto Raptors.
We are one away. I gave you the hint that this last one wears red.
It's going to bug me. It wasn't the Washington Wizards.
No. And I actually I barely remember him on this team. I'm going to keep it.
It wasn't the Pelicans.
Nope.
It's, God, I'm wrapping my head around all the Bulls.
No, not the Bulls.
What was it?
The Houston Rockets.
I didn't even know that.
Houston
I don't even remember that.
In
I don't remember
2022.
The Rockets coming out to
The
play.
Lakers traded for him in that 2022 season.
That was the 10th one. Dang it.
Yep.
Not bad.
10 seasons.
That's not bad,
That's not bad. That's a lot of teams to play for.
And I swear to God, his career averages against the Warriors are like 22 and 10.
Dennis Schroeder. Let me look up his.
I'm just making that up. I don't know.
I want to say he's made a lot in his career. Let's see, because he fumbled the bag. Remember the Lakers offered him like 4-year, $85 million. He's been like searching for that ever since. But in his 12-year career, $103 million, and I don't think that includes the Kings. So the Kings, that's another 45. So close to 150 for Dennis Schroeder for 10 NBA teams. It's doing pretty good. It's pretty good. And now he's the Sacramento King.
Dad, what team did you play for? All of them?
Hey, Russell Westbrook's out there. Would you want him on the Warriors?
I bet he's been on like 6 or 7.
He's another guy. He's starting to get
how
up
many has he
there.
been on? OKC,
Yes.
LA Lakers.
Yep.
Okay.
Rockets.
OKC.
It actually hasn't been that many.
He was a Wizard for a minute, wasn't
Rockets.
That's Wizards chess.
Okay.
Yes.
Lakers, Nuggy Nugs. Nuggets.
It's not that many. 6.
It's the most for a former MVP, though, in the history of the NBA, I believe.
Kevin Durant's
Wow.
on that.
Closing in
Wow.
fast.
Somewhere. You guys don't remember
What are
this
you
player.
doing? Yeah, I don't know.
Avery Johnson's nodding his head. You guys don't
Avery
remember
Johnson.
Avery Johnson.
No, we remember him.
I swear he was a Spur and a Maverick and a Warrior 17 times.
No, we remember him being the coach that choked all the time with the Dallas Mavericks.
See, I remember him as a player. He was a sweet little player. Lefty, funky.
I liked his voice.
good
I always
leader.
liked Avery Johnson's voice.
Well, you got to understand that when you're
you're-
Avery Johnson. I love Avery Johnson.
I love Fast Five.
I love this game.
I can't believe he's played for that many teams.
All
It's
right, I'm
pretty
going to give you
incredible.
Avery Johnson. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, this is incredible. Started off in Seattle, went to Denver, San Antonio, Houston, back to San Antonio, Warriors, back to San Antonio, Denver, Dallas, back to the Warriors. I told you guys. It's
a lot.
incredible.
That is incredible. Who's that other guy that played in like 50 different teams for the
there's
NBA?
George Hill has been
I think
traded
it might have
every
been-
deadline for 17 straight deadlines.
For a second, it was Tony Snell. Like
Tony
that guy.
Snell?
Yeah, Tony Snell was on every. Yeah,
He's the Tommy Pham of the NBA.
Tony Snell will live forever in meme lore because it's always the 0000, and it's the meme is like me contributing to my high school science project, and it's just 000 29 minutes.
I hate group projects.
They're the worst.
Ugh.
Were you one of those kids that just like attached the name at the very end?
No,
and
there was
said-
always like the smart girl who was hell of annoyed because I didn't want to put in any work, and she would end up doing the whole thing. And then we get up on like to present, and she'd be like, "He didn't do anything."
Oh,
It's like,
those are the worst.
You're the worst.
No, that's a snitch. We don't
You
like
are
those
the
people.
worst.
That sucks.
And then I would try to like find another chick to like beat her up, and it never would happen.
Oh my God.
I'm joking.
He sent hits on people
You
in
could
high
have just
school.
contributed to the project, but okay.
Is that Joey Soprano over there? What are you doing?
That's a joke.
Come on. So what's your final thought? Avery, is that Avery?
Don't partner up with a smart
Who
girl.
was the pitcher? Who was the pitcher that I was on 15 different teams? He was at the Arizona
Edwin
Diamondbacks.
Jackson.
Thank
Yeah, he was
you,
an A
Edwin.
too. Yeah.
Edwin. Oh, God, I love him. God, man.
He had a no-hitter.
The athlete's life. It's just, it's pretty incredible. Honestly, my final thought is this. I feel really bad for Dame Lillard. Just like on a personal and professional level. Like, your career is at a crossroads. You're at the end of your career. I know that, he made a lot of money. And yeah, but like these people have, aspirations, and to get cut and then now be a free agent while you're rehabbing this particular injury, that really sucks, man. Like that's weak. And I feel really bad for him. And honest to God, like my heart goes out to him, his family, his everyone that's involved in his life right now. Like, guy needs a hug. And my heart goes out to him. That sucks.
That does suck. My final thought is Edwin Jackson played for 14 Major League Baseball teams. 14. Good Lord. Dennis Schroeder played for 10 NBA franchises. And unfortunately, Kevon Looney is now playing for another franchise, Joe. And that's going to be my final thought. Loon Dog, a great locker room presence, a fan favorite, a guy who had a smile on his face all the time, a guy that never made any excuses, who balled out in his own right in multiple spots, and whether it was against the Kings, whether it was against the Rockets, whether it was against the Celtics, whether it was against the Cleveland Cavaliers. A lot of respect for Kevon Looney, what he meant for this franchise, the Bay Area, his respect in the community, all the community work I'm sure he did for charities, all of that. A no-nonsense individual, and I'm going to miss him. And he is forever a Warrior legend in my eyes, Sam Lubman.
Well said, Joe. And yeah, I'm going to miss Loon Dog. But my final thought is going to be a shout out to the WNBA, which is going to be having 5 teams by the end of this decade. We already know that Toronto and Portland are on the docket. But Cleveland, Cleveland, Philadelphia, and Detroit, those 3 cities are also up next. Speaking of the number 5, which is Kevon Looney's number. Again, shout out to you, Loon Dog, Windex, Looney. The Golden State Valkyries are number 5 in ESPN's latest WNBA power rankings. So shout out to the Valks and the excellence they're having there. Shout out head coach Natalie Nakase. And Valks got 10 of the next 12 on the road, so they are going to be tested. So yeah, the number of the day, 5. Kevon Looney, Valkyries power rankings, and 5 new WNBA teams.
There you go. Carter, what you got?
Yeah, my final thought is I'll pay off your tease here. The worst autograph thing I have ever seen in my life. I was sitting behind Sam Cassell at Summer League one year. Sam Cassell, an 8-year-old, comes over to him and asks him to pass his pamphlet down for Sam Cassell to sign. Sam Cassell says, "Sure." He, fingers toward the guy. Give me the paperwork here, and he proceeds to look straight ahead and rip the kid's whole pamphlet of all of the autographs he had gotten at the Summer League right in his seat and rip it and drop it to the floor. Never looked at the kid once and just proceeded to watch the game and left the kid standing there. It was, to this day, cannot stand Sam Cassell for it.
Carter, what if I told you that same interaction happened here at 95.7 The Game between a former producer and former host here at this station? In the morning time, producer shows up like an hour late, drops the rundown to the host, and the host rips it up in front of him. I gotta tell you off air, that's a tease.
Was that Curly and Bonte?
No, it was not.
Was it
not
Cornball?
It was not. It was not. Both. Again, they don't work here anymore. That's all I'll say. That's
my man,
and you're not gonna know.
Was it an early morning shift or was it a?
It was a weekend show. Let's just leave it at that. It was a weekend show.
Now I know who it is.
So
Classic
there you go.
Coes.
And that was fast. That's good, Sammy.
Oh my God. You see that?
What?
The silhouette of Steiny. One of them is back.
And that was Fast 5. Brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson show is next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
Championship coming soon.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
He's back. I leave for 4 days. The Giants can't win a game. And the Warriors. Well, you tell me, what are the Warriors doing, Goo? I just got back.
It feels like they're a bump on a pickle. That's what it feels like. While everybody else is dancing and romancing, they got to have a plan. But can I just say this to you? Welcome back.
Thanks.
And you know what? Leroy hit me because he said we didn't pay my trip justice. We did, Leroy, but we want to hear about yours, and we will, Steiny. But I just got to tell you this. The Kaminga enigma has me thinking that maybe there wasn't a line around the corner or suitors for him. If guys are getting swooped up left and right, if there was a line for Kaminga, something would have been done, right?
Oh, boy.
And I'm pro Kaminga. Like, if we bring him back, bring him back. But start him, damn it. But I don't like what I'm seeing.
Not a lot's changed since last week.
Right.
I can tell.
You're back.
No, well, the funny thing is we're talking about Mike Dunleavy a couple of weeks ago saying he wants something to be done sooner rather than later, and I'm not sure that the Warriors had the control of the timing of this. It's up to Jonathan Kaminga.
What does that mean?
It means he's sitting there right now with a qualifying offer, and they haven't offered him a contract. He doesn't have to sign that. The qualifying offer is like a hold now. But he can end up signing it, and he can come back and just play for $7.9 million for 1 year, and then at the end of the year, he's an unrestricted.
That's
free
risky
agent.
if he were to get hurt.
Sure, but maybe he wants to bet on himself. I don't know, but a lot of stuff is happening. Obviously, Kevon Looney.
You're welcome back. Go ahead.
No, hey, it's. We all like Kevon Looney.
And I want a jersey in the rafters, and if you want to give him some cement, let's put some respect on his name and what he's done. Real quick, if I had $1 for going back to the 16 series against the Rockets, all that stuff, all the Splash Brother missed shots, Jordan Poole, whoever, Wiggins, all those offensive boards, and Looney, Mr. Reliable, there to get it, and kick it back out, even to Durant, to give the Warriors another shot at it. Let's not act like this is just nothing. This dude is legendary. Every family, every job entity, shit, and I told Evan this because I feel like I'm that one here. Every outfit needs a Looney, a guy that you can just step over and piss on sometimes, but he's always there for you, never complains. That's Kevon Looney. Put some respect on his name. And the last thing, Stein, I'm excited to have you back. Yeah. We can't replace him yet. We haven't. Like, who's going to get the boards? Who's got the junk in the trunk? Like, we're sitting there, who's going to be the new Looney? I'm letting it all out, man.
Evan, who's going to be the new? Oh, he's not listening.
Yeah. I'm being real.
He figured I could get a 12-minute segment.
Who's going to replace what he does?
I don't know where I even want to start. He's not getting a banner. He's not getting a number retired. He's a good player, big part of the title teams. What this is really showing me, the fans are guilty of it. The front office has been guilty of it. Let go of the past. You guys got to start letting go of the past. This is getting... Because, see, when you don't let go of the past, then when things just peel away by their own volition, it feels worse. You know what I mean?
But it's a good feeling to remember the good time.
Well, that's all you're going to have is memories. That's all you're going to have. Goo. Where are guys on the Warriors?
Well, Ayton's out there.
I don't know.
Ayton's still out there, Steiny.
Yeah.
And Jordan Clarkson, who's a walking
He's going
bucket.
to the Knicks.
My goodness. Evan, my guy in Philly with the big draws. What's his name?
Yabusele.
He's on the Knicks. Like, Steiny, real quick, are they running it back? And well, they can. Evan said without Looney, you're not running it back. You're smirking.
He didn't
being
start.
real.
Okay, Looney wasn't a big-time starter.
So did Kaminga, and that looks like it was an error. Where is our physicality, man? Because let me tell you who it ain't all by himself now.
Who?
Jimmy Butler. And I love Jimmy.
I forgot he was on the team. That's right. We still got Butler.
The audacity.
The thing that's probably most disappointing is just all the names that you heard over the last. Cam Johnson, he's no factor.
Miles Turner.
Brooke Lopez, he's gone.
Let me shut up.
Jordan Clarkson, no chance. And Nikhil Alexander, no.
Capella?
He's there. Where did Capella go? He's their third. Yeah, they have three centers. They have Şengün, they have Capella, and now they have Adam.
And there's no slippage if you got Capella out there. Like
Bobby Portis still out there?
No.
Listen, you're not going to like it. God. Why do you think this is happening?
No, I'm being real.
Yeah,
it can't just be all. You should have had a plan in place and saw what. There can't be any poker with Kaminga. The poker was his article with Slater, him letting you know he ain't liked how he's been treated. He wants to be a superstar. No shocker, nothing wrong with that. But this should have been expedited. This whole, somebody say something. We're breaking up or we're going to keep going or we're going to try. Don't tell me you're not doing anything because this thing's lingering.
Well, they can't do anything until they figure out what they're doing with Kaminga.
He's coming back, Steiny.
Okay, great.
I know, and I'm not mad at that, but make it work this time then. Make it work.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I listen, the big issue is
I'm scared.
This is the position you put yourself in. I'm sorry. This is the road you decided to go down, and a lot of people were for it. You have three guys, 35 years old, who are making 90% of the money, and you don't have enough players right now. And I don't know what the answer is, but I know this. Kaminga cannot walk for nothing.
No doubt.
Because they got to have a body. They got to have bodies in here right now. And they don't have them. But honestly, I'm catching up on all this news.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff going on.
But Warrior-wise, you ain't missed a damn thing. But Looney leaving.
What do you mean? What about Tui?
Well, yeah,
I
the
missed
new guy.
Tui getting drafted.
He had some fun. Yeah, he left me.
I heard he left you hanging.
He came back.
That was Armstrong.
Yeah, help me.
Well, it's good to know that we got some big-name rookies that we can all keep straight.
I'm excited about the Classic, but then I'm thinking about the big club and the Giants.
What about them?
Sports, man.
We'll be fine.
I got to read you one of the.
This is Willard. Did you hear the great Willard?
What happened?
Shasky and Satoni, and even Willard's down.
Why?
Nobody has answers.
So I got him. I'm back.
Okay, all right.
I'm back.
There you go.
888-957-9570. What questions do you need answers to? I got them. I got a big ass. Just throw something at me.
What's wrong with the Giants?
They stink. Devers is out of shape. His bat's slow. His groin hurts.
If you can
the locker room,
he's
clearly a clubhouse cancer.
Ian Steiny, you might have action against this lineup, man. They're missing the ball right down the chute. You are shocked, though. It ain't over. Chapman's coming back, but boy.
I don't get shocked in sports anymore. I don't know why this is stuck with me, Goo. And but first of all, 888-957-9570 is the number.
Take your time.
What? I don't know. Like, I just got back. What do Warrior fans think of the legal tampering period? and how things are going. I am confused about the timing of the Kaminga situation. I mean, unless there's another team out there that says, let's offer Kaminga 3 years and $68 million, and then the Warriors decide whether to match it, I don't know why this would get rectified in a hurry.
Because, real quick, me to interject, Steiny, I thought he was out the door for the betterment of both parties. But now, as I'm confused, they're telling us he's not going anywhere.
How do you want him out the door? That's the problem.
Well, I thought it was going to be a sign-and trade. And what was coming back might be greater than what Kaminga was right now. But
they can only
I'm
take
okay
half
with
the
him
money
coming back. But something's got to change. He's got to be inserted in the starting lineup. His coach needs to have a mandate from the higher-ups like, hey, look, we did it this way. This is what it is. Because they have to be thinking that way, Steiny.
You can't bring this guy back if he doesn't want to come back.
If there were a scoreboard, would it read right now he's coming back 8-5?
I don't know.
Because to me, it's like 9-2.
I think it's 50-50.
Still.
I mean, if the Warriors are offering Kaminga, hey, look, we'll give you 3 years for $68 million. What, he's just supposed to sign that? He's supposed to sign a number that he's not crazy about on a team he's even less crazy about?
What are his options? It sounds like it's crickets.
Okay, then come back, play for $8 million.
But what if you get hurt, Steiny?
Okay, and what if you average 22 a game?
All right.
What if you
bet on yourself?
What if you average 22 a game, and now next year teams have money?
Okay, but
nobody's
real quick
got money.
To that, I give you that.
We knew this was going to happen. Nobody had money.
Yeah.
Nobody had money, but we ignored it.
I'm being real. You have money when you need money. You can go find it. There's some teams that could finagle and do some stuff if
But
they
he's
really
not
want
worth it.
And now, wow.
The league is. I don't hear any clamoring for Kaminga. I just, I see a player that some teams might want, but I don't know if they feel like they need him. But 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, I'll be honest. I saw this activity. I realized that the Warriors haven't done anything yet except lose Kevon Looney. We can talk about Looney.
Steiny, I get it. I'm not trying to
go.
Do you want Al Horford here at 40?
Sure. You know what? Let's get nuts. And then you know what? Move Kaminga for DeRozan, as Evan said. Yeah, let's get crazy.
Oh, man.
Let's get absolutely crazy.
Put the AARP sign on the jerseys, man.
Right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I got to believe. Did you guys take a lot of calls yesterday?
No, we were pretty interview-centric.
I want to know what the mood is of Golden State Warrior fans right now. I'll try to, I'll try to keep you even-keeled because it's still early.
I tried to pick at you, but you're okay with 8. It sounds like if you can get them for something feasible, Duke can play.
We may be in the portion of the show where it doesn't really matter. From the ballpark to wine country, summer's better when your car's ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
you like this, man. Timberwolves, Timberland, Ant-Man, Edward Scissorhands, Pineapples and Spam, boys and fire.
I saved the day. Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All righty, Steiny back with Guru. It is Tuesday in free agency.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like it.
Perhaps.
Yeah, somebody said, where is it? Oh, boy. Oh, man. I'm already.
These cameras, I like how I look. Steiny, I like them. And that's what life's about.
How about this? Realize 90% was hyperbole. What is the actual percentage that the big three make of the cap? As of the most recently announced NBA salary cap for 24-25, which is $140 million, blah, 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 the combined salaries of Curry, Butler, and Green occupy approximately 90%
it's
of the Golden State Warriors cap.
Right, $141 million, right?
Now,
those three, that's a lot.
If they bring Kaminga back, that percentage will go down.
Steiny, I don't even think if there's an if. He's coming back. He's coming back. I ain't mad, but how are we going to make it work?
I got news for you.
Okay, I'm right here, baby.
Again, they couldn't reach an agreement last year. He's not crazy about wanting to be here.
Okay.
They're certainly not going to overpay him. They're not going to offer him $30 million a year. Right?
Right.
Okay. So
would they offer him 25?
My understanding is they really haven't offered him anything right now. So the other thing is, I mean, to be completely fair and honest about this, we don't know what's going on. Like, we don't know if Kaminga's told the Warriors, listen, I'm not signing long term here. We don't know if Kaminga said, can you guys do me a favor and please let me go?
Well, if he did, that makes these last couple of days worse. Like, you should have been ahead of the curve, if you knew that.
Well, I mean,
we got a super chat. I can't find it, Donnie. Hold on.
Let me see. Ooh, it's way deep. It's buried. Oh, there it is.
We got a lot of people.
Steiny, per Barry Jackson. Oh, Barry Jackson's been around forever down South Florida. Jackson says Miami reporter Heat are now out on Jonathan Kaminga. That's Atco Pest Control. $5.
He's too old.
Yeah.
Yeah,
let something like that body, and that athleticism and that power walk out of here. I don't know if you can really afford to do that, Steiny.
So what do you think of Al Horford? Warrior fans?
Evan asked me that yesterday. Listen, Steiny, I'm not mad, but I don't think that's going to propel you or make you better than you were last year.
How come we didn't acknowledge that there was probably not a move out there that was going to do that for the Warriors?
Well, no, there's all kind of before Jaren Jackson, there were all kind. I was dreaming of names, Jaren Jackson Jr. Now he's in Memphis forever, but there were names that I'm sitting there now. Wiggins, what about Wiggins? Could there be? Well, now with that report, if we could somehow get Wiggins back here, I would be in. But Horford, Steiny, I'm not mad, but is that what this older team needs? We need Thundercats, and that's what JK is. But could you parlay him into a different Thundercat? Dibs hates that.
Well,
but you get the gist. We need some dogs.
We've got to get out of the mindset that the Warriors are running free agency, or that the Warriors have clout, or that the Warriors have different avenues to go down. They don't. They're right here, right now, because this is where they chose to be starting 3 years ago. This is where they telegraphed everything. So good for them. They followed through. And now here they are with no money, with one player that they can use to either re-sign and bring back, or maybe use him as part of another deal to get another guy back. We know they need to get younger. This guy is young, but they don't like this young one, so they want to get another young one for our young one that they might like better. I want to know what Steph Curry's thinking about this offseason. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, and if I was in the car with the chef or we were having lunch, Steiny, over a chicken Caesar salad, I would ask him, what do you think of DeAndre Ayton? The guy can play. He's been a misfit. And I'm reading all the stuff now that he was doing at his last stop in Portland, Steiny. But my gosh, I would take him over Horford.
I know you would, because you're desperate.
Oh, I admit it.
Want a name, but you don't even care.
Desperate.
Ayton. Nobody wants Ayton. For goodness sake, DeAndre Ayton was just waived. They said, look, DeAndre, what is he, 28?
Yeah.
You know what? All things considered, we don't even want you on our team. I mean, like, sure, go get Ayton.
But Dre would get him in line.
Okay.
This whole culture.
Are you still like?
No, I'm serious, Steiny.
Dude, come on, buddy.
So would you would rather have Horford than Ayton?
Probably, yeah.
I wouldn't. Because I'm betting on
Did you really say Draymond? What would Draymond do to
put
Ayton?
his ass in check? A chokehold.
Okay.
Manage with fear. I'm dreaming, but I'm being real. Dude,
no, you're not being real.
play.
You're not being real.
We need Thundercat.
Let's go to Scott Marin. Cheer me up, Scott.
Scotty.
I didn't know I was walking into this.
That's not me. It's the Warriors, Scotty.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you one thing. I'm just thank God every day that Guru's not the head of basketball operations.
Now, Scott, you're my guy. That hurts, man. We would be a winner, baby.
No, because you're. I mean, when you start going down Ayton's road, forget about it. This guy's not a winning player. They don't want this guy anywhere near that club. Look, I think we're all getting a little crazy. We knew what they were boxed in this offseason because the big move they made was to bring Jimmy in, and they got him for less than half a season. So I think they played like 750 ball when he showed up. Kaminga had disappeared, and let me tell you, this Kaminga thing, I'm so tired of it. Well, here are his numbers from last year: 45, 30, and 66. You're going to give those kind of that kind of money to a guy with those kind of numbers? His handle is still suspect. He shows flashes of where he can drive to the hole. Then he gets fouled and he misses one of every three he takes. I mean, so let's be honest about where he is. This is why all this has happened to Kaminga. He would have got paid if he had performed, and he has not ever performed to what the expectations have been. Mm-hmm. And maybe he will someday. But unless he can learn how to shoot the ball and handle the rock a little better, you're going to pay a wing to shoot 45% from the field, 30% from three, and 66 from the line. That's not happening. So that's why they're in the dilemma they're in right now. So anyway.
No, Scott, I love you. I know you're having fun. Your lightweight minute. So, okay, Steiny, let's just say Scott's right. Okay, how do you make sure you maximize him departing this team? That would be a sign and trade, right? Or you take him into Kaminga into next season and wait for the deadline.
Yeah. You can let him walk for nothing. He can say, I'm coming back for 7.9 and I'll be unrestricted next year.
Wow.
7.9. I'm kind of with Scott. What was the Evan or Goo? Do you guys remember Slater reported something last year where he used the term, they were kind of far apart. The Warriors offered 30, but Kaminga wanted 35? Those are about. Well, he made a mistake.
Well,
he made a big mistake.
Like the Phantom Klay Thompson. Did he really get offered to 25? You know what I mean?
Well, I get the sense he did. But
if
Kaminga didn't take 25, he made a big mistake.
No doubt.
Okay. Well, he made a mistake. And now, where the Warriors are, they can't offer him that anymore.
And how would you describe?
Because they got Jimmy Butler now.
Where are the Warriors?
They're on the periphery of,
it's uncomfortable for
playoff teams. That's the way I look at it. They're on the periphery of playoff teams.
The West is happy hour right now, Steiny. Loaded, man, and getting better.
Let's go. The other thing is, you never know. Cam Johnson was a guy. He was like Willard's favorite guy.
Him and Grandy,
and
I like him too. He's gone.
But you look at what the Nets got for him. Michael Porter Jr.
Who I would love on this team.
Even if he's flawed, how are the Warriors going to get Cam Johnson?
Right.
They don't have anybody like Michael Porter Jr. All right, let's get it going with Marco in Petaluma. Hey, Marco, how you doing?
Good. Hey, guys. Look, the NBA as we know it is done. Or I should say as we know it, like as a 55-year-old, the NBA that we've come to love and we grew up in the 80s and 90s with, and then even the more recent era is done. You know, you've got 5 or 6 teams in the last couple of years that have, you know, the owners have tapped out. There's some work.
Hey, Marco, we lost you. Call back.
Yeah, he was. I'm with him, Steiny. You need a center like Indiana has, the Miles Turner type, who now
he's on the Bucks.
That's to appease Giannis. I got to believe Giannis is now. But there are reports that Giannis is upset that they did Dame the way they did. And I love Dame Lillard, Oakland's own. But Steiny,
go get him.
I have problems talking about a player that is going to miss 90 or 95% of the next year.
Well, why don't you have a problem with the Warriors' 3 stars then?
Steiny, stop. You have no data that's got you thinking that they're going to miss games like that.
No, they're going to play full
Kaminga
season.
was the youngest of the bunch, and he missed the most out of all 4 of them.
You know what's funny is all of a sudden now a lot of Warrior fans don't like where they're at. Well, what didn't you see coming?
A list of names.
Okay,
get off the board.
Here's the other thing that could be happening. What if nobody wants Kaminga?
And man, oh man.
And here's the other thing about Kaminga. The way the Warriors have utilized him, why would another team that knows the Warriors aren't crazy about him give up anything significant for him? Like, if I'm another team and I'm looking at Jonathan Kaminga, I'm thinking, I like him, a nice little player, but you ain't getting nothing for him. How come? Because we don't have to give you anything for him.
But
go ahead, sign him to a 3-year, $100 million deal now. Sign Kaminga to a 3-year, $100 million deal right now. I dare you. That's what teams are saying.
Right. And you're making a lot of sense. I hope you're wrong, but Steiny, keep it real. Put the rat on the table. Your first one since you've been back, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. That's not how this was supposed to jump off.
How was it supposed to jump off?
Kaminga was going to have a line around the corner, or maybe half that line. We don't know that to be the case, so maybe that's still out there. But for them to feel like they're in neutral right now and other teams are adding and getting better, and you're going to laugh and scoff. Like, tell me who is the rebounder, who is the goon, and it was Loon. Who's going to replace him? Like, you sitting there smiling. I'm being like, well, hey, nostalgia, I get it. Looney was everything, but okay, who's replacing him? And you could say, Goo, it's early. Well, let me tell you, it ain't early. It gets late fast.
You're replacing 15 minutes a game. That's what you're replacing.
But you don't see how I work. That 15 minutes was wrong.
What do you mean?
I've seen him play more minutes than that. I don't think that's how I feel like Looney should have been on the court more. That's me. That's how I think. So when you say what the truth is, just like with Kaminga, Kerr utilized him that way, I feel like that was wrong. But how are you okay, we'll do it. Jeff Hostetler, we'll keep it at 15. But who's the best rebounder on this team? Who's your big that you can count on? Okay, TJD, he fell out of favor. I'm just telling you, this looks like Kaminga's coming back. And my question to you and Warrior fans is, and again, for the millionth time, is Kerr finally going to say,
why?
We have to play him. I got to do something I don't want to do. That's the only thing. That's the only way something different pops off here as far as success. The guy can play. We just saw that.
Guru, you can't simplify it like the guy can play. The guy can score. You got to say that. You got to stop saying he can play. You got to start saying he can score. And they know he can score. They know he can score. I understand the Looney loss in terms of his reputation and his history. I'm not concerned with 15 minutes a game.
The production is not. Wow.
No, I'm just not. And I'm not saying he was bad or he's useless, but I mean,
this is Kevon Looney.
Hey, Kevon, how you doing, buddy?
And he's back with Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
I'm like, That I get warm thinking about that.
Let's go to Big Smooth.
Our man.
Big Smooth's in Oakland. Hey, Big Smooth, how you doing?
Help us out, man.
Gentlemen.
Help us.
Gentlemen. We got to stop acting like they're running the Warriors like a radio show. You think these guys haven't been working on something? You think Mike Dunleavy's sitting at home panicking? You think they're releasing Looney and they're saying, oh, my gosh, we just released Looney. What are we going to – come on, guys. Mike Dunleavy is not a cabbage head. He's working on something. Obviously, we can't judge this thing right now.
Wow.
Here's what I know. Mike is a professional, man. Do we actually – what do you guys think about Mike Dunleavy? You think he's an idiot?
I don't think he's an idiot.
The West is getting tougher.
I don't think he's an
man, the West is getting tougher.
I don't
think they're releasing Looney with no answer, Goo? Goo, you're acting like, oh, they released Looney, like they're panicking. They are working on something.
All right, Smooth. I'm not mad at that. All right. I'm not mad at that.
We heard that these deals take a while. We acting like we're not panicking right now. Let's wait. Now, listen. If we stay like this after all this is over,
all right, there you go. Okay, all right.
Now listen, JK, we got to stop it with this JK thing, man. We may have to hold on to him for longer, but he's going to play where they want him to play. We know he can score 16 and get 3 rebounds. That's pretty much what he's done. We got to stop calling him a Thundercat, Goo. He's not a Thundercat. He's not a Thundercat. He's a Thunder Kitten. That shouldn't be a kitten. Listen, if you have a child, he doesn't learn how to walk after 4, after 5, you're kind of thinking something's wrong with my child. He should be walking by now. But, hey, all I'm saying is he's developing pretty slow. Now, you could attribute that to him getting a late start in hoops. He didn't play the AAU circuit like most have. He may turn out to be – he's not turning out to be a 25-point game player. He's not. We got to stop it. It's not going to happen.
Smoothie, I love everything you said, Steiny, but I love what the little thing he put in there, the little disclaimer. He'll call back and be upset and say what I feel right now, if nothing changes, is valid. He's under the assumption that they got something going on, and he could be right. But I'm just telling you, Smoothie, I do love your honesty. Just in case they don't, and this is it, and they're running it back, how I feel is warranted. And Vince Vargas on the YouTube chat, who I love, Steiny, we love, these two just spewing nonsense. No, I'm just sharing with you how I feel right now, Vince. So to Smoothie's point, he's being proactive. I'm being reactive.
I think it could be halfway down the middle.
That's all.
I don't think they got a lot of action for Kaminga. And quite frankly, I'm not sure why they would. I mean, and here's the other thing. Like, I hate to say it, but we're talking about a fringe starter or a sixth man right now with Kaminga. I don't necessarily think the entire Warriors' future is dependent on Kaminga. Doesn't mean I want to get rid of him. I don't want to get rid of him, especially on this team.
Oh, man.
But when they made the Butler deal and they extended Butler, that was it. Like, again, we spent the second half of the season saying, boy, they do not have a lot of flexibility. What's the move they have? They only have one move. They're either going to bring Kaminga back or they're going to try to sign and trade him for somebody else. That's exactly what is played out. It's exactly what's played out. And I don't know if there are deals out there, sign and trade for Kaminga, that they don't like. I don't know if there's a deal they want that the other team doesn't like. But this is kind of what we should have expected. For the life of me, like, I couldn't figure out why they thought they could solve the JK problem a day into free agency. It's a sign and trade. I mean, you don't really sign and trade until things start to shake out a little bit. So and the other thing is, right now they can't really do a lot because they don't know. They still could today. Who's a free agent out there? Give me just a free agent out there. Not Ayton.
This is James Wiseman.
I'm trying to come on.
Just give me.
That's pretty good.
Like, let's say Ayton were
Schroeder's the king now.
Chris Paul.
No, I wanted a bigger guy. Like
that's a great one.
Like if Jakob Poeltl, this is what they could do. He's not a free agent. If Jakob Poeltl were a free agent, they could just let Kaminga walk. That would bring him below the luxury tax level. They wouldn't be a taxpayer, and it would give them access to $14 million over 1 year. They could build off that, and they could sign a guy like Poeltl if he were a free agent. Do you want to do that? Something like that. They could get that non-taxpayer mid-level by letting Kaminga walk for nothing.
You could do that. It wouldn't. I'll go Snickers. It wouldn't satisfy me, but it also would signal the 4 years of Jonathan Kaminga and whatever you want to deem, whatever type of fan or radio host you are, whatever you do. It would just signal a failure of the last 4 years that we couldn't get this guy up and running. And I'll say this to you, Steiny, and the listeners. There's nothing better than talent, but more talent. And it hurts a little bit that you bring in Butler, and we know what he is on the birth certificate in the Big Three, but you couldn't find a way to bridge that or make that transition seamless in regard to, who's your next after these guys? Well, Kaminga, he ain't the caliber of Curry or Jimmy Butler, but man, he's got a promising future. That's how it was supposed to be. And this contract negotiation was supposed to be smooth.
Who said?
Had he played his part, Kaminga, it would be like you would be proud to announce Kaminga's coming back for such and such.
Listen,
3 years on.
Did anybody realize that when he didn't sign an extension last year, this was the road we were going down? Plain and simple. I mean,
I thought he was going to.
It was not. Anybody who tried to spin Kaminga not getting extended last summer, it was a joke. Was a joke. Okay, so what happened? Now he comes back. He's hurt for half the year. They get Butler. He's in Kerr's doghouse. And now all of a sudden, what? You don't like him, so you don't want to pay him. But
I like him. Yeah.
Well, I don't know that they do.
But can you
for 25?
I got you.
You know what you say? Can you afford to what? Let him go?
Yeah.
Can you afford to pay him $30 million?
No.
And have him come off the bench and not want to be here? Like, that's the other thing. If only the Warriors know if he wants to be here or not. I can't imagine he wants to be here.
Yeah.
So I'm not paying him $30 million. I can't. Even if the Warriors are like, well, yeah, we got it. Let's re-sign him and we'll trade him at the deadline.
Yeah, and I'll go back.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I'll go back. I hear you. I'll go back to Big Smoothie's call. Like, I'm giving the Warriors the benefit of the doubt, but Smoothie, you have to also think the Warriors could have had plans, Steiny, and they're getting denied, or what they thought was going to jump off has not popped off. So we can't leave that out the equation to what they even just negotiated with JK and his reps. Like, oh boy, I can't wait, and I'm hoping, Steiny, we get some sense of direction, and we're not talking about them because we have clarity. But boy, there are some teams in the West that are coming, and now they've added, and I'm just like, wow, we're bigless in a sense.
Like I always am curious about this. For the last 3 weeks when we were talking about Kaminga, we talked about sign and trade. We talked all the possibilities, right? And then about 3 weeks ago, the people who didn't know the rule or didn't know the nuances, what did we find out? In a sign and trade for Kaminga, you can only take half of his money back. And we said, oh boy, that's not good.
Not at all.
Right. And that's what's in play right now. So even though for the last month, we all kind of knew it wasn't going to be clearly defined. It isn't clearly defined because it was impossible, I think, to be clearly defined in terms of his value around the league. The other thing is 3 weeks ago, teams aren't calling Mike Dunleavy and saying, hey, we really love Jonathan Kaminga. They're going to wait and they're going to keep things close to the vest. And, the Warriors need one team to really like Jonathan Kaminga enough to give something up for him. But again, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
On the other side, Steiny, just share with us, if it is Al Horford, how much better you think he makes them?
Do they re-sign Kaminga?
Well, let's say yes.
Marginally. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see a bunch of people that want to talk. You got to tell us about the trip, bro. There's nothing to tell.
Did you do the speech? Off the top of the head or the paper?
5 minutes. Yeah. I was off the iPhone. Let's get nuts.
That's pretty good.
That didn't even sound like me.
Your girl didn't come in Friday either.
My girl didn't come in Friday.
Marcy.
Marcy
was Grandy.
I
girl
heard.
was at the hospital.
Yeah,
so
I heard about that.
Oh, don't roll your eyes.
It's not at you.
Oh,
what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Three, two. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. I've been meaning to do this.
And I'm going to take a play off. I've been Westbrook. I'm just excited.
This is, you know how one of my pet peeves sometimes is Warriors will be down 3-1 in a series, and you'll say, Steiny, don't let them win Game 5. If they win Game 5, then they'll come back for Game 6 at home, and they win Game 6 and Game 7. Anything can happen. I
love that formula.
Yeah. Let's see what else. Logan Webb, he's 8-7, and he got some games coming. He could be a Cy Young. Right.
Or the Giants could win 12 of 15 of this next road trip. Remember that?
This is from a week ago.
Okay.
This is from a week ago, and I gotta tell you, a week ago I brought it up.
It was all good,
and I was like, "This is dumb. This is not the way you do it." Like, remember I said, stop assuming you can sweep a series. Okay, this is about the Giants. This was a week ago. The very last paragraph in an Andy Baggerly story.
Okay, back. Yeah.
They just beaten the Red Sox 2 out of 3, remember? Oh, yeah. The Giants are 10 games over 500 after taking 2 of 3 from the Red Sox. Now it's time to get greedy. Take advantage of this portion of the schedule and strive to be no worse than 15 games over or better after the July 4th weekend and make their boss look really, really smart for giving their lineup a huge boost in mid-June instead of late July. They're 1-6 since that paragraph was typed. I mean,
but you understand the ideology behind why that was typed when you look at the Marlins of what they were before they came here swimming.
But here's what we'll do.
You scored 3 runs in 3 games, and then you lose last night. You kind of understand.
No, I don't. That's the point. You don't win 3 games. You don't win 2 or 3 against the Red Sox, get Devers, and then say, oh, I'll tell you what, chalk up 12 of the next 15. Like, who does that?
A team that is bringing in a player that you thought was going to give you Jimmy Butler type impact. Even though the Warriors didn't say we're going to win such and such, you just thought that's what was going to happen.
It's time to get greedy. Take advantage of this portion of the schedule and strive to be no worse than 15 games over
it didn't age well.
Or better.
Yeah.
In order to get 15 games over, they would have needed to go 9-4 over a 13-game stretch.
Feasible.
That just means you had to win every series.
Exactly.
But isn't that the goal, is to win every series?
Yeah, and if they
the word he used, Steiny, was strive.
Exactly. Why are we talking about a series 4 series from now?
Because the teams you're playing stink.
The Diamondbacks stink? They're 500.
They were below 500 when he wrote that.
Yeah, but
they had just got swept up into that game.
Okay, oh, yeah. No, I look like an idiot. No, you're right. I look like an idiot.
No, we're asking you to understand.
I'm not understanding
Bags wrote that.
You can't.
Feeling like the team was getting some momentum, man.
Do you know anything about baseball?
I do. I got one right now in my hand.
Okay, so what are they now? They're 10.
6 over.
Okay, yeah.
It's going the other way.
They can strive to be 18 over by the end of July. What does it mean?
But
it's a joke.
It takes on a whole different vibe now because they're playing bad baseball and they can't hit.
But this is the problem. Because they went 2 or 3 against the Red Sox. People are talking like they're going to go 10-4. It's 90%, like, why?
I can't speak for Bags.
Come on, man.
90% of that was the Devers move. You thought it was going to infect every other hitter, and now he's human. And so
but again, it's like, do we
talk to me? You got to understand.
No, I'm not going to understand.
Fair thing to write, Steiner.
Thank you, Evan. My man.
It's completely fair to write.
He didn't say expect them to be 15 over. He said you're playing the worst 2 teams in the National and American League.
What was their record?
And you're trying to win some baseball games.
So they let me ask you this. So they trade for Devers, and I think they went 3-4 in the stretch where they won 2 or 3 against the Red Sox. Right? They had the Guardians. They lost 3 to Guardians. They played somebody before the Guardians.
They lost a game to the Dodgers.
Okay, but that doesn't count because it was that Sunday he got traded. I'm not going to give you that.
They were 3-3 with Devers when they started the Marlins series.
So that's my point. That's my point. They were 3-3 with Devers, and now you're going to say, hey, here's what we got to do to get the 15 over.
Because
get out of here.
But Stoddy, the future had you playing bottom feeders.
Okay.
And who do you think you are?
You were 10 games above 500.
Okay.
And you just got a bat. I'm not saying that this couldn't have happened, but for you to sit up there and say that it's unfair of him to expect the Giants
to
play good baseball against bad teams is completely out of left field.
It's a joke to think you can project 4 or 5 series down the line with success in all 4 series when, by the way, we were already starting to figure out their starting pitching was starting to a little bit. And not only that, you know what? They would be 9-4, except Schmidt got hurt.
And it's 5
and now
games
Koss
over. I
gets hurt.
said 6. It's 5.
Do you see who's after this road stretch?
Oh, boy.
That's why it's a time to get greedy. Because you got the Phillies, and then you got the Dodgers, and then you got all the best teams in the National League.
This thing can get ugly. See, we're doing it the other way now.
But this is the problem. The problem is, after 6 games with Devers, you all acted as though, listen, I like the trade too.
I'm in the
line. But I would never assume, Cleveland. I mean, you got swept by the Guardians after Devers got here.
You didn't get swept, but the thing is,
2 out of 3.
It's not an assumption. That's not what he's writing.
Okay, well, you know what? Not the White Sox. Who's a terrible team? Let me tell you what. The Rockies are striving to get to 20 games under 500. It's like, why do we need to look ahead like that? That's what I don't understand.
And we'll just call Bags a right, but he's a fan at heart because he loves the teams down. That's the part you miss out on. There is fun to that, though.
Is it fun now?
And I'm going to be honest.
Is it fun now when you're 1-6?
Let's do this.
And everybody says you stink?
I don't want to speak because you got bigger pockets, way bigger than mine. But, Steiny, it's life. 2 days before payday, you're like, yeah. You're thinking about.
But you're not thinking about next payday. You're thinking about this one.
You get there, but come on. I'm with Evan. That was completely fair, and the players in Melvin didn't say it. You had to assume they were about to get fat
now
in the bakery.
Let me ask you this. What led, and I liked the Devers trade. They got better.
Well, focus on that. Why did you like it?
Where do you get off this 500 team for the last 3 years? Now it's time to get greedy.
Because you were in the midst of a great season.
They're not good enough to talk like that.
You were in the midst of a magical season, so you thought. And then you went and added something before you actually needed it.
Magical. But we were in a magical season.
You liked the direction the train was headed.
Of course.
So you wanted to capitalize, and then out of nowhere, because a relationship goes toxic and being down, you get Devers. I think it's completely fair to say, and even without Devers, you were making noise, we can get fat. Why? Oh, we don't play the Dodgers.
Have they won 9 of 13 since their start?
Yeah, when they won 7 in a row. But you were also playing 2 of the worst teams in baseball.
That's exactly.
You thought the baseball gods
It's too much to expect a team to win a series.
There are no baseball gods. You think
it's hard.
There are.
You guys got snookered into thinking like this team was good enough that they could throw their uniforms out against the White
Giants
Sox
now, so they do exist. The home run gate last night, that's a double. We got to get into that. I don't care how many times that guy has done that. It's an embarrassment. But if your home fan does that, that should go for the visiting team. You should have to pay a price. That should have been a home run. Not a double, because now that guy
never got over the wall. It was a good call.
But they got it right, Steiny.
They wouldn't have caught it. It's a good call.
That guy should get a check.
Even Kruk and Kipe, I think, said it was a good call.
Oh, hey, this is hard on them too. It's hard on everybody. Bonte.
Yeah.
They're talking about
You know what makes it harder? You know what makes it harder?
Laura.
Thinking you're going to win games just because you're playing a bad team. It shows me they don't know how to win. How about that?
Buster for president. Been a little quiet on that.
Yeah.
It's not his fault.
I gave him too many.
Yeah, Steiny, you still got more faith in him than anybody else?
Oh boy,
I do. I do, because look at what's going on with the Warriors.
You can't assume.
Look at what's going on with the Warriors.
You can't assume.
Yeah.
Well, they're in the lab cooking, Steiny.
Who?
The Warriors.
Oh my God.
And Buster too, because they need some help. People going in on Jung
now we're
Huli.
feeling. Wait, so
Jung
now
Huli is public enemy number one.
So where are we? You know what? I was gone for
Big
4 days.
smoothie.
Where are we with Posey? We feel sorry for him now? I just tell me.
No, he still got a to-do list.
Oh, okay.
Devers was not enough.
Okay. So
we
he
thought
still
it was.
So he still's got. Is the to-do list fairly extensive?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then why did you think they were going to beat four series in a row? Win 4 series in a row? If they have a lot of work to do, why would you see that?
regression with the bats coming? Flores is looking like Flores from last year. I'm not blaming one somebody. It's everybody.
Okay.
Chappie's coming back.
I looked like Flores is not yes or no? Is Flores getting the at-bats since Devers got here?
Well, now he's going in the field, and I think that's taken from his legs. That's just me. Nobody asked.
Okay. You want to get back into Kaminga?
And then there was one more thing real quick, giant roulette. Oh, a victory lap for me.
Good.
Because you were gone.
Mm-hmm.
So was I. I said throw at somebody. They threw at somebody.
Oh.
Come on.
Okay.
Evan, we don't have a noise for the victory lap, but I have to take that. Your boy, that was a good day for me on social media.
As long as we're going to do that. I don't know where, Evan, you did the show on Friday?
Him and Grant.
Yeah, people didn't like it.
So what I'm going to say basically was already said.
Probably.
My rant from Thursday before I left. Okay. I'm going to tell you something.
Go ahead, buddy.
Having Hayden Birdsong. What was the guy's name? He was the third hitter. Who'd he throw at?
Give it to me, Evan.
The fact that you don't even know who they threw at.
Because it doesn't matter. It was 5 days ago.
Is an indication of how stupid it was.
Wow.
Oh, not I am.
So now you guys are ganging up on me. Okay.
So Hayden Birdsong is the Giants' starting pitcher who's in uncharted territory.
Yeah, having a good season.
He's in uncharted waters. His whole second half of the season is going to be over an innings number that he's never been at before. All right? He's already showing some signs of fatigue.
Right.
Okay. So, and he's not pitching. He's not pitching as well as he had a month ago.
He hit Lopez.
Okay. So here comes Miami Marlins. Hayden Birdsong gets the first 2 guys out.
Yeah.
And Bob Melvin or somebody has Birdsong. Let me say it again. Birdsong. Throw at a guy.
Yeah, Lopez.
That is as dumb as I've ever heard. Why would you ask Birdsong, one of your youngest pitchers, who's struggling, to go ahead and put a guy on base when he doesn't have to? It's like, it's Birdsong. He's got to get his act together.
So you're saying it backfired?
Oh, my.
It was 3-0. Then he got 5-5, and I thought the 5 was, that really fired him up.
Well, you know what? And even if 5-5 fired up the team, what about Birdsong?
We'll find out today.
Why would you have Birdsong throw at a guy? Let a reliever throw at a guy. You know what? But let me ask you this. If Birdsong gets shellacked today, would anybody put hitting that guy to, would anybody fathom any connection there?
I wouldn't be mad if you did, but I have to believe what you said before you started this, Steiny, is he was starting to, just like the whole rotation to a degree, is starting to tire because they've been so phenomenal, and you kind of can expect it. But I got to believe he is more, what word am I looking for, mentally strong to throw at a batter. And then I think it was a compliment, almost like, okay, you can pitch with 1 runner on with 2 outs. You'll get us out of this. But it did backfire. But if he gets shelled today, I'm leaning more towards fatigue than that task that was asked of you is why you weren't the guy for us to have you go do that.
Birdsong, is he technically a rookie? I know he pitched some last year. My point is he's made what? 15 to 20 Major League Baseball starts?
Yeah. ERA
and now
up to 4.13.
So Birdsong is essentially in his first, let's call him a rookie, and you have a decision to make, which we talked about the whole day that day, and it was split in half. You can't go ahead and do it, don't do it, don't do it. Okay, they did it. But their rookie did it. He needs to get every out he can right now. And you just sacrificed him and his ERA and all that stuff and maybe his confidence to hit a guy for the Miami Marlins.
You don't think you're doing a little too much with, like, you're not giving Birdsong credit for
he's a rookie.
Being less fragile than that mentally?
He's a rookie.
Well, technically,
so you're assuming that, he's a young player. He'll just be able to just hit a guy and shut up. It's like, okay, he did. He hit him. I don't have my read.
Carter will help you.
Hold on. Oh, no, and it's blocked by the light. Hold on. You're listening.
He got it.
To 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Right. That was special. You were like Denzel in the movie Flight. Yeah.
All right. I guess
you got it off. You got it off your chest. I don't agree, but you got it off your chest. Dude, they are going the wrong way.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame.
Sports, man. And I don't have the answers.
I'll tell you what, Hayden Birdsong better pitch well in the second half of the season.
The second half,
yeah,
that was a one pitch. Steiny,
that's right.
Guy.
Dumb move. One of the dumbest moves I've ever seen. And I swear to God, I mean this. I let Ryan Walker hit a guy.
Well, he can't hit the side of the barn right now.
Your number 3 guy who's already feeling it, who you're already worried about, and now you're like, hey, Hayden, go just put a guy on. I know you're not involved in any of this. In fact, we probably shouldn't even hit a guy. But go ahead, you do it. All right, I'll do it. 3-0. Oh, and then they came back in 5-5. So it worked. It worked.
So you understand
it did not work for Hayden Birdsong.
Didn't like who they picked to do it.
I didn't like the throwing either because I thought it was a meaningless. It was a meaningless act, except for the fact that you asked that guy to do it. Let's go to Vince in San Francisco. What's up, Vince? We can change it up. Hey, Vince. Vince. All right, Vince doesn't. We got Vince? We got Vince.
Yep.
Oh, Vince.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we got you.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Vince, how you doing?
I was going to say, you guys didn't take the call yet. So, Warriors, right? I know that people don't really like Ayton because of his attitude or whatever. But look, if there's a place that a big can go to resurrect their career, hasn't it been the Warriors? Look what they did with JaVale McGee and all the other guys, right? So I feel like Ayton, you got a guy who's averaged a double-double his whole career, playing for some loser teams. Although the Phoenix Suns, they did make it to the finals and lost. Still a loser. I think if you bring him to the Warriors, you bring in a center who could be an actual center, which then pushes everybody back to their natural positions. Dre don't have to play the 5. You don't have to bang with all these 7-footers no more because Ayton can do it. He could go back to playing a 4. Jimmy doesn't have to size up. He can continue playing small forward like he has the rest of his career. So then that leaves you with who's going to play the 2, right? It's Ben Pods. I still think Pods is better coming off the bench, and JK is still an issue. Well, Josh Giddey is also a restricted free agent with similar numbers, but I think Josh Giddey fits the Warrior system better than JK. So my proposal or idea is if you can sign and trade JK to Chicago for Giddey, I think that would work. JK gets a place that he gets to play and grow, because the Bulls don't really have expectations. But the Warriors get a player who, when he played with OKC, he was a problem. And he still is a problem with Chicago. I think he could come in and fit the system better. Pods goes back to the bench. to play that reserve point guard role, so that way when Steph sits, you still get productive minutes. I think that's the best case scenario right now for the team because there really isn't anybody out there, like you said, Steiny.
Mm-hmm.
Unless somehow they can swing crazy big. I don't know what it would take, but sign and trade J.K. to Miami for Bam Bam, and then go from there.
Oh,
but
man,
now
I
you
wish.
use your bench and picks, and now you're back up into the luxury tax and all that. So,
yeah, appreciate it, Vince. I like Giddey, but let's stay away from Giddey for a minute. Okay, DeAndre Ayton. Here's my biggest concern with DeAndre Ayton is?
Tell me.
And it's like, okay, can somebody prove to me right now or promise to me right now that Kerr will play him?
Oh, my gosh. I like that would be negligence if you didn't.
The point is you can't promise me that, I don't think.
But then you shouldn't go get him then.
Correct. I think you're absolutely right.
But I got a problem fundamentally, Steiny, that a coach would look at Ayton, who was the center of a team that went to the finals. I'm not saying he was Kareem.
He was waived. So he's not Chamberlain. Okay,
but
that's all I'm saying.
There's other reasons he was there. Again, he's at fault because he was an ass.
Okay.
Being late.
He's not very good, Goo.
He's better than what you got at the center position.
Sure. But
14 and 10. 57% from the field. I can see Draymond throwing them alley-oops right now like JaVale McGee. Set some screens. And quit being an ass. And he's have to have been humbled. Don't you? Like, seriously.
You mean
I'll never change on thinking people can change. JaVale McGee was a joke when he got here, and he's way more talented than, like, Steiny, 14 and 10. And not even scratching the surface of what you can do. The Warriors are not asking him to be Shaq by no stretch. But I've watched Portland play on a good day. The dude, I'm like, oh, my God, he's not a stiff. He's an ass. And you think he had been humbled. You would think.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm desperate.
I used to do this a long time ago. I don't do it anymore. It makes me sound unenthusiastic, however, and I'll acknowledge it's not that. Go ahead. Go get Ayton. Sure, go get Ayton. He's not going to change your fortunes. He was waived. A team actually said to a professional athlete, we'd rather have you out of here than not. All right. Honestly, I think I would rather have Horford. Because I get this sense like Ayton still thinks he's a centerpiece of something. But where are you on Ayton, Evan?
Oh, he gave it to me.
He just came.
No, he's listening.
Oh, he is? You like Ayton?
No.
I clicked on Evan DeAndre Ayton's best plays from 24-25 season. It didn't load.
Was he on the bench?
No, it didn't load. There was nothing there.
Here's the other thing.
But come on, guys.
Why doesn't he play? He's missed half of the last two seasons.
Yeah.
But he'll be healthy here.
But the year that Phoenix went lost to Milwaukee and we're up 2-0.
It's 5 years ago? We love guys from 5 years ago. We do. All right, let's get back on track. 888-957-9570 is the number. Couple questions for Warrior fans. Kevon Looney is now a member of the New Orleans Pelicans. And from a basketball standpoint, do you think the Warriors took a hit or a marginal hit? Just for the basketball and what he represented for the Warriors. Secondly, where are we with Jonathan Kaminga? As long as the Warriors don't figure out the Kaminga situation, they're likely going to be in limbo. So what do we do with Jonathan Kaminga? How does this thing get settled, Goo? What does your best guess tell you?
I want him back because I'm under the impression that what you can get will not be greater than what I believe his upside is. I understand I'll catch hell for that. I understand. I got to believe Steve Kerr has been told, hey, look, and not in a bad way. Time's up, man. This guy's going to be here longer than you, and you got to do something different. We got to do something different to get him acclimated. So, Steiny, I'm not just throwing a talent that I believe is there that is not surfaced away. Who do you have on this team if Kaminga were to go for you to get excited for, carry a brunt of the weight for the OGs? Just this next season coming up.
Tui!
Yeah, I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for all of them.
How was yesterday, Chase?
It was great. And ask Evan.
Evan? Fun. Who had the best personality? Tui? So he's got an Australian accent?
It's kind of a tie. I'll do it to you.
I kind of liked Armstrong. He was like, all these guys are confident, but how their confidence is emoted is
Who did
really
I ask
interesting
about
to me.
his handle, and he goes, Evans, break that.
That was Taron Armstrong. Yeah, he said something about how he can initiate offense and bring the ball up, and I was like, all right, what happens when a guy picks you up 90 feet? And he's like, I don't care.
Dude, it was like almost you answering it. I assumed you had a handle.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling about free agency? Are you guys like Big Smoothie? Just relax. Rome wasn't built in a day. Are you starting to panic a little bit?
71
what is going to happen?
moves made, not one by the Warriors.
What's coming up on the game, hopefully, is a move by the Warriors. But it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Kevon. Great run. Great run. Great guy.
Have we replaced him?
Not yet. You know, I was looking back at the Mike Dunleavy quote about Kaminga, and he said, we think we're in a great place with Kaminga. We'd like to get something done sooner rather than later. He said, but sometimes with restricted free agency, things drag out.
Trades are hard.
Hey,
and by the
Valkyries shattered their win total.
But they are balling.
Yeah.
They are hooping.
Welcome to the era of professional sports.
And whoever their star is, Caitlin Clark, they shut them down. They take their water. Like, damn.
The one guy I know, the one player I should say, who will not be taking the Valkyries into the next era is Julie Van Loo. Julie Van Loo.
I thought she was on the mend. No, she was over playing for a country.
Yeah.
And
they won. They won the
Let's go.
It's called the Eurobasket.
So now she'll come back excited.
Yeah, and then she got waived. She got off the plane and found out she was waived. It's a tough business.
Off the plane?
Right off the plane. She actually skipped the festivities.
Oh, that hurts.
To get back.
Seriously, Steiny, I'm not as cold as you. That hurts. They couldn't have got it to her a little sooner.
I don't know.
Yeah. If I could share with you, like I did, Evan, real quick here, just about how people, Warrior Dub Nation does not want Ayton. My guy Squirt, don't have him anywhere remotely close to here. What do we got at the center position?
You have
right now. I'll help you out. Close your eyes.
What?
What do you see?
Help me.
Nothing.
Okay. So this is why this is
Evan like that.
So okay. So now you're saying this is what I mean. Oh, but for 2 years, TJD. Steiny Quinton Post, A+.
I'm not out on. Maybe
well, then
we
don't
do
say
have
we have
center.
nothing.
Right, you know
you
what?
just said we have nothing at the center spot.
I'll give you that. Shout out Wimbledon. I'll give that point to you. Steiny, I'm not done, but Kerr pulled this. He shut him down. He had TJD just a bump on the pickle. After we saw some stuff. Again, I'm not selling. You think it's about the stars with me. I saw stuff we all did with TJD. He was starting, and then all of a sudden, Kerr, I guess felt like, you know what? Just sit here with me for a little bit. Like, I don't understand that. So you do have TJD. I am wrong. They do have an option at center.
I want to push back on
everything
something.
I say.
No, just the one thing you tend to do. Okay, you're right. TJD, he was starting. Okay, you're right, he was. So has Moody. Moody has started. Post has started. Trace Jackson Davis has started. Pods has started. Heald has started. Doesn't matter. Doesn't make, they're still the players they are.
Yeah.
I like this, though, from the 408. Horford's more likely to buy into the Curry system than Ayton.
Because he's a professional. And I read some stuff on Ayton, Steiny, seriously.
Oh.
Kicking chairs, getting pulled out the game.
Because he cares.
Cussing out the trainers, missing the all the stuff, flights. Like, if
were you holding on to that info?
No. It was. I read it this morning.
Still want him?
But I think that was Operation How Do I Get Out of Portland?
Sure. And he'll get into this culture. And right as it's ready to flip him.
Well, Dre and Steph aren't going for that. Like, Dre will get with him.
Oh, my God.
We talked about it yesterday a little bit, Steiny, and I'm not trying to run Dre out of town. But he's a lifer. He's a lifer. Yeah. Steph wants him a lifer, and that's it. But the bottom line is, if that was not there, hey, Marcy, if that was not there, you would flip Dre and Kaminga would take his spot. If there were no legacy involved and it was just cutthroat and Pat and the greatest guys to ever do it, Jerry West was running this, Dre would be Jetson and the young Thundercat like Kaminga would get his shot. Let's that doesn't sound crazy to you, right? Hello? Steiny, come on. It is what it is.
But you've
And
already
Andre, I love you.
You've made your strategy clear. And that's what I guess that's the part I guess
strategy.
where I want to push back. You can't. Why is everybody surprised that they're treading water right now in free agency? That's what I don't understand. You went and got Butler. You locked him in, and Curry's locked in, and Draymond's locked in.
But Lakers is real quick, Steiny. He's shown us he'll go over he'll pay that.
Not even, yeah. That's when you're a title contender.
And wow.
By the way, let me take a call.
Yeah.
Let's go to Little J. Little J's in the East Bay. What's up, Little J? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, first of all, I want to say thank you to you guys. I listen to you guys on work, and you guys are awesome.
Thank you,
Little J.
Yeah, I just feel the Warriors, they need a big man, and for them to keep up with all these OKC and Houston Rockets and other teams, they're going to need a true center, someone that could protect the rim and, like somebody that could be a good defender. I don't think Quentin Post is good enough.
Yeah, thanks, Little J. Yeah, no,
we didn't mention, he didn't mention TJD. He put it all on Post. So it's TJD's, responsibility right now. But damn, Steiny, you kind of took my thunder, man. And I mean it. I thought free agency represented maybe a player to where Laker would go in the tax in the red, thinking that guy would send them or get them closer to number 5 as possible. And those dudes are getting snatched up left and right. And they may be all gone.
I'm blown away because there have been names that have popped up forever with this team. And how about this one? This was a name that's, let's get this guy. Jonas Valanciunas. He was just traded for Dario Saric.
Right, man.
Okay?
Yeah. I ain't mad at
why?
I respect
Listen,
this guy.
Why wouldn't the Warriors be interested in Valanciunas?
Maybe they think TJD is better and cheaper.
What's this from the 510? And now we got an issue.
Okay.
Wow, Matt, sad but true. Goo took a shot at you yesterday. Probably not a big deal. It was just Goo being Goo.
Hey,
I'm glad you guys are back together. What'd you say?
Call it like you see it.
And Shannon, I will. So Ritter came in and saw Evan was in for you and wanted this to go viral. He said, talking to Evan, you're an upgrade. So he wanted me to say that on air, and I said that on air, but it wasn't I wasn't KFC.
So you're
Ritter,
lemming?
Huh?
You're a lemming?
No, he told me to say it, and so I said it.
He did say it had to make the air.
Yeah. It didn't get a lot of traction, but don't look at me like I said it, and I ain't scared to tell you if I took a shot at you. Ritter did.
It's because you go after Ritter every single time we go to Chase Center.
Yeah.
Who does?
You.
Please.
Well, I hate snitches. Who was that? Trying to steer
Demetrius on the text line.
Damn, Demetrius.
I'm listening on the Odyssey app, so I'm a little behind, but please, somebody beg Guru to lose this Thundercat thing.
It's because we don't have any. I get it. We need Thundercats.
I got to do this.
Thundercats. I like it.
What if I tell you there is a guy out there the Warriors could get, and
I would be excited.
Damian Lillard.
He's not a Thundercat.
And you can't be injured. Like, I love Dame. He's going to miss 95% of next year.
Oh. Okay, yeah, let's put him on. Let's put Demetrius on.
Oh.
Demetrius, I believe, is your father's UPS driver, if I'm not mistaken.
Hey,
buddy.
Man, D, you come busting me out.
Hey, first off, I got to say, I had a great weekend. I spent the weekend with Willard and Dibs golfing. I won the contest for Cash Creek, so I had a great time.
Hey,
with them
real
clowns.
quick, can they
Great.
shoot how was their game?
Hey, I'm just going to tell you this. Me and my brother were hacking all over the fairway because we hadn't golfed in a while.
All right.
And Dibs was so patient. He shot, darn it, a 80. He was on it. I'm
Oh,
just telling
boy.
you,
We'll
man.
hear about that today. Okay. Wow. How about Willard?
Hey, and I'm backing him up 100%. I know how to golf, and I've golfed for years, but our games weren't on it, but Dibs was on fire.
How about Willard?
Hey, so let me just paraphrase. First off, I deliver to Norm every day.
All
on
right.
UPS, so shout out to Norm and Daisy. And I love you, Goo.
Right on.
But it just was odd because, and I'll tell you what happened, Matt. They had just interviewed Will Richard, draft pick, and he had been talking about how he grew up idolizing and worshiping, and loving Steph Curry.
Yeah.
And so when they got done with the interview, Goo, being Goo, turned to Evan and said, "Dang, Evan, can you imagine if you grew up or you worship somebody, you love somebody, and then all of a sudden now you're playing basketball or working with them, and they just idolized them, and you just thought the world." And he said, "Man, I wouldn't even know what that was like." And I'm thinking, well, you're there every day with the Mount Rushmore, Matt, and you wouldn't even know what it was like. Like, wow, how quickly the mighty have fallen.
Oh, see, he took it out of
I'm sure it was probably a Freudian slip, but he just looked at him and said, "Could you imagine if I played ball or you worked with somebody and you had really worshipped or idolized?" And I was thinking, well, you do that every day, bro. So.
But Demetrius, we love Steiny. He's not Steph Curry. He's D3 player.
No, but this is the radio equivalent. I am Curry radio.
Evan, I'll let you take. Now, Steiny, I love you. You are really Larry David, but he's got you in somewhere higher than I'd.
If you're Curry, Drake's got real abs.
Dude,
Curry.
You seen the photo going around? He had the surgery for fake abs, and he took a selfie. Drake did.
Sure.
And it looks like Batman. It looks so plastic, Steiny, his abs. He's jacked. He's a joke. No, they're fake. And he tried to sell it like it was real. He's taking a L. I'm done with him until he comes with a double album. But my point is, that's how bad it is. Demetrius, I'm hurt. And I think you feel better because I didn't take a shot at you.
No,
You play D3.
I know what goes on here when I'm gone.
I hear you, and it hurts me.
Where's he at right now? Because now they are up there.
Listen, here's some good news. Mark Spears, Kaminga, what's going on? Anscape.
There seems to be optimism in the Warriors camp that he will resign. He will be a restricted free agent. This market's not great for him. As one NBA GM told me, is like, what has he proven to be worth what his agent wants, which is $25+ million? Who has that money for him? Why does he deserve that? But then on the flip side, if he returns to the Warriors, like, what's his role?
And can he reach his full potential there?
Yeah, and so if I'm Jonathan, I'm in a really weird spot right now. The money's not here this summer. Maybe it's next summer. But either way, there's a lot of question marks.
Either way, there's a lot of question
But is
marks.
the head coach optimistic, Spears, that Kaminga would be coming back?
I think it's up to, well.
That's the right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Does Kerr want to be, like, he wouldn't say it into a mic. Is he tired of the headache?
I don't know.
So
I don't know.
Who would be optimistic about JK returning? The owner, who was at the Valkyrie game a day after they got eliminated with Kaminga. What was that about?
That was the equivalent of Joe Lacob golfing with Klay Thompson. It's his way of saying night-night. Perhaps. Perhaps.
Another center off the board, gentlemen. Jakob Poeltl has agreed to a 4-year, $104 million contract extension with the Toronto Raptors.
This is why the 24-hour fitness are full of kids with their moms opening up their checkbook, paying trainers. This chicken that they're, just in sports in general, it's that, why would you try to be anything else?
Because most people don't grow to 7 feet?
Yeah, Soto got $750 million.
$750. And we want to know what's wrong with the world and why there's homeless people. when we could spend some of that money getting everybody back on their feet. But let me digress.
Well, go ahead.
No,
you're going to digress.
I did that
go
about
ahead.
a month ago. I think I barely made it, but yeah, I'll leave that there, Steiny. Wow.
Let's go to Suge in Fremont. Hey, Suge, how you doing?
Hi there. How are you guys doing? I haven't talked to you in a long time.
I missed you. Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I realized one thing, and maybe all Warriors fans also should think about it. I know we're excited about getting Horford here, but I don't think Horford would come here over the Knicks. I mean, the East is wide open. He's better off going to the Knicks as a backup center. And, why would he come here and play with three guys who are just slightly younger than him? It's not worth it for him. He probably sees it too. I think we should all just enjoy the games that we win and ride it out. Really, that's all we can do. Maybe we'll get someone, enjoy the games that we would do well, and just have fun. Once this Curry era is over, then you start the rebuilding. Otherwise, there's just nothing. I mean, Curry, as much as I like Stephen Curry, I think he likes to have Draymond on the team because he passes the ball to him. I mean, there is a good chance always if Curry gets the ball that we'll get points. But even otherwise, Curry can build his little legacy. Draymond can be the little sidekick, and Jimmy, I don't know what he's doing. He's just getting his money. That's all. It's kind of a sad situation in that sense, I feel. But it's how it is, and I think we should just enjoy the games. That's all.
Thank you, Suge. Appreciate it.
Well, that's my girl, Steiny, but can't just enjoy them, Suge, unless we're trying to vie for a chip.
Well, they are. And this is where it got you. Seriously. This is where it's gotten you. Thinking you were a title team for the last 3 years, this is where it's gotten you. It's gotten you in a position where your payroll's not very good. You've got three old guys occupying too much of your cap. You don't have a lot of young talent on the team. One of the players on the team that represents young talent, the coach isn't crazy about, nor has he even come close to reaching his potential.
Oh, my God.
You just lost Looney, your heart and soul.
You sound like the doctor coming in the room saying, hey, get your affairs in order.
I guess.
Dude, seriously, that's what you just sounded like.
I guess what I don't understand is maybe people didn't understand.
Well, hold on.
3 years ago, what they were doing.
On. You got Steph and Jimmy Butler and Dre still.
Well, then shut up.
No,
how about that?
I'm almost there.
Shut up.
I'm almost like, bring Kaminga back. Let's run it back.
Okay. Then, right.
It's not there. Get your affairs in order. What you just said.
Well,
like, it's bleak some stuff. But you got Steph, Jimmy, and we saw what happened when he came into town. Run this bad boy back if that's what it is. And we'll go from there.
You sound very excited about that.
No, and Evan brought up a good point yesterday while you were out. When it comes down to the others, this was their first time in the postseason. I know it was Moody's second time a little bit, but you know what I mean. Like, maybe they'll be better this next go round, and I'm assuming they make it. But I'm looking at these other teams. Maybe they won't make
the playoffs
Houston,
next year.
San Antonio, Denver, the Pelicans now, Minnesota, OKC, San Antonio, the Lakers. Like, I feel better. OKC. Like, oh, my gosh. I think Sac and the Warriors right now, it's not over. I'm concerned. And way more about Sac, but who cares? We're talking about the Warriors, Donnie. I'm just, man. And why would Horford pick here over?
Exactly.
I didn't like that. That was a good point. But
like
it's about winning, and it is with him.
I saw 4 teams for Horford, and the Warriors were the worst team on the list. They just were. It was the Knicks, the Lakers.
Stop.
I don't even know if it might have been Houston. So come on, Steiny. Pierce Evans, YouTube chat, come on, you know that's not true. The Warriors will be able to sign whomever in 2 years. Yeah, no, I get it. No.
We're not looking that far.
What? I don't know. I guess I said they're stuck.
We're talking about here in the next hour.
No, you're right.
Hour.
I mean, they can get off these guys in 2 years, so I guess they're not stuck. It's just going to take 2 years. Oh, the Cavs in Denver. Horford's looking at. I do think there's something to, and not that anybody does this, but nobody's doing the Warriors any favors. They're just not.
All right, so let's be real and put another rat on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Steiny, if this were to continue, how would we analyze Mike D's handling of free agency? I thought Kaminga was going to net you a whale or something of his caliber, because I think highly. I'm just asking, and maybe that still is yet to be done.
What do you mean well? Like a big move? Like you thought Kaminga was going to be able to net you like a haul, right?
Right. Oh, somebody that could come in and fit right in.
And here's the thing. You can't give Mike Dunleavy a D if you've been praising him up to this point.
Well, this is another part of the test.
He can't create something out of nothing. And unfortunately, they've got one guy to deal with this offseason to try to get better, and it's Kaminga. My question is this. If Jonathan Kaminga walked for nothing right now, just left the building, are the Warriors worse?
Yes. In every facet.
Not rebounding. They're not a worse rebounding team.
Steiny, but yeah, that's the worst thing that could happen.
Okay, so you think he was
won't happen. They are not good. Joe Lacob's not letting that happen. I'm going above Dunleavy that he will not let that happen.
Evan, do you have a list real quick of free agents still available? Available. Yeah,
I can pull one
up.
My
bad. Like I'm thinking, I'd let Kaminga walk in a heartboot if you could sign.
This is like
free
Chipotle
agent for
before it closes. Everything you want is damn near gone. We don't have it. Boy, that's Steiny. I can't wait to hear. We'll get on the other side.
Andrew saying, Steiny, the Bucks created something from nothing by getting Miles Turner.
Who saw that, though?
They waived Damian Lillard. You want to waive Curry? You can go get Miles Turner. Just waive Steph.
Duncan Robinson's available.
You know what? You've heard it here first. The Warriors.
Chris Paul? Remember you did that and it came to fruition?
Duncan Robinson will be a Warrior.
Well, you did that with Chris Paul, basically.
I'm calling it right now. They need shooting, and I know people are going to snicker. They need shooting.
But how much would that cost? How was that going to happen?
It's called a sign and trade with the Heat. I think he actually opted out, so he's not.
No.
He's not even under contract.
Get Wiggins back here. You think you're laughing? I've talked to some people. I got sources. They said Wiggins don't want to come back here. I don't believe that.
Okay, well then your sources stink.
Would you want to come back if you were Wiggins?
I don't know.
After dealing with what you just did in South Beach? Like, yuck.
What did he do in South Beach?
They get scouted. There was nothing. Miami's a mess.
Wait, so what's the question about Wiggins?
Would he want to come back here?
I wouldn't, but that's me.
So it was so bad for you here? Or we had your back while you went on your sabbatical? Some got nosy. It's natural. Was it all that bad here?
Are you a title contender with Wiggins?
I believe so. He helped you climb that. Like I would, man. I get Ayton. But Wiggins coming back? What am I missing? Some would say a brain.
So desperate. You're so. That's the reason the Warriors can't get anything done. They're so desperate. The league knows it, and they're just letting them. They're just letting them marinate.
Somebody say, "Good looking, real cut. Keep it up, Jay." Oh,
Drake.
These new cameras.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Is there a Warrior fan out there that understands the place they're in, and
wow,
we kind of saw it.
Yeah, there's a saying,
which is what?
You're up a creek. I can't say the other.
They were up. They were up a creek 6 weeks ago.
No, before they were up a creek before they pulled off the Butler trade.
Okay,
then they were in the what do you call it when you go on a cruise?
I'm not sure.
the
cruise ship.
Yeah, the cruise ship.
A yacht.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm going to get into some of this. Maybe not. No, we're going to talk a little bit about free agency, where the Warriors are with Kaminga. Is there what's also going on with Gary Payton II? We want him back, Goo. 888
we hadn't talked about
957-9570. Hey, are you planning a road trip? Tahoe, Napa, maybe down the coast? Make your first stop Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, and even be done in about 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons.
We need Thundercats. Either one of these guys gets me excited and aroused.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, so Was it you or was it Evan who said at the start of the show that there'd been 71 moves made in free agency?
Well, including guys that have come back to their team.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I got it right. I got the tracker right up here.
I mean, technically.
Now, Evans added one with this new one with Pirtle.
But technically wouldn't. Like, do the Warriors get credit for losing Looney? Like, Looney going to the Pelicans was one of the transactions. Had to be. So, theoretically, they've made a transaction. Although, they really didn't. Actually, they actually didn't do anything.
They lost the guy.
Yeah, and he was a free agent, so he really wasn't on the roster anyway. But free agency started, and the Golden State Warriors are in a holding pattern. Jonathan Kaminga is kind of determining the direction that the Warriors go. And, you know, the one thing I do want to say about Kaminga and the Warriors is we really don't have any idea other than what we're kind of reading into the tea leaves.
And isn't that frustrating, partner? We were doing this before, having this discussion. Like, when I say I'm radio tired of it, I just want clarity to know what my team's going to look like.
What if Kaminga's basically said, I don't want to come back?
I would understand.
Okay.
But I want to know that fast, quick, and in a hurry.
The Warriors may know that right now. And if they do know that right now, what do they do if there's not a market for them?
But does that stop or prohibit you from adding to your team?
Yes, it does.
Then that's not a good thing then, because like you said, everything, I went Chipotle at closing hours, there's going to be nothing left.
When the Golden State Warriors did not extend Kaminga last year, they had to know this was a possibility. Like, that's what restricted free agency is kind of all about. Like, you just, yes, you're in control of where Kaminga ends up, but you're not really in control of whether another team is, wants to sign him to an offer sheet. The other thing is, if a team just came out of nowhere and offered Kaminga a deal, and the Warriors had a day or two to match, I think it's a day now, actually, that team that's offering him a deal's got to sit tight until the Warriors end up making a decision. But that's the other thing. If there's let's just say hypothetically there's a team out there that says, Jonathan, we'll give you, let's say they start off 14. They go 14, 16, 18, so we will offer you a 3-year, $48 million deal. About 17, 18, 16, 17, 18 a year. Well, the Warriors have to match that then. They have to, because that's not a bad deal.
And would you match it if you're the Warriors?
You have to. You have to. Because
I agree.
But I'm saying you have to, assuming it's not going to be a problem if Kaminga's on the team.
Because that's a whole nother
issue. Because if Kaminga doesn't want to be here, and the Warriors know he doesn't want to be here, my question is, do you take the risk of saying, Jonathan, we get it, you don't want to be here, but we cannot give you up for nothing, so we're either going to match some other team's offer, or you're going to have to play on the 7.9, or you can take a 3-year, $65 million extension from us, which is about $20 to $23 million a year. Ball's in your court. What do you want to do?
Yeah, and I'm with you. If that were to be the case and those were to be the figures, I want them back. But we keep talking about him walking for nothing. But the real issue is Coach Kerr finally saying, or the powers to be over there at Warrior Central, Steiny, saying, we got to do something different with this guy. He's our starter.
For what it's worth.
And I understand that can be a stretch. So why wouldn't you just say, you know what, we're done?
Because you'd like a player coming back.
I understand.
Let's go to Jesse's in Vallejo. Hey, Jesse, how are you?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Thanks. I was just calling because I think it's the point where you keep Kaminga because there's nothing else really out there unless somebody offers him something that you can't match. But I wanted to get you guys' take on, because to me, Kaminga is just a guy who can score. And you had a caller earlier saying, talking about his averages and percentages and things like that. And he's a scorer, but he's not a great shooter. So it doesn't help you that much as an asset when you have Butler and Curry.
Jess, you got to call back. We were kind of losing you.
Yeah. But he was saying what a lot of people, it feels like the Warriors are in a position, Steiny, unfortunately, to not say night-night to Jonathan Kaminga, even if you wanted to.
They don't. Yeah, the Warriors.
He checks a lot of boxes, and I know there's some Warrior boxes he doesn't check, but damn.
I mean, I have no, it's really hard for me to figure out where the Warriors are and what Kaminga wants, money-wise. I mean, if Kaminga wants $30 million, you can't give him that if you're the Warriors. Or I don't think they're prepared to give him that.
What if I told you I'm starting to really believe he's not even asking for that? Like, he knows that. Now, so, you know what I mean, Steiny? Like, I would almost say that to JK's face now. Like, I hope your guy or your representation is not seeking that number. You got to know.
Well, he seeked more last year.
Well, no other team allegedly is offering them 30, right? Because that would have been we would have been known that.
But we knew no team could offer him 30. But for the Nets, and they don't want him. And you know why they don't? They don't want him is because they just took on Michael Porter Jr.'s salary and gave away Cam Johnson, but they were under the cap, so they could take $40 million back. I can't imagine they have money right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what, like, if I'm the Warriors, I don't know what to do either. But the reason I don't know what to do is because I'm not exactly sure where everybody is. You know, I don't know if I don't know what Kaminga wants, and I don't know what the Warriors want. I know what they've said, but I don't necessarily believe everything they said. I mean, Mike Dunleavy said a week or two ago, we think we're in a great spot with Jonathan Kaminga. Well, you know what? They still might be. They come to terms with Jonathan for 80. Okay. Now he's coming back for 25-ish. Are we okay with that? Sure we are. But now what happens when the season starts? And the Warriors still have Butler and Draymond. That's the other part of this. If it were just a money thing, I think the Warriors might be able to get it done, even if they had to bite the bullet and pay him more than they want to. But now we got the playing time issue.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'll say this about that. While the Warriors were losing without Steph Curry to Minnesota and playing those games without him, Jimmy Butler was at the podium one of the games, Downey, and said he didn't read or feed into the fact that Kaminga and him couldn't play. But that was without Steph Curry. And that's the one thing that Jonathan can you play with Steph out there? And the answer to that's been, for the most part, I don't think you would disagree. No.
I mean, Steve Kerr, like, you have to acknowledge what was said at the time. And what was said at the time more than once was that Kaminga, Butler, and either Draymond or Steph can't play together. I think it really was more about Draymond. Because when Steph doesn't play, Kaminga's got to play because they need scoring. But he was talking about Draymond, Butler, and Kaminga because they don't have any spacing, because they don't have any three-point shooters of that threesome. So, again, they have two problems. They got to figure out whether or not they want to pay and keep Kaminga, and then if they keep him, what's his role? What's his role? And then you got to ask yourself, do you want to keep him just so that you hold on to some of his value so that down the line you can move him for a player that you hope is productive down the line?
No doubt.
So let's go to Vince in Austin. Hey, Vince, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Doing well, thank you.
Excellent. This is a little bit of a quarry for the Warriors. It
seems like they're stuck in the pond without a stick. You know, Kaminga, I'm a guy, I've followed Kaminga his whole career since he got drafted. His rookie year, funny enough, when James Wiseman and Kaminga were NBA champions. And, boy, it's been a rocky road. They brought in Butler, and it was a good decision to bring in Butler. He brings a lot of leadership and nobility to the team. He also raises their free throw attempts, which really I think is a very important role for him. But there's also consequences for bringing Butler in. And Kaminga's not a good enough basketball player, nor does he have a high enough basketball IQ to take on a secondary position. It's not like Steve Kerr can say, okay, Kaminga, we're going to have you play shooting guard tonight to fill out the roster. So I just want, I mean, it's just an interesting trade. I always thought maybe they were going to bait Kaminga for a trade to bring in Giannis, but, you know, I was looking at Milwaukee's updated starting lineup, and Giannis, come to the Golden side, baby. I mean, Giannis would be in a much better position, theoretically, playing with Steph, playing with Draymond, playing with Steve Kerr, playing with Jimmy Buckets, than what he's got going on over at Milwaukee. So, anyways, good talking to you, fellas.
Appreciate the call.
How are you going to hold on to both of those guys if you were to trade for Giannis?
And Giannis is still in the East, which gives him more of a fighting chance. And I wonder if that's an issue, too.
So right now, and it's always been for me, Steiny, the dream would be a Giannis trade. And at that point, I would part with anybody on this team not named Steph Curry.
Yeah.
So if reports are true that he's upset about what they did with Dame and not excited about the Miles Turner acquisition, that is Giannis. If you're one of those guys like myself or gals, I mean, then you still feel like, okay, until we find out otherwise, him going back to Milwaukee, we can dream.
I mean, look, the issue with Giannis, and you can't get him. You don't have enough to get him. You know, I saw something, Giannis, like the Rockets could give the Bucks like some legitimate guys for Giannis. I don't, like, that's the other thing. I'm not sure guys are, you know, clamoring to get to Golden State anymore.
Well, damn sure wouldn't be reflected in the first day of free agency.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Steiny Guru with you. Let's go to Gene in Oakland.
Oh, man.
Hey, Gene, how you doing?
Hey, fellas. Doing good. Yep. Birthday's coming up in a couple of weeks.
There we go.
I intend to call you when it happens.
65.
16th of July. 65, yeah, I wish. 79. But anyway.
Let's go, baby.
Okay,
Looking great,
the whole
Gene.
deal with, yeah, I'm still, hey, you know what? We're the new 65. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Kaminga. All right. Very interesting. I mean, I was getting, frankly, I've had enough of Kaminga talk up until this last weekend, because now it's getting more fascinating again. You know, I think that for him to stay with the team, first of all, like you said, it was like 70-something transactions already, and none of them involved him. So I think the young man has to come. This has to be a rude awakening for him, and he has to come to an understanding that he's not ready to start.
Gene, you got a call back. Shoot.
Yeah. He brought up his birthday, Steiny. You know what I've been thinking?
Wait, say it again.
He brought up his birthday. Yeah. Why don't we sing happy birthday to newborns? If you just chew on that.
It's a fair question.
Why don't we sing happy? You know what I mean?
You know why? Because it's not their birthday.
In fact,
your first birthday is at 1 year old.
What's the day then?
The day's when you were born.
Which is?
No cakes.
Oh, I'm with Evan.
Listen.
No, the day
is. So let me get this straight. Mom comes through and gives you a newborn.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a mother after she's given? She doesn't want a cake. She doesn't want her kid having a cake. She doesn't want a cake.
But after it's washed up, you
not
can
the
sing.
question.
You could sing happy. It's The point is not. It's their birthday.
It's not.
It's the day they were born.
It literally is.
But your first birthday is when you're 1 year old.
I don't think.
Well,
no.
I know that because see, you wouldn't have asked the question if the day you were born, if we all acknowledged it was a birthday. See what I'm saying?
No, but you see what I'm saying, and Evan does too.
And I'm explaining to you why that's not the case. Like, it's a fair question.
It's a birthday.
I'm back from back east. I have the answers.
No, you don't, Sonny. Just ponder on that. We should sing happy birthday.
Go ahead. Sing it.
Well, we got to find a newborn first.
The Warriors do.
Gene's back.
Yeah, all right.
Let's go right back to Gene. Hey, Gene.
All right, let's try again. So, First of all, what you said is very interesting. You know, my first wife was Chinese, so I've learned something about the Chinese tradition, and you're right. They don't celebrate birthdays until the baby is a year old.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Thank you.
And they're an old tradition.
I got you.
All right,
Yes,
back to Kaminga. So listen, I'm just hoping the young man is rethinking all this and realizing once again he's not ready to start on any other team and to command $25 to $30 million. He just isn't. So if he's willing to take a step back, say, okay, fine, you know what, I'm okay with coming off the bench, maybe making more like 15 to 20 million a year, maybe do a year or two or whatever, see how it goes. And, be that energizer bunny that that's been his main value to us, I think. When things is kind of, we start slogging in mud, we bring Jonathan off the bench, and he tends to give us a spark. So, but otherwise, I mean, I don't know how we're going to make any other kind of a deal at this point. I mean, I'd love to see Wiggins come here and switch them out.
Man.
But that, once again, would probably require, a Miami willing to pay him $20 to $25 million and give him a chance to start. And they're a playoff team too, so I'm not sure that's ever going to happen. But I mean, if it could, man, I'd celebrate that in a moment.
I'm with you, Gene.
Yeah, Guru's with you there too, Gene. Thanks for the call. There is a scenario out there in which the Warriors may already be in the process of doing it. And that's playing hardball with Kaminga. All right? He has the qualifying offer of $7.9 million. All right? That's what he has right now. The Warriors do not have to offer him a contract extension. They do not have to. They can say to Kaminga, you have to play for 7-9. Period. End of story. And you know what? Sign the qualifying offer for 7-9. Come back here for another year. Maybe we'll trade you. Maybe we won't. Go ahead and hit unrestricted free agency and see if people have money out there next year. Or you say, tell you what, Jonathan, we'll give you 3 for $60. Take it or leave it. Like, what's he going to do? Like,
When's the drop dead date for that, though? When does he have to? How long can this just go on?
It can go on until the opening day next year.
Oh, my goodness. And that benefits nobody.
You wouldn't think. You wouldn't think. I mean, it might get to the point where Kaminga just has to bet on himself and become an unrestricted free agent next year. I don't know. Let's go to that guy. That guy's in the city. What's up, that guy? How you doing?
Hey, what is up, fellas? It's good to hear both of you guys back on the radio doing your thing together. Goo, what's up, my guy?
What's up, baby?
Steiny in the house. This is the way it's supposed to be. Hey, a couple things, you touched on it earlier, Steiny. I'm going to get back to that in a minute. But the first thing, hey, when Loon comes back with Poole, of all people, right, he's going to come back to the Chase. I'm a season ticket holder, so I want maybe Ritter out there is listening. Can we get, instead of a T-shirt, can we get like those work jacket, those safety jackets, those orange or yellow jackets with the Loon's number on the back and put Looney, because that cat just went to work every day. Didn't complain, put his head down. He just hit the construction site. He went in there, 22 rebounds. Remember that game?
Yeah.
And saved that game. He's got 3 titles, and he earned every bit of it. And Looney's such a cool cat that leaving the team, he's the type of guy that apologized for leaving, but he has to go. That's how cool the Loon is, man. So props to him. And then the second thing is, and Steiny, I want to get to your point in a minute, but the second thing is the talk around the gym. I play a little pickup basketball, and people are thinking this is eerily similar to when Harrison Barnes was in the same spot as Kaminga. Now, they didn't really want him back because that big fish was KD out there.
Yep.
So people are thinking that Dunleavy is hashtag goo in the lab going to work, and if he can land the big fish and someone offers Kaminga something, they'll let him walk. If not, plan B is to match that offer and then get him traded by the deadline, by the All-Star break next year. So that's what kind of the talk is, similar to that Harrison Barnes deal. And Steiny, you touched on it earlier. And why do you think that is? I've never seen it where in any sport where you got such big names and people aren't jumping on the ship for less money to try and play with these guys. You got Draymond, you got Curry, heck, you got the coach, and you got Jimmy. And why aren't anyone jumping on like, hey, I'll play with these guys. I'll play. Let's get this ring. Let's go. Why isn't that happening with Golden State? Hey, I appreciate you guys being back on the air. Have a great day. And let's go Dubs. Let's go Valkyries.
Yeah, back at you.
Thanks, that guy.
Steiny, I got so desperate yesterday. I mentioned Kevin Porter Jr. He went back to Milwaukee. But, man.
A real GM will go pick up Dwight Howard.
That was great. That's an all-timer.
I mean.
So what if he's on to something and Giannis is Operation A for the Warriors and they want to see when that door really truly is closed, and maybe it is, then they go to Kaminga with, hey, this is what we have for you.
I find it hard to believe that the Bucks acquired Miles Turner
to lose Giannis.
Yes. Yeah.
There are reports out there, Steiny, that he's not happy with how they did Dame to acquire Turner.
All right.
But that must mean you're really...
And then you need Giannis to say, get me to Golden State. Yeah. And that's where I think
I hear you.
We have a lot of pie in the sky feelings about, I was actually interested in the last thing that guy said, which is
others.
What?
But we don't know that.
Do you believe that the Warriors are do you think they're a free agent destination? Are the Golden State Warriors a free agent destination?
Well, Durant came. You just asked me a question.
In 2025, are the Warriors a free agent
all right, let's do this.
Destination.
Let's cut the crap.
All right.
And I'm being real, Steiny. Why would they not be to you?
Because they're not a title contender. Or, no, actually, let me be honest. Let me be accurate. Maybe some players don't think they're a title contender anymore. But that's what I'm
sitting with. Even though they're older, and watching how that series went, and they stole game 1 on the road against Minnesota with 1 quarter.
That's
Steph
on
Curry.
the mind of every player in the league.
Well,
boy, how the Warriors got him game.
I don't have that answer for you, man.
Atco Pest Control Super Chat, $5. The Bucks just rescinded Ryan Rollins' qualifying offer. Golden State needs to do the same with JK to cut ties. The NBA is if they rescind that qualifying offer, which they can do, it might. I'd have to look at the numbers, but it might give them access to the non-taxpayer mid-level, which would be $14 million. The problem is, then there's something with the second apron, and if they make a move, they'll be even more constrained.
Oh, man.
And I don't believe in blanket statements. Even though you said, are the Warriors a free agent destination? I don't think the answer is no or yes. I think it depends on the player. I think it absolutely depends on the player. I think there are definitely a lot of players that do not want to come to Golden State. But I do think there's a handful that probably would, and you kind of have to target those guys and see if you can get one of the, you got to have a guy that wants to come here and that you're high on.
Chris Boucher, would you be out on him?
Sure. No, bring him here. But but that's what
you had them.
Those are the guys we're talking about, unfortunately, I think. And we got, we might have gotten sold that some bigger names were gettable that weren't gettable. That segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. You're not a man of God.
Goo, I love you. You're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get with Goo.
We need Thundercats.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm a little puzzled. You oughta.
Welcome
I'm a little
back.
puzzled. Thanks, Goo. So, here's what I'm a little puzzled about. So, Goo, if you, and you have expressed this sentiment, if you truly believe that the Warriors had action against the T-Wolves.
I mean it with my man.
Okay, well then.
You're right.
then chill.
But hold on, I'm being greedy.
Okay.
You can tell.
Yeah, like the Giants.
No, I want Kaminga to have that impact that he had with Steph out, with Steph in. Why can't we? No, there's got to be a way.
Well, there isn't, and I'll tell you why. Is because Jonathan will never be more than a third option if he plays with those guys. He just won't. You have two guys who are infinitely better than him with the ball in their hands. And so I've always thought this is the issue with Kaminga here is, okay, so we know, all right, I'm going to be harsh here, and I don't really want to get into a debate.
You being harsh? Whoa.
Okay, what I'm saying is what does he do? He scores. That's all he does. He's a scorer. Okay. So if he's your third option, he's your third scoring priority, but he doesn't do anything else. Like
That's what I want to talk about.
They don't have that luxury if they think he's one-dimensional.
But Steiny, let's make him multi-dimensional.
You can't. He hasn't. He's not. And
so you're just out on him growing. Even here, if they were to...
Absolutely not. I'm here for his growth, but quit thinking it's going to happen in 3 weeks. Wow.
Yeah, this is the definition of an enigma. I mean, what they're dealing with, it is.
Are they? Is he an enigma? Or do they actually know or think they know exactly who he is, and that's what worries them?
What if I told you I think there's a difference of opinion between Joe Lacob wanting to let go and Kerr and Dunleavy or somebody else within Kirk, that organization? What if I think there's a tussle going on?
Maybe. There very well might be.
But there's somebody should have won and lost that. Like there should be an agreement of this is the way we're going.
All right, so you think that the Warriors, a better way to go down, okay, forget it. They didn't sign him last year.
Right.
But you think that a better way, what the Warriors should do, and they could still do it, is right now try to get Kaminga to take a 3-year, $90 million deal.
Well, I don't. I think 30's too much. Now I'm going Brandon.
3 for 75.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
And this will be your baby.
All right.
Once these guys are out of here.
Fair. What if he doesn't want to play here? What if he just doesn't?
Okay.
Then I got news for you.
Right. You can't just go, though. We got to get something for you.
But you can't, because it's not like teams are beating down the door for him.
Now, I kind of get your answer, because I don't want to say you're not a fan, but that's a bit shocking to me. Or is it too soon to say there's been no line for him yet? Kaminga.
There was never going to be a line for Kaminga this offseason. Only one team had money. And they clearly didn't have, maybe they want him, but he's clearly not the Nets' number one priority.
Yeah.
So
now they got Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's go to Chucky in Santa Rosa.
Chuck.
Hey, Chucky, how you doing? Santa Clara, what'd I say? Santa Rosa.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Man, hey, Sonny, welcome back, brother.
Thank
Welcome
you.
back.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, and I just want to say, Guru, last week, man, you said, why is there a New Testament? Man, it's the New Testament, man, because the good news came in the New Testament, man, and we no longer have to live under the old law. Now we get to live under our Lord and Savior, brother.
Wow,
That's why
man.
we have a New Testament.
That made my day.
I'm out.
Okay.
That's what I told you.
You did not say that. All right.
And I just want to say, Steiny, I agree with you that nobody's trying to help the Warriors, man. The Warriors have been beating down people for the past 10 years, so now everybody wants the Warriors to feel what they've been feeling over the past 10 years. But, I just had to call because the narrative, you guys know I'm a Kaminga fan, and the narrative such as you and, Shasky, not so much Spadoni, but Guru, I'm like you, man. I think Kaminga got a lot to offer, man.
We saw it in the playoffs.
We saw it in the playoffs, and this is a 22-year-old living the dream, man. He living the dream. He not tripping on no money. All he want to do is play. And what my deal is this: he never really played, Steiny. I mean, when he first came, he was a part of the championship, but then he didn't get to play because they had their core players. The following year, we had those two players, Jerome and that other guy, and Kerr was playing them two over him. And then he came back another year, wanted to play everybody instead of implementing Kaminga into the lineup. If this dude just play, let him just put his feet into the fire, and just go with the learning curve. Of course, he's gonna make mistakes, but you gotta let him play. Well, and I don't see nobody coming here. I don't see nobody coming here because, who want to play with a bunch of guys, man, that's going to be low managed. There's no future in playing with players that's going to be low managed.
Chucky, I wrote down, the other idea is like you got to re-sign Kaminga and let him play. Let him play through his mistakes.
I told Evan yesterday, Steiny.
But that goes against their strategy for the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. Just to go off of our guy Chucky's call, Steiny, and I asked Evan yesterday.
All right.
Do you think if Kaminga had not got hurt and missed those 31 games, that Jimmy Butler would be a Warrior?
It's a great question. I don't think so, because I don't think when they made the Butler trade, it was right around the deadline.
And they were hemorrhaging.
They were 27 and 28.
Without Kaminga.
Okay, so do you think they'd be 30? They were going to be 32 and 23 with Kaminga had he not gotten hurt?
That might be a little too rich for my blood, but at the same vein, had he balled out or showed us the good Kaminga, which we've seen in flashes, especially a couple years ago when Wiggins was gone, I do believe he could have stopped them from making. They would have felt like they didn't have to go do that. And maybe he would be Butler now.
And would you be better or worse?
That's the $1 million question.
You'd be worse, I think. We can't be praising.
They wouldn't have won a round in the playoffs. You just said that was something they couldn't accomplish.
I don't know.
Yeah.
They
took everything they had.
23 and 8 with Butler. So I just think they're in a rock and a hard place right now, but we kind of knew it. I guess what I'm asking everybody is, are you really surprised with, first of all, and who's Big Smoothie's right. We're only a day and a half into this. And
we guys are coming off the board. It's not like, the grocery store is going to be empty when you finally decide, hey, this is what we need.
But if you look at the guys who came off the board, what you realize is they never had a shot at anybody. For goodness sakes, Jakob Poeltl just signed a $140 million deal.
And I like him, Steiny, but who was clamoring?
104.
Yeah, who was clamoring for him to be in a Warrior uniform?
A lot of people. Everybody wants a center.
But when you throw those numbers out, you're like, okay, yeah, that's not.
How would the Warriors? Okay, Miles Turner, free agent, just signed for $100 million over 4 years. How would the Warriors have swung that?
See, I thought that would be, they would have to get creative, part of the Kaminga sign and trade and free stuff up, or even get off of somebody that you might not have thought you wanted to get off of that would make that for you to be able to take that salary in. That's what I was dreaming and thinking of.
I don't, but when people say they could get creative, you can't break the rules. Right. Okay. The Warriors, God, let's go get Miles Turner. I just don't see how they could have done it.
All right. And
because he's making 25. It would have had to be a three. What are you going to do? Pay Kaminga 50 so that you can acquire. And as it relates to Kaminga, if a team doesn't want him, a team doesn't want him, and so you got no shot at a player on a team that doesn't have any interest in getting Kaminga from the Warriors.
Now, what's crazy to me when we just have this discussion, I'm being real. I know guys like you don't really care about Kaminga and how he looked in the playoffs and getting thrown in there in the fire on the fly. But had we not saw that, I could understand people sniffing around and other teams, Donnie, saying, yeah, we're not in it. but I really thought he was doing something for himself, even outside of Golden State, or to come knocking on the door while he's still with Golden State to see what it would cost to get his services. And I guess I'm blown away because the Warriors did something, and I give Mike D and Joe Lacob all the credit in the world for going to pull the lever on getting Jimmy Butler here. But if all of what I'm about to say to you in regard to how the Warriors look on their chessboard, where when it's all said and done, partner, Pods at one time or still is untouchable, but yet you don't know what to do with Kaminga, something's off there to me.
Well, part of it is that, I mean,
that doesn't, I get the system, but I would tinker the system. If that's what this is about, and this is no shade at Pods, he's untouchable, but a guy can do what Kaminga can do. We can't find a way to fit that into what we got going.
A lot of it has to do with the fact that Pods is on a rookie deal. So Pods, let's say today you said, let's get rid of Pods. Okay, well, you can't trade him solo because you'll never get what you think is value for him. So I don't necessarily think the Warriors are against trading. But here's the thing. Okay, if we put Moody, this is where I think some Warrior fans are beyond delusional. Okay, Moody's making 13.
Okay.
Hield's making 13, and Pods is making, let's say, 5.
That's 31.
So if we aggregate those three guys, we could get Guru. Who wants those guys?
I got it.
There's nobody out there is saying, like Mike Dunleavy isn't picking up the phone and saying, geez, how many times do I got to tell you Moody's off limits? Like nobody's calling for Moody. I don't think. And if they are, they're not. Like what, if you were another team, what would you give up for Moses Moody and Pods? I wouldn't give up a starter, probably.
And I understand that.
Well, but yes. And this is, like, they are in the same spot that they were 2 weeks ago. It's just that the reality of what's happening is starting to hit, that they don't have moves to make.
And they're going to run it back.
Yeah.
With Kaminga.
Okay.
Even if it's 7.9, he's on the first thing out of here once the season comes and goes, or he's moved at the deadline. But Steiny, I think that's the smartest way to go. Because what I thought and other Dub Nation fans thought and Warrior fans thought, and even some of the so-called pundits and talking heads in the know, I just really thought the line was going to be around the corner for Jonathan Kaminga. To get him up out of this system. Like Kobe White, Steiny, what's going on with Chicago? And I thought they wanted off Vucevic and Kobe White. Like, I love both of those players.
Okay. You like two players on Chicago's team did they make the playoffs, Chicago?
I want to say.
If you don't know, probably they weren't a great team.
Yeah. Jesus. But yeah.
Let's go. Let's jump in here. Let's go to Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee's on Highway 37. Hey, Mr. Lee, how are you?
Steiny Guru, what's up? My favorite team. Hey, man, so I want to pivot a little bit, but I want to bring it back to Jonathan. And the G League, man, and I call in about the G League every year, man. Ooh. How much disdain I have for the G League. They got off Jalen Green in a heartbeat because sometimes I feel like these G League guys, they can't be coached hard, and they don't want to adapt to what we need. The only two G Leaguers that have impressed me over the past 2 years, the two boys from Oakland, because they're saying, what do y'all need me to do? I'm not trying to come into the league and say I'm a star. What I'm trying to do is come into the league and say, where can I be of service to this team? And both of them boys have gotten minutes. The other young man for Houston is going to be a starter because they know how to defend.
Right. Right.
They know how to get after with their athleticism and not feel like because I'm from the G League and I got drafted number 2 or number 3, I'm going to be the next Kobe Bryant. These guys, man, need to go to college for at least a year and be somewhere where there's expectations and there's talent around you, and you're not just going to be the guy. And that's Jonathan Kaminga. If he just came out and said, you know what, I'm going to be Amin Thompson. I'm going to play hard and give you whatever you need me to give you, that's what I'm going to give you. And that's the reason why them 2 Oakland boys are going to probably be starting next year because they've adapted to the game. What do you need me to do? The guys get drafted every year and say, I'm going to come in and play and do whatever the team needs me to do. And yet, as soon as I ask you to do this, nope, I'm a scorer. I'm elite. I got to do this. I got to do that. And they fail. I'm getting tired of them. And this Jonathan Kaminga thing, man, that's the reason why we in this space, man. Drafting these G League guys, they're not ready to play. They don't want to take hard coaching. And so, therefore, we don't know what to do with them. They got off Jalen Green in a heartbeat to take 38-year-old Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
Go Warriors.
Good point. It's a fair point, Mr. Lee.
Well, they feel like, again, he made some point. I'm starting to think, Steiny, who from that tree of the elite has come in balling, and you probably can run off 5 names. I can't, but I'm just thinking, is that where that mindset comes? But Jalen Green, I know, is a talent, so is Kaminga, but let's not scoff with the Rockets thinking, hey, we were almost there. We're close, and now we got a guy that in close games, because we play hard and we got defense, now we got a guy that can get us a bucket, and we feel confident in that, as before it was just, you didn't know where it was coming from. It was by committee. So I get that, but, man.
Let me ask you a question. So how old's Kaminga?
22.
How old's Amin Thompson?
22.
Yeah. Kaminga's been in the league 4 years. Thompson's been in the league 2 years. Let me just, a couple questions for you. What do you think Amin Thompson shot from the field?
I'll say 48%.
He shot 56% from the floor. That's over 10 points higher than Kaminga.
Wow.
This is offense, by the way.
Wow.
Okay. Why is Amin Thompson a better rebounder by far than Jonathan Kaminga? Why does 6'7" Amin Thompson average 8.2 rebounds in 32 minutes a game, whereas Kaminga averages about 5 rebounds in 32 minutes a game?
That's what disappoints me. I don't have that answer.
Why can't Jonathan Kaminga be the defender that Amin Thompson is? Why?
Athletically, there's no reason to not be.
Okay, well,
So where are you going? I think it's want to and will.
Okay. And
in those areas.
Now, if you want to blame Steve Kerr and the organization, that's fair. They didn't develop him right. He didn't develop himself right. All I know is we got a guy in Houston who was, when was he picked? He was a top 5-6 pick, Amin Thompson. In 2 years, has figured out a way to do the things that Kaminga has been asked to do, but apparently he's never done. Why can't Kaminga rebound like Amin Thompson?
So would you put that on the Rockets coaching staff?
I put that on Kaminga.
All right.
I put that on Kaminga.
I'm not mad at you. I'm just bringing that up like, wow, man. And you know I'm in the fairy tale land. Like, how come Draymond can't just cuss him out or somebody like that after year 2 or 3 of like, dude, you don't get it. You're not doing those things.
You really want Draymond doing that?
I don't know if he's tried, but Potts comes in here, doesn't even need Draymond or anybody to tell him to go get boards, and lo and behold, he's out there cracking the starting lineup. Like, I called Kaminga out on the carpet for that. How is, and I'm just using Potts for this example.
You acknowledge
how is that guy getting more boards than you?
Well, now you know why he's not playing as much. Like, I listen, I know a lot of people were turned off by Steve Kerr saying, they call it the Steve Kerr tour after the year where he, was critical of Jonathan Kaminga. And I think the reason he was is because he's fed up. He's fed up with a certain group of fans that think this guy is better than he is, and he felt like it's gotten to the point where Steve Kerr has to say, guys, I know we can get you 22 by accident, but there's more to the game. And he refuses or just can't or is unable or doesn't want to do the things that Kerr and the organization want. I don't know why. I don't know how to spread the blame on that. But I just know that, I was just asking, why can't Amin Thompson do it? Maybe the simple answer is he's better. Like, Amin Thompson's better. Like, I know that doesn't answer it for a lot of people, but some guys have a nose for the ball. Other guys don't. Some guys can see a play ahead. Some guys can't.
But rebounding takes desire. It takes athleticism. It takes strength. And even if we give Thompson, who right now looks like the better player, there's no reason for Kaminga to be lacking in those areas in regard to the numbers you've just cited out, mainly just with defense and rebounding.
That's
and
why
then
he's
you
not
can say,
playing.
well, they're shooting the ball, the rebound's coming off the rim longer than it ever has, so that's why this or that. But, I mean, normally that helps you pad your stats. Like, I don't get it. But I do know, Steiny, right now with what's currently on this Warrior team, and I'm including Jonathan Kaminga, he is something you don't have a plethora of. And I think we both agree, yes.
He's got one thing, athleticism.
And on a good day in the playoffs, there were 4 games where I felt like, just real quick, Steiny, the Minnesota Timberwolves had Naz Reid included, just like, damn, this dude's not Jordan, this dude's
well, then where's the market?
Yeah.
See, I'm going to
shut up.
I believe this.
Shut up.
I believe this. When Steph Curry went out and the Minnesota Timberwolves knew they were playing with Steph Curry, without Steph Curry, it's like they didn't let him get 30.
Right.
But they didn't even
but I saw a Minnesota team trying to beat them by 60 points.
It was
and
harmless.
They thought they were. And they were like, okay, dude's got something. Again, I'm not telling you he's James Worthy at this point, but we can't rob Kaminga of those playoff level basketball against a damn good.
They put no emphasis on him. Like, it didn't matter. Like, Kaminga was going to score. That's all he was going to do. He did that, and and it's not Kaminga's fault, but they got swept after that first game. And Minnesota never. And again, I'm not saying this is on Kaminga, but I'm saying it never got to the point where Minnesota said, we got to shut Kaminga down. You don't. Because they're not good enough. Like, yeah, he can go out and get 25.
Because what he's got right now is raw, and you can't teach, Steiny. And I'm not saying.
How long is he going to be raw?
And there we go. It's been 4 years, right? It's been 4. You just talked about top 2. I don't get it. I really don't, Steiny, and I'm not, again.
I feel like.
I don't get it, man.
What specifically?
I hear Chris Mullin. I hear Hall of Famers.
Do you know how many guys are just athletic in the NBA?
No, come on, dime a dozen.
Right,
but
and that's what he is right now.
The tutelage of Steve Kerr, who's been around some of the greats and the coaching staff, Steiny, I'm just like, how is the light not on? What's the commercial? Howard Johnson's. How is the light not on? And maybe that's a Jonathan Kaminga deficiency. But boy, you better be careful.
You acknowledge every shortcoming he has, and then you wonder why he's not playing more. And the reason he's not playing more is because you've just acknowledged all the deficiencies that he has. Like I feel like sometimes you're answering your own question. I can't answer why he doesn't rebound. I don't know the answer to that.
It bothers me.
Well, I just know that rebounding is something. I feel like rebounding is something you have or you don't have. Guys, I've always heard this from the old timers, Nelly and those guys. Guys who rebound in college tend to rebound in the pros because that's what they do.
But guys
who don't rebound, they don't. It's almost like an innate skill. They either have it or they don't.
So, Steiny,
he wants to get out on the break too.
Yeah, I got you.
Well, then
so how do you say night to him, and not get worse?
Because
how do you? I'm asking
because I don't think he was the biggest reason why they went 23-8 the second half of the season. He was a reason why they were a 500 team. All right. Oh, boy. We got full lines. I'm getting to you all on the other side. I'll get to you all on the other side. With 15 seconds, right into it. Right in. Let's get right into it.
I like Carter, man.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. From the ballpark to wine country, summer's better when your car is ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. It gets you in and out in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. And if you're wrapping up the workday like me and getting ready for a little red, white, and blue, the 4th of July weekend, it's time to flip that mental switch, fire up the grill, grab a cold one, and when I'm off the clock, it starts with new vodka, NUE, American-made and award-winning. New is smooth, it's versatile, and it makes every drink feel like you've got a pro bartender right in your backyard. Just add the fireworks. With New, you're getting real quality, no fluff, no gimmicks, just great vodka that's easy on the wallet. Because freedom shouldn't come with a velvet rope. There you go. You want to level up July 4th? You want to use some new weekend cocktails? Hit their site for some fire drink recipes, cucumber and citrus, total game changers. That's new vodka, NUE. It's not just my pick for the 4th. It's the star of the show. So when the fireworks fade and it's time to kick back, make the right call. Grab new vodka, NUE, in stores now or head to newvodka.com to find out where to get it.
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I got some good news for Warrior fans.
We need Thundercats.
The Warriors are the second most likely team, according to Bet Online, to land Al Horford. 5-1 odds to land Al Horford. Second behind the New York Knicks, who are 4-1. All right. There's two more players I don't know why you guys are laughing.
I'm not laughing.
You can stop asking that question.
1, 2, 3. Chris Paul is linked to the Warriors again. Just behind Phoenix, Sacramento, and the Clippers.
Let's just
Chris
go
Paul
dig Egg Lincoln up Tuesday.
They have the fourth highest odds to
We've
get.
been there and done that.
Okay, and here you go. Here's your future franchise player, DeAndre Ayton, right behind the Lakers. The Warriors are 4-1 to get DeAndre Ayton.
So the Lakers are the only team in front of them.
Correct.
Oh, that would get my juices going.
DeAndre Ayton.
I know how to look past, dude.
Yeah, you know how to look past the league's biggest underachiever over the last 6 years.
Real quick, Sonny, Andrew Wiggins, if I asked you how many rebounds you think he averaged in his career, what would your answer be?
4.
11 years in the league.
4.5.
Oh, my God. You must have just looked at it. That is 5. I don't know why they put 4.5 just to round
He
it
wishes.
up. Man.
Is it 4.5 or is it 4.4?
4.5.
Okay. Well, we're trying to figure it out with the Warriors. I don't understand the panic.
Well, you lost Looney, and
I don't understand the panic.
No, I'm serious, man. TJD, they got to be right now. It's his role to be the starting center.
What about Post?
I don't think he has enough junk, and he come off the bench and he's going to contribute. He joined the show, you and I, not too long ago. But the bottom line, Steiny, he physically is not ready to have that role. I don't believe.
At 25.
No,
physically still not there, huh?
No, he said he told us he was in the lab in the gym trying to get stronger.
Well, why wouldn't he do that at 20?
There's two sides to the floor.
He should have been doing that at 20.
Well,
like all the young players. I'm kidding.
No, I know you are.
Let's go to Spencer in Oakland. Hey, Spencer, how's it going, man?
It's going good. It's my second call in today. You guys are definitely whether I'm listening in the car on the radio or just jotting around on Odyssey, I'm always listening. And cool. I wanted to jump in because I feel like people are missing the trade deadline. It never needed to happen this offseason when we're talking about Kaminga. It never needed to happen this offseason. I think we're going to see a lot of teams, dreams come true or not for the coming season by the trade deadline. And there's going to be teams that, are interested in a potential sign and trade. Like I do have faith in Dunleavy. I think he's shown himself to be a very capable GM. And I think whether or not it's this offseason or whether or not it's, coming at the trade deadline, maybe Steve can get a little bit out of him in the year to up his value. But I also think people are underestimating the impact of Jimmy Butler on Jonathan Kaminga. I really liked when we watched those press conferences, can they play together? And Jimmy came out and was very captain-like and said, we're going to make it work and we're going to find a way. I think people underestimate the value of having Jimmy Butler on the team to be able to kind of influence that young man, hopefully in a positive direction. And if that's the case, I still think somebody's going to tender him something. Is it going to be $25 million a year? No, but I certainly think he's worth more than the tender the Warriors put forward as a starting tender. I'd be pretty surprised if nobody came forward with 10 or 15.
Yeah, no, that's just a tender that is the number that he would be set to make as the 7th pick 5 years in. So, yes, that number's kind of a locked-in number. And, yes, I would expect him to make more than 7.9 once he signs an extension, if he does sign an extension. So, but the 7.9 is just the tender, which means the Warriors still control what's going on with Kaminga. Now, as somebody pointed out, the Bucks rescinded their qualifying offer to Ryan Rollins. I got to believe that means he's a free agent. And I don't anticipate the Warriors do something like that with with Kaminga, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know whether they're okay with bringing him back. I don't know if he's okay with coming back.
Am I wrong to think the longer this goes that makes me feel like he's coming back?
I don't maybe. I don't that's hard for me to answer because, something could materialize a week from now, a month from now. But I just we knew there was not a market for him, and it had nothing to do with him. It had to do with the market. Nobody had money this year. And so, and you know what? The Warriors knew nobody had money this year. That's why they probably didn't panic last year and said, fine, let him become a restricted free agent. Okay, we still have all his rights. We can still do anything we want with him. And whether people realize it or not, it's a cold business.
No, that ask Dame Lillard. I mean, who's got the money, and he'll land on his feet, no pun intended. But I'll say this, Steiny. So if reports are true, and let's just say GP2 is done, you're going to lose Looney. GP2 is not here, if that's in fact true. And then you're going to let Kaminga walk? Like, who fills those shoes? And I know, Guru, you're asking to taste the meal, and I just start cooking. But my gosh.
I don't know. I mean, you lose Looney, you lose Gary Payton II.
Your best on-ball defender.
Was he? I mean, he was not like.
No, I'm not saying he had the best year in the world, but Steiny, when he's rolling, he's a difference maker.
Who?
GPT. Different.
Who?
He contributes. That's all.
Okay, fine. You can get guys to contribute. Right. I mean, I think that's part of the problem. Is it feels like some people are emotionally attached to guys that just aren't helping us as much as we need them to anymore. God love Looney. He's a 15-minute per game player.
But if he needed to play him 28, you could.
Right, and that meant something went wrong. You don't want to play Looney 28 minutes. Gary Payton II.
Now, what if I told you right now Looney's going to average 25 minutes in New Orleans? You wouldn't be floored?
I would bet my life savings on that.
No?
I don't think he's ever played 25 minutes a game. I think he's closer to being done than in his prime, but...
Oh, man. He ain't even hit 30 yet. I'm just 29. Wow, Steiny. I think he's got a lot of basketball left, man. And how many rebounds, even this last year, to where he kept possessions alive and gave guys like Steph a second, third chance. We can't ignore that. Okay, so we don't need that. See you later. Thanks for what you've done, Kevon Looney, but don't take that for granted.
You bring everybody back, you're not going to be better. Yeah. You have to try to get better.
Right. And maybe it's unfair that I'm not panicking, but I am curious, and I'm starting with Looney, who's not an ultra star of, okay, you think you can let that go? Let's see how you replace that. Good luck with that. And GP2, the same thing. And I ain't going to lie, Steiny, you weren't here. I was lightweight shocked that would you be surprised if he is a Warrior, GP2? I'll believe it when I see it.
This is one of those things where I'm sorry. You lose Looney, you lose Gary Payton II. This is the hardest thing I've ever said. So what? I mean, really, we got three centers. Looney was the third. Gary Payton II has been banged up ever since he was a Warrior. Sure, I like him.
Well, they already said bye to him a couple years ago and he came back, but I hear you.
Let's go to City Boy. What's up, City? How you doing, man?
What up, guys? How you doing?
Help us out.
Thanks for having me on. Yeah, well, it's funny because fans want instant gratification. We want things to happen immediately, and I mean, I fall into that trap. I wanted to see us go make a big splash immediately, but the Warriors are being pragmatic. They're sitting back, they're letting the dust settle, and there's going to be moves that they can make, but they're not going to be in a rush, and they're not going to make a bad deal. And the longer they wait, the things that are available will get cheaper, and I mean, that's what the Warriors need, right? So I think we will see a move made, and I think it could be Al Horford. It could be DeAnthony Melton coming back. I don't know. He didn't sign yet with anybody, right?
Don't think so.
So those are two names. And I think what they're doing, and, what Matt said was exactly right about Looney and GP2. It's sad to say because we love them, for what they did here and what they gave to this organization. These guys are specialists. The Warriors are trying to get off all the specialists. How many specialists can you have? How many one-dimensional players can you have on a roster and how many guys that can't shoot? The thing about bringing Jimmy in is we added another non-3-point shooter. As great as Jimmy is, you added another non-shooter to a team with a bunch of non-shooters. So now you have to figure out a way to add people that are going to complement the current roster. And Al Horford, for instance, is a perfect example. I mean, we probably don't want Al playing more than 18, 23 minutes, something like that. But he's going to give you a good 18 to 23 minutes, and he's going to do the right things. And, Kaminga, it's funny, Matt, you're talking about Thompson. How, Kaminga, for one thing, obviously doesn't have the basketball background, the depth of background as a guy like Thompson. The other thing is he came in to play for a championship organization, and he also plays in he probably plays in the most difficult system to play in, So that's an uphill battle for him. I think he's still learning. And I'll tell you what, there's no way they're trading him before they can get the full dollar value for him either. So I think he's going to play. And by the way, how many games are Jimmy and Steph going to miss this year? 20 each at least, and how many games together are they going to miss? So Kaminga's going to get opportunity. Yes, he'll be a third option offensively if both of those guys are playing. But I think he said he was okay with being a third option. I think he said, I want to be a future All-Star. But I think he said as of now, he's okay with being a third option for a year or two. But as we all know, he's going to be a second or a first option, 40 nights a year, something like that.
Probably.
So, he's going to, he'll get opportunity. And he'll hopefully flourish within that opportunity. And when he does, his value will increase. And then we can get full dollar value with him after December or something like that. So then we'll revisit the situation. Maybe we love him and we say we want to keep him. Maybe his value increases and we can package him with a pick or two and go get a big fish that may become available at the deadline. So I think the Warriors are leaving themselves options. They're doing the right thing. I do like the idea of bringing in a Horford, and I would love to see a Vucevic paired with him. I mean, I know I've said that before, and I'm beating a dead horse, but the longer nobody picks up Vucevic, the cheaper you can get him. And if I could, I know you said nobody wants Hield or nobody wants Pods, but you do what we did when we took D'Angelo Russell, right? You sweeten the pot with a first-round pick. You say, take Moody, take a first-round pick, and we'll take Vucevic, right?
City boy.
So,
go ahead.
Yeah.
When you're on fire, I just got to throw this name at you. We have some fun. When you hear DeAndre Ayton, you say no?
Well, that's another non-shooter, right? I mean, I in a perfect world, sure, he would do some good things for us, but the guy rebounds, and we need that, and he can defend, and we need that. The problem is if you have him on the floor with Draymond and Jimmy, you have three non-shooters. I don't know. I mean, anyway, and he doesn't stretch the floor. They're going to pack the paint against the Warriors and play a zone. That's how they got away with all those zones against us in the playoffs because they didn't respect our shooting.
Appreciate it, City.
Yeah, he got him off. Yeah, he did. He didn't laugh, but I get you. So, boy, how did we go from the Splash Brothers, Jordan Poole being a Splash cousin, and now all we got is Steph to shoot trays? Boy.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Listen, if in the next hour, there's an announcement the Warriors have acquired Al Horford, they're better. Then they got better. They got off Looney, and they have Horford. Horford's better than Looney.
All right.
And not only that, what I'm most scared about with Ayton is Kerr won't play him. He's got too many deficiencies.
But why?
Horford,
he's 40 years old. Why are you? I'm just asking. Why are you not? I'm waiting. You could have got there. I cut you off. Why are you not worried about how many games he can play?
I am. I'm just looking at Steve Kerr, who is, to my way of thinking, far more likely to play Horford than Ayton. And do I like the idea of Horford? Not really. No, he's 39. He's 39. But He's better than Looney.
And every shot doesn't have to City Boy's point, have to be a three. Aiden got 15, 20-footer. He hits him. He's wet from there. Top of the key.
How come they bought him out then?
Because he's an ass.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's a what?
Oh boy.
According to Alex Pavlovich of NBC Sports Bay Area, the Giants have picked up the 2026 option on Bob Melvin.
Oh, boy.
No, I'm not.
Oh, no.
I kind of thought Aiden was coming or somebody, but baseball, all right, Bo Mel. And Bo Mel, you're right. You don't hit, you don't pitch. But you should have got thrown out when they were reviewing that cockamamie call.
They made the right call. So you get thrown out on a right call?
No, don't penalize us. Give us the homer and make the home team. It's your fans, so you may ban them. But anyway, good for Bo Mel.
I guess. You know what's funny is just the other day, I think it was John Shea in the Chronicle.
Oh, and also, by the way, the Lakers are in the running now for Al Horford.
Oh, but this is a free agent destination.
Evan is
I'm kidding.
So Aiden must really be done. 39-year-old fashion. Wow.
Funny is, like yesterday, I'm pretty sure John Shea asked Posey about Melvin.
Okay.
Gave him a vote of confidence and put the exclamation point on it with picking up that option. Yeah. Okay.
That's got to feel good.
For who?
Melvin.
Oh, I thought you meant
no,
Giant.
and not that you deserved it. Yeah, we got something going.
Not that he deserved an extension, but he got it.
No, but he was getting a little heat, but now he's like, I'm going to be here. It ain't magic. I'm not going to be here. Bo Mel's like, I'm going to be here.
So I forget, oh, that's right. He ended up, Birdsong threw at the guy. See, what I think is Birdsong threw at the guy. That meant Melvin galvanized the clubhouse, and then he got a contract extension. So something good did come out of that awful decision to plunk a guy from the Miami Marlins. That's called telling on yourself, too. I'm going to hit a guy from the Marlins.
Then it was 5-0. They tied it up. I was like, here we go.
Hit somebody on a team worth hitting.
Well, they're playing
Miami.
They're playing their tails off now.
Yeah, you know what? Thanks a lot, Hayden Birdsong. You really jump-started the Marlins. Way to go, Bob Melvin.
They won the first two.
Yeah. They're 8-2 over the last 10. Let's go to Tim is in Jacksonville. Hey, Tim, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
I'm usually in North Carolina. I'm visiting my mom.
Oh, yeah,
man.
it's the Kaminga guy. Talk to us, Tim. Yeah.
God, listen, what are y'all doing, guys? Y'all do know restricted free agency. There has been about 4 to 5 teams show interest in Kaminga. There are only 2 restricted free agents with a big name. It's Josh Giddey and it's Jonathan Kaminga. Giddey isn't signed either, guys. Y'all know that his agent, his representative can meet with each of those teams that have shown interest. They then put a package together to present to the Warriors to try and get him there. I mean, how are we taking the fact that something hasn't happened within 24 hours as a referendum that he sucks and nobody wants him? Guys, we've all said, everybody leading up to this, restricted free agency takes time. Y'all do realize Kaminga does have a little bit of power here. He can drag this out. He can meet with different people, and then they propose something to the Warriors. I mean, guys, we are utilizing today. This is the problem, right? Well, if you guys were on the air today talking about, hey, look, it's going to take some time, it's going to be this, it's going to be that, then the callers would follow your lead. But we are utilizing the fact that something hasn't happened in 24 hours to absolutely lambaste him. Guys, I guarantee you this isn't happening in Chicago for Giddey. Restricted free agency takes time.
Tim.
You know what I mean? That's not a referendum.
Yeah, Tim.
It's not a referendum that nobody wants them, guys.
Don't hang up, Tim.
Doing?
Don't hang up and don't take it out on us. I know you're a big Kaminga fan, and so I am. But hold on. In the era of information at your doorstep, all that stuff would have crept out. And you might be right. But don't sit here and act like this is hunky-dory for the Golden State Warriors and this man is not a problem. They don't know what to do, Tim. So don't sit here and act like we're supposed to tell you 20 teams have called him to go out on a date when there hadn't been a report of one. And I'm rooting for Kaminga, but you can't do that. And nobody's lambasting him. There's no reports, Tim. Nobody's asking him out. And I'm rooting for the kid. But don't call us and make us out like we're doing him a disservice. Something's going on, and the Warriors are frustrated, and Kaminga's probably frustrated. But don't act like we're doing him a disservice. If there were teams lined up, Tim, that stuff would have crept out. There hasn't been one team outside of the Kings linked to Kaminga, and now that ship has sailed.
Guru, it has been the Chicago Bulls, the Miami Heat, and the New Orleans Pelicans. What are you talking about?
Well, the Heat bowed out today, Tim.
What are we doing?
Allegedly, the Heat have bowed out today from the Kaminga sweepstakes. I'm just telling you, you're talking to a Kaminga fan. I'm rooting for him. Just admit something's going on. This whole situation's backed up. It needs X-Lax. Something's going on, Tim. Everybody's not against Kaminga, man. Just keep it real. That's all.
I'm not saying y'all against them. I'm just saying we all know why everybody has said restricted free agency takes time. Why are we not saying the same thing about Josh Giddey, guys?
Because nobody cares about Josh Giddey. Nobody cares about Giddey.
All I'm saying is it is proof that it takes time, Guru. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I got you, Tim.
What the hell is going on?
Hey, Tim, I want him to stay on the team. So I hope nothing happens. I'm hoping he stays on the team. But he had that energy like we're throwing rocks at Kaminga, and we're not. The scoreboard right now looks like nobody's asking him to dance. Outside of the Warriors. I don't think that's too far-fetched. No, Sacramento was interested while you were gone, Steiny.
I mean, look, when Dunleavy gave the quote, we'd like to get something done sooner rather than later, but we know restricted free agency can – like, I'm actually – and if I've been I'm with Tim. Like, I know why something hasn't happened yet. Because the Warriors aren't going to bid against themselves. They've got to try to exhaust every avenue. And I guess my thing is they had all last season to extend Kaminga. Excuse me. They had all last season to extend Kaminga, and they didn't. So what made anybody think that they were going to be able to reach terms with him immediately to avoid restricted free agency? Like, they couldn't find a number last year, so I don't know why people think it might have been easier to hit a number this year. And then lastly, but not least, and this is where I'm with Tim, we've been saying for months, nobody has money. It's not necessarily an indictment on Kaminga. Nobody can just say, let's go get Jonathan Kaminga for $22 million a year. Because if they get Kaminga to sign an offer sheet, then they got to wait until the Warriors make a decision on whether or not they are going to match it. Meanwhile, the team that signs him to an offer sheet, they got to just sit there and wait, and they've got to, they can't do anything while the Warriors make. If anybody who's watched restricted free agency for a long period of time, like, this is the way it goes. That's why in a perfect world, you don't let it get to this point, but they did.
Okay. And I'm emotional because, hey, Tim, your point was proven. Steiny, you have one. I'm going past that. I'm going past the numbers. I'm assuming he's still a Warrior. And my fear is his role. I'm fearing he's going to stay here and they still can't solve this role for Jonathan Kaminga.
What if they're talking about that? What if that's part of what they're talking about?
Then I'll feel better when we find that out. But I'm not, oh, it hasn't happened. I'm so petrified that they can't let him go for anything and just walk. But if you do bring him back, and he plays on that 7.9, let's talk about the nitty-gritty. What's his role? And Steiny, we've been here for 3 hours, almost 4. If according to who you listen to, in the know, It doesn't look like that's what I want to hear about.
What?
His role.
But
can he coexist if he were to come back here for whatever number?
But nobody's going to be talking about that right now. Right in the smack dab in the middle.
Well, if you're the Warriors, you should.
Well, I don't know that
lets
they're
me
not.
know if there's a role for him or not.
Let me ask you this: Do you think the Warriors have talked to Kaminga about his role? I think they probably have. Like, I think those are discussions that are going on. And you know what? It may be like, hey, Jonathan.
I'm being real, Steiny. How would that go? Like, I'm being real. Like, how would that go? Because we're going to talk about your role, then the money, or the money, then your role.
It's all wrapped up. I mean, what if Kaminga's agent saying, we're not coming back here if he's coming off the bench. He's just not. The only way he's coming back here, if he's coming off the bench, is he's signing the 7-9, and then he's walking at the end of the year.
We control what you do. You can say all that, but we control what you're going to do.
No, they don't. They do, but they don't. We'll talk. That segment's brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
If I were president, I swear to God, heaven.
I know everything.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Sad as it is to say,
and I love Tim.
Like when we say leverage,
yes,
the Warriors do not have to do anything with Kaminga.
Hello?
Okay, well, then what? What if the Warriors simply do not want to offer Kaminga a multi-year deal for $20+ million?
Then he doesn't report, and he withholds his services. Because at this point, that's all he could do. Nobody wants that. But I understand where you and Tim were coming from. But just, Steiny, I'm coming from the vantage point of I'm being proactive. They get something done. Okay, so that means Kerr's going to go with this whole getting Jonathan Kaminga a bigger role or whatever option, second and third option. All that is rectified.
Yeah.
So I know I'm slow down, but that's where I'm at.
What would you do right now if you're Jonathan, knowing what we know? Knowing only what we know, what would you do if you're Jonathan Kaminga right now?
Play for the 7, whatever it is, and I'm out of here as soon as that 82nd, at the playoffs.
That's possible.
That's what I'm doing.
I think it's unlikely, but it's possible.
And if I were to have you rank the Slater piece from a few weeks ago where he was in Cleveland with Kaminga, and just Kaminga being open and sharing with you his thoughts, some of what we known, and we were reminded of some. Steiny, on a scale of a 1 to a 10, how much weight did that carry for you?
0.
Wow.
Because you can't tell me the Warriors didn't know it all already.
Damn.
They know. They've coached this guy. They've had him in for 4 years. They've had ample opportunity to do a million things with him. They could have traded him by now. They could have started him every game. They could have handed him the keys to the car. They could have not played him at all. They could have signed him to an extension. They didn't do any of those things. And now here he is. And they got to figure out what to do there. And listen, I'm not a big fire Steve Kerr guy at all.
How can you?
But that's another.
Because you're saying he might be at the end. Is that what you're saying?
He's got 1 more year left in his deal. All right. So and here's the other thing. If Joe Lacob really loves Kaminga as much as everybody thinks
believe he does,
well, then tell Steve Kerr to hit the pike.
But he loves Steve Kerr too, Steiny.
Okay, well then Kaminga's gone. But just taking yourself out of it's our Warriors and we love everybody. There's no chance Kaminga wants to play for Kerr. I wouldn't think. Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. T, what's up, Trevor? How you doing?
Doing good, guys. I heard this whole thing about Kaminga. We've been talking about him for a long time, and my thought on Kaminga, he hasn't advanced for just 2 reasons. Either he won't do it or he can't do it. And my feeling is that it is on him to put in the work, right? To either get better, advance in some way, or stay stuck in the mud. I feel like maybe he's not putting in the work. Whatever reason, or maybe he just doesn't fit in the system. I don't think Kerr's going anywhere over Kaminga, but I do think it's time to move off of him. There are all these things that you can throw out there in the world about why Kaminga's not working out, why this guy's better than him, who's got better numbers than him. It only comes down to, are you putting in the work? Are you advancing and becoming a better player every year and giving yourself that opportunity, that right to negotiate for a contract, to get your money? Or are you stubborn? Do you just not like the system? Do you not like who you're playing for? Whatever it is, you're not willing to do it. And you don't want that player on your team anyway. Listen, I know he's a good player. I feel like he's a good player. He's not worth what he's asking for, I don't think, because he hasn't proven it or earned it yet. But the fact of the matter is that he's either not able to do it or he's not willing to, guys. And in my opinion, he's got the athletic ability. That tells me maybe he's stubborn. Maybe he's not putting in the work. Maybe there's some reason why he's getting other people are rebounding better than him or shooting better than him. But if he doesn't do the one thing we all know he likes to do, which is drive downhill and score at the basket, what else is he doing? He's not an amazing defender right now. He could be, but he's not. He's not an amazing three-point shooter. He could be, but he's not. So if he doesn't do that one thing that we all know he does really, really well, if he's off, which he is, like 2 out of 3 times, he's not that player in that game. I mean, you go out there and you get somebody who is. I would have loved, I mean, I don't know if Cam Johnson was somebody the Warriors ever had a chance of getting. But when I see Denver go and get him, that to me, that's the only player that I'm seeing this whole thing where I'm like, I wish they had pushed for him, you know?
Yeah, I appreciate it, Trev. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Yeah, there's something I can't quite put my finger on it, but you see all the movement and the players who ended up where they ended up and the money that they got, and it's dawning on me that we maybe did we underestimated how handcuffed they've been, or they were this offseason. You know, they, you know, for the life of me, it just felt like it was going to be hard to get these. I mean, Mike Dunleavy essentially said it's almost impossible that we're going to be able to get a player in here that makes $50 million. Okay, so all the superstars are kind of off the table if that's the case.
Well, because you got yours a bit early with Butler.
Exactly. And I also think that's another thing where some fans are being a little short-sighted.
Wow.
Like you got Butler at the trade deadline. When you got Butler at the trade deadline, you acknowledge that, you know what? It's kind of our guy. Man. And by getting Butler and extending Butler, we're acknowledging we're not going to be able to be a big player in free agency for a few reasons. One is we don't have money. Two is there's not a lot of great free agents out there this year.
You know what? I think you just hit it out the park, and I don't think you were talking to me, but I'll put myself in that line because I have no problems with being wrong. I master it. But at the end of the day, Steiny, they're present under the tree. They got to open early. It was Jimmy Butler. And if I'm up here fat-mouthing, which I've been doing, and I stand on it, 10 toes down, that they could have beat Minnesota had Curry remained healthy. So let me stay optimistic and proactive. And if you do run this back, obviously you got to fill a void left by Looney and GP2 possibly. So when the dust settles, Steiny, I hope Kaminga's still a Warrior. I do believe, and I can't wait to watch it kind of play out in regard to, is his role kind of still the same? What's the cost? Is he playing one and done? And with that said, if somehow they get Horford and they run it back, you are right. They are better if you swap out Horford and Looney. So I felt like what you just said, and it wasn't intended to me, it kind of hit that we got our gift before free agency.
Do you feel better?
I do. And I want to thank you for that.
You're welcome.
But how now you got to go Horford. Now you just said the Lakers are in the front running. So I am worried about Looney.
Like, how do the Warriors get Horford? Is my question.
Well, what did he make last year?
Well, I don't even know if the damn guy's a free agent.
He is.
Yeah. Okay.
They'd use the mid-level, like the 5.7.
Look at him. Tito and his wife, Anna, she tweets a lot.
So you want Al Horford.
Is that scary? I know his wife's name.
To take 5.7 from the Warriors.
And turn down Luka and LeBron and all those shots. Well, Curry and Butler are getting some shots.
I mean, what if I told you I want Horford?
I wouldn't be mad at you.
I want him to shatter the all-time record for oldest team in the history of sports. Why not? And then I love Evans. See if you can get DeRozan for Kaminga. Let's just go all in. Seriously. Team old folks home. Let's do it.
AARP on the jersey, man.
TC's in the city. Hey, TC, how you doing?
Doing good. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I just wanted to help you out, Steiny, with a little explanation on Jonathan Kaminga.
Okay.
I just got to thinking, the basics of basketball when you first start learning basketball is run the floor, pass the ball, dribble, and rebound. You could do those 4 things and play the whole game without scoring a point. You only need to score a point to win. In Steve Kerr's exit interviews with Willard Dibs, he said, All I'm asking of Jonathan is to run the floor, pass the ball, find a body, and rebound. I got to thinking those are the 4 basics of basketball.
Yes.
And if you didn't work on those over the past couple of summers, right, those are just the basics. The great players do those 4 basics great. The Hall of Fame players do those 4 basics greater than great. Draymond Green, Steph Curry, take away the shooting. What do they do the best? If you compare Brandon Pajemski and Jonathan and take away the scoring, does Jonathan run the floor better than, does he pass the ball better? Does he rebound better? Right? Those are all the basics that the team is just asking Jonathan to do. And if he could do those things great, he would be a superstar on our team.
Well said, TC.
No doubt.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah. I get it.
I mean, somebody's come up with the Olden State Warriors, right? That's out there, right?
Or the Golden Age Warriors.
I'm not mad at that one, but the Olden, we got to shout out who that is. That could be yours. I've never heard that.
It has to be out there. It was an easy one. Olden State.
Evan, I don't believe I've never heard that. What? We'll see.
They're going to be all right.
Yeah. We need Thundercats. Man.
Can you?
Julius Randle is a Thundercat.
He resigned with the Timberwolves.
He got his bread.
My guy, A-Rod, shelling out a lot of money in Minnesota, and they ain't moving the team.
Not for Nah.
Huh?
Nikhil. Gone.
Somebody had to be sacrificed.
Yeah,
we like the one we got to get on. We gave up Luke Garza. We don't have Garza anymore.
Because your guy, I think he's long in the tooth.
Brought back Ingles.
But Steph's not. And Jimmy's not. And Draymond's not. And Horford's not. But you're going to pick the one guy on Minnesota who's 37.
Horford to here yet. He ain't here yet. Lakers in the front running. God, they need a center bad, right?
Who?
Lakers.
Not as bad as the Warriors. Right?
Well, we got
Post. That's right.
I said TJD before Post. And I love Post. It's TJD.
What about him?
He has the junk in the trunk. He's a dude that can block shots and kind of control the paint. Come on now.
Let me ask you something. If Trace Jackson Davis starts next year, just
I'm not.
How many centers are better than him of the 30 teams? I don't even know.
Not 7.
Go ahead.
This team has won titles with Bogut.
Oh my God!
Back nine. I love Bogut.
Oh my God!
On the back nine.
Oh my God!
Zaza.
Did you just compare?
And what's my guy's name? Bonte's partner, Fences. They would have had 2 if he didn't foul Bron.
And this is, you know what? And I'm not going to be mean about it.
No, I'm not going to be mean. We have no show if you're not mean.
I'm just going to point it out. Way to go, Goo. No, you're right. Great comparison. What a comparison. Trace Jackson Davis and Andrew Bogut. That's just a wonderful comparison. How did I not think of that? I mean, goodness, wow. Yes, I see it. You got one of the best passing centers in the history of the game. Let's compare him to Trace Jackson Davis.
No, nobody did that, but this is why you rub off on people in the YouTube chat. Nathan Hyatt, Goo, take a play off, please. So I think that they're backing you. I didn't say that, and you're mixing words and making it sound like I said that. My point is they've won titles without Kareem at center.
They've never had a center as lousy as Trace Jackson. Like, laugh at Zaza all you want.
No, I'm
you
not.
realize he's way better than Trace Jackson.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay.
Yeah. And screen setting is what Bogut and he did incredibly.
So, but that really doesn't matter.
But I didn't.
He blocked Wembanyama once. No, he dunked on Wembanyama. So let's pay him the max.
That he did do.
Yeah. And
facial.
People still living off it.
Hey.
Yeah. Troy Murphy once dunked on Dale Davis. What'd that get him?
Yeah.
Alex in Chicago. Hey, Alex, how are you?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Y'all hear me well?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yo. So my question, man, what's the situation with DeAndre Ayton? Is he like not attainable or like?
I think he's attainable.
You think he's attainable? Is it possible that they could, possibly sign him or something like that, or is it like he wants like $30 million or some junk like that?
I mean, if they've bought him out, he's going to make most of the money that he made anyway. So I think he's just available to the highest bidder.
And I want him so bad, but I read an article caller from the Chi that said he was not a good teammate, man, and he wasn't a good. He ran the asylum, and that's why I said, that's probably why he got bought out. But as far as what he can do, I'm dreaming the Warriors could get a guy like that.
Oh my God, man! And here's the thing. So he was in Portland. Portland is not a great basketball team. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he still gave you, according to his stats, he still gave you a double-double as far as what he averaged, or really close to a double-double. So when I think about him, I think about a Kevon Looney, but more scoring. And he's more quicker, with lateral movement and things. I just think about a guy that can come in and, really feel that paint issue. Will it get us over the hump? No, I'm not saying it's we gonna get to the finals and all of that, but we will be better than we were last year. And where we were last year was relatively decent. You know what I'm saying? And my situation with Kevon Looney, man, hats off to Kevon Looney. Love Kevon Looney. Great warrior. Did what he did, won the championships. I'm kind of glad we moved on and allowed him to, go off and get his money. Because the situation with Kevon Looney, even though we had to keep going back to him, we still was at a very hard disadvantage, with his size and his ability to move with quickness. Al Horford, he's still 6'9". We want to get hype about him because he can knock down a three. And this is my thing, and this is my last thing, man. We need to bring guys into this organization that does their role very well. Not necessarily this versatile situation where it's like, I got a center and he can shoot a 3 too. Like, we need to kind of get away from that. We need to bring guys in that's going to play their position well and do well at doing what they do best. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm the Golden State organization, I'm trying to get DeAndre Ayton.
My man.
Here. Please let the Lakers sign him. Please, man. Brooks is off the board. Guys are getting signed. Let's just get the man. Let's do what we need to get him. And that's all I had to say, man.
And he played at Kerr's alma mater, Steiny.
So I would imagine so I'd imagine Kerr knows him pretty well.
Yeah, what I read was 6 in the morning. I'm reading oh boy.
You do realize that if one guy says one thing, Ayton will never play here. All Draymond Green has to say is, he stinks, and he'll never play here.
Yeah, but it's funny, right? What we do, everybody has an opinion, and nobody's right or wrong. Well, I am most of the time wrong, but we had a caller, or was it you that said that's what we need to get away from, a specialist? And then we got a guy saying, no, come in, know your role, master your role, and then the greater good of the team will take off. But, man, Steiny, again, you said it. We got our treasure or our present earlier than others. Championships are not won in free agency, but I need to find out if Gary Payton II is no longer here in Golden State. And you scoff. He's
scoffing.
Our best on-ball defender. I'm just not going to ignore that. Looney, they chose to play him 15. He's obviously more than capable of doing that. I can't ignore all the times he's kept possessions alive. He's going to do that for his new team. So there need to be moves around the edges. Put the rat on the table, brought to you by Axel.
Why didn't the
Pest
Warriors
Control.
keep Looney if he was so important?
Maybe they wanted to free him.
He took exactly the same amount of money he took last year. I think $8 million, right? 2 for 8. No, 2 for 16.
Yeah, that's what he got.
I thought he made the vet min last year.
Thought he made 8-ish.
But now I need to go to you, resident Warrior guy. Hey, Steiny, you can talk all you want about Ayton, but at least he doesn't get hurt while he's asleep. Who does that apply? What Warrior center?
Hogan.
Oh,
remember? The fraud Mark Jackson.
Oh,
tried to stick it to Bogut, and Bogut wasn't having it.
That'll be in the doc.
Mark Jackson.
Hey.
What about what did Looney make last year?
No, he did make 8. It was the last year of his deal. But they were not going to go anywhere close to that. Just like Gary was making $9 million, and they're not going to go anywhere close to that.
Yep. Al Horford.
Might be a Laker.
DeAndre Ayton.
I mean, man. Like, I'm just the guy, Steiny, that I don't think you or Evan, even yesterday while we ran shop, while you weren't here, he never once talked about Ayton's talent. It's his lack of motor. And then what I'm reading today, and I'm pro Ayton, and I'm bringing it to the table, the stuff that he was doing off the floor. But, Steiny, I would rather that be the problem than the talent. And a culture like this, him being, if you want to think he's been humbled.
I'm done with that now.
You're done?
I'm done with this. The culture.
Yeah.
How's the culture working for Kaminga? How'd it work for Kelly Oubre?
Well,
how'd it work for Clay at the end? How'd it work for Durant and Joy? The culture is like 4 guys. Lacob, Kerr, Steph, and Draymond. That's the culture.
Well,
and you better fit into that culture, but we don't have a lot of use for you.
Yeah. I do wonder their relationship, if they have one.
Who?
Ayton and Kerr.
Ayton and Kerr.
Both being from the same area.
All right.
I'm just saying.
I'll just put the rat on the table. Tom Tolbert's YouTube page. He was asked about Ayton. Tom Tolbert went to Arizona. Tom Tolbert's best friends with Steve Kerr. And Tolbert goes, yeah, I'm not an Ayton fan.
I heard it.
So
he never once said it was about the game. He said you watch him in the workout, you're like, wow. But he plays like a wing.
Well,
7-1 wing. But I don't know if I'm being real right now, Steiny, with Kaminga and just whatever you want to describe his situation. Would you say the Warriors are desperate? Are they a desperate overall basketball club right now if you're looking at them trying to win another championship? On Tuesday, would you say on July 1st, are they desperate? And there's nothing wrong sometimes being desperate when you have a plan.
Well, I don't know what you mean. Desperate for what?
Talent.
Yes, they're desperate for talent, but I guess what I'm saying is,
or more talent.
What is this mythical title that we're talking about? You know what I mean? Like, guys, are they desperate? Yeah, they're beyond desperate if their goal is to win a title next year. Like, wake up, people.
Well, no, I'm just saying wake up to had that hammy not blown.
Okay.
There's no telling.
Okay,
I would feel, and we would know vividly how close we were to either getting to the Western Conference Finals or losing the Western Conference Finals.
All right, so let's say you beat Minnesota. Let's say you beat Minnesota, and I'm just telling you the Thunder sweep you. How close do you feel?
Then maybe we're just a piece away. And I would feel a whole lot better than I do now, obviously, with the way that it played out.
Steiny, is there anything you like about the Warriors? I can't stand the position they're in,
but they created.
If you're not liking the position they're in either, you should have been incensed 2 or 3 years ago, because all roads have led to this spot. They just have, and now your payroll's off the charts. You've got to genuflect and make the sign of the cross that your 3 36-year-olds somehow stay healthy.
And now you might be bringing a 39-year-old here. But age is only a number, partner.
Yeah. Yeah, was it only a number when Steph Curry came up lame in the
you've been waiting
gimpy?
13 years to say that. That's never.
What about Jimmy Butler? What about Draymond wearing down?
He failed.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Planning a road trip? Tahoe? Napa? Down the coast? Make your first stop, Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, and be done in about 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before the snacks are even packed. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover time. Let's welcome in Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. And free agency is off to a rousing start. And the Warriors are, they've lost Kevon Looney so far, gentlemen. Thoughts? Did Looney sign while you guys were on the air yesterday?
Yep. Yes. Yep. Absolutely.
Or leave, I should
agreed.
Say. Yes,
and
true.
Nothing can get signed till the 6th, but that one hit like in 7 different ways. At first, it was like, man, good for you, Kevon. You got more money than I think that they would get. And then every other level beyond that, we would talk about it, and it would hurt more and more and more and more. And I think I'm over it for now. But when he shows up in that Bull Schmidt purple, orange, and whatever green.
Jordan Poole, Willard's favorite.
When he's got that NOLA jersey on and, starting at center, Kevon Looney, it's going to hurt again because, he's a fan favorite. And, Steiny, I was looking at the longest tenured players in the association currently, and he was in like the top 8.
Well, it's got to be Curry and Draymond. They got to be in the top 8
for sure.
How about is Udonis Haslem still under contract?
In theory, but he would be number 1 if he still is playing. Giannis is actually right behind Steph and Draymond.
And then
then there's a group and
Jokic by now.
Correct. 10 years of Jokic.
That surprised me that he's been in the league for a decade.
Mark was absolutely floored when I brought that out. Yep. Devin Booker. And
not to get paid. It's not like
a guy who you famously called a jackass.
Miles Turner.
Miles Turner?
Not anymore.
He's a jackass. That's one of my favorite drops that I don't think made it from the old building to the new building. That and AJ Anunoby.
Yeah. What was the
I was about to ask, Mark.
What was the background of that? Why was Miles Turner a jackass?
I'll tell you why.
Yeah, that's why
We're
going back 5 years.
I was on one about all these people saying a guy's a good guy or a bad guy when they don't know the guy.
Got it.
But they're just Ayton, he's a bad guy. He's a head. So I was just like, you can just say anything you want these days. Miles Turner, he's a jackass.
And the way you delivered it was so perfect. That and the other one was AJ Anunoby. And, of course, it's OG Anunoby.
Correct.
But every time I hear Miles Turner, I think about your drop. And Miles Turner is one of those guys, not anymore, who was 10 years with one team.
Wow,
and so Kevon was right alongside.
What are the Pacers doing? Like to say night-night to that type of hybrid center that had you in the finals, or is that a byproduct because your boy went down and he won't be playing next year? And is Giannis saying that is the move, I'll stay?
I don't know about that. I don't know, but from the Pacer perspective, I absolutely think you can draw a line from Tyrese Halliburton's leg to Miles Turner's contract. And that sucks. So that's a 1-2 punch. Like if he doesn't get injured, he stays.
No doubt.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
No,
because we talked about teams who pay 3 guys 30 or more million, and Pascal Siakam's making 45.
I understand. So at the same time, and what was Turner's deal with Milwaukee?
4 for 104.
Okay, so not even 30.
Sure, 26 though.
Right, but
he's knocking on 30's door.
If he doesn't get hurt, who knows? They may have just had a parade 3 weeks ago. Right? And so that does usually get you to move a little bit more. And I think that they would have kept it together and they would have felt comfortable maybe bleeding into the tax a little bit and thinking that they were contenders. But with Halliburton not playing next year, they're not going into the tax in Indianapolis.
And they've never been in the tax before.
Exactly.
And it's a terrible time to do it for the first time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think even if they lose Game 7, but Halliburton doesn't get hurt, I think they probably then go into the tax. Because then they will have made two years in a row, Eastern Conference Finals, NBA Finals. It's like you're legitimately knocking on the doors as hard as anybody else.
I mean, with the Tatum injury, they could have come back as the favorite. They could have come back as the favorite in the East.
Easy.
Hey, I got a question for all you.
Yeah.
What did you say? Free agency's off to a rip-roaring start.
Rousing.
It was dripping with sarcasm.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out Rhonda.
That's a 5.
Thank you.
What did y'all expect?
Well, I've been trying to.
What did you think was going to happen?
I'm going to lay out here.
Wow.
I honestly, what did you think the Warriors were going to do?
I told you what I thought. They'd be a day 3 and beyond player. And here we are in day 2. So I'm not at all baffled or flummoxed or confused because you're not a day 1 or a day 2 player. You don't have the money. You don't have the assets. You need to sit there and wait.
Now,
how
before
would you
walked
answer?
in, I'm being honest, our gift was Jimmy Butler, and that came before free agency.
Yeah.
So when I look at it from that, when I take a step back, it's kind of nuanced. Willard Dibs, I feel better like we just got our gift earlier. But as far as the frustration I'm feeling, I thought, and maybe I'm wrong, you tell me what you think, I thought this Kaminga enigma or puzzle would be solved one way or the other. And if Dibs is right and they're a day 3 player, they could bring somebody in and it still not be solved. That's the one thing I'm just like, I want to hit the piñata and know what's going to come out, if anything, and then move forward with our team, with them or without.
Well, I would answer that as that's a Kaminga and Kaminga's agent thing. That's not a Warriors thing. The Kaminga thing has not been figured out. My read is because Kaminga's agent is not finding anything on the open market that he likes.
Don't tell Tim and Raleigh that. He just called, said
nobody's offering any money.
It doesn't look like
nobody's
it.
offering him any money. Nobody even has any money. Brooklyn has some. They just use most of it.
Yes, they did.
Nobody has any. Like Jonathan wants 25 or 30. It's literally not available.
So what would Willard do if your last name was Kaminga? And Dibs, you too. What would you do?
I guess.
What would you? Would you show up and play for 7, whatever it is, and be on the first thing smoking when this season's over?
I would sign some sort of a deal, but he's right. That's why he's waiting. He's waiting for somebody to miss out on who their target A and target B are, and then maybe come to him.
Double back.
I still think a sign and trade is possible. It's possible, but if not, I'd probably try to get the Warriors to go. I don't know,
1-15,
2-30.
If you're Kaminga, you want 1.
Yeah, no,
if you have to come back to this, you want 1.
That's a lot of money you're turning down. That's a lot of money.
Right, but if you're 22, you feel like with the ha-ha and the skeet and all the rest of it, you feel like you could go somewhere else. And next year, you know this, Mark, next year with the cap going up, more teams are going to have more money.
I also know that people's Achilles tendons are firing out of their body at an alarming rate.
Don't forget,
Not a lot of 22-year-olds.
31 games.
I challenge any human being to be like,
Let's look at the Achilles tendon injuries, though. How many of them were 22-year-olds?
No, but that's not the point. The point
is the point.
No, it's not, because they use that as an example of a larger issue that we all know to be omnipresent, which is the risk of injury. And if somebody's offering you $15 million or $20 million, that is very hard, guaranteed, to walk away from. And just trust that everything will be better next year. Because maybe it won't be. And maybe you won't get any minutes between now and then. Then what's your value?
Well, your value still, I think, is relatively high to the point where you've shown enough to where, if this team is not playing you, it doesn't mean that you're not a good player.
We're watching it right now. What has he proven? This was said on
and
national.
You're doing this in a year where nobody has any money. So that's an unfair way to look at Jonathan Kaminga.
Nobody has the money he's looking for. I wouldn't say nobody has any money. We've watched a lot of people get money the last 24 hours. People have money, they just don't have 30. But if he were what everybody seemingly in this fan base knows he is, then there would be at least one GM that wants to give him 3 and 65. But it hasn't happened. Hasn't happened yet. So that would worry me. That would worry me if I were Jonathan more than the financial side of it is, okay, if I stay, what does it look like?
I think if they sign and trade Kaminga, I think Kaminga will be on his new team saying they never made me an offer. I'm not sure the Warriors have an offer out there to Jonathan Kaminga.
No, they've got the qualifying offer.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
And they don't have to do anything else.
Exactly. You're probably right.
You're
probably right.
They just sit there and they wait and see if anybody else offers, and then they can match or not match.
And they probably won't because they don't have money, or they'll try to build something off a mid-level. Let's say maybe get 3 for 48 or something is what you could build off the mid-level, and then if you're the Warriors, you just match it if you like the number, and we'll get back to you at the trade deadline.
Yeah, exactly.
But to Willard's point, when is that coming?
I wouldn't think
when
so.
When is somebody else coming to ask him to dance? Like, I am a bit shocked. And then we had a caller defending him. I wasn't trying to steal his thunder. Like, you don't know things are going. Like, in the era of information stuff being leaked, we would know if somebody would, like, I heard Sacramento was interested, but that's kind of gone away. But I'm like, man, I am a bit shocked. Like, nobody's knocking on that door.
I mean, again, he wants 30. If he or even 25. Like, it's not out there.
Look at Miles Turner. Just made $25 million.
Miles
Turner. Jonathan.
Thank you.
Nah. Take your 20.
Yeah.
Take your 20 and build, have a great 3 years.
Right.
And if it's great, you'll make 35 or 40
exactly.
at 25.
And yesterday, Santi Aldama took
he stayed.
Kaminga's better than Santi Aldama. I'm not going to pretend that they're the same player, but he took 17.6 to stay. He got, 52.5 to stay over 3 years. And so if you're Kaminga and you want 30, are you almost twice the player of Aldama? No, of course not. And the market's telling you that.
Yeah, I don't. Boy,
Hey, does this do anything for anyone?
I don't know.
What about this? I know everybody's worried about if you do this sign and trade, you can only take back half the money.
Yeah, good Lord.
Right? So let's say somebody's like, all right, we'll do 20 for Jonathan Kaminga. You get a $10 million player back, and everybody's like, ugh, $10 million player for Jonathan Kaminga. I think that the money that they would save on that deal would kick them from the non-taxpayer mid-level exception. From the taxpayer mid-level exception to the non-tax-paying mid-level exception. In other words, they would be able, instead of going out to get a $5.7 million player, then go get a $14.1 million player. So in a way, you are getting that $10 million back and able to go shop.
And who is that player?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I thought you had somebody in mind.
But does that make you feel better about the idea of if they dump Jonathan for what feels like a worse player?
Right now it doesn't, because I feel like, unlike you, Willard, I feel like Duke can play. And
don't say it like me. He can play.
Oh, yeah.
I don't feel like he can't
play. And I just hate that, I told Steiny, I'm frustrated real quick here just from the vantage point. Okay, let's say they get past the X's and O's, or even he plays for 7.9, comes back. How are you going to make it fit, Dibs? That's what bothers me. There's nothing better than talent, but more talent. And for whatever reason, that's not been able to manifest here.
Yep. And Steve Kerr told us in his exit interview on Willard and Dibs right here on 95.7 The Game that, if they had a full camp of Jimmy and Draymond and Steph and Jonathan, it would be priority number one to figure out how to make that work. And those are great words. And I ultimately look at, who those players are and what each player does and does well. And Mark said this a lot about Kaminga and what he wants to be. He wants to be a guy with the ball who can score the ball and make things happen. And as Mark has said, that job is taken here. Wow. And it's taken by Steph. And then the runner-up is Jimmy. And so if you can't do that, and then if Draymond's out there with you, and you need somebody who can space the floor and shoot, well, that's not Jonathan either. Okay, Jonathan, we need you to hustle, rebound, defend, and take charges. And, well, he doesn't do that either. So where are we with his ability to fit with this team?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Kaminga. I don't know who the player is, but I think there's a player out there that would help the Warriors more than Kaminga has helped the Warriors. And it could be a role player because they want a player who they want a guy who's a better all-around player. And I think they want a guy who's got more experience, but not too much. What do you think about Horford?
He's 30. He fits, but he's 39, which in another way means he really fits.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I get it. It's so... And this is going to be the way that we define the Warriors offseason. It's not going to be sexy. And he is very not sexy.
But I will say...
But he can play.
If they sign Al Horford, they got better, I think.
I agree.
They got a little bit better. Lost Looney, brought in Horford.
But this ain't Boston. You ain't got shooters everywhere around you to where I mean, the pressure on him to shoot threes and make them now, because all we really have is Steph to do that and everybody else, it ain't Boston. I mean, he shoots those threes freely. Like I miss, we got 6 other guys that can make them. I'm good. But you come here and the fans getting on him if it didn't go right. But, Dibs, I wouldn't be mad, but that don't excite me.
Don't me either. And if you look at his last 2 years, he has really dropped off in his ability to shoot. I mean, he's still playing 25, 26 minutes, but his percentages have gone down and then even further down. So now you're expecting him to come in here, and I know the gravity of Steph and all that, but you're looking for a 39-year-old to have a renaissance. Man. Feels to me a little Chris Paul-ish when
he's available.
He is, yeah.
I think so.
Perhaps.
Shocker.
I mean, pretty close to his career average from 3 last year.
Well, if you look at his 2 years prior, he was actually really good.
And then the year before that, he was worse than he was last year.
Right. And, last year, if you look what he played, like 60 games at about 25 minutes per. And so, I don't know.
28. But,
okay. Yeah. I mean, bring him in. You're old and you want to get older.
No,
I get it.
It's not, again, like they don't have room to go make a lot of moves. So if you want to compare if they got Al Horford, if you'd like to compare that to Miles Turner, then that's not going to feel great. But not a bad player.
I compare him to Looney.
Yeah,
okay.
Then that's an upgrade.
All right.
And
I can't front
and a space like a floor spacer.
What? Ask these guys.
We got to get to the baseball too, because you've been gone.
Okay.
Giants won 1 game while he was out.
Last.
Yeah,
we got to get to it.
I can't even.
How do you? That should be a home run because it was your fan, and I forget his history, but it's real. Like that's a homer.
What if he had a Giants jersey on? Then you wouldn't think it was a homer.
Just where the game's being played at, the home team should be penalized, and they got rewarded.
I just think that ball, like, first of all, we've completely lost sight of what replay is. You can't come out of replay and be like, sort of feel like it probably wasn't going to go out. Well, no, replay doesn't work that way, especially when your call on the field was that the outfielder caught it when he never even touched it. Like, that was ridiculous. The ball's in the stands.
Yeah.
That is a home run. Unless you can unequivocally tell me that it wasn't a home run, then that is a home run.
Couldn't.
And if you've won 1 game over the last week and a half and the umpires go into their little booth and come out with that answer, if I'm Bob Melvin, I'm coming out to the mound and taking my pants off.
No doubt.
That is absolutely unacceptable. And for him to get thrown out
I hear you.
during the commercial break because a pitch was 2 inches outside.
I got you, Will.
What are you What are you waiting for, dude? You got to lose your mind and make sure that this becomes
Lloyd McClendon. Go take first base. Pull it out.
First of all, wake your team up, but secondly, make sure it's a national story.
No doubt,
national
I
lead
felt like he
story.
left that off the hook, man.
Well, there was a national story today. He's been extended. They picked up his option.
That's a local story.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Can I know this is 5 days old,
God,
but the bird song plunking of that guy.
Yeah, what was your take?
I think I got to tell you, I think it's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my life, and the reason is because they asked Birdsong to do it with 2 outs and nobody on in the first inning. He's your young pitcher. He's just trying to survive. He's struggling a little bit in recent weeks, and it's like, why ask him to just give up? Like, why ask him to plunk the guy? Wait till Ryan Walker comes in. Like, and this is what I said. If he gets shellacked today, Birdsong, I'm not going to draw A to B. I just think it was not him.
Well,
not Hayden Bird. Like, is he technically a rookie? I know he pitched last year.
I think so.
Let's say he's a rookie. So now you're asking a rookie, get in the middle of this crap that we're not even sure about, but let's go ahead and hit the guy. Now you give up a 3-run homer. Why Birdsong?
Why the Marlins? Why did you tell them about it the night before? That was my big question.
Yeah, that's the thing.
How the hell did you tell everybody the night before that you were going to do this? They woke and the Marlins played that game like it was game 3 of the World Series.
Haven't looked back.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think they've lost a game since. The whole thing.
Yeah. But I thought Melvin Dibs, real quick, should have, when they just went ballistic on that. That was the form to do it. You did it, but I ain't going to rob you. And you got your contract extension. But Dibs, I just thought I'm old school, man. That was a time for you to just go. And you almost would have got a license to do it from everybody. Like,
no
this
doubt.
is some BS.
And I actually shared on our thread, or maybe I put it on Twitter. I think it was the thread where it was happening in real time, and the umps huddle, and it's like there's only two things you can say. Either fan interference, it's a double, or it's a home run. And they come out, and they go, he's out. It's like, how are you out when the fielder doesn't catch the ball?
It was a Savannah Bananas game.
Totally.
If the fans catch the ball, you're out.
So now you're helping the home team.
He's out because, like, the fan interfered and made the play. And then when you look at the replay, it's like, oh, my God, that is either on or above the O-line. And I even shared this with the group because this has been one of my what's bugging me for probably 10 or 15 years. Make the fence again.
Thank you.
You remember Candlestick where the left field fence was about 80 feet from the bleachers, and there'd be a home run, and people would jump out of the bleachers and run and scurry and get it. Not safe, not allowable.
I was there at a doubleheader against the Dodgers.
I was there too that same night. 100 fights.
That was the last time it was open.
It was bananas. Fly ball to shortstop, and people were jumping off and running and jumping on the fence.
Yes.
But a home run was a home run. And all these parks, including Oracle Park, where you get up there.
It's not as bad. There's space there. But
there's spots where a home run is either, be a home run.
Listen,
make the fence a fence again.
You're 1,000% right.
It's offensive.
Go ahead. That's a 4. No, it's a 4. But like
3 from 10, which means it's really a 4.
Take this to any other sport. Why on earth are we letting people reach out onto the field? Can you imagine this in a football game? Like, this is, I've got Leo DiCaprio seats, and I can just trip LeBron, and all you're going to do is be like, come back tomorrow and do it again. Like, this is the stupidest thing ever. You don't need 80 feet of space. Yeah. You need, like Dodger Stadium, just a 4-foot gap. Do not let people.
Look at you admire Dodger Stadium.
I hate that place. But, like,
beautiful.
Do that. Why? This is not difficult. You are not allowed if you're an actual outfielder, you've got to fight fans in order to catch a ball that's in play.
Out
I don't understand.
Hit the missile.
The Giants are so frustrating right now, but somehow this game last night made me more frustrated with baseball than it did with the Giants.
But real quick, and Steiny brought this up about the rotation. They've been so immaculate. It's a step back before the break. I could kind of see it. But I'm worried about their best hitters getting fastballs high. They're throwing them by him. Is that just fatigue? Nothing to see here. Even in Ralphie's part of it. Just right now, it seems like if you throw high and tight, you can get them to swing and miss.
Crystal Gale.
So,
Blue Bayou.
Goo comes in. God love him.
Yep.
He says to me, it's a compliment. He comes in today and he goes, Steiny, I think you got a victory lap coming. And I'm like, for what? He goes, remember what you wrote about Devers?
The first at bat for
His
Devers.
first at bat, remember he struck out?
He struck out.
So I texted the group and said, his bat looks slow.
Not real slow.
And it was a joke.
Responded right. But are you seeing that? Even like, I'm just like, and Wilmer Flores, God bless him. He's been rockaroo for the whole. Like,
remember Devers when the controversy started in the offseason, right? Spring training for the Boston Red Sox. He came out for 3 weeks to start this year, and he could not hit a baseball.
Oh, my goodness.
Couldn't hit a baseball. And then he settled down, and then he became a star for a good solid month and a half. And so, look, with the players, if you're going to have a concern meter or whatever, I'm going to give Devers, to a degree, it's been much longer, Adames.
But Jung Huli is a problem.
That one's starting to scare me.
He's swinging for the fence every time.
Adames and Devers have resumes in Major League Baseball, like long resumes in Major League Baseball. I'm going to play the long game with both of them.
Okay. But Flores, I'm getting worried about now you got him playing the field.
Yep.
Well, you got no choice. And here's my take. Is when you see Chris Koss get hurt and you realize that's a devastating loss, that to me is the biggest problem right now.
Who's playing third base tonight?
Wow. I mean, who knows, right? Yep. It should be Devers. Like, get a glove, my man.
Why wouldn't you run him there if you're going to run him at first?
He's played third for 8 years. Like, play third, bro.
Wow, Dibs.
And then his press conference, I'm here to do anything they ask me to do.
Yep. No,
you are right.
No, I think he would do it. I don't think they want to do it. Don't get it twisted. He's played third base for a long time. He's never played it well. Ever. He's led the league
to be
in
an all-star.
He led the league in errors every single year of his career. All of them. Not once did he have a year off from
So
that
who's playing
stat.
third?
I don't know.
Exactly.
I have no idea. Willie Adames.
I thought.
No, probably Tyler Fitzgerald.
Marco
Did
Luciano.
Wisely play there?
I saw your tweet on that. No, that ain't even a.
Like, what are we doing?
He can't even hit.
What
let
are we
alone
doing?
play third.
Well, who can hit? None of these guys can hit.
Are we surprised by the Schmidt? Was that a misdiagnosis or mishope? Like, I'm thinking, okay, he'll be back.
I know.
And then he's like, well, he's going to be in a 50.
He thought he was going to miss one game. Yeah.
And now it's been, what, four? Four
Now
games?
he's on the IL.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I look, some of these guys to me get a little bit more patience than others, but the for me the overall thing is, and I didn't get bothered by Melvin getting his option, but this is not a I heard
you guys.
It's not a Bo Mel or a Pat Burrell thing.
But damn, how do you
Hit the
judge
ball.
those dudes? Though I hear you. Sunday against Chicago, runner on second, your two best hitters strike out.
How about
Or
Brett
was that
Wisely?
last night?
How about you play baseball?
Yep.
What on earth?
You said
what
it.
on earth is someone even attempting to do when they leave third base?
You would have got cut
with
man.
nobody out.
Where are you going, bro?
Where are you? What do you think what's going to happen?
And you're hemorrhaging. You're
Are you getting a
offense.
head start in case there's a wild pitch?
Yeah.
As if you need one?
Dibs, that was horrible.
Well, and for me, the Buster.
Third.
Melvin gets
Crazy.
an extension. That to me is Buster saying, hey, all you guys in the clubhouse, this is not Bob, it's you.
No, that's why.
That's my takeaway. It's like Bob gets an extension because they all know it's not Bob. And like you said, who's playing third? What's Bob supposed to do tonight at third base? Whatever he does is not good enough because these guys are all playing terribly. So it's not Bob. Bob gets an extension.
This is frustrating right now, isn't it? It's
Who,
frustrating.
the Giants or the Warriors?
Everything.
It's funny you say that because I asked
Actually,
that of our show thread. Like, what's more frustrating to you right now? The Warriors, like, not being a player in free agency or the Giants? And
It's
Mark's
the
like,
Giants.
I think
that's what Mark
Because
said.
the Warriors aren't losing any games
But
now.
it sounds like we
Listen.
might have a show idea for tomorrow.
I said it's actually starting to build for me because
See, the Warriors thing doesn't surprise me at all.
I'm with you.
no, but
why
it's
I
still
started-
frustrating. So
Is it?
It is because here we go, and everyone else is getting better,
On
and you
paper,
are is getting
You
older.
already got better. Like,
How?
By getting Jimmy Butler and winning
That was
almost all of your-
February.
Then they won most of their games.
Close your eyes
Yeah.
and imagine in a parallel universe, the Warriors actually went out and got the first big free agent. It just happened to be Butler.
Yeah.
Get it? Think of it as they got the first free agent.
I
in the
like that.
offseason.
I like that.
All right.
Steiny's meditation. We should
That
do
was
that.
so
They
disingenuous.
got a verdict.
audacity.
All right.
They got
Yeah.
a verdict in the Diddy trial.
All righty.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know.
No.
About to find out.
I'm gonna.
Gotta
I have
be
no
guilty.
interest, and I'm walking.
You're lying, though.
On
You do
95
have it.
No,
on 95.7 the game.
The defense only the defense
was that?
15-minute defense. I'm fascinated to
Willard's
see
like,
the
no,
verdict.
man, that was terrible.
Dude, they
I'm
called
out.
no witnesses, and they did it. Not here, but
95.7 the
Yeah.
game.
Thank you.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And them white boys, they cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go. It's another day of Shams bombs, right? Probably. But
These are more firecrackers on day
firecrackers.
2.
That's fine.
And the
Well,
big bomb this
they
morning
started
was
with one. That was huge.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander gets the mega max. The true Mega Millions is play basketball, be really good, and you don't have to pay $5 for a Mega Millions ticket. They give you the Mega Millions numbers, and you win.
Did that change recently, by the way? Why do I feel like it used to
changed.
be at $2 and now it's $5?
Well, they just changed it to where now you get a multiplier randomly generated on your ticket. So if you have a 5x, a 5 times multiplier, and you win $10, now you get $50.
What happens if you win $900 million? Does it multiply?
You get $4.5 billion.
Okay,
correct.
perfect.
Yeah.
All right, I'm in. I'm back in.
It's their way of making it more expensive, but also if you get a lower level prize, you get more bang for your not buck, but your $5.
Okay, so the Giants thing and Major League Baseball is super frustrating, and we're going to get to that from a bunch of different angles. I do feel like with free agency only being 23 hours old, people want to get into this a little bit, and that is my question. I do want to start with this because the Warriors offseason has not been disappointing. The Warriors offseason has been exactly what it always told you it was going to be. I don't like Lucas sent out that thing that I said about Giannis like a month and a half ago, and it ended up in Newsweek because I'm such a dummy for not wanting Giannis. Bay Area sports host doesn't want Giannis. What a complete moron. Hello. This has never been viable. I'm a complete and total fool. Thank you. It has not been viable, not for 1 second, not ever. You can dream. You can do this. You can NBA trade machine. You can get excited. I don't know. And this is, I'm not trying to be a wet blanket here. Look around the league. Everybody is following these CBA rules. Like, how would you feel? You're Warrior fans and you're like, oh, we haven't gotten involved. How about if you were one of the teams that just gave all of its players away? The Boston Celtics just sent half of their players away. The Indiana Pacers thought they were 3/4 away from an NBA championship. They just lost Halliburton and Miles Turner. How would you feel if you're one of those teams? I don't know, Dibs. We've tried to say it. The Warriors made their move. They made it in February. They're very good. Are they good enough? I wouldn't pick them, but they're very good. They were very good. And there is absolutely no space for one of these landmark players to join the Warriors. There's not been one human being that said the opposite, who's like working with the
who's
league.
in the know.
Nobody has said anything. What did we expect?
Well, we expected at this point, and maybe it's a little bit early, but you expected there to be some sort of momentum on a Kaminga resolution, either a keep, a sign and trade, or something. That's, I think, honestly, where my bar has been set. And the Giannis thing is, it's always been foolhardy. And when the Dame Lillard news dropped this morning, and that's the other big bombshell of the day, is that the Bucks are going to give him the Bobby Bonilla treatment, and happy Bobby Bonilla Day. And I was looking at it earlier. I believe he has 10 more years of payments.
Goes through 2035.
And when you look at what they're paying him versus what they could have paid him up front, he's getting almost 20 times more money based on the interest that accrues each and every year. So that's one of the greatest buyouts in the history of any contract.
Oh, man.
Bobby Bonilla. And, Dame gets 4 years of paid in full money, and he now gets to decide where he wants to be next. And I do think that once that happened, and it's not coincidence that Milwaukee immediately this morning, pow, 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 3 new players, and they're trying to, show Giannis that we're still a serious player. So Giannis, I believe, is going nowhere. And it's not that he didn't like Dame, but that pairing was not going to work. And when Dame got hurt and Giannis was able to stay there, I think that the Bucks realized that, Dame is hurt. We need Giannis, and we need to reboot around Giannis.
But what do you make of this story that's come out that Giannis is not pleased with this move? He's not pleased that they have released Damian Lillard.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably, for me, front-facing PR for Giannis. What's he supposed to say? He's not going to say, we never got along, and that was never the thing.
Doesn't need to say anything.
He doesn't, but he's the face of the franchise, and he's the third longest tenured player for one team in the association. So, you come out and you say what you say and you keep your leverage, but you mentioned it about other teams in the league. What other team right now on this day, July 1st, can absorb $174 million worth of Giannis over 3 years? And I don't think that team exists unless you're talking about the Lakers trading LeBron.
Yeah, you'd have to
no trade clause.
You'd have to send that kind of money back out.
Right. So those teams don't exist.
Right.
Like the Warriors could do that if they traded Steph and Jimmy Butler, or if they traded Steph and Draymond, or Jimmy and Draymond, right?
I don't even think Jimmy Butler is tradable yet, is he?
It would have to be 6 months.
They
No,
signed
he's
him.
probably a couple of months away.
He's not even eligible to be traded yet.
Right. So I do think if you look at the Giannis on the move topic, I wonder what team out there could actually do it, and a team that would be good enough to where Giannis would say, yeah, let me go there. Like Phoenix could do it, right? You can't trade Beal because he has a no trade. And I guess you could trade Booker because he doesn't have a no trade.
Yeah, but like these things would need to make sense for the acquiring team. They would need to make sense for Giannis. He's not
and
gonna,
the Bucks, yeah.
Yeah, and the Bucks. And so, that's completely complicated. I don't even know that he wants out. This is actually the first thing we've heard of him actually being upset. And that's all we've done is we've heard it. I don't know that he said it. Chris B. Haynes reports that Giannis is unhappy. Well, maybe he stubbed his toe in the middle of the night on the way to the bathroom. That does ruin a day.
Yeah, it can.
I have no idea what that's all about. And to be real, Dibs, I don't care because he's never been an option for the Golden State Warriors. He's not an option. None of these players are options for the Warriors. So I get the whole FOMO aspect of this. I really understand that. That's just life. That's life. When stuff's going on, you know what I mean? Like the Warriors are sort of like they've come down with the flu on Halloween, right? Like everybody's out there popping, we get Tootsie Rolls and we're getting, Butterfingers and Reese's and all this house to house, and you're stuck in your house because you can't go. The Warriors don't get to go to this party. Not at this level. I like what you said earlier. There may be a day 3 team.
Yep.
I mean, where they are today, like what they are right now until the Kaminga thing is figured out, they're a team with a taxpayer mid-level exception, $5.7 million. That's what they can do. They can go get someone for 1 year and $5.7 million. That's it.
Strike up the band.
That's it. But we knew that.
Well, we knew that short of Kaminga. So
right.
You're looking at Kaminga.
But that's not the Warriors' fault. That's Kaminga is the reason that this is being held up.
Well, it is the Warriors' fault because they could have signed him last year.
They offered it to him. He said no.
Well, they could have found a way to get him in on a number, or they could have. I believe that it's not anybody's fault, but the Warriors are in a spot now where they don't really have a lot of options with Kaminga. If other teams don't want to give him a lot of money, or if other teams don't want to accept a sign and trade for a lot of money, well, then the Warriors are either stuck giving him the 7.9 qualifying offer or waiting for a team to offer him 2 years and 25 and then matching it.
Yeah, like
and that's your off season.
But you're saying the Warriors are stuck. I look at it very much the other way. No, it's Kaminga who's stuck.
Well, they're both stuck.
Yeah, but Kaminga for a handful of bucks that's not a problem for the Warriors. I don't think.
Well, it's not a problem, but it's not necessarily an upgrade.
He's still a good player, and once you've got that contract, you're either going to figure out how to utilize him better, or he becomes a very tradable contract going into the future. You know what I mean? Like the Warriors have said repeatedly, we're not giving him up for nothing, period. And they're right. They're right to do that. Are they enamored with him on the basketball floor? Clearly not. But to me, if we're going to talk about who's stuck, I find Kaminga to be much more stuck than the Warriors for 2 reasons. One, the word restricted is in front of his free agency.
For now.
Yeah, for now. And number 2, he's clearly, in my mind, he's not getting the offers that he hoped to get. Or else something would have happened by now. We're 24 hours in. This stuff goes real. Look at everything that's going on.
Still going on.
This happens fast. So I think that if you're just looking at this through a watchful eye and you're a Warrior fan, that's one thing that you can infer. It doesn't mean we're 100% right, but you can infer that Jonathan Kaminga is not finding what he hoped to find on the open market. If he had, somebody would have offered him that contract by now, and this thing would be moving. But it's not there. And that was predictable because there just aren't that many teams with space, and you're dealing with a player who is still relatively unproven as far as being that key piece to a franchise.
Sure, but I mean, the bigger thing for me is the fact that not that many teams have a lot of money to spend, and so does a team want to make an offer to Kaminga? They still might. It's only, not even into day 2 yet of free agency. We're still 35 minutes away from the start of day 2. So there could be a team out there that is waiting and kind of sussing out what the market is for Kaminga. And, you might put out an offer that would challenge the Warriors if it's, 4 years and $68 million, $17 million a year. And if you like that for your team and the Warriors would have to then decide whether or not to match it, that might be a number where if you're another team, you might make an offer, a restricted free agency offer that they're going to have to match or back away from.
I doubt that kind of a number is out there, but if it is, Warriors would match that rather than let him walk for $17 million a year. That's a tradable piece at age 22.
But that ends your free agency.
Yeah.
Then you're left with a $5 million, taxpayer mid-level.
I don't there is no free agency. There never was any free agents. They don't have any money to spend.
Well, there is if you sign and trade, and then you have the higher mid-level that you were laying out.
Right.
So
that's
then
one player though. You could
but then you would
in,
get a player back on a sign and trade. Sure. I've been talking about Kobe White with the Bulls, and the Bulls are reportedly interested. And so if you could turn Kaminga into Kobe White and another $12 million veteran piece, you'd be better.
Right, but to get Kobe White, that means the Bulls are gonna have to be willing to do at least 3 years and $72 million for Kaminga.
Or somewhere close. Yep.
Doubt it. That's just my take. Doubt it. We're sponsored by Safeway, 888-957-9570. What is your current review of the start of the process for the Warriors? They've got a taxpayer mid-level exception, $5.7 million, and no movement on Kaminga. Does this feel surprising, disappointing, what you expected? We'll take some calls on this. 888-957-9570. Glad you're with us today. It's Willard Dibs.
Had to say. Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We try very hard to explain the difference in this industry between, for instance, a show host and a journalist. Okay?
Yeah, we've tried.
We're not journalists.
No.
Except for sometimes.
Well,
like sometimes you trip and fall and you got a sauce.
Yeah, we got sauces occasionally.
You got a sauce?
I've got a source, yeah.
Okay.
And, you know, I'm not one to be out there like mining my sauces, but when the Damian Lillard news hit today, I thought, that was a weird one. Not totally weird because he's hurt, but I thought, you know what? I'm going to find out a little bit more about the Damian Lillard situation because on the surface, if I'm Damian Lillard, I'm not that bummed. I'm out for, 10 months. He had surgery in May, so almost 2 months ago, and the Achilles means it's 9 to 12 months, and you're going to pay me regardless, but now you're going to pay me, and I am, free to move about the country? Shout out Southwest.
I mean,
I do think that from his standpoint, if I was him, I would be, not thrilled, but I'd be like, okay, I've got closure. You're going to pay me, and it's, stretched out over 4 years, whatever. He's going to get his money. And now whenever he's ready to play basketball again, he can play for whomever he wants.
Right. I mean, I get what you're saying. You're keeping it very much in the moment. From a larger sense, this was disastrous for Damian Lillard. Dame Lillard finally, after years and years and years, finally gave up the idea of I'm doing this for Portland and went and got himself paired with one of the best players in the league. And they were not able to get it done. And then his body gave out on him at age 35. Like, I don't even know what the hell is actually left for Dame Lillard in this league. We'll see.
Yeah,
I'm not
see.
saying his career's over, but the idea of him being an elite player and being like a key piece on a championship roster, I don't know, man. I got a hard time buying that right now.
It's tough to say, and every Achilles recovery is different. And I think about Kobe Bryant, who had his Achilles rupture, and he came back, and he wasn't the same player.
Right.
And he played a couple of years of high-volume shooting, and, he honored his Laker contract and the rest of it. And, Kyrie's another one who is an older guy, and he had the same injury, and now we're going to find out how he comes back.
I thought that one was an ACL. Was Kyrie an ACL or an Achilles? I thought Kyrie was ACL.
Kyrie was ACL.
My
ACL,
bad.
yeah.
Oh, ACL, that's nothing. That's garden variety.
He'll be back on Wednesday.
Garden variety, yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
No, and KD's Achilles, he was younger than what Dame is now. But, if you're Dame, you get paid out. And I think about what he did for Milwaukee, where he had a calf strain, and he kept playing. And he kept playing for them. And you played all the way into Game 4 of the playoffs, and then that thing blows. And their way of thanking you is to release you and pay you. All right, Milwaukee. Tell me how you feel about me without telling me how you feel about me.
I mean, business is business. They're sitting there, they're looking at somebody who's not going to play next year, and they're also looking at rumors everywhere of their franchise, not even just their franchise player. Like when you talk about guys like Steph and Giannis, that's not a franchise player. That's the franchise. Period. That's it. That's what you are. That is your identity. And if they're worried about him leaving, then I'm not going to sit there and do nothing if there are options out there to maneuver your way out of the Dame Lillard situation where he won't be back for a year and then he'll be 36, and I can go get myself another player who really helps you win and is in his prime. I'm going to do that. I get that. I don't think Milwaukee did anybody dirty today. That's just, this is what happened. I mean, you in fact, in that trade, you really saw both teams act off of one of their best players blowing their Achilles. The Milwaukee Bucks got out from underneath Dame Lillard, and the Pacers went and gave up. Decided not to go into the tax, didn't want to pay Miles Turner, and it's largely because Halliburton won't be available for 2 years.
Yeah, and I'm just struck by, the report that I saw, and I shared it with the group earlier from Chris B. Haynes after Milwaukee played the Warriors, and both Giannis and Dame struggled here in San Francisco at Chase Center. The Warriors won that game, and Doc and Giannis and Dame reportedly had a three-way closed-door meeting to try to figure out, how to make this work. And, there were ideas exchanged and thoughts and emotions were shared. And, you skip ahead about a month and Dame blows out his Achilles, and Giannis has been maybe not posturing about leaving, but there have been hints and thoughts and ideas, and now Dame is gone, and you suddenly rush out and bring 3 new people in to surround Giannis. This one feels to me like more of a breakup than just Dame got hurt.
Yeah, I just think it was Milwaukee trying to stay relevant as they head into a spot where they weren't going to be relevant. You know what I mean? They were Giannis. That's it. They've been very active the last 24 hours.
They have, yeah.
Even with some of their smaller moves. Gary Trent is staying. I think they went out and got Gary Harris as well. And then they do the big Miles Turner deal. They get him for $26 million a year for 4 years. And if Giannis is mad, quite frankly, I don't really get it. But if he is, whatever. It does not feel to me like he's going to play for someone else next year like everybody was projecting. I think he's going to be on the Bucks.
I agree. And, just the other part of it, based on the things that I've been able to learn and glean over the last 8 hours or so, Dame Lillard is not coming to play basketball for the Warriors. Dame Lillard is not coming to play basketball for the Warriors.
When you say that, it makes me have questions.
Ask away.
Okay, first of all, why would the Warriors even do that?
Well, if you could get him on the kind of deal that many people, including I heard the Morning Roast today talking about, like a veteran minimum deal.
They're not going to do that.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. Like Dame is getting, I don't know what the exact number is. It's about $26 million over the next 4. They scattered out his deal over 4 years, and so he's going to be paid. He's going to be fine. He's going to make a lot of money, including this year where he won't play basketball. So the thought is a team like his hometown team would be able to get him on the cheap because he's already making a boatload of money.
Okay. I would doubt that, but okay.
I agree with you, but even beyond the salary, I don't believe that he wants to come back here and play here.
That's my next question. What is it you found out about why he...
It's just too much going on. Too many distractions. Too much of a local feel where, you come back to the Bay and, maybe there are people and distractions and other things about being here that makes it less appetizing. And the other piece of it is he's got 3 kids, and those 3 kids live in Portland. And so I'm being told that he's actually going to be in Portland doing his rehab there and being able to spend time with his family. And so for me, it makes much more sense where you've got, I think, 3 kids under 5 who live in Portland. If you do want to go back to playing basketball, you do it in Portland, where, you go back to the Blazers and you live there, you play there, and, you're probably right. He is probably no longer going to be 25 a night and an all-NBA player, but can you go back to Portland and mentor a young team that, they're not totally on the rise, but they're quietly getting better.
I would say
the team getting better.
Same thing. I would not be, other than nostalgia, I would not be interested in that if I was Portland at all. That's almost like the mirror image of what you described with the idea of Dame coming here. Portland would look at that and be like, that's too much going on. We got young players we're trying to build. We're going to bring in the biggest name that the franchise has had for the last generation and have him, quote unquote, mentor people.
Right.
Yeah, too much. That's just, it's too much. It's kind of like, remember when the Giants were like, we're not tendering a contract for Brandon Crawford? And it was like there was, for a moment, it was about Correa. And then it was going to be, remember, they wanted to start the year and give it to Luciano. And people were like, you got Brandon Crawford could come mentor Marco Luciano. And the Giants are like, no, how that would look is soon as Luciano goes 0 for 3 2 nights in a row, people would be like, just stick Crawford out there. We're more comfortable with that. It's just like, to me, that's like putting a big piano on the back of your young players if you bring in someone with that kind of presence in the market.
A little different, though, when you're talking about a 36-year-old Lillard, which is what he'll be at the start of not this upcoming year, but the year after. And you probably won't be looking at him to be what he has been, which is 35 minutes a night and 17 shots a night. So if he's in a space where he comes in and he wants to be that player, that mentor, that veteran for a Portland team that's very young and they've got a lot of talent. And, one more year of an NBA cycle, it might be the right fit. But just what I was learning today is the idea of him as a Warrior is a non-starter.
Well, look, a lot
even
of these
if the
things
salary was a fit,
Yeah, I don't think guys like that don't just suddenly. I mean, look at LeBron. LeBron's in his 40s. And people are like, okay, you'll take the mid-level now to compete, right?
Right.
Like, no, I'll take my $53 million. What the hell are you talking about?
Totally.
Dame Lillard's not coming here for $4 million. Like, that's just not the way those guys think, nor should they. He's worth more than that. And we make him at age 36 sound like such a dinosaur. We forget that's what the Warriors star played last year as, a 36-year-old. Played pretty damn well, actually, for the most part, too.
But no Achilles, no ACL.
Understood. And that's fair. But by the same token, like, I don't think Dame Lillard right now thinks that he's like, well, I suck for the rest of my career. Like, I'm now just going to be somebody's mentor for the rest of my 30s. Like, that's I would be shocked if that's how Dame Lillard is thinking. By the way, if you just jumped in on this conversation and you're not aware of sort of what happened at the beginning of the day, it's the biggest NBA maneuver of the day. The Milwaukee Bucks basically put into play a contract option that they had with Dame Lillard by waiving him and therefore spreading out the remaining money on his deal over a 5-year period, which allowed them to go sign Miles Turner from the Pacers to a free agent deal worth 4 years and a little bit over $100 million. So that was the big maneuver of the day. And then the word was that, like, ooh, Giannis is not happy about this. Chris B. Haynes reported. Okay, maybe not. I sort of shrugged the whole thing off. I knew the second you saw Giannis's name, I'm like, well, here we go. It's just like, I mean, shout out July 4th. This is like grabbing sparklers and just poking every Warrior fan with them. Like, here we go, Giannis, right? Am I right, Giannis?
Giannis.
I don't know how to do this without sounding like a wet blanket, but the Warriors made their big move, and they were very good after they made their big move, and this is not going to be a sexy offseason, and they're not going to be the favorite in the West, but they're not going to be the bottom of the barrel underdog either, and this is what they've got the maneuverability to do. You know, sometimes these GMs and coaches aren't lying when they speak to us. And when Mike Dunleavy said, we've made our big move, we got Jimmy Butler. And so we're going to try to work the Kaminga thing out as quickly as possible. And then we're going to try to improve the team with the things that we have, the resources that we have outside of that. I think he was being 1,000% honest. That's the Warriors offseason. That's it. That's it.
And we've heard about it from Bobby Marks to Ramona Shelburne to everyone else we talked to, which is it all goes through Kaminga. So until the Kaminga piece is worked out, even the middle moves or the micro moves, those can't even be solved until you figure out Kaminga. And that's why the Kevon Looney news, he gets 2 years and $16 million to go to New Orleans. Even if the Warriors were thinking about, yeah, Kevon, we'll give you that. We want to keep you. I don't think that they're even in a spot right now to do that because they're waiting on Kaminga.
You're absolutely right. You're 100% right. And so, you know, I know what there's a phrase that describes what it feels like the Warriors are doing. And I see it all over all of our platforms constantly over the last week or so. Well, the Warriors would be idiotic to run it back. All right, let's play with that phrase for a second. Run it back. First of all, I'd kind of argue every year is a new year. Even if the moves feel small, you're not necessarily, quote, running it back. But what if we did lean into that for a second and said, oh gosh, the Warriors are running it back? First of all, I don't think that they've got an option to do much else. But is that so bad? Is it so bad for the Warriors to come back and largely look like they looked before? Because here's what, and I'm so glad we have 2 ears, because I hear different things with both of them. In the right ear, I've got, well, the Warriors were beating the Wolves if Steph didn't get hurt. Well, that means you think that they're a Western Conference Finals basketball team. But then the other ear is like, dude, you guys have got to get better. Which is it? Which is it?
Well, it's both.
How?
Because
like you were already pretty good. The best?
No, you were pretty good. You were one of the final 4 teams in the West, and I'll give you that.
Yeah.
No, you were one of the last 4 teams remaining. That's a fact.
In the West.
Yes, and so, yeah, were you going to be good enough to beat Minnesota? We will never know. But now you don't have Kevon Looney, and he's not the most important guy. He's one of your top 8 or 9, and the rest of your core is a year older, and it's an older core. So you're asking those guys to come back and be as healthy and as good as they were for you. When Jimmy came, Steph was almost all health, and Draymond was healthy, and Jimmy and all the rest of it. And so it becomes tough to think about running it back and being able to duplicate what you did, especially when you won't have Kevon, and it looks like you might not have Gary Payton II. We don't know for sure yet. And so your depth looks like it's not going to be as good as it was, and your older guys are all a year older.
Yeah.
So it's harder to think about running it back and getting the same result.
What is the other option?
Well, there isn't one.
Okay.
And I've been saying this all along.
Yeah. Then
well, the other option is get something for Kaminga, get somebody in here in the mid-level.
That's what they're trying to do.
And hope to hell that your 2 second-rounders, that one of them can actually be, Pods-ish or TJD-ish.
Like, how would you feel? How would you feel if, and by the way, this is not, there's no reporting here. This is not what I'm kind of getting at.
No sauces?
Well, I don't listen, I'm no expert on every single dollar and how this all gets twisted and turned and spit out and all of that. But what if the Warriors found a taker for Kaminga and took a player back, and it wasn't like sexy, but it was, a contributing player.
Yeah.
And then they become a non-tax paying mid-level team. And then you've got that 14.1, which I believe, can you split it? Can you split that between 2 players? You're 14. If you have that mid-level exception, does it have to be 1 player? Can you split that sucker?
You don't have to use it all in one.
All right.
Yeah.
So, what if in some sort of a way you were able to trade Kaminga, bring back a productive player, and then use the mid-level money that you have to sort of do something that felt like Al Horford and DeAnthony Melton?
Yeah, right.
How you doing? You feel good?
I mean, you feel okay. You probably feel better than you do today, for sure.
To me, that's kind of the offseason that you're hoping for right now.
Which is sad but true. It's Metallica.
But why sad?
It's sad because you look around the league and you've got other teams that are, going kapow and getting a lot better. And I'm not delusional to think that you can do anything else, because when you've got a guy making the number 1 amount of money per year next year, Jimmy Butler is tied for 5th. So 2 of the top 5 in the association are on your team, and Draymond makes 28. So I'm not under any false pretense that you can do anything else other than this. So when I look at what you might be able to do, if it's Kevon, Kaminga, and GP2 out, and it's, I don't know, let's just say Kobe White, because I'm kind of fascinated by that idea. He's making $12 million. He's a nice little guard.
I think you're aiming high, but yes, I'm with you. Okay.
I mean, if it's Kobe White and DeAnthony Melton coming off an ACL, and it's a 39-year-old Al Horford, are you better than with Kaminga, Payton, and Looney?
I say yes. I would unequivocally
say yes-ish.
Yes.
I mean, I would say yes,
You're
maybe.
bringing in all 3 players who can shoot 3-pointers, and the 3 players who would be on the way out are, one of them is an absolute no, one of them is only if he's in the corner, and one of them is, boy, he works on it really hard in the offseason, and sometimes he has a good night. That's how I would describe the 3 players you just proposed leaving.
You bring in a nice young player in White. Al Horford's 39, fingers crossed.
Yeah, but the floor spacer.
And DeAnthony Melton's coming off an ACL.
Yeah.
So,
but fit perfectly when he was here.
For 11 games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like him.
Coming off a knee injury, it's a big question mark. So for me, I mean, what you're getting rid of is much more of a known than what you're getting back to me is more of an unknown. Are you better? I mean, I'm going to borrow from Steve Kerr and say, yeah, I do.
Do you think you're better?
I do.
Yeah, look, there's always going to be questions. There's always going to be questions. I just think that's the kind of offseason that we're looking at.
Yeah.
And while I also understand, right, we're all in the Instagram sort of era here. So when someone else goes on vacation, we're all like, oh, how come we don't get to go to Bora Bora? I get it. I understand why you feel like you're missing out. However, you don't have the money to go to Bora Bora. So get a tank of gas and go to Tahoe.
Yeah, Monterey as well.
And have a summer. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah.
And that's always what they were going to be doing.
And I love the Monterey Bay Aquarium. It's super fun. And
so fun.
Beaches there are, kid-friendly and the whole thing. A couple of nice restaurants down there in Carmel.
I get mad at people sometimes with where they go in the summer and how often they go. I'm like, you live here. We live in California.
Where are you going?
Everybody's coming here for vacation.
Yep.
Why are you all going somewhere? Here's good. That's what I just try to tell my kids that.
As a guy who's on his way to the Caribbean coming up.
You only get married once in your life. Anyway,
I'm sorry.
Let's go to.
I'm sorry. I was telling my wife the other day, I'm like, I'm going to try to catch up to him. And she's like, what's wrong with you? You're married to me. I'm like, I'm coming for him. I want what he has.
You could have used that joke with anyone on the planet but her. Don't use it with her.
It's too late.
It's
too late.
Don't get a drink with anyone and use that joke.
Yeah.
God.
I have as many kids as you.
56 and haven't you learned anything yet?
I'm trying to be the station leader in Offspring. She won't let me.
The Offspring leader. All right, let's go to Flea in Oakland.
That's a 5.
Hi, Flea. What's going on? How are you?
What's going on, guys? I'm so upset about everybody wanting the Warriors to make some crazy trade. Man, we got Kaminga. Let's figure out a way to keep Kaminga. Hopefully, Post get better in this offseason. Hopefully, Jonathan Kaminga, say, you know what, let's run this back. Only thing we needed last season was Steph not getting hurt and a big man. Why is everybody up in arms like, oh, yeah, because everybody making trades and getting players, we need to just all of a sudden go find some diamond in the rough. We got guys. Post, he looked like he got great potential. He can shoot the three. Only thing he got to develop is somewhat of an inside game. He damn near 7 foot tall. We got guys that's already on the team. Kaminga is actually on the Warriors. Let's try to find some way to pay Kaminga. Let's try to find some way, Steve Kerr, to develop Post and get I forgot his name because I'm talking so much. Our point guard. What's his name?
Pods? You're talking about Podziemski?
Let's get Pods to be more. Pods need to be a little bit more consistent. Especially, we're going to be in the playoffs. He needs to be ready to go to deep waters and not be having these 3 and 4 games where he's scoring 3 and 5 points and step his game up. Post get better in the offseason. Hopefully, Steph Curry come back a little more healthy and not run him into the ground, Steve Kerr. And we'll be all right next season. Hopefully, Post can play like a post player, and we'll be good.
Flea, thank you very much. It's a good call. It's an optimistic call, but I think that this is the byproduct of you're coming out of a dynasty, and when you lose the last 4 games of your season and you bow out in the second round, you're going to have a fan base that screams and yells that, like, oh my God, wholesale changes are necessary. And A, they're not possible. And B, I think everybody's forgetting how good the Warriors were down the stretch. And the idea that Steph was overworked, in theory, should be mitigated by the fact that Butler's now here for the whole year. Like, they had to go into playoff mode in February March, and April.
Yep.
And now, in theory, maybe they won't have to do that.
Who would you rather be right now in this moment, the Warriors or the Celtics? Because the Celtics are making a clear-cut signal that not that they're going to tank, but they are shedding and shoring up and hoping that after 1 year, maybe they get a lucky draft pick and maybe they clear some space and they can try again in a year because they got rid of 2 of their top 4 players and they're in shed mode. And so who would you rather be right now?
Well, the Celtics are not going to the playoffs next year.
Right.
In the East.
Well, and they're hoping for a really, really good draft pick. It's going to be, Jaylen Brown and...
Jaylen Brown.
Right. Playing 1-on-5.
Yeah, that's it. And Derek White.
Yep.
Jaylen Brown and Derek White. That's the whole team. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're sponsored by Honda Vallejo. 888-957-9570 is the number. Are you feeling FOMO on the Warriors off season? How has the last 24 hours, because that's exactly what it's been, felt as a Warrior fan with them largely sitting this one out? 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
stand on it. Stand on what you say. Stand on what you do. Bay Area is Draymond Green, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Day. He going to be on the team.
Yeah.
He's going to be on the team.
And memo to fans out there, and I love you all, but stop trying to trade him. They're not shopping him. They're not looking to trade him. He's not on the move. He's not Darren Ruff. Draymond is not on the move. He going to be here, and you can lament and rue the contract like many of us do, but he's going to be here, and they are pot committed for 2 years with Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond.
You right. Got it.
Yeah, thank you. There are two Warriors who I think right now you can look at it and go, I don't know if they're on the team next year or not. Two. That's it. It's GP2 and Jonathan Kaminga. That's it. Everybody else is here. And there'll probably be a couple of new names, and they will not be, averaging 20 points a game next year or anything like that.
The only other one I would maybe throw in would be Moses Moody or Buddy Hield. Like, those are both tradable.
Right.
I mean, Butters, we don't want to see you go. But
you're talking about a pretty significant blockbuster trade. I feel.
Perhaps.
I know it's not. It's not Giannis. But if you're talking Jonathan Kaminga and Buddy Hield and Moses Moody,
one of the two
are going to Miami in exchange for wiggy or whatever. You're talking about blockbuster light. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I just.
I think that on the surface you are correct, and I don't think that the Warriors are going to be big players and big deals. But if I am another team and I'm looking at the Warriors and I'm looking at a possible sign and trade with an aggregation of a contract, I look at Buddy Hield and his deal. The dude makes peanuts. So if I'm another team out there, that is somewhat attractive to me.
Okay.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
We got a little something here that could provide some sort of light at the end of the tunnel on a Kaminga conversation.
Oh.
This is not Kaminga, but this is Kaminga adjacent.
Okay.
All right. Free agent shooter Duncan Robinson has agreed to a new 3-year, $48 million deal with the Detroit Pistons. Now, the fact that Duncan opted out of his contract with the Miami Heat did give the Heat some more space, and they are absolutely one of two teams we've been told to keep an eye on with regard to Jonathan Kaminga. So the fact that he both opted out and then left to go to a different team, does this leave Miami in a spot where they might be interested in a 3-year, $60 million deal for Kaminga, which could lead to some sort of a sign and trade? By the way, this does not mean Wiggins is coming back unless, again, it's the deal that you were just talking about, which is more players getting added in.
Right.
Again, I'm just spitballing here. This opens up that possibility, not likelihood, but that is an interesting maneuver that Duncan Robinson's no longer on the Heat.
By the way, really quick, just to add on, Shams has added that Detroit is trading Simone Fontecchio to Miami to acquire Duncan Robinson in what is going to officially be a sign and trade.
Sign and trade.
Between Detroit and Miami.
All right, so they're getting a player back for 50% on the dollar in that whole deal, and so not as much money opened up, but some money opened up.
Right, and Duncan was making 10, so I don't know what Fontecchio makes, but it's probably not that significant, and so it looks like Miami might still have some room, and again, if it's Wiggins who's making 28, then you would need to come close to 28 going out, which would be, if Kaminga gets 25, that's 12.5, and then you throw in Moses Moody, and that's get you to 24. That would be enough, but I don't know if Miami would look for that as the package that they would want.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know that, like we've all heard, that Miami is one of the potentially interested teams, and they have not taken on any money, and they've had some go out the door. So I would keep even more of an eye on the Miami Heat. And I'd also say, just as an NBA fan, 3 teams who I feel have won this summer so far, and again, this is all on paper, but the 3 teams...
It's one day in, yeah.
Yeah, but there was stuff happening before free agency. There were trades as well.
Oh, yeah.
The 3 teams that I think so far have won the offseason: Houston Rockets, Denver Nuggets, Detroit Pistons.
Yeah, no doubt.
Those are the ones.
Yeah, and for me, it's Denver lesser than the other two because
really,
yeah. I mean, you just went
nice off
and you love Cam Johnson, so you love Cam Johnson
and Hardaway. They got Hardaway today,
right? And so you get Porter Jr. out, and you bring in Hardaway Jr. and you bring in Cam Johnson. So yeah, you get younger with Johnson, and Hardaway's a veteran. So I do like the fact that Denver gets a little bit deeper, and the biggest problem that Denver had this past year was a lack of depth.
What's up, Grandy?
I agree with you. And Rockets and Nuggets, I think the Hawks have had an amazing offseason.
Well, the Hawks have had
Nickeil Alexander-Walker and Kristaps Porzingis.
They've had a splashy offseason. I'm not the hugest Kristaps Porzingis means you're about to win. And I also, the reason I bring up the Pistons more so than the Hawks, I'm a much bigger fan of their franchise player being someone you build around. I'd build around Cade Cunningham before Trae Young any day of the week. So part of it is not fair because I'm not just talking about the offseason. I'm sort of talking about the puzzle piece that was already in place around which you build. But I hear you. Hawks have, Hawks are on the board. Hawks are doing things, and people love it when you do things.
Well, yeah.
And they don't like it when you don't do things.
And here we are a day and 8 minutes into it, and all the Warriors have done is watch Kevon Looney go to New Orleans. So right now, a day and 8 minutes into it, the Warriors are worse off than they were a day ago.
The Warriors are worse off than they were a day ago? I don't know if I call it even.
So you're saying Kevon was nothing?
No, I'm not
Kevon's
saying he was
nothing.
No, Kevon was, my gosh, he's an icon in this town. But if you're asking me if in the current Warriors situation it made sense to give him $8 million a year, no, it did not.
Well, I'm not talking about salary versus other salary. I'm just talking about the team a day ago versus the team today.
There will be, to me, that's
where we sit right now.
They're not going to replace him with no one. I don't think that this team has room in this form because of Draymond Green. I don't think they've got a whole lot of room for centers who don't shoot. I think that's the way they've got to play this. It's like Draymond has to play the four, but you sort of have to pretend he's still your five. In other words, if your four don't shoot, then your five's got to shoot. And so that's why there's Quentin Post. That's why there's always been interest in Vucevic. That's why there's reported interest in Al Horford. They want a 7-footer to be able to shoot so that they can keep using Draymond Green as their four. That's my read.
And I don't know what other shooting five is out there other than Al Horford. And, reports are that L.A. is going to be interested in Horford as well. So if you're Al and you have your pick of the two different spots, if you choose L.A., then what do the Warriors do for that other shooting big? Because Quentin Post is an intriguing, nice, young, 7'1" guy who can shoot, but he's not a very good defender.
Not yet. Definitely not yet. Rich in Fremont. Hi, Rich. Thanks for the call.
Hey, guys, thanks. Listen, I'm just calling in, and what's up, Dibs? I'm just calling in because I want to defend Kaminga. I've been listening to people call in saying we should trade him, and, he hasn't worked out. It's like nobody's really looking at the full scale of what's going on with this guy. If I'm the front office, trading him is something I probably would have did in the first 2 seasons if I didn't like him. No, we let him stay here for 4 seasons. So now it's like, okay, the trade deadlines come, all these teams are making all these moves, and we got a piece right now who's acclimated to the system, and when he's on the floor, physically, he balls out. The only time he didn't ball out was when he got hurt. And it's like when he was able to play, what did we do? We sparingly played him. So it's like we didn't really get the most out of the guy, and he couldn't be a star because we didn't give him enough time to do it. So what are we going to do now? We're going to punish Kaminga because we made the decision not to put him out there as much as he wanted to? I don't think that's fair. I think Jonathan Kaminga is a great.
It's not a punishment, Rich. Why would it be? And trading him earlier, the only reason the Warriors understand that until now, Jonathan Kaminga has been making about $7 million a year. If you had traded him 2 years ago, you wouldn't have gotten bupkis back. It's the contract that to me it didn't make any sense to trade him before. And you also mentioned he's acclimated to the system. I think the Warriors might disagree with you there. I think that's kind of the problem, is they don't feel he's acclimated to the system. So everyone loves to say when he gets a chance, he balls out. I keep reminding people, I know it's unfair, but I do like this thought process. Remind yourself, Oh, he came in against Minnesota and he balled out. And their record was?
No, 0-4.
Yeah. The Warriors are concerned about whether or not him balling out has anything to do with winning. Winning. Jordan Poole balls out. Does it win in the NBA? When Jimmy Butler came over, it started to win. To me, that's our rub. That's our rub. And I'm well aware that we're never going to get to the end of the we're never going to get to the center of the Tootsie Roll Pop on this one. How many licks does it take? Infinity.
Thousands, yeah.
All right. Guess more people want to weigh in.
Not 6, not 7.
888-957-9570. Also, Bob Melvin's extension. It's not really an extension. His option has been picked up for next year. Dibs and I both find the timing interesting. We'll get to that. We'd love to hear your reaction on that. Kyle Glazer of MLB is going to join us in about an hour. We're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. And this is Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Social media is fun.
What's going on over there?
Feliciano. Steph wasn't hurt. Fake injuries are what's best for the league. Halliburton, fake injury, Game 7. Yeah, okay. Jesus Christ is king. Professional sports are all fake.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Shout out JC.
I got another one. The Warriors have not done a single move. This is so embarrassing. But then again, you cannot expect much from Joe Lacob.
Right? Yeah. I've set the bar pretty low for Joe. Let me think.
One of the worst owners of sports, Joe Lacob.
Before he got here, they won a title in 75, and then they went to the playoffs about 4 times until he bought it, and they've won 4 titles. So, yeah, don't expect much out of Joe.
Yeah.
And what has he done with his WNBA team?
Seriously.
The Valkyries.
I mean, all he's done is buy 2 teams, and in less than a decade, they are the most expensive 2 basketball teams in their respective leagues on planet Earth.
And cash me out on the Valkyries win total. They've already hit it.
Oh, yeah.
With 25 games to go.
Cash me out
It was at 8.5, and I think they're, were they 9 and 8?
Some got it at 7.5.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
I waited.
9 and 7?
Something like
I
that.
think they're 9 and 7. Let me pull up my WNBA standings right now. Yeah, the Valkyries.
Just call your son. He'll let you know.
Yeah, they're 9 and 7 and currently in the 6th hole in the WNBA standings. In a league of, what, they got 14, right? Or is it 13?
15,
7,
and I
8,
think they're expanding
9,
to
10,
18.
11, 12, 13.
They just
13
announced it.
Yeah.
3 more teams coming in.
Yeah. So 9 and 7. But, oh, boy, that schedule's about the gauntlet. The gauntlet is coming. Although they get a nice break. They don't play till Saturday. You get the whole week off. I don't know what that's about. But, yeah, they get the whole week off. At Minnesota, at Atlanta, at Indiana, at Las Vegas, and then home for Phoenix, and then at Seattle. It's a gauntlet.
Yeah, it's tough.
Woo!
Yep.
Anyway. All right.
Yeah, Joe Lacob.
Joe Lacob. I mean, one of these days.
The jury's out, Mark.
Yeah, he'll get something right one of these times. Blind squirrel, not the whole deal. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. Hi, Doug. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm driving home after finishing a bicycle ride.
All right. Nice, Doug.
And I'm feeling pretty good. Are we in a good reception area? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear. Can't wait to hear what you got to say now. Let's go, Doug.
Okay. So, 2 things. Number one, off topic. As I said, I was on a bicycle ride, so I don't know if somebody's already mentioned this, but I must shout out to Bobby Bonilla's agent, manager. Well, he was a insurance salesman, I think, who arranged that contract. Today's the day he gets paid every year $1.9 million for another 10 years.
Correct.
Until he's 62. Unbelievable. I'd love to have that, even in today's inflated contract market. So shout out to Bobby Bonilla. And then the next thing I want to say is Jonathan Kaminga. I think that unless there is now a clear-cut free agent who is clearly better than him, I think that we actually must keep him. And I think that the Warriors actually know more than, we're wringing our hands about what to do. I think the Warriors probably have a little bit better finger on the pulse of what the league says he's worth than we know. So I'm not going to get too stressed out about it. Nobody is mistaking Mike Dunleavy for our previous general manager. But
now, why do you say that? Why do you say that, Doug?
Well, I just said I think he's doing the best he can with what he's got. I think that he's doing a more admirable job than people. Because Bob Myers, he's well respected. He was great, and there's a lot of comparisons. But I think that Dunleavy is doing okay.
Okay,
I think he's doing okay.
I get,
we need to give him,
there was something in there that sort of sounded like you thought Dunleavy was kind of disappointing when you said nobody's mistaken him for Bob Myers. I mean, it's only been a couple of seasons, but I don't know what Mike Dunleavy has done so far that's kind of like been disappointing or blown up in his face. Do you see anything?
I'm kind of with you, but you hear a lot, and you compare him to a guy that was there when 4 championships. I hear that a lot when I talk with my buddies, and you hear it a lot. It's alluded to on your station. So I'm just saying. I'm unusually. This is unusual, but I'm with you. I think we need to give him some more time, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, Doug, thanks. Hope the bike ride was great.
Yeah, I just look at like the headline of the Dunleavy era. For me, starts with a Jimmy Butler acquisition, and then you add in things like Quentin Post and Trace Jackson Davis, and then you can sprinkle in a little bit of a Klay Thompson sign and trade, which begot players that begot other things, and he's been able to shuffle the deck chairs to where you wind up with second-round picks that actually have stuck and stayed, and they're a part of what you're trying to do, and you added Jimmy Butler for all those pieces you brought in. All those pieces went back out, and it's kind of turned into Jimmy Butler.
Don't forget Podziemski either. Yep. I mean, like, I know that some people still have, a jury's still out, kind of a feel on Brandon Podziemski, but that is a somewhat late first-round pick that I would argue so far has been pretty good. And I'd like to tie the last offseason to the Jimmy Butler trade. Like, don't forget this. Remember where we were exactly a year ago. Who were the Warriors going after, and what did they want to do? What were all of our shows about this time last year? Plays for the Utah Jazz. Yep. His name is Lauri Markkanen.
That's right.
And the Warriors went after Lauri Markkanen. And I think that if you want to criticize Dunleavy, I give you the thing you can criticize him for, but it didn't actually happen. But he tried to make it happen. The Warriors tried to get Paul George, and the Clippers wouldn't play nice, and so they didn't get Paul George. And you can criticize Mike for that if you want, because that would have been a horrible move, in my opinion. I don't think that would have worked out, but he didn't do it. So they went for a big name, and when they couldn't get the big name, they instead started to gather short-term contracts that they knew might be able to be a part of a financial deal at the deadline. It was like, all right, if we're not going to get a big name now, let's be ready to get a big name in February. And then they did. They packaged with Andrew Wiggins a bunch of those one-year deals that he signed, and they were able to turn those into Jimmy Butler, who then came here and they won a bunch of basketball games. Pretty good move by a GM.
Right.
It's a pretty good move.
Sometimes the moves you don't make or can't make are the best moves you possibly can go through, and the Paul George is a great example, and even the Lauri Markkanen, where Danny Ainge was asking too much, and so that didn't happen, and Paul George didn't happen, and even Kevin Durant. Yep. He tried to package Jonathan Kaminga and a bunch of other stuff to get KD at the deadline, and KD said, nah, I'm good, and so you had to pivot to Jimmy Butler, who it turns out is probably a better fit he was last year, and now for the next 2 years, it's probably a better short-term fit as well. So sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, but I do think that Mike Dunleavy's gone about doing this in the only way that they can, which is you've got Steph, the highest paid player in the game. You've got Draymond on a contract that he didn't necessarily sign. He was a part of the team, but I think that was still Bob Myers and Joe Lacob. And so now you're trying to figure out how to build around the edges, and he's doing the best he can. And now he's faced with a big week this week on what to do with Kaminga.
I think Mike Dunleavy's done a wonderful job so far. Obviously, you haven't had sort of the landmark stuff. I just don't think you've had any huge misses either. I don't think there's been any huge blunders. And so to say that, like, he's not on Bob Myers' plane, okay, I get that. Like, he oversaw championships, but he also oversaw a bunch of high-level draft picks that people now don't like. You know what I mean? James Wiseman, for starters. So, anyway, GPD in Oakland is next up. Hey, GPD.
This is James Wiseman.
Thanks, James. What up, GPD?
Hey, what's up, James? What's up, baby? How's y'all doing, man?
Hey,
man. Grandma Daddy?
That's right. We're doing it.
So, I just want to say, people, why are people so emotional? It's business. Let me say this. I want to say something about Kaminga. Good kid. Hey, he's a baller. He just don't rebound. He just don't do everything he's supposed to do. That dude sat there with some of the greatest minds in basketball for, 4 years, 3 years, 4 years. And what did he learn? He learned how to shoot more, shoot better, and that's it. So here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing. All you people listening need to listen to this. It's business, baby. Let me tell you what happened. Over the weekend, I took my daughter to the first gymnastics class. She did great. And guess why? Because she listened to the instructor. She listened to her teacher. She's 5 years old. Bruh, how old you are? You can't even. And she's getting better by the day. I mean, it's only been 1 day, but she got better in 1 day. Listen to your teachers. Don't think that you're all that in the bag. It's just plus tax. Yeah, everybody wants to be a star. But there's more to being a star than just shooting the ball and balling out. So here it is. I think that the Warriors actually will be better. You know why? Because they already got their big guy. They got Jimmy Butler. Yeah, everybody said, oh, look what happened, blah, 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 blah. But look what's going to happen next year. Quentin Post is going to get better. TJD is going to be better. Jimmy Butler, they're going to come together, and they're going to actually come together better. And they're going to be balling. I got confidence in the fact that now that they got Jimmy Butler, he's going to get in from the beginning. Boy, I think they're going to be balling. I really do, guys. And people need to stop this with Kaminga about it ain't fair. Well, it ain't fair when my boss fired me when I wasn't doing my job right. Dibs, if you guys don't do your job right, what's going to happen to you?
It's too soon, Grandpa Daddy. It's too soon. And it's already happened by this very company, this very station. But you're not wrong, and I appreciate the call, Grandpa Daddy.
Thanks, GPD.
I hesitate to look at guys who were your 9th, 10th, and 11th men last year and think they're going to get better, and that's going to be the difference. Now, is Quentin going to get better? I hope so. And Guy and TJD, are they all going to get better as younger players? Well, they better get better because that's your job as a pro basketball player. But to think that that is going to be the elixir or the cure for what ails you, that's where I kind of pump the brakes a little bit.
I don't disagree with you, but I guess my question back to you is, do the Warriors need to be fixed?
Well, yeah.
Quote, what ails you? What ails them?
Well, the biggest ailment, I think, is age and depth.
Okay, well, look, the age thing is what it is.
Correct.
There was nothing that was going to happen in July to change that.
Right, but I do look at your depth, and Kevon is gone, and it looks like GP2 is also going to be gone, and I know that he fought ailments and injury throughout the year. Kevon was mostly healthy and there for you, but as you look now at your depth and you look beyond your starting five, and I don't even know who your starting five would be on this day, July 1st, but you look at your second five and you're looking at guys like Quentin Post in the second year and Guy Santos and TJD who didn't play a lot, and so you've got Buttard who's down there as well.
There are going to be new players coming.
I understand.
They're coming.
As we sit here, it looks to me like the things that concern me are age, which you can't really fix. You're pot committed on that. And your depth, which I'm not totally sold on these players being able to step up.
I understand that. I get that. I do think that, again, we do forget that the Warriors were good. They were good. So, you know what I mean? Like, were they good enough? No. Were they healthy enough? No. Does that mean that that's going to happen exactly that way this year? No, it could. That's an omnipresent threat. No question about it. But, put it this way. This is not a perfect comp, but it's not an imperfect one either. The Minnesota Timberwolves, what have they done this offseason? What have they done?
Well, they pretty much are running it back.
Kind of. They brought back, they've re-signed two of their big names, and one key contributor is gone. Walker Alexander is gone. All right? So, have they cured what ails them? Because they fell short. Or could we say, well, but they're really good? Except for in the same breath, the Warriors were up 1-0 on them, and a lot of people I know think that they would have beat them if Steph hadn't gotten hurt.
Yeah, that's a hypothetical.
Yeah, of course
and you
it
can
is.
think whatever you want to think.
Of course it is. All of these things are.
Like would the Niners have beaten Philadelphia if Brock Purdy's arm didn't fall off? I don't believe so.
And that's
Some
fine.
do.
But the larger question is if you don't win at all, does that mean something ails you? Or did it just not land your way this time? I really think that that's a question, and you can answer it however you want, but every Warrior fan should ask themselves, is there something actually like just glaringly wrong with the Warriors?
Nothing's glaringly wrong with you, but
so.
I don't think that you could look at it and say, oh, that's a championship team. And I look around the Western Conference and I see other teams that have already gotten better than you. And, you weren't lucky to beat Houston, but Houston is already better now than they were when you beat them 2 months ago.
In theory,
on paper.
But they got older, therefore their injury risk goes up too.
They got older. Şengün is now 24 instead of 23. I get that.
Their star is what, 36?
Right.
Kevin Durant. That's going to be their leading scorer.
Yes, but they've got a much deeper and younger team. So I don't think you look at Houston and think, catch my breath, they're old. Fred VanVleet's like 32, and he's your sixth best player.
No, but if Kevin Durant gets hurt on that team going into the playoffs next year, they're not a threat, in my opinion.
Right, and same thing with Steph Curry. As you said, and he's going to be 37.
Absolutely.
He's going to be even older.
Same thing with Anthony Edwards.
And same thing with Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. So if you want to play the age game, like you've got older guys more likely to get hurt, and we talked about Achilles injuries, and the majority of those guys were older guys who hurt their Achilles, and so that's what you're looking down the gauntlet of as an older team.
And that is omnipresent, and we knew that already. I guess my point is the journey still needs to unfold. So we'll sit here today and go, well, that's not a championship roster, except for 6 weeks ago, a lot of people were like, I think they got a puncher's chance. And now it's like, but now you have to make wholesale changes. Why? And by the way, you can't. You can't.
Well, why is a different question than the answer of you can't. Because, yes, you can't. And why would be because you need to be better. You weren't good enough to get by Minnesota. Yeah, Steph got hurt, sure. You weren't good enough to get by OKC, in my opinion. We'll never know because they didn't get a chance to play him. And then the NBA Finals, who knows? You wound up with 5 wins instead of 16.
Yeah,
it's not like you won 13.
I didn't think they were going to win, but they definitely were one of the, 6 or 7 classiest teams in the NBA. Like, they were definitely one of the teams that I was like, right, the playoffs started, they were one of the top 5 in odds. They were one of the teams where
they
you
were
were
one
like,
of the last 8 playing.
Yeah.
That to me is more important than the odds. Because the odds are always going to be skewed toward a team that draws the most action.
Maybe, but they were in the last 8 and had a leg up to be last 4 until Steph got hurt. Again, I'm not sitting here telling you they were going to win it. I never thought they would. But I can also look at them and go, yeah, they're in the mix. That's a pretty good basketball team. And then we pop out the other side with one hamstring injury, and I keep hearing people want wholesale changes. I'm not saying you don't tweak it, get better, but wholesale changes was never part of the ingredients.
You can't make wholesale changes unless you want to go full Boston and take 2 of your top 4 highest paid guys and ship them out for less.
I wouldn't want to even if they could.
Well, they're not going to.
Yeah.
So I don't even know what we're talking about. We're talking about them getting better on the margins. And if Draymond and Steph and Jimmy Butler are your top 3 players, how do you get players 4 through 10 to be better than they were last year? That, for me, is what the job is right now.
Absolutely.
And if that means Kaminga comes back and he plays better and he plays a bigger role, that would be ideal. But I don't know if that is really on his mind or their mind, because it feels to me like that relationship is not in a place where he could come back and play for whatever they'll pay him and fit in the way that they want him to fit in.
888-957-957. Let's go to Chris in Half Moon Bay. Hi, Chris. What's going on?
Hey, fellas. Okay. Here's my take. I know you guys got a different take. I just heard your take on that, but it's championship or bust. We have a 2-year window. 2-year where Steph's going to be at championship level. 2-year window, championship or bust. That means I don't care about 3 years from now or 5 years from now or 10 years from now what the team looks like, who's on it. It's 2 years right now, and that means all in, and that means Giannis. And I know, like, it can't be done. It's contracts and stuff. If you're the Lakers, you figure out a way to do it. The Lakers have always figured out a way to do it. Creativity with draft picks. And, yeah, Kaminga's gone. If you want a guy that's going to score 23 on a mid-level playoff team and then, disappear in the playoffs when it's crunch time to hit that three-pointer to win the game, okay, keep the roster you've got. They weren't going to win last year, although it was fun, and they're not going to win next year without a big change. So package up some guys, clear some cap space, get rid of draft picks for the next 10 years because you got 2 years. 2 years with Steph. Yeah. Let's get rings. I know you guys went through it. I went through the 80s, 90s, and aughts with this team. If we got a chance for a ring now, this year, next year, get it, because you never know when that chance going to come again.
Well, first of all, I can promise you with your idea, I can promise you it will never come again over the next 20 years, and that's fine. I'm not even going to call you crazy, Chris. What I'm going to say to you, though, is that what you're saying sort of sounds like a campaign promise. In other words, boy, does it sound great. All in. Push everything in the middle. I don't care about anything after the next 2 years. That sounds wonderful, but I literally want to know, based on CBA rules, how you even consider getting this done. And I know that the Windhorsts of the world and whatnot have been on TV in the past going like, is there a path to a Giannis deal? In theory, it's like legal. You could do it. I do want you to understand, just as a baseline so we don't get too complex, if the Warriors were to go get Giannis, it doesn't mean package some guys and some picks. It means your team would be Steph, Giannis, Butler, and nothing but minimum salaries. Like literally junk. That would be your team. Do you actually think that team would win?
Okay, well, I'm not fully on board with your assessment of that. There'll be some other players there.
No, Chris, I'm telling you, CBA rules. Like, we've done the math. I'm telling you, you're renouncing rights to players. You're sending everyone to Milwaukee and minimum salaries. That is it.
Well, okay, guys, I'm telling you that we need to get longer and more athletic in the low post area. And if we don't do that, we'll make the playoffs next year. We're not winning rings the next 2 years, and that's the end of the Steph era. And I'd just like to see a push in. And I hate to say it because you guys are going to flip out. Yeah, that means Jimmy's on the table. And I love him, and he's done great. But if that's what it takes.
Yeah, and he's not tradable till August. So, Chris, thanks. Again, I don't want to get, I understand. I don't want to get into all of the rules and the machinations and all of this stuff. What you said there at the end, I'm fine with. If you think the Warriors need to get longer and more athletic, I agree with you. Giannis is not the answer to that. It's just not feasible. Well, it's not doable.
You could trade Jimmy for him straight up. They make the exact same amount of money, and you could package 4 first-round picks and 3 pick swaps, and you could do it if Milwaukee was ready to punt on that, and it could be Steph and Giannis and Draymond and all the rest of your squad. Does that mean that you're going to go out there and be a title team? No. I personally don't think so. Yeah. And then in 2 years, when those guys are all gone, you're left with no picks and pretty much no players and no hope. And they're not going to do that.
And again, Jimmy, not even tradable yet. So you couldn't even get into that conversation right now. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Kyle Glazer of MLB is a half hour away. Yeah, Grandy, what do you got on the Giants?
Really quick, the Giants made a roster move a little bit ago. Christian Koss, who came up lame on that home run /double/out in the 8th inning last night.
The hell.
He has been placed on the 10-day injured list with a left hamstring strain. Luis Matos, outfielder, has been recalled from AAA Sacramento. And we have a Giants lineup. Third baseman tonight without Christian Koss, without Matt Chapman, without Casey Schmidt. It is Wilmer Flores.
Wow.
Rafi Devers is still DHing. Dominic Smith is at first.
Wilmer Flores.
So that's how we feel about Rafael Devers at third?
It's already been completely like they've showed their hand.
You'd rather put a stiff, we'd rather have you DH Wilmer Flores at third?
I'm not agreeing.
My God.
I'm not saying agreement. I'm just telling you every move they've made so far has screamed no matter what, we're not putting him at third base.
Okay.
And last thing, Jung Huli, a day off today against Zach Allen.
Finally.
Sounds great. Make it 2.
Wow.
No, anyway. You know what? Bob Melvin had his option picked up. I would love to get a big heap and ton of stuff off my chest about last night. And now we can talk a little bit about third base, too. Wilmer Flores, who can't move. How many times are the Diamondbacks bunting tonight? I'll put the over-under at 11.5.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
All right, let's talk about this next on Willard and Dibs.
It's a high towering drive. It is out of here. And this game is tied.
Wait a minute. Wait, we're reviewing some things, apparently. Hold up.
After review, the call on the field is overturned. There was no interference. However, during the review, it was ruled that the ball would not have left the ballpark. The batter runner is awarded second base.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
I hate it. I've always hated it, and you know this, Mark. You know this about me. We're going to get the calls right. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. I hate it.
I'm so mad at baseball. I don't like being mad.
I'm mad at replay.
I just don't. But all of it.
I'm mad at
all of it.
Brankin. I'm mad at his index finger twirling in the air. I'm mad at umpires who waddle over to put headsets on. I'm mad at NFL officials who peer into monitors. I'm mad at all of it.
Yeah, I hear you.
Because you don't get it right. And yesterday was just like, we keep thinking about how many different ways the Giants can lose games. And this one was, yes, it was their fault because then they imploded as they have of late, but that's a home run.
Of course it's a home run.
It's a home run.
Of course it's a home run.
The one thing it's not is an out.
I just
freaking idiots.
It's also not a double.
But it's
not a double.
Like of the three outcomes,
it's the first double in the history of ever that a fan caught the ball on the fly on the other side of the fence, and somebody went, "It's a double." That's never happened. Somebody explain to me when that's ever happened in the history of the game ever. I came out of this thing mad at 5 different things. Literally, replay is one of them. Secondly, why do you have a situation where fans can reach onto the field? Why is that a thing?
Right.
Why is that a thing? That shouldn't be a thing. That should not, there's no other sport in the world where they're like, all right, buy a ticket and you too can be a part of the game. Just come on the field. Let's start reaching for pucks in hockey, or let's start tripping players in the NBA. What on earth? Pods actually is part of WNBA games, but anyway, why is that a thing? Why, baseball umpires, are we not allowed to talk to you? When you keep messing up, I'm walking to work on a daily basis with nothing but advertisements with pictures of fake people who apparently are going to replace all of the jobs in the next 10 to 20 years. And people are terrified of this, but we won't replace umpires, or we won't even question them. We won't even talk to them. We have all the technology in the world and seemingly cannot figure out how to utilize it. Somewhere along the road, every time there's a baseball game, I end up mad at baseball, and that also does not give a waiver to the Giants, who somehow allowed them to come out of the replay situation, announce this thing, as you just heard Grandy play, and the camera immediately goes to Bob Melvin, and Melvin's like, all right, Cost is at second. We need a pinch runner.
Right.
What?
Cost is at second. We need a pinch runner because he got hurt before he got into his trot, almost out of the box.
Out of the box.
Yeah.
Right out of the box.
Out of the box. He's hurt. And it's the fact that I am heartbroken over the loss of Christian Koss, no disrespect to him, but he had become their most surefire hitter. Not the guy making 9 figures, not the other guy making 9 figures, not the guy you gave a 6-year deal to in center field who was supposed to be a better hitter. Chris Koss has made me heartbroken. He's made me slump, because he's going to be out. So that feeling in and of itself, Mark, had me Koss needs to get pinch run for, and you could tell right away, that's going to probably cost him a week or more, and now he's on the 10-day.
On the IL.
And I'm thinking, they're going to be without Koss? And I heard myself say that to myself, and I'm like, listen to what you're saying inside your own head. You're devastated that Christian Koss is going to be out? Is that where we are as an offense?
A week and a half ago, I was begging them to send him back down.
Yep.
And now...
all he does is hit line drives and home runs that are doubles.
And he's the only person in the world who can play third base, apparently.
Well...
but now Wilmer Flores is playing third base, and oh, by the way, Buster Posey did just get... he's talking to the media in Arizona. He was just quoted and said, yes, Rafi Devers is now an option. We're going to have Rafi Devers as an option to play third base, because I didn't even think about this. If they're playing Wilmer at third base tonight, they're not playing him there 2 nights in a row. They won't do that. They got a day game on Thursday. They're not doing that. They're not putting Wilmer over there to play every night. He has no knees. They're going to have to play Rafi Devers over there, which completely interrupts all the work he's been trying to do to get ready to go play first base. Now he's going to go back to playing third base. And so the Giants now will flip-flop back and forth between 2 guys who have played third base before but aren't really very good at it. And so that's what we got until Chapman gets back, which is probably only a week. So, like, in theory, this will go away quickly. But, yeah, that's what we got. I mean, it's unbelievable right now. The Giants game starts, and it's not like, I know the thing you keep saying, we got to find new ways to lose. That's not it. It's find new ways to tick the fans off. They go hand in hand. On a nightly basis. Well, no, it's not just the losses. It's the way they're happening. And then the things that are also happening around them. I don't want this to sound like complaining about umps, because the Giants get breaks that go their direction too. It happened in the Red Sox series. I'm not complaining that the umps have taken something from the Giants. I just can't stand the umps, no matter what the hell they're calling. The league seems to consistently have this ability to not be in touch with its fans, to not connect with its fans, to not understand what the hell's going on around it. And it's literally what's causing this slow death of the league. You can't do stuff like this. And then, by the way, we didn't even mention that video seems to be showing that this dude just has seats out there in the front row of the left field, and he does this twice a year. There's video of him. He took a home run from Joey Bart a couple years ago.
No.
Yes.
As a Pirate or as a Giant?
As a Giant.
Oh, no.
This guy.
The same guy.
It's the same guy.
Thank you.
He's done this like 5 times, and it has consistently led to
Antioch train.
Ground rule doubles and confusion, and he gets kicked out every time, but he's back tomorrow. He'll probably be there tonight.
Yeah. I mean,
what are you all doing? What are we doing?
That's right. What are we doing? We've created Lord. In almost every ballpark and almost every outfield home run fence, we have this exact same thing. I know it's not every park, and I'm thinking about Wrigley, where you've got the beautiful ivy, you've got about a 2-foot chain link fence, and then you've got a little bit of a buffer. So if you're a fan and you really want to get out and up and over, that's going to be a stretch. You're going to have somebody hold your feet.
Yeah, you can't.
It's a long way for you to go.
Dude, you'll get so hurt. Yeah.
Right. And even like at the Monster, if you have seats on top of the Green Monster,
that's terrifying.
Yeah, go ahead. Good luck.
That's death. Yeah.
That is death. So every park has its own nuance, and the whole yellow line becomes so nebulous. But last night, even like beyond the umps huddling and calling it out, I'm watching the game with my wife. We had just put the baby down, and I'm like, the one thing that's not isn't out. And I'm starting to rant and rave, and she's looking up from her phone like, what's wrong with you? Because she's into the Giants, but less and less so now with each passing day. She watches it with me, and she's like, she's saying things like,
good for her.
She's mad.
She doesn't want to be stressed out
they
every
stink.
night. Yeah.
This is disgusting, and the rest of it. And so I'm like, the one thing that isn't out. Like, if you want to call it a double, you're wrong. But I could see you calling it a double. You're wrong. The one thing you can't say is that's an out. Literally, he didn't catch the ball.
I mean.
So I'm with you. It's replay. It's the damn yellow line instead of a real home run fence. And I can't help but think about our company softball game where Guru hit a home run. And, there was a fence, but, the fence was not like, hey, it's over the fence and it's down the street. It was over the fence, but I could see an umpire saying, oh, that's snuck under the fence.
I mean,
shut up.
I know. Quite frankly, how the hell if you're all old enough to remember the Steve Bartman situation in Chicago with Moise Alou, you're old enough. You know what I'm talking about, right, Grandy?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
He does, but I don't think he's old enough to have watched it.
Well, whatever.
I don't remember watching it live, no.
As long as you know what happened there, how the hell did that not become the last day ever that a fan can reach onto the field? That should have been the last time in the history of baseball that can ever happen. And everybody just went, oh, that's a cute story there. Now this guy, like the Cubs, are going to get knocked out of the playoffs, and this guy can never leave his house for the rest of his life. I think he lives in, I don't know, Kentucky or something now, or hell, maybe in Europe. I mean, maybe he's in Turkey. Like, literally, the guy could not leave his house.
They actually brought him back a couple years ago.
Yeah, because it's finally calmed down.
Right.
After a decade and a half.
The other one is the Jeffrey Mayer incident.
Yes, in New York.
1996, Jeter hits a ball, and this 12-year-old fan blatantly reaches over. And again, the umpires, that's a home run. No, it's not. The kid is like literally stretched out over Tony Tarasco, and it's a home run. So, yes, like, I don't know why it is so hard to fix. It's really not. Just go ahead and move people back. Yep. You still will have a great seat.
Well, and the bottom line is you'll never convince me that baseball, like managers, how are they? They're sitting on the field level and off to the side. So the fact that, for instance, Bob Melvin comes out, and I want to talk to this about everybody because there is some developing news with regard to not just the fact that his option was picked up, but why. Buster Posey has explained himself because your thought on timing and my thought on timing we're kind of proven right by what Buster just said. We'll let you know here in a second. But Bob Melvin comes out and gets thrown out while all of us are at commercial because Elliot Ramos is called out on strikes on a ball that was clearly 2 inches outside. Okay, fine. It's 2 inches outside. That happens 8 times a game, first and foremost. That happens every night.
Yep.
So why'd you go get thrown out? And how is it that you, sitting in a dugout off to the side, are so flippin' confident that ball wasn't in the strike zone? How do you know that? Well, that's because there's analytics people. That's because there are cameras. That's because there is information being passed along to the coaches on the spot. And therefore, I am of the belief that they're being told that was outside. We saw it in the box. It's outside. So now Melvin goes out to protect his guy and scream and yell about that. Well, too late. Too late. That's something that is going to happen in every baseball game until we have robo-umps and until balls and strikes in the box are reviewable. But the fact that you sat there so calmly when a game-tying home run in the 8th inning was ruled as a concocted double is wild to me. That is your opportunity to make that play a story. It's your opportunity to make it fixable, to get everybody in the nation talking about that play. It's almost your obligation. You have got to get out on the field and lose your mind. And it's not to flip the spread and inspire your team. It's to show baseball and the umpires up for stuff that just flat out can't happen anymore. We cannot have balls getting hit out into the stands, having fans catching them on the fly, and then having umpires decide that that's a double in a one-run game in the 8th inning. We can't do this. This is a no from me, dog. You cannot have that be a part of your game. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You're in New York staring at angles, trying to figure out what a ball would have done if Bob in Section 317 didn't get in the way. Are you kidding me? There's way too much on the line for this. We can't. You can't do this.
Especially when you're in this spot, in this situation where you are desperate for a victory. You're coming off a 1-5 stretch against 2 of the worst teams in baseball, and now here you are, division rival. And if Arizona sweeps you, you are now in 4th in the West, where, 3 weeks ago, you were right behind the Dodgers. You were knocking on their door, and they probably wouldn't have answered your knock, but at least you were threatening. And now you go to Arizona and you have this happen. And I'm looking at the umpire scorecard for the game. I don't know if you follow ump scorecards on Twitter.
Oh.
It's a great account, and what they do is they give you the accuracy of an umpire, and the real good metric is the overall favor. And in this game, Arizona got a .94 runs favored their way, which is a pretty big number. Now, the accuracy
plus it's also inaccurate. They got a 1.94 runs favor because
this is just the strike zone.
I know, exactly.
Well,
I'd like to add in the home run they took away.
They highlight the 3 most impactful missed calls in the strike zone, and the most impactful was the Millard Ramos strike 3.
The one that Melvin got
was
thrown out.
about 2 inches inside, according to this graphic. But it's a good follow on X if you're interested in just seeing, like, if you feel like your team got screwed or your team got a favorable strike zone, this is a good way to look at it, and you get a good idea.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Okay, Bob Melvin had his option for 2026 picked up earlier this afternoon. What was the first thing that you said about the timing of this?
My thought was that this was Buster Posey saying to the team, it's not Bob, it's you. And I think it's the same signal he said to the fan base, like, all you fans who are getting ready to light the torch and find your pitchfork and come for Pat and Bob, it's not Pat and Bob. It might be Pat, stay tuned, but it's not Bob Melvin. It's the players. That's what I thought when I saw the news.
Okay, and I had a similar but a little bit of a different take, which was, okay, you're halfway through the year, and you have some frustrating things happening in the standings, and Buster, the timing of it suggests we're not going to let the masses start talking about Bob Melvin's job status if this goes south. If we miss the playoffs, are we going to get into July and August and have everybody going, fire Melvin, don't re-sign him, all this? Buster doesn't want that sound. So for me, that was the timing. Halfway point, don't let him be a lame duck, pick this thing up. Well, I would blend basically what you said and what I said, and if it had a baby together, it's what Buster said. So here's the quote.
Our 2 takes had a baby.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Here's the quote. Sometimes when you're going through a rough patch, there's a tendency to want to point the finger at the coaches. And if anybody deserves any blame from the top, it should be me. It shouldn't be on our manager or coaching staff. I'm the one who sets the roster. So I felt like with all those things considered, this was a good time for me to show my belief in Bob and his coaching staff. End quote. You don't usually get this, by the way.
No.
Buster is admitting that timing of the losing streak was absolutely a part of doing this now with regard to Bob Melvin. And then obviously he's also jumping out in front of all the bullets and saying, get mad at me, because he knows he's Buster Posey and he just traded for Rafi Devers, so he's untouchable.
So let me just say this with tongue so firmly in cheek, you might need surgery to remove it. Buster's got to go. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, seriously, Buster, you're going to go ahead and step in front of the angry mob. And so the angry mob rolls up to Oracle Park, and we are mad. This team is falling apart and all the rest of it. And out comes old number 28, and he's got his shin guards on for old time's sake, and he's got the chest protector, and he's got his mask in his hands. Guys, I'm sorry. This is all on me. All right, angry mob, let's go home. What are we going to do to Buster, right?
He just gave Bob Melvin a big Buster hug. That's basically what he did. And there's also a line in here that if I'm Logan Webb, and Logan's been great, but he's one of the leaders. If I'm Willie Adames, if I'm Rafi Devers, I'm going to hear that line, and I'm going to take it personally, and I think that's exactly what Buster wants to do. It's not on the manager. It's not on the coaches. But then he doesn't do like what Bob Brenly did on the roast yesterday and go, this is on the players. You and I said it too.
Sure.
He didn't say this is on the players. He goes, this is on me. But what's the very next sentence out of his mouth? I'm the one who sets the roster, which is his passive-aggressive way of saying it's the roster. It's not the coach. It's not the manager. It's the roster. I put this roster in place, and right now this roster is disappointing us. So in a way, he's like, put the blame on me, but he's not. He's putting the blame on the players. The players will read this. They will hear this. They are the roster. And he's absolutely right. He's 100% right. As annoying as baseball it's process, it's umpires, it's review. As annoying as all of this is, it does not allow the Giants roster to escape the way that they continue to play baseball. Devers 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts last night.
4, the golden sombrero. And Jung Huli, who will sit today and collect his thoughts and hopefully, maybe he'll take some dry swings. I don't know what kind of swings he's going to take, but
swings. It's wet swings in there.
When you're Jung Huli, all swings are dry swings, unfortunately. That and the pitches he's been chasing, maybe he can just watch a horror movie, which would be his June at-bats, because he's taking bad cuts at bad pitches, and he's not the same player that he was in April. So you're right, Mark, and you look up and down the roster, and you feel for Logan last night where he pitched another Logan Webb kind of game. Damn good, damn solid, a keep you in it kind of a ball game, and then he walks off the mound when he finally gets taken out, and maybe Bob left him in a little too long. He got over 100 pitches, and he was starting to get a little wobbly, and he gives up the second run, and he's walking off the mound, and all I could think about was, this poor guy, I mean, he got caned. He's going to get caned again. Gives up 2 runs, and you're going to lose. And that's the way that goes.
Well, the Giants tied it up at 2, and they went with him. They put him back out there. Yes, he was. I don't think he was in the game anymore when it scored, but he was credited
responsible,
with responsible for the third run. But no, he pitched great. He's an all-star. Logan Webb's an all-star, and can't get to anywhere near 10 wins in time for the All-Star game. By the way, with the information that you do know, or have you already looked at it? Have you looked at the lineup?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I looked at it because when I heard that Wilmer's playing third and there's no Jung Huli, I was starting to think about, it's a who's a who?
Well, I thought, my mind went to, with Matos coming back, I'm like, I bet Yaz is in center and Matos is in right. But no, Yaz is still in right. Matos is not in the lineup. And in center field is a guy who, I'll be real, I forgot that he was still on the roster.
Oh.
Daniel Johnson. Daniel Johnson will be in center field tonight. And then the infield is going to be Wilmer at third base, prayers up. Willie Adames at short, Tyler Fitzgerald at second, and Dominic Smith back in the lineup at first. Rafi Devers will again be the DH. Hayden Birdsong will be on the mound, and hopefully they'll have him dot the third hitter in the game, because we just can't have this anymore. This losing and all this carrying on. Let's throw at somebody, and that'll make it better.
You don't necessarily have to throw at somebody, but it would be nice if you showed a little fire and maybe you shake something up. And I can't help but think about the Will Clark slide into second base against the Cardinals when he famously went all the way through Ozzie, and I think Jose Akendo was on the scene.
Well, that's who hit him in the head.
Well, they both took umbrage with the slide, and next thing you know, the pride of Mississippi's out there throwing hands. I'm not saying you get to that level, but can we shake somebody up here a little bit?
Yeah.
I don't know, Grandy. Yeah. I mean, show some fire here tonight.
The Diamondbacks have shaken things up a little bit because they have announced the fan who interfered last night and has a history of doing it has been banned from Chase Field, but only for the rest of the season.
Wow.
So he'll be back and he'll do it again next year, like he's done each of the last 3 years.
Okay, so they are confirming what social media tracked last night, that this is the same dude.
I don't know if they've officially confirmed that, but...
Okay. This guy has done this no less than 5 times. And what they came up with was, you need to sit out the second half of 2025.
So you're basically looking at maybe 40 games, which, if that's how many home games they have left, I don't know the exact number, but we're about halfway through.
Baseball's unbelievable.
And I always wonder about these, bans. So do they have his face at every gate? What's to keep this dude from going, and sitting in a different seat?
And what's to keep this guy from getting a little Botox and a pair of shades and try and stop me? A haircut? Try and stop me. What
Botox, that's really, classic.
Right? You think that kind of facial recognition is going to keep me out of a ballpark?
More from the Diamondbacks.
I don't buy it.
By the way, on if he can return in 2026 and beyond, they said only if, quote, he meets certain terms and abides by our fan code of conduct.
How about this? I don't want to wait to see if he abides by it. Here's the deal. You're gone for at least the rest of this year. I more would have said next year also. And then when you come back, here's what you're allowed to do. Sit in the upper deck. You are never allowed in the bottom deck of this stadium ever again.
Well, just like 7th row or further back.
No, upper deck.
Well, he's already in the upper deck. He's above the fence in the outfield.
No, that's the whole point in Arizona is it's right there on the bottom. It's just like Oracle Park. The bleachers are that's the lower deck.
Right.
No, you're the upper deck with you. Up. He's got his own escalator. You know what that is?
Yeah, I do.
Anyway,
yeah.
All right. Well,
it's a relocation sensation is what it is.
I was going to go with escalation, but anyway.
I know.
We're sponsored by the San Francisco Police Officers Association. Pride is about love, community, respect, and looking out for one another. Celebrate safely. Use a rideshare or public transit. Have fun and celebrate with heart, but don't drink and drive. Brought to you by the San Francisco Police Officers Association. Kyle Glazer is with Foul Territory and MLB. We want to get to the bottom of a lot of this with him. He's phenomenal on baseball, really tapped in on not just the big leagues, the farm systems. He's going to join us coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's ask some questions. We're going to go to the River Islands guest line in just a minute for our friend Kyle Glazer, who is fantastic. Foul Territory TV, MLB. He's awesome. He's tapped in, dialed in. I do want to mention before we talk to him, Bob Nightingale did confirm this fan who's been banned for the rest of the year in Arizona, at least the fourth time that he has interfered with a ball in play. At least the fourth time that this has happened. So it's great that the Diamondbacks have acted so swiftly and now finally punished him. And even that, the punishment, in my opinion, nowhere near big enough.
I mean, what are we even doing here?
I don't know.
You've got somebody who is deciding outcomes of games based on his wandering glove. I mean, to me, it's a pretty simple fix, and if you don't want to move the seats back, well, then you take the perpetrators and you go ahead and remove them.
I mean, he can catch. I'll give him that. He's got a good glove out there in left field. Okay, let's go to Kyle Glazer again, Foul Territory, MLB. Kyle, did you see this play last night?
I actually didn't, but I did read the story, and I am aware of what's going on. And, yeah, I mean, certainly anytime you're talking about interfering with balls in play 4 times, there's clearly something going on here more than just, reacting and trying to catch a foul ball or a home run ball.
I think for Giants fans, though, Kyle, the even more frustrating part than the fan is the fact that somehow this was called an out on the field when the left fielder never even touched the ball. And then upon review, when they realized the left fielder never touched the ball, they said it's not an out, but it's a double because we think that the ball would have hit the fence, which was at minimum in question. What is your take on the way baseball does replay and its effectiveness?
There's no question that a lot of replay review calls have been very, very head-scratching. There was a play with the Padres and Giants earlier this year where there was a back pick, and Xander Bogaerts very clearly had the runner out at second base, and they called him safe anyway. I remember covering a game between the Blue Jays and Angels last year where George Springer very clearly got hit by a pitch on the foot. Replays showed it, and the umpires ruled it didn't hit him. He blew a gasket and got ejected. So there's no question. There's something very, very wrong with what's going on in New York when there's some very, very obvious things happening, and they're just not getting it right on review.
Do we need to go to New York? I mean, can we get a system that is more, I guess, foolproof where we can localize it and have things not only done more accurately, but more quickly as well?
That would be ideal. Obviously, there's a technological component to that. Major League Baseball getting replay review systems in all 30 ballparks and figuring out the processes behind that in terms of who makes the ruling. Is it the home plate umpire? Is it the crew chief? Do they make the ruling in unison? I mean, there's lots of, things to work out there, but there's no question. I think that making ball in the ballpark is certainly more ideal than making them make the judgment when it's very clear that they can't make the right judgment based on what we've seen, all evidence over the last couple of years. There's no question that would be a much better system. It's just going to take a little bit of time to probably implement.
Kyle Glazer is with us, Foul Territory, MLB, right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. What if we also did something crazy here, Kyle? I know this is a wild thought, but what if we took this out of the umpires' fans and, I don't know, did what every other sport does and disallow fans from being able to reach onto the field of play? Like, how hard is this to get the seats away from the damn fence? Why is that so hard?
Look, I think it's a situation where that's part of the appeal of baseball is you can be so close to the field, you can be a part of the game, a part of the action a little bit more, whether it's reaching out for a home run ball, reaching out for a foul ball, talking about moving seats back in all 30 stadiums across the foul lines and the outfield fences. That's a pretty large, expensive endeavor that I don't see happening.
Giants fans want to actually get further away from their team right now as opposed to closer to it based on the way they've been playing of late. What do you make of this current slide? Is this just a case of the Giants actually regressing to where they probably should be?
We're at the point in the season where a lot of teams are starting to backslide a little bit. You look at the Padres, you look at the Mets, the Yankees went through a bit of a slide as well. A lot of this is just the point in the season where fatigue is starting to set in. You're seeing more and more guys get injured a little bit. at the end of the day, I think the Giants are still a good team in that, 85, 86, 87 win range, which is kind of what they're on pace on for right now. Again, I don't think they were ever a 95, 96, 97 win team, just as the Padres weren't. At various points, both teams have had some pretty sparkling records, but there is a little bit of regression here. But again, part of it also is just it's that time of year. A lot of teams are fading and dealing with injuries right now. They're just trying to get to the All-Star break and regroup.
Kyle, what's your read on not just the acquisition of Rafael Devers, but sort of the way that it started, not only in terms of his stats, but the Giants' chemistry has not looked as good since his arrival?
I think it's important to give him some time. Let's not forget, Rafael Devers is switching leagues. He's switching coasts. He's left the only organization he's ever known in the Red Sox. There's going to be a little bit of an acclimation period. Let's not forget, Juan Soto struggled for the first 2 months of the season with the Mets, and now he's raking. I think we'll see something similar with Devers. Again, whether it's a month or 2 months for him to just kind of get his feet under him, get acclimated to new coaches, new ballparks, new pitchers he's seeing more frequently. Eventually it'll click into gear, but I'm not surprised there's going to be some ups and downs here early. I think everyone should have expected that, and we're seeing that.
Would you also put Willie Adames under that same umbrella, or has he been here long enough now to where that no longer can be used as an excuse for his struggles?
You would certainly like to see him pick it up. It wasn't quite as drastic of a move in that he was staying in the National League, Brewers to Giants. And yes, again, every team plays everyone now, but you still face the teams in your own league a lot more. So I definitely am surprised, especially with how good Willie Adames looked in spring training. He's off to the start he has been. That said, this is a really good player who at the end of the year, is going to be there. Again, maybe it's 240 with 20 homers and great defense. Obviously, he's had some peak years that have been better than that. Again, I think this is someone you trust the track record that he'll eventually figure it out, even if it maybe comes a little bit later this year. By next year when he has another full off season and he's familiarized himself with the coaching staff, his teammates, and just more comfortable, I expect him to be fine. It's just a matter of time.
Kyle Glaser is with us, Foul Territory TV, MLB on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Kyle, I bet you got some some opinions on Bob Melvin. The Giants picked up his option for next year. Logan Webb, their top starter, just said a few moments ago, I think Bob Melvin's one of the best managers of all time. He's under some fire right now because the Giants aren't playing well. What's your take on Bo Mel as a skipper?
He's one of the best out there. Logan Webb hit the nail on the head. He's someone who is very, very, very smart tactically. He's very, very smart with managing his pitching staff, his bullpen, lineup construction. And he's someone who communicates well with his players and trusts his players. You have so many managers now that automatically pull a guy third time through the order or, just go strictly by the analytics, whereas Bob Melvin earns trust from his players by leaving them out there in some spots and showing he believes in them and has faith in them. And over time, that really, really builds confidence, and that leads to better performance. Again, the fact that Giants are struggling a little bit right now, I think everyone needs to understand that this was never a 95, 96, 97 win team that was going to contend with the Dodgers for first place all season long. This is more of an 84, 85, 86 win team. Maybe with the Devers acquisition, you can say 88, 89. Again, this isn't a Bob Melvin thing. This is just, it's that time of year. Teams are sliding a little bit. There's some injuries, there's some fatigue, but Bob Melvin is certainly not the problem in any way, shape, or form.
When you look at the Giants, and I think you're right about where you ballpark them from a win total standpoint, they've already made the big acquisition well ahead of the deadline, but 4+ weeks to go until the actual deadline. What do you think that their needs are as they head down toward August?
Look, they could always use another bat, right? Again, Rafael Devers is a hugely impactful bat. Willie Adames was a big free agent signing in the offseason. Matt Chapman, again, has been injured. When he gets back, he'll be, another impactful bat as well. So, again, I think at the end of the day, the Giants do have some big hitters in their lineup. Elliot Ramos, Jung Huli can do some really special things as well. But they could certainly lengthen the lineup a little bit, get even more production, especially from the bottom third. That's going to help separate them from a team like the Padres that just doesn't have it. Look, they have, a really good front of the rotation. You could always add more starting pitching. Every team can. They have a great bullpen. If they want to add another arm to fortify it, they can as well. But when I look at the Giants overall, it's about adding offense. They've been near the bottom of the league offensively over the last 5-6 weeks, and that's where they really need to focus their attention and spend their resources.
Kyle, I know you're not with Baseball America anymore, but are you still as locked in on all the farm systems as you have been through the years?
I am. I'm definitely still on top of it all.
Okay, so Bryce Eldridge, let's go. Let's talk about him. What do you think?
He has a chance to be a really, really, really special left-handed masher in the middle of the order. For him to climb to AAA as quickly as he has just speaks to his talent level. Again, this is still a very young kid who was drafted not even 2 full years ago. But he has a chance to really, really make an impact. Again, I would just encourage everyone to give him time. I think rushing him up and saying, this is our solution, that's a lot to put on a young kid's shoulders. Like every other young player, he's going to have an acclimation period. He'll have some struggles. He'll have some ups and downs. His long-term future is very, very, very bright. I don't think it's fair to him to say, bring him up right now and he's going to, save the Giants offense.
Yeah, the Rafi Devers trade acquisition kind of slowed that down in fans' minds, which is a good thing for the team and also for Bryce. I wanted to ask you about Kyle Harrison, who was that dude for the Giants as a prospect, and he hasn't really been early on what they would want. What do you think about his prospects and what Boston got in the trade for Devers?
He still is a very, very talented young pitcher. We see very, very, very often that pitchers take longer than hitters to kind of figure it out, especially in today's, era where so many pitchers in the amateur circuit, even in the minors, are just focusing on velocity and spin rate and optimizing every pitch, but learning sequencing, learning command, learning durability. That seems to be stuff they're tacking on at the back, and it takes a few years to get it, especially when you're talking about high school pitchers. I wrote about this extensively at Baseball America. It takes, on average, 6 to 7 years before they throw even 100 innings in a season and start to really dial it in. Look at a guy like Mackenzie Gore, who's just now figuring it out. He was a 2017 draftee. So I think at the end of the day, Kyle Harrison's still a very, very talented pitcher, but high school pitchers take a long time to kind of hit their ceiling. And when you have a chance to get a hitter as special as Rafael Devers, you certainly don't hesitate to make that move.
Now, talking prospects with you, I remember a few years ago getting into it with you about Luciano and how excited this fan base was. Kyle, what happened?
I was always the low man on Luciano. He doesn't make enough contact. I saw that in San Jose. I saw that at Richmond, and I had a few Giants fans yelling at me in my social media mentions, a few Giants fans yelling at me in our chats at Baseball America. They didn't like the assessment, but look, scouts were seeing it for years, and I was seeing it. This was a big slugging type who was going to do damage on contact, but just did not project to make enough contact to really be, an everyday caliber hitter in Major League Baseball. I mean, when him and Luis Matos were on the same San Jose team, it was no question who the better hitter was. It was Luis Matos by miles, and we've seen the struggles he's had. So, again, there's a lot of power first guys in the minor leagues. When you're talking about teenagers, you want to see contact first, and he just never made enough contact and never made the adjustments to do so.
Did you also know that he couldn't catch a baseball?
I knew that he could not play the infield very well. That shortstop was out of the question. There were times where he'd show you something, you said, okay, maybe he could slide to third base. Obviously, they've moved him around a little bit. It certainly has not been what you hoped it would be. Again, he was never going to stick at shortstop, but you thought he had a chance to be a solid third baseman, and clearly that hasn't happened either.
All right, so but you do not see the Bryce Eldridge situation going the same way the Luciano one did.
No, Bryce Eldridge is a much, much better hitter, all around, and we've seen that with how quickly he's climbed, how he's performed at every level. Again, anytime you're talking about prospects, there is no such thing as a surefire prospect. Guys have to stay healthy. They have to stay on the straight and narrow. Crazy things happen. But just in terms of the checkpoints, what he's shown us so far, yeah, he's a much better prospect than Luciano was in my mind by, a good, I don't want to say miles, but by a pretty large margin.
Okay. I think that's good to hear right now for Giants fans. Kyle, great stuff, man. Wonderful to have you. Thank you.
My pleasure. Anytime, guys.
Okay. That's Kyle Glaser, Foul Territory TV, Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
That man knows his stuff.
I was going to say, just a good, solid, I see it, I'll comment on it, and, not a lot of frivolity. I thought there was an opportunity there for him to victory lap the Luciano take, because he was there early saying, I don't see it. And, you're right. Many fans are like, he's going to be the guy. He's the dude. And even this year, as I'm trying to, watch him and pull for him and hope that, if he could just hit, you could throw him somewhere and he could be a thing. But last I looked, he was hitting about 208 down in AAA, and it's a hitter-friendly league, hitter-friendly park, and the rest of it. So
What was that old Bull Durham? I think it was Bull Durham, right? Where or was it Major League? I don't know. One of them baseball movies where the guy got into the whole thing about calling his team a bunch of lollygaggers. Baseball's simple. You throw the ball, you hit the ball, you catch the ball. Luciano doesn't do any of those things.
Right.
But other than that, he's a good prospect.
He was the prospect, and I think they signed him at 17 or maybe 16.
Might have even been earlier.
Well, he's been in the organization, I think, for 8 years.
Yeah.
And, yeah, he's right, talking about pitchers, it takes longer than hitters in general. And so Kyle Harrison, and, even you go back to Zach Wheeler, where it took him until he was literally 29 or 30 before he had that year that we all were waiting for. And so, Marco Luciano, he's still a young player age-wise, so you won't give up on him. I think he's 24 now, and that's young, but he's been doing it for long enough. You would hope by now he would be a little bit closer to actually doing things that we're seeing Elliot Ramos do, for example.
Still 23.
Yeah, okay.
Marco Luciano.
Okay.
But I don't know about you. I've mentally moved on. I've moved on. Marco Luciano.
I've not, just because he's still in the organization. And I think that when we think about, and all roads lead back to Kaminga, and he's only 22, and he's been doing it for 4 years plus 1 year in the G League. And so I would not be giving up on Jonathan Kaminga. Kaminga's obviously way further along than Luciano. I'm not comparing the two as athletes, but just the age of a player. And you talked about this with Kyle Harrison, who I think is also 23, right? He's still a very young person. He's a young player. And, you're not even a fully grown man until you get beyond your 23 year.
The comp, I guess, for Luciano fans would be Elliot Ramos, because the team was just about ready to give up on him. And then something finally clicked, and he came up and he's an all-star. Now, I don't know if Luciano's time in the bigs sort of takes him away from eligibility here, but you know how MLB produces their top prospects within the organization?
Right.
I would think that he still needs to be eligible for that because he literally is not in the big leagues. He's at AAA. If you go right now to the San Francisco Giants, MLB, top 30 prospects in the organization, Luciano is not on the list. He went from the number one prospect in the Giants and a top 100 prospect in baseball to not even on the top 30 in the Giants organization. Top 30. And it's not even that good of a farm system right now.
No. And I wonder if he isn't removed based on the fact that he's already, had some time in the bigs.
I don't know.
Because I'm looking at the list right now at MLB.com, and I don't know if any of these other guys have... Well, Mason Black has been in the show, right?
Yeah, and Carson Seymour's on the list, and I know he only just got called up, but he's in the bigs right now.
Yep.
I don't
Wade
know.
Wade Meckler has been in the bigs.
Correct.
And he's number 14 on this list. And outside of that, I think that's the end of guys who've actually gone to the bigs. But to your point, if he is eligible to be on this list and he's not, well, he's kind of earned that because he's not done much at Sacramento this year and even last year.
Woo. Anyway.
Yep.
All right, so 888-957-9570. Bob Melvin's option has been picked up. Buster Posey admits that basically going through some struggles, and it makes people start yelling about Bo Mel and Pat Burrell, and this is not on the manager. This is not on the coaches. This is on me. Because I put this roster together, so by extension, it's on them. It is on the players. And Logan Webb comes out and says it's very exciting that Bo Mel's option has been picked up because he's one of the best managers of all time. That's a direct quote from Logan Webb just within the last handful of minutes.
Okay, and that's a great endorsement. And I'm thinking about how many managers Logan Webb has played for at this level, and it would probably be 3. He was here with Bruce Bochy, was he not?
I think so.
Year?
I think so.
And then
I think so.
Logan, I'm going to need you to only go 5. I'd like to only have you go through twice. And then, Bob Melvin would be the third skipper. I think his first year was when Boch was still here. Was that 2018 was Bochy's last year, or 2019?
2019 was Boch's last year. And Logan Webb... Let's see. How many years in is Logan?
Logan Webb made 8 starts in 2019.
Okay, so a little bit of
Count
both.
it. Scoreboard.
Yeah, a little bit of both.
Yeah, and I do know that Bob Melvin is number 3 all-time in wins as a manager without a World Series title.
Mm-hmm.
And that is kind of circumstantial. And you think about the late Gene Mauch, who's number 1 on that list, and he managed the Angels all those years, the California Angels, for those of you who remember. Number 2 is Buck Showalter on that list, who he had a lot of teams that made the playoffs. And then, Bo Mel's made the playoffs with pretty much every team he's ever managed. So, yeah.
Logan Webb told Alex Pavlovich that he was hopeful the Giants would pick up Bo Mel's option. Quote, everyone in this clubhouse has his back the whole time. Matt Chapman also weighed in, quote, I'm so pumped for him. He deserves it.
Good.
So there's your team leaders on Bo Mel.
Yes, and if you're a player, and I've never been a major league player, and I hope some way to get there, but I would want to
keep doing it, man.
I'd want to work for a guy like Bob Melvin, who is a straight shooter and is going to let you go out there and play, and you don't have to look over your shoulder. And that was always my criticism of Gabe Kapler. It was too much spreadsheet, too much mix and match. I do think that pro athletes, especially veterans, it's like, let me go out there and do what you're paying me to do.
I think Bob Melvin, and people will never see this because he's a baseball manager, so I wouldn't expect it. He's incredibly detailed and does not leave any stone unturned. And he's fair to his players, and he knows the game really well. And then the other side of it is this. Like baseball, every team is bound to go through some frustrating stretches, and so I get it. We point to the boss. It's what we do. It's like, well, you're not hitting. Let's fire the hitting coach. Well, you're not winning. Let's fire the manager. The other side to this, and it won't sound like a compliment to Bob, but the manager position in baseball, it's like that's not that big of a thing anymore. I think it's big in terms of like, yes, he's the leader, and he's who the players look to and whatnot. At the same time, if you really want to work into the inner workings of a baseball team, the manager has been given less and less importance in the age of analytics and those spreadsheets, permutations, player performance, all of these things. You can fire any manager. You're not going to see a damn bit of difference the next day. The manager is a job that it plays out over a long haul, is what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
Gabe Kapler can be manager of the year 1 year, but over 5 years, everybody wants to, like, kick him in the shin. Bob Melvin, it's not like when you lose 5 in a row, that's not the manager. Over a long period of time, I think you can see that stuff. And over a long period of time, I think things will go really well for Bob Melvin. That's all. I just don't. The manager is not a snap reaction position anymore.
It's not. And if you have a manager who the team trusts and believes in and, thinks that they're giving him a fair shake and honest communication and not being somebody who is going to have these wild swings of emotion and decisions, I think that's the manager you're looking for, because you're right, Mark. Ultimately, even look at today's lineup. It's dictated mainly on who's available, who are they pitching, and how are we going to stack the lineup? Who's playing well? And so it's not, as much about the manager anymore as it is about the trends and the matchups.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, here for your calls. We're kind of going into our Dealer's Choice Hour here, last hour of the show, 888-957-9570. If you've got issues with the Giants, picking up the option for Bob Melvin right in the middle of the most frustrating stretch of the season, we can talk about that. If you've got issues with the lack of movement by the Golden State Warriors through the first 25 and almost 26 hours of free agency, we can get to that as well. 888-957-9570. We're taking your calls right now on Willard and Dibs.
I mean, what kind of question is that? It's a fantastic question. It really is. It's the first time I've been asked it this way.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Was that one Charles Davis?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's my man.
That
is a beaut of a man. And I can't wait. I say this once a day right now because we're inside of 70 days. I can't wait for the NFL. I'm so excited in ways that I'm not normally this way in July. August is going to suck because they're going to come tease us with all that stupid stuff that they call games.
Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, that's lame. I'm excited to go to camp, but I hate the hey, look at all these people that stole Niner uniforms and they're playing games that don't count.
Borrowing them.
I hate that. And not because there's anything wrong with it, but because, come on! Let's go!
And for the YouTube audience, that was the Monday Night Football theme. We were getting excited. I was actually
can't wait.
I was gonna just say on the air, Grandy, feel free to at any juncture, any of them, dude. Pow!
Do you remember when we did?
And for the YouTubers, that was the Fox theme with robots throwing metallic footballs at each other.
Do you remember the segment when we rated all of the different songs?
We did name that tune also, I believe.
I almost left my body when we did that segment. I can't handle it. I go to a different place when this music comes on. That Red Zone music, the Monday Night Football, Sunday night, the old Thursday night one, Amazon messed it up, but whatever.
Yep. Wow. Okay.
All right.
More themes.
Now I'm going to have to text everybody on the way home and find out where our fantasy drafts are.
Well,
I don't even know where the hell we're going this year.
Let's go to the other room with Director of Sports and Director of Fantasy Leagues, Lucas Alexander, because I'm going to borrow from Brokeback Mountain and say, I wish I knew how to quit you, fantasy football. I don't.
Wow.
I quit, and now I'm back, and because I'm back, I'd like to know when the draft is. That way I can, tuck in time for my 2-year-old, and that way I can lock in. I can yock in, Mark.
Lucas is very much like a college guy on a Friday night. Ain't got those plans until the last minute.
So true.
Right. We're not doing the draft until about 3 days before it happens. Secondly, I want you to know, as your partner and your friend, the other 11 people in the league think it's hilarious that you think you left.
Well,
you didn't leave. You played last year, and you keep saying, I quit you, and then I came back, and at no point did any of us ever think you were gone. We knew you were coming back. You played last year. You're going to play this year. We knew that you didn't know how to quit us, and so you never left. So you should stop saying that you left because you never left.
Oh, I was gone.
No, you weren't.
There was about a 6 or 7 month period in there.
You just imagine that in your head.
Well, you know what it is, Mark? It's kind of a thing about addiction because I really want to quit it. I really want to quit because I know it's not good for me. And
of course it is. What's wrong with it?
It is just a cycle of failure is what it is because try as I might, and then I get my hopes up with a plucky little 5-2 start, and I got a good team, and next thing you know, you drop Grandy beats me by 0.7. I think you beat me by 1.1. The Goo got me. I had 163 points, but Goo got 180.
You had a good team.
And you lose 4 or 5, and you're dealing with the consolation.
Yeah, you got it. You got to just we got a guy in my high school league. I think he's been in the league for a generation. He's never won the damn thing.
Yeah.
In fact, if he even makes the playoffs. There was one year where he swaggered into the playoffs.
He's got Breeze, he's got Megatron, he's got LT.
He's the 1 seed, and he is just swinging it when he walks into the party.
Oh.
He's like, yo, I'm here.
I'm him.
My team is not going to... Gone.
That's how it works.
It happens all the time.
Yep.
So you got to just whatever. Sometimes one of these years is going to shine on you. It's going to shine on that dome, and we're all going to see it from miles away.
I'm hopeful. And for all you listeners out there, and you know who you are, you all try to slide into my DMs and invite me into your league because you know that I'm that guy. I'm a guaranteed 9th out of 12. Just stay out of it. I'm not joining your league. I'm only in this league because I kind of have to.
Just forward me your DMs because I'll be in 48 leagues this year.
You and Guru.
Yeah. Forward them to me. I'll be in your league. Everybody email me. I'll be in your league. Like, not really, but whatever. All right.
But again, I'm with you. And the Hall of Fame game, when it comes up, I don't watch 4 quarters of it, but at least for me, that signals the beginning of the end of the long off season. So I know what you're saying about, like, you watch the Niners and it's like caught by number 8. But 8, no one wears 8 because it's Steve Young, but you get the point. Yeah, seriously. It's like the ball carrier's number 47, and it's like, come on.
No, like come on.
Where's 23?
Yeah, the preseason football is like a blind date, and the person sent you a picture of someone else. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, don't tell me this is a football game. I sit down, and I'm like, it's not a football game. It's something, but this is not doing it for me.
Well, much like a blind date, and if you're betting on preseason football, you might get lucky.
You could. Yeah. You could.
I took it that way.
You could.
That happened.
That's fine.
I mean,
hey, some people want to talk about Bob Melvin. Hey, before we do this, though, I want to read this text to you that came from an A's fan about Bob Melvin. And this is kind of what I'm getting at. I think that you're getting too emotionally wrapped up with what a manager does. Bob Melvin is really good at what he does. He will not determine or undetermine, if that's a word, whether or not a team wins a World Series. Do you know what I mean? Like, we love Bruce Bochy, and Bruce used to seemingly make just the right move at the right time, but Madison Bumgarner won that World Series. Boch went to him, give him credit.
Right.
But Matt was Mad Bum. He threw the pitches.
He's a competitor.
He is. And so when this A's fan...
Hey, Mark. Pretty good.
I just wanted to be a part of it.
Hey, Mark, this is Boch.
Okay, gotta go. Anyway, 408 said, listen to an A's fan. I love Melvin, but most of us realize we'd never win a championship with him at the helm. Seemingly always made good options, but they never quite added up to get us to the promised land. Do y'all A's fans think that Bob Melvin was the reason you didn't win? Because from the outside, I can give you about 87 other reasons why the A's could never get over the top, even when they did have some good players. That was not because Bomel was your manager.
Yeah.
Well, might have something to do with an ownership who would never extend a good player. I'd start there.
Well, the frustrating thing was, even when they'd get there, and I remember these games, I was at all of them, living in Oakland at the time, and we were, at the time, the flagship station of the Oakland Athletics. And, 2012, they win 94 games. You lose in 5 to the Tigers. I believe that was a Verlander performance for Detroit. 2013, you win 96. You lose in 5 in the first round. 2020, it was that weird, funky COVID year. You lose in 7. So even when he had good teams, they would get to the last game, literally the last game of a series, and they were unable to get it done. Is that on the manager? No, but it's unfortunate that, even back to 2007, they win 90 with the D-backs. He loses in 7. So Bob Melvin has not been able to get over that hump.
Right. Or the players who had the uniforms were not able to get over that hump. That's kind of what I'm getting at. It's not that he's completely divorced from the process, but that's not why I think his teams didn't get over that. I absolutely think Bob Melvin can win a championship. No doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind that Bob Melvin can win a championship if the players go out there and perform. And he now has most of the players I think that he would need. And they're at a certain point in their evolution here, right? Devers transitioning. Adames maybe still a little bit transitioning. Chapman is hurt. Flores suddenly looks like he's getting old. Ramos is doing fine. He's got the pitching staff. They're in a losing streak, but they've spent the year winning a lot more than losing, and then the Dodgers are that whole other problem that's just out there. But like, I absolutely think that Bob Melvin can and will win a championship as a manager in this league.
I think what you said before about managers is the most important part of all this, where, if the manager can be good, the manager can be great, the manager can be an absolute bum. If the team plays well, you're going to win. If the team doesn't, you're going to lose. And so there's a reason for me that Bob Melvin continues to get hired, because people who know baseball more than you or me or anybody else in our audience, they keep hiring him.
Totally.
And he goes from Seattle to Arizona, from Arizona 1 year off, and then boom, the A's want you. And you go from the A's right to the Padres, and from the Padres right to the Giants. It's not like the guy goes on a Mark Jackson-like hiatus where Mark Jackson loses his job here and he doesn't get another one. This guy continues to get hired, and he continues to win at a good level.
And don't forget that his exodus from San Diego had nothing to do with his relationship with the players. It had everything to do with his relationship with the general manager. If you want some sort of a Bob Melvin comp that a Bay Area fan can understand, just go to the 49ers and, why is my man?
Harbaugh?
And the GM.
Trent Baalke.
Baalke. I don't know why the name.
He and I stopped getting along.
That's very much what happened in San Diego a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to the phones. Glad you're with us. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Brandon Pajemski's favorite team, the Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. How about Mike in San Diego? Here we go. He wants to talk about what I just talked about. Maybe he's got a different perspective on it. Hey, Mike, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hi. I do have a bit of different perspective from living in San Diego, because I am a Giants fan down here, but obviously most of my friends are Padres fans, and pretty much every single one of them, to a man, was absolutely thrilled when the Giants hired Melvin, because we immediately knew that we weren't a threat, because he got ran out of here with the front office, we'll call it shenanigans. That was 100% a thing. But the mismanagement of the bullpen consistently is what got him out, and we're kind of seeing it here too. I looked it up earlier today. Our bullpen, the Giants bullpen, is a full third of a point better in ERA than every other bullpen. It's insane how they're so good, yet they're only 500. Yet they're middle of the pack in blown saves. That's 100% decision-making right there. And I would agree with you to the sense of, like, it's the players on the uniform, like 90%. But it's also the decisions the manager makes and the staff they hire. I don't think it's a coincidence that, like, Adames comes here. He's having the worst hitting season of his career. It is too early on Devers, but it is definitely a bit concerning to see this slump immediately when he gets here. That's all I have.
Yeah, Mike, can I ask you, why do you think if there are some blown saves, why is that a managerial decision-making problem rather than, say, for example, Camilo Doval and Ryan Walker controlling the strike zone?
It's like I said, it's a bit of both. Like, it's 100% a lot on the player throwing the pitches, obviously. But take the one, I think it was a couple games ago, in Chicago, where Ryan Walker blew the save. Because it's still a blown save, even if it's not just the ninth inning. If you're up, I think, after the seventh, it counts the blown save if you lose the lead. Second, third, 2 men out. You have Randy Rodriguez, your best pitcher available. And then you go to Ryan Walker, who's been struggling. It was a no-brainer decision. Randy hadn't pitched in a game, and he was ready to go. So stuff like that got him ran out of town here, and pretty much every Padres fan is thrilled that he's gone. But, that's what I was talking about, an example of that. But you're also right that at the end of the day, it is the players who have the uniform on who should have the lion's share of the blame.
Yeah, Mike, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, the Randy Rodriguez one, he had not pitched on Saturday. And so, who knows what analytics they had with regard to the hitter coming up and what Walker or Rodriguez or whatever. Like, I don't know that. So that's a fair thing to throw in there. But again, rather than talk about that, when he mentions blown saves as a managerial decision-making issue. It's funny because I actually feel like that's usually kind of the no-brainer. That's the one where you don't need to think. It's the 9th inning. We're up by 2 runs.
Yeah.
Our closer's coming in. That's the way that works. There's not much of a decision there. And I know he's talking about some other innings and whatnot. And so, sure, you can absolutely get into that. But if Ryan Walker doesn't even know where his foot's supposed to land,
right?
I don't know, man. I'm not putting that on Bomel. The pitcher's got to pitch. Ryan Walker is one of your late inning leverage pitchers. He was phenomenal last year. He hasn't figured it out this year, but this comes down to the options that a manager has on a night in and night out basis.
And you pretty much, if you have a good bullpen, and they do, you have roles that are pre-established, and you've got Miller, who's going to be your lefty when you've got a spot where you're going to face multiple lefties in there. Frisbee guy, Tyler Rogers, is going to come in the 7th or the 8th, and you've got Rodriguez and Doval, and you got Walker, and you've done pretty well as a pen. For me, the issues overall for this season have not been bullpen related. They haven't been starting pitching related. It's been the little things, and this is where maybe you can be critical of Bob Melvin, but base running and execution with runners in scoring position, execution with runners on third or less than 2 outs, run producing spots where you don't necessarily need a hit to score a run. Again, though, for me, it comes down to the players. Is it Bob Melvin's fault that Brett Wisely is 20 feet off of third base on a strike him out, throw him out? Is he not coaching up a young player to say, hey, just a reminder, you may not want to drift too far away from third when we're down 1-0. So the mistakes that they've been making of late, for me, don't fall at the foot of the manager.
100%. 100%.
Like, these are professional grown men,
and like, this is one thing, and again, so not to make it a catch-all, there are absolutely maneuvers in the bullpen that Bomel has made this year that I've questioned. You always wonder about, like, why don't we go with our best guy, like, all the time? And sometimes I think you're right to criticize. Other times there's things going on with players down in the bullpen or matchups and whatnot that we don't know about. But this is, whenever I hear somebody get frustrated with a manager, it is often about this, the way they handle a bullpen. And it's fascinating to me. You can argue about overuse, but largely what I see is when a fan is mad at usage in the bullpen, it is an argument that comes after that reliever has given up runs. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Like, these are my relievers. As you just pointed out, they have their role. So I really, in any given situation, I'm probably going with either one or the other guy. I make that choice. If that pitcher comes in and executes well, I'm a genius. If he doesn't, I'm an idiot. And so that's why I lean in the other direction. Like, sure, you can second-guess decisions, but we know damn well who these relievers are. They've been very good this year. When they give up runs or when they trip on themselves on the mound, that's not Bob Melvin's fault. That's their fault. That's their fault. The Rodriguez one is an interesting point. No question. So they share in it, but for me, it's way less than 50%.
Yes, because you have pitchers that you are putting in roles, and for the most part, these pitchers are all throwing in the role that you have prescribed for them to be. And the one is Doval. When he comes in a non-save situation, he tends to not do very well, and that's something that they have to adjust to with Camilo and with their own approach. But of late, they haven't even had that many of those situations. So, yeah, it's kind of like the Steve Kerr argument where people talk about his rotations. And how is he supposed to know before a game who is going to play well and who's not going to play well? And just hearing you lay that out had me thinking about that age-old debate that we have about Steve Kerr and his rotations. It's the same thing with Bob Melvin. You've got a bullpen, and he doesn't know if Ryan Walker is going to have a night where he doesn't know where to put his foot in a high-leverage situation, and he had 2 balks over the last few games, and he doesn't know that going in. So you go with what you think is the best, and you live with the result.
Yeah, and look, and you're open to being second-guessed in that role. No question about it. But I think if you watch Giants baseball a lot this year, I'm not over yet or I should say my shine hasn't kind of gone away yet with regard to the different way that this team plays baseball as opposed to what was going on with the previous regime. I still think that this is just much more, how do I say it, baseball. This is much more baseball. I recognize this a lot more. There are a few things that I don't love. I don't love some of the bunting. I don't love sending runners who are definitely going to get thrown out because you have no confidence in whatever's next. There are little things that I don't like, but if I'm going to really assess Giants baseball and go over problems right now, I'm not getting to Bob Melvin until we're way, way, way down the list.
That's fair. And, of late, the problem, one of them has been the injury bug that suddenly has come up and bit you to the point where Wilmer Flores will play third base. Just looking at last year for Wilmer, he played third base twice in the entire year. And, the big talk last year was all that time in the field was wearing Wilmer down. And so this year they haven't played him in the field very much. He's played more first of late because he's had to. And now you got to put him over at third because you lost Chapman and Schmidt and Koss, 3 guys ahead of him on the depth chart. And maybe we see Rafi Devers tomorrow or Thursday over at third base. But of late, the biggest issue outside of their finding new ways to lose, suddenly now they're kind of bit by the injury bug.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, Grandy, what's up?
Bob Melvin speaking pregame. This comes courtesy of our Giants insider, Alex Pavlovich. He says that Melvin said in addition to groin tightness, Devers has been dealing with some back tightness, and that he's also up for playing third base when healthy, but for right now he's not even cleared for first, so it'll be Flores and Wisely until Chapman returns.
Flores and Wisely. Not Fitzgerald.
You said groin and back is what he's working with?
Yes, he's dealing with some back tightness in addition to the groin tightness.
What's wrong?
You got back tightness. You got a groin,
dog
and you got
days
a back.
Yeah.
We're not even to the dog days yet.
Sure we are.
August is the dog days.
Well, dog days are whenever you start dogging it.
Well,
some players are going to get there sooner than others.
I get it, but, you're not necessarily that old of a team. And
no, but look.
But you got a groin.
If it hurts, it hurts.
And maybe you're overcompensating with your groin, and that's why your back hurts. And, Schmidt had that little light blue bandage on his hand, and Chappie's been gone for almost a month. And, you go on and on and on. It's like, okay, who are the healthy bodies? Jung Huli can no longer hit. Patrick Bailey actually has kind of come alive a little bit with the stick.
I love it. Come alive.
Well,
is he up to 200 yet?
No, but he's getting closer. He's actually had some run-scoring hits.
Yes,
and
yes, he has.
Beyond that, like Yaz has been pretty solid, but up and down your lineup, you are missing your big bats doing big things. And I'm sorry, but at what point do we start to look at Willy Adames and start scratching our collective head?
Oh, we're already there.
Okay.
We're totally already there.
Well, I know new team and slow start and great clubhouse guy.
There's 2 different things you can do. Like you can be frustrated and as you put it, look at a guy and start to question things also without being like, I'm leaving the party. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think any of these players you just brought up, they don't need to be. This is not an all or nothing proposition. It's baseball. There's going to be ebbs and flows. But there's no escaping that this was a very disappointing overall start for Willy Adames. It's been disappointing. That does not mean I'm jumping Adames ship. You get 6.5 more years here, and I remain optimistic that that's going to end up being a good thing for the Giants. And I would also say there are things that Adames has brought to the table this year for the Giants that you don't see in the box scores. Absolutely. So
yeah, that's fair, but
there's a middle ground.
Yeah,
it's been disappointing. So you can look at it for sure.
And the whole great clubhouse guy and what doesn't show up in the box score, that narrative for me gets a little bit more tired each time he goes out and he goes 0 for 4 or 1 for 5.
I hear you. At the same time,
I'm not ready to jump ship either.
Yeah, it's not just clubhouse though. Even though his defense over at shortstop hasn't been great. But
pretty good last night. He made a nifty little play.
Yeah, there's certain things sometimes, Brandon Crawford was this for years. Brandon was a phenomenal glove in the field, and often, not always, often it was not great at the plate. But what did Brandon do? He gave you continuity. He held the damn position down, and he played every day.
Yeah.
Let's give that to Willie. You have not had to wonder, like, wow, what are we doing at shortstop? You're going to ride this train. It's a disappointing ride so far. I hope it gets better. I'm rooting for him. Nobody seems like a better dude. And he's got a long resume in this league, which also to me is what matters more than anything else. That's why right now, if I'm fearful of something that's going on with the Giants offense, it's Jung Huli. It's not Adames and it's not Devers, because those guys have resumes. I know what they can do in the bigs repeatedly. They've done it for years. Jung Huli is just starting to come close to finishing one full season as a Major League Baseball
He's got
player.
453 career at-bats.
And I'm worried that somebody got a book on him. Book. That's what it looks like to me. You know? And so I hope he pops out of it. And I'm still very bullish. I think his approach at the plate and his skill set and what we saw early in the year and the excitement at the ballpark and the hats and the nicknames and the weekend
that's all great.
Giveaways and all that.
Great.
That's all good. This is a moment in time that has now been uncomfortably prolonged.
You could call it 2 months.
Yeah. I'm not going to jump ship there either, but if there's an offensive player that right now is the most concerning, that's your guy. For me, more so than Adames or Devers.
I buy it because, they do have track records, but you also are relying on Adames and Devers to do more than you are Jung Huli. Like, you're not looking for him to be a big-time run producer. It would be great if he was.
Table setter, though. Like
you can't set the table, though, when you're hitting 143 in June.
Of course not. That's the concern.
And he's drawn 14 walks in June, not terrible, but his OPS is 551 for the month. He's been bad.
Yeah,
and so now he actually gets he's a DNP today, healthy scratch, and a day off, and hopefully he can collect his thoughts and be ready for tomorrow and Thursday. But you're not wrong in talking about the disappointment level, and especially now that you don't have Chapman and Adames has been below average and Devers hasn't really had that hot streak yet. You would love to have your center fielder who plays every day be like he was in April when he had an OPS of 901.
Yeah, I tell you what, here's what's really tough, and this is why I'm not going to be putting it on a manager or a bullpen or any of that stuff. If you just go through the Giants' offense as a whole, give me the name of any player who has not been at least mildly disappointing this year.
Probably Elliot Ramos.
Yep. And
I would say Wilmer Flores too.
Well, that was true, and now we're getting the other side of it. But sure, okay, I'll buy that. And if you remove injury, I would say Matt Chapman. Matt Chapman has not been disappointing this year.
No, he's been good.
Yeah, that's kind of the end of the list.
Yeah,
like Wade was so disappointing that he's gone. Devers, this has not been a great start, even though that I think is explainable. Patrick Bailey, disappointing.
Up to 196.
Great. You wanted Tyler Fitzgerald to grab second base. He hasn't.
Starting tonight.
Casey Schmidt, some recent signs. Okay, let's see.
Small sample, but he actually, if you just look at his numbers, and it's only 98 at-bats.
Yeah.
But he's been good.
He's been good. But that's largely because of sort of like the last 35 of those 98 at-bats.
Yeah.
The first 60 or so looked a lot like the other guy who just swings at everything.
And the grand slam off the position player definitely pads the numbers a little bit.
Yaz was really good, then really bad, now settling into just sort of regular.
He's Yaz.
Yeah. But, I guess maybe if I asked it a different way, forget, is there anyone who hasn't been disappointing? Who would you look at on offense and been like, dude, good year?
It'd be Elliot Ramos. Yeah, that's it.
One guy.
Right. And, he's the guy he's not the guy making 9 figures. You have 2 of them, and so you get all excited about that. And this would be like the Warriors having Steph Curry average 19 a game on, 34% from 3, and Jimmy Butler's averaging 15.5 a game, and he's shooting 48% from the floor, and yet, pods, Ramos is kind of like the pods of this team, and he'd be averaging 20. It's like, all right. Yeah, if only these other 2 guys can get their game going, we might have something.
Then there's also this, by the way, those of you who may be just getting out of work for the day or whatever, and you want to know, okay, day 2 free agency, what do we got? Well, not a lot. Not a lot. The Shams bombs have slowed down significantly, and I think that there's something important to say there. And I'll do that here in just a second. But first, to just kind of give a quick summary, and guys, jump in if I'm forgetting anything. Clearly, the headliner of the day is what was pulled off by the Milwaukee Bucks. They decided to waive Damian Lillard, spread out the remainder of what they owe him over 5 years, so almost basically deferring payments, turning it into a Bobby Bonilla light situation on Bobby Bonilla Day. That's fun. But then they take that newfound money and they went and grabbed Miles Turner away from the Indiana Pacers on a 4-year deal worth a little bit over $100 million. There have been some other deals that kind of, made their way in. Duncan Robinson goes to the Detroit Pistons on a 3-year deal. What else? Tim Hardaway, that was an interesting one. He ends up on a 1-year deal with the Denver Nuggets. I thought that was a pretty nice deal for him. But largely, it has been quiet, and it has been 100% quiet for the Golden State Warriors. And here's what I think that is, again, a big neon sign to say, which is that Jonathan Kaminga and his agent are not finding the money out on the market that they hope to find. And Dunleavy warned us about this, said restricted free agency can drag out sometimes, and this is dragging out. And so we knew that the Warriors couldn't do much this offseason, and they really couldn't do anything until they figured out Kaminga. And so here we are. I don't find any of this surprising, but I get that for a lot of Warrior fans, it's just not fun when you don't get to attend the party.
Right, and you want to at least be able to show up to the party, and right now you're stuck in traffic, and you know that you're not going to be in the VIP room where all the big-time free agents and the big money's going, and I don't know if you even mentioned the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander max that he got.
Yeah.
So, and that was pretty predictable, so he gets, 5 and 285, whatever the number is, and he deserves it, and yeah, Shai, get your money. But that is like the top level VIP. That's the champagne room. You can't even get to the VIP room. You can't even get to the party because right now your Uber driver, Jonathan Kaminga, has you stuck in traffic. And you're just waiting to get to the club so you can get in line and maybe get a piece of this party you're describing. And right now you can't even get there because you're waiting on Kaminga.
Can I get go back to, by the way, the other one might be interesting to people in our audience. Dennis Schroeder did end up with the Sacramento Kings earlier today. Yeah, Schroeder, 3 years, $45 million. Schroeder went out and got $15 million a year.
No doubt.
He played well for the Pistons after the trade last year.
Yep.
But that deal for SGA that you mentioned, I feel like I saw this get listed. Richest, and yes, now confirmed. Shams said, richest annual salary for a player in league history. And he's making less than Steph. I was like, wait a minute, we mean richest annual salary in league history. 285 over 5 is 57 annual. Doesn't Steph make 59?
Yeah, and
I know this just is like a weird little factoid, but I thought I'd ask.
Yeah. I wonder if that is included. It's a 4-year 285 is what I'm seeing.
It is?
That's what I'm seeing.
That explains it.
USA Today. Yeah, 4-year 285. The AAV, average annual value, puts it at 71 and a quarter.
71 and a quarter.
Cha-ching!
Damn. All that
or catch me out one time, bag. I learn to make it.
All that just to shoot free throws. What a wonderful deal. Woo!
That into win rings and trophies. So, I mean, if that bothers you, then yeah, it's a gross overpay.
It's a gross overpay.
I mean, that's a lot of money.
MVP of the league and the finals in the same year, and you thought that was worth something?
You're looking at, and I'm doing rough math here, but $900,000 per game. Whether or not you play, and you're not expected to play all 48.
I can't wait till somebody hits the 82 million mark so they can be like, do you remember, for those of you who have been around for a minute, you'll remember this, when the cast of Friends demanded, remember they held out? They held out like a Bosa.
I remember this.
And they were like, we're not showing up again until you give all of us equally $1 million an episode.
You thought it was $900K, but you're probably right.
I think it was $1 million. Yep. they're like $1 million an episode. And back when this was being filmed, that was like, whoa, what? But they ran TV, dude. They ran that thing. That show was so damn popular, and quite frankly, that's peanuts when you look at what that franchise ended up making.
And you
they
know
got
what it
their
is
money.
now, right?
What's that?
It's a syndication sensation.
It's very, very
That
good.
thing is on somewhere.
Constantly.
It's on somewhere at all times in probably 144 countries.
Round the clock. Those people will never need to work again, and many of them haven't. But anyway, they wanted $1 million episode, and they got it. They held out, and they got it. I can't wait till we get that contract. This can be how much you make per game, Millie?
A lot.
Yeah.
Millie.
How much money you got? A lot.
Even like Dennis Schroeder, who is he's a good NBA player. You know, he's a guy that you can play, and many teams have. I wonder if you know how many teams, if you count Sacramento, assuming that he does actually play for Sacramento.
Schroeder?
How many different teams will he have played on in his career?
Oh, gosh. Do you want me to name them?
Just name the number first. I'll give you plus or minus one team.
How many teams has Dennis Schroeder played for in the NBA if we count the Kings?
Yep.
I would guess that it's probably let's go 7.
I'm sorry, Mark.
That's too bad.
That's really too bad. Thank you for playing, and you'll get a copy of our home game.
I was considering going 8. Would that have worked?
Grandy?
Oh, damn.
You want to try one more time?
47. 47.
The answer is 10.
Damn.
10.
10 teams?
Atlanta, OKC, the Lakers. Boston, Houston, the Lakers. The Lakers.
Oh, wait. Well,
we didn't count it twice.
Oh, okay.
Didn't count it twice.
You can't do that.
And then Toronto, cup of coffee with Brooklyn.
Sure.
And then Golden State for 24 games.
Also a cup of coffee.
Yeah,
I don't even think you
that
finished
was an espresso.
Yeah, exactly.
And then another cup with Detroit, 28 games. The man's had a lot of coffee.
That's a lot of coffee.
Yep. I believe I know that the record holder is Ish Smith, and I think that his number is 15 teams.
Jeez. Yeah, I mean, Schroeder, I guess I should have known. It's 4 teams in less than a calendar year.
Correct.
If you're going to count the Kings. Because, right, Brooklyn, Warriors, Pistons, Kings, just since the start of last year.
Right, and you look at Basketball Reference, and it's rare that you see the 3TM stats, where here's his combined 3 teams. Brooklyn, Warriors, and Detroit all last year. 23, 24, and 28 games, respectively.
Man.
There you have it.
You guys were talking about Shea's new contract, the extension that he got, and you guys laid out the AAV, 71 and a quarter million per year. Did you guys see the way it's backloaded?
No.
So he's making $63 million when the contract kicks in 2027-28. The last year of the contract, 2030-31.
Tell me he's up over 82.
$78.8 million.
Almost $1 million.
Almost $79 million. 2030 and 31.
Back that contract up.
Good Lord. Will you fact check my son on something? I took the big guy to Costco today, and he, like every other teen in America, the phone, the whole ride. But he's looking at stuff NBA related.
Dad, can I get 38 pounds of popcorn?
No, he wanted 27 buckets of ice cream. But actually, this is the first thing he says to me when he comes upstairs this morning. Well, there goes our chance at a championship. And I'm like, are you talking about the Giants losing streak? He's like, no. I go, what are you talking about? He's like, dude, we need a center. I'm like, oh, you're mad that Miles Turner is on the Bucks.
He also called you dude?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He's a grown-up now.
Yeah. Sure. I call my dad dude all the time. Yeah. Plus, dude is not like I'm addressing you. It's just a word you say before you start talking. Dude. It's also now bro. And bro can be whether you're a guy or a girl if you're a teen. I don't know if you know that.
And if he
everything is bro.
But if he says bruh, that becomes a little disrespectful.
Well, whatever.
Like, bruh, are we going to ever get there?
Yeah.
We're going to get there.
You don't have teens right now. Like, it's unavoidable. Anyway.
Hey, what are we fact-checking here?
Fact check this, because we're halfway to Costco, and he pulls out the phone, and he starts talking about SGA's deal. And he goes, he gave me a number, and I don't remember what it was, because do you know how many free throws SGA shot in the playoffs? Just in the playoffs? It was more than Tyrese Halliburton shot all year. I was like, Whoa, that one got me. And I believe him. Did SGA shoot like well over 200 free throws just in the playoffs? And he says it was more than Halliburton shot during the regular season. I find that offensive if true.
Well, he shot this year in the playoffs.
Just in the playoffs.
217.
That sounds about what he said. How many did Halliburton?
Made 190 of them. Yeah, which is pretty good. Halliburton.
How many of them did he get?
222.
How many?
222
in the regular season.
Halliburton?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Halliburton more than SGA.
So he was wrong.
But very close.
Off
by 5.
So maybe he was just kind of being hyperbolic. That's more than Halliburton.
4 for your Abe.
If you're listening, bud, I love you. I found out that sometimes he puts the pods in and he listens to a little Willie and Dibby. He looked at me one day. He goes, "I hear you talk about me."
Oh no, that's.
Well, I'm like, that's what you sound like. At least to me, that's what you sound like.
Yeah,
he does impersonations of me too, so it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, he shot the second most free throws in the regular season. SGA did. Yeah.
Who was more?
Giannis Antetokounmpo. Yeah, Giannis. With Giannis at 707, Shea at 669, then a huge jump down to the beard, James Harden, 578. So, like, Giannis, you get it. Like, good luck stopping him. You can't stop him.
Giannis is actually being fouled.
Well, so is Shea sometimes.
No, he's not. Sometimes, yes, sometimes. Shea, Harden, these dudes are just experts at making it look like they got fouled. Shea gets fouled when he's falling away from 18 feet. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. I really hope that there's a way to have this conversation without it making it sound like I think the guy's not good at basketball. He's obviously a great player, but my filter is my filter. I do not find him enjoyable to watch. That's all.
Can I add something else here?
Yeah.
Yearly salaries. So SGA, on average, with his new contract, over $71 million per year on average.
Yep.
Sorry, I almost said Oakland. The A's, $77 million.
Oh my God.
The Chicago White Sox, $76 million.
That's embarrassing.
The Miami Marlins, $67 million.
So Shea's making more than the Marlins
by himself, over $71 million.
There you go. There you go. That has shades of that WNBA stat that we came up with, Grandy, when we were doing the Caitlin Clark show. I said it to you, didn't I? The whole, like, if you took the salary cap for all the teams in the WNBA, so every dollar that a WNBA team spends this year, all of the dollars, then triple them, and you still haven't gotten to Steph Curry's contract.
Yep.
That one bothered my daughter when I told her that one.
Yeah, just let her know that the new CBA is coming, and so those salaries are going to go up, but
not enough.
Right, not enough.
And actually, I don't want to wax poetic on what the finances of the WNBA, but if you go to a Valkyries game, and she has, it's hard to process what's being said to you. I get that the tickets do not cost as much, but the building is absolutely on its ear. It's absolutely on its ear. And when you're like, yeah, this is what those players make, you know what I mean? She's like, you got to be kidding me. That's what they make? Like, yeah, that's what they make.
Yeah. I mean, Tiffany Hayes, $200K. Stephanie Talbot, $1.25. Kayla Thornton, $112K. Like that's the cap hit. And then you get down to like Kate Martin making $68,595.
No way.
Oh, yeah. Caitlin Chen, welcome back. She's making less than an Oakland teacher. $49,420.
That's crazy. It's crazy.
The WNBA needs to get to a point where your players not only don't have to go play in other leagues, but they'll choose to play here instead of going to Eurobasket.
It will. It will.
And the Valkyries just waived somebody who flew back from the Eurobasket event. She landed. It was Vanderloo. And welcome back to America. You're gone. And so she got waived and found out, you know, when you land at an airport and you put your phone back on, zzz, 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 and she looks, she's like, oh, I just flew 18 hours from Belgium. I'm gone. Yeah.
Yeah. You can go back.
Awkward.
You are now free to move about the other countries.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to hear something interesting?
I always want to hear something interesting, Grandy.
You guys were running through the biggest moves so far in free agency today, and one of the big ones is what the Bucks did, waiving Dame and then going out and signing Miles Turner.
Yes.
Mark Spears has reported that the Warriors have been in touch on Damian Lillard now that he is available on the market.
Well, Dan Dibley already told you that's not happening. So take that, Mark Spears. Who you all want to listen to? Mark Spears or Dan Dibley? I'm going to call into the morning show. We're going to do this or that.
Spears adds Lillard will take his time, but there's the possible lure of playing close to where he grew up.
Right. Of course. There's the possible lure, and it would be a lure, but, because you could be lured to come home,
both.
and I get that.
It's both. Yeah.
But if you want to just play this out and put aside whether or not he would want to come back and play closer to home, he's probably not going to play basketball until, I would guess, February at the earliest. That would be 9 months post-op.
That's aggressive at his age.
Right.
That's
so
really aggressive.
Let's just say that he misses the entire year.
Yeah. So, why are we even interested?
We're really not. So then you're going to take an entire year off and get better and come back in 2026, 27, and then you're going to come in and say, I want to make 20 or 25 million. Are the Warriors going to be of a mind to want to pay that for a guy coming off an Achilles?
I mean, the only way I can answer that is I have no idea. I do what happens next with this CBA and the cap. I know that it will extend a little bit each year, and so more room will get created as we go. For example, now he's not setting the bar anymore. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is. So a year from now, you're like, whoa, what a bargain. The Warriors got Steph for 59. Shai's making 73. So I mean, the cap will keep changing. And so does that create more space? Maybe. Obviously, then contracts, as you go another year, you have more information. There's things are tradable and all of that. So I have no idea. I have no idea if next offseason the Warriors will, in theory, have money to spend that they don't have now because Steph and Butler and Draymond are all still going to be making a big number. But that does not sound like a match made in heaven at all. I don't know about you. My mind is not on the 2026-27 season.
Me either.
All.
And I'm just thinking about Dame Lillard, and I guess the dream would be he wants to come back home and he'll play for peanuts because he's already getting, $26 million a year from Milwaukee to just chill. So I don't know how many of these examples we have to go through, but players don't usually have that mindset of, oh, I'm good on money. You can just pay me the vet min so I can run around Chase Center at 36.
How does that work, by the way? I would love to ask that. Do you know, since you did some Dame Lillard recon, he's going to be making his Bucks salary. It is now spread out over 5 years. In his next contract, is whatever he makes subtracted out of the Bucks money because he's still under contract? Or is it money that's added on to what he's making with the Bucks? I openly don't know the answer to that question, but it feels like the double-dipping nature of that idea would not be legal.
I think
but then again, he's been waived.
This sounds like a contract question that maybe we'll ask Bobby Marks tomorrow.
Is Bobby on tomorrow?
Not confirmed, but
not confirmed.
he thinks he'll have some
He
time
will have the answer. For me, just at first blush, it would be, it's not up to Lillard to have to give back money because the Bucks chose to stretch it out. In other words, if he got bought out and they gave him the flat, whatever it was, $112 million, right? If they just said, you know what, we're waiving you, here's $112 million, then he wouldn't be subject to any offset going forward because he would be bought out and he would be a free agent and he could go make money with a new team. So I don't think that he or the other acquiring team would have to deal with whatever the buyout was.
But I don't think this was a buyout. I don't think he took $1 less. They just spread it out.
Well, they waived him, and to waive him, they have to buy him out. They have to pay him what they owe him.
Right. And
pay
they're doing
me
that,
what you owe me.
They're doing that over 5 years. In other words, there's no buyout negotiation where you take less. Jordan Clarkson took less. He got bought out by the Utah Jazz. He gave back a few $1 million. that amount is exactly what the Knicks are going to pay him. So the contract, in theory, still just kind of lives. Utah is going to pay almost all of it, and you pay it up front, and the Knicks pay the rest. The player makes the exact same amount of money.
But that was just one transaction.
Right. That's an example. I don't know the answer. But if Dame Lillard, in theory, could go make more, well, then I think Dame Lillard is going to command a real NBA salary. If Dame Lillard, simply whatever he makes is going to be subtracted from the Bucks, then maybe he would play for the minimum, because who cares? You're making the exact same amount either way.
This comes courtesy of Sam Amick in The Athletic. He wrote this morning once the news broke. I'm just going to read this chunk to you. Quote, with Lillard owed...
I made Sam Amick's article? Wait a minute, what'd I do?
With Lillard owed $54.1 million for this season and $58.4 million the next campaign, there is a salary offset for any team that acquires him during that 2-year period. And while the Bucks would surely prefer Lillard sign for a significant salary as a way to alleviate some of their financial burden, the reality is he could sign for a minimum salary deal and still be paid the same amount.
Okay. But that's just for the next 2 years.
Correct.
And one of them he will largely not play.
Correct.
So if you wanted
Making 54 this year.
Yeah, but if you wanted Dame Lillard for not this coming season, but the next season,
$58.5 million.
Or vet min, because that's what he's making.
Two more pieces.
That's what Grandy just said.
I think if you did a vet min, and let's say it's $3 million, then the Bucks would only have to pay 55 of the 58.
Right, but like Dame might be willing to do a very tiny deal because he's making the same no matter what.
Two more pieces from Mark Spears reporting on, I think it was NBA Today. I don't have the sound, but I can just relay what he was saying. He did say the Warriors aren't alone in talking to Dame and showing interest.
I'm sure everybody called.
Double-digit teams have already called and reached out. He said that Dame was looking at a 2-year deal. If you're the Warriors and we know that you have that mid-level on top of the minimum contracts. He also said Dame was targeting the possibility, and I think you guys have mentioned it, of a return around the All-Star break. If you didn't think Dame was going to be ready to go until the playoffs, would you use a mid-level on Dame next year?
Depends on who else is available. It's intriguing to me as a fallback. But it's also like, let's not act like even a healthy Dame Lillard, like there's an interesting fit question next to Steph Curry. Like you have the exact same player, at least in terms of fit. They're not the exact same player, but what they do. Like I think you'd have a hard time playing them next to each other is what I'm saying. I think that'd be difficult. You're small, defensively challenged, and have elite 3-point shooters who want the ball a lot. It's not easy.
No.
To play together.
He'll be 35 in 2 weeks.
Yep.
2 weeks from today. And just looking at the research on Achilles recoveries, it's 9 to 12 months. So 9 months from May would get you at February. 12 months get you to May. And you really won't know until you get into the season. So for me, Lucas, it'd be a no because it's too much of a dice roll to do it now with the mid-level that you desperately need to use on an actual healthy player.
Yeah, unless you really just cannot find anything interesting to you, then, I mean, it's a big name, so it's kind of like it's hard to not be excited by the idea, but I don't think it's a great fit. From the ballpark to wine country, summer's better when your car's ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out in about 15 minutes, no appointment needed for locations and coupons. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
It's an explanation of my appreciation of listening to Dibs' agitation meditations about Butler's association, compensation, expectation, and Miami's expiration.
Cha-ching! Now, back to
Willard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Wow. That was a great moment. And here's another one. A great moment for the Memphis Grizzlies organization. It's always nice to dole out $240 million. And then when the player comes in to sign the contract, they're limping. Awesome. Jaren Jackson Jr. and a Memphis Grizzlies medical update. The Memphis Grizzlies today provided the following medical update on Grizzlies star Jaren Jackson Jr. while participating in a live basketball run off-site. Jackson Jr. sustained a turf toe injury in his right foot, which upon expert evaluation will require surgery. But he'll make a full recovery.
Yeah. A procedure to repair.
Right, that's called surgery.
It could be, yeah. I mean, it could be just like you hold his foot and then you pop it back out, or I don't know what else you would do. Yeah, he was participating in a live basketball run off-site.
Yep.
Memo to Jaren Jackson Jr., it's July, and this happened in late June. You've said this before, like, stop playing basketball. And if I have a 7-footer who is a really, really good player, and I just broke him off a gigantic bag, I think I would put something in there about him taking some time off, like pick up golf or go fishing, go on a hike, read a book. I don't know. How about you do something other than play basketball in July?
Yep. I mean, sure, they're going to play in the offseason, so I have no idea if he's playing too much, but yeah, there's the same first thought that went through my head. Guys, put the ball down. Seriously, like, just relax a little bit. Like, go get your workout in. I'm not saying get fat, but, like, listen, I kind of take that the Grizzlies agree with you. Why put the word off-site in there? Why do that?
Because he was playing against Guru at 24-Hour Fitness. I mean, I'm only making light of it because this sounds to me like...
No, my favorite part about that is Guru's probably listening, and he totally thinks that he can get a bucket on Jaren. There's no question about it.
Were you here? I don't know if you were with the station yet when we had the whole thing about he and Jordan Bell, former Warrior Jordan Bell.
No, I wasn't here yet.
He went on and on about how he could get a bucket on Jordan Bell, former Warrior.
He might be able to get one on Jordan Bell.
Well, it was a whole thing, and I think we were actually trying to set something up with Jordan Bell to see if Goo could get a bucket on Jordan Bell, and it was just self-confidence from the Goo, which I love.
Sure,
and he's outlasted Jordan Bell, but it's kind of the same thing here where. I mean, I could see Goo at the 24-Hour Fitness like, that guy's really tall. Yeah. That's Jaren Jackson Jr. I'm going to check him.
The world would be my lab.
He's a few years removed from Defensive Player of the Year in the NBA. Yep. I'm gonna bet you're not going to get that bucket.
But again, the way you read it and the way I read it, the same thing. He was involved in a live off-site basketball game. If I'm the GM of a team or the president or the owner of a team, I don't want my basketball players playing in a live off-site basketball game.
Sure don't.
I want you to be playing in a live on-site regular season game. And I know guys want to work out and all the rest of it, but...
I know, Dibs, but $240 million. Like, that would change the way I ran a business. $240 million.
Yeah.
I'd be calling you every day, being like, what are you doing now? What are you doing now? How about now? How about sit down? How about I'll hire somebody to come over there and walk you to the restroom to make sure you don't get hurt? $250 million.
When you were younger, did you ever get together with a group of friends and just play tackle football?
All the time.
Like, we'll meet you at the park and we're just going to play a little 7-on-7 and we're going to play tackle football.
Dude, I told you that former 49er Ricky Ellison used to live around the corner from me, and we would go over this. You want to know how old we are? Imagine doing this in 2025. We would just run up on his house and knock on the door. Ricky, want to come play football with us? Sure. Boom. straight over to the park and we're playing tackle football with a Niner linebacker.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, he's just picking us up off the ground and laying us down
Right.
and making us laugh. But, yeah, we used to do that all the time.
That's kind of my point about, like, if Brock Purdy were to show up at, like, a middle school in Saratoga and be like, guys, you mind if I mix in? And now he's playing tackle football with a bunch of high school kids. Like, that's probably not going to be something the Niners would want to see.
Nope.
Anyway.
Not. All right. Like, this has been another fun show. And we, again, did not get any of the big Warrior breaking news that people are waiting for. I can't wait to see how the Giants infuriate me tonight. So we got that. And then I got this question. Lucas, this one's for you. Lucas, grab your microphone. Is this our show still? Like, are we running this show, the four of us?
Of course.
We're in charge?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so why does Abel want to talk about the Raiders? Nobody said anything about the Raiders today.
You could ask him.
Abel. Let's go to Abel. He's an EPA. Abel, you think you're in charge of this show or something? What are you doing with this Raiders thing, man?
Ever since the Raiders left, they never got any love.
Yep. Abel, you there? Abel, did we lose you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, man. What?
Sorry, guys.
What? No, what's up?
Yeah, I'm the guest appearance for today. But how come you guys never talk about the Raiders? I know they left the Bay Area, but they still got a huge fan base out here.
So
I had to do it some justice.
A, it feels like you answered your own question. B, it's not even NFL season. C, it's not even a month from NFL season. Like, I know that we do talk about some Niners. There's been some big stuff going on. Also, by the way, Abel, I don't know if you've noticed lately, but the Raiders suck.
Oh, hey, man.
No, like, I don't mean that.
Up-and-coming playoff team.
Okay. Yeah, you're going to run that division pretty soon here. Is that it, Abel?
Old man Pete's taking us there, man.
All right.
Don't sleep on him.
Hey, Abel, this is always what I say to Raider fans when they we start to spar with each other. Hey, have you been out to the digs, man? Have you been out there to Vegas to see them?
I have. It's pretty nice. You should go out there. Have you?
No, I have. That's why I'm asking. That stadium is fantastic.
I appreciate that. You see? So you do got some love for the Raiders in your heart.
Well, the Niners were there that day, but yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
What happened?
The Raiders lost. That's what happened. What do you mean what happened? You know what happened. This was New Year's Day 2 years ago.
I got a question for you.
Brock Purdy
Raiders
came from behind.
Yes or no?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, man.
No, but here's what I'll make you feel good, Abel. And thank you, Abel. We appreciate you, even though the Raiders, come on, man. But anyway, I did say this. We were already kind of handicapping the AFC this